the 10 years, they were to take $1 billion. Any transaction you enter into that does not inure to the taxpayer, the sovereign people of this country, must be checked, because he was taking $1 billion at the end of the 10 years. What private entity does that? Do you understand? And these institutions were directly under the supervision of the Minister for Finance. He cannot extricate himself from any of them. In fact, I think there is still investigation going on these things, and you'll directly be linked to it. Okay. You cannot. If I'm the head teacher, and I'm to ensure that the food of the children are, despite there's a matron there, the senior housemaster is also in charge. Anything I should be held responsible. There's a housemaster, there are compound professors and so on. But anything that comes under my stewardship, I should be held responsible. Okay. What I'm drawing the link that, you see, we should not obfuscate the issues. Where it is wrong, let's discuss it. But you cannot take, you see, the link here was because John Mahama's younger brother was into this aspect of it, and that they want to quickly link it to the fact that we're talking about family and friends, and that they were grabbing state properties in Nyafo. And they want us to believe that this takeover was linked to John Mahama, and John Mahama is the president. So now we have been in power for 6 months, and we have used the back door to ensure that his blood brother takes over the mining concessions of Azuma and other shareholders and so on. But they are in an arbitration court. The two of them are fighting. Attorney General is not represented, not a government. But the link should be very clear. There's no any link between government, private people, and so on. This is very clear. Unlike OFORI-ATTA, he was managing public funds, taxpayers' money. Was managing sovereign funds, all the institutions that were mobilized to mobilize money for this country. It was under him. Okay. He must be held responsible. There's no way you can link the two. I just want to make it clear. There's no way you can link the lands, what do you call it, the EMP that belongs to the president's younger brother, and that of Azuma mining concession and other stakeholders to what happened under the MP. Okay. Not today, not tomorrow, and it should go straight to. Then there was this issue of a method.
We'll get into the papers.
Okay.
I do have to say, though, that just like we accept your opinion of how you think these things should be discussed, he is also entitled to his own interpretations and how he thinks these things unfold.
It would have been good if the two of them.
Then we can, get both sides at the same time. So I appreciate your argument, but Dr. Zato's argument is also his to make.
Exactly.
The point
but he should make argument that are informed.
Okay. No, but I mean, let's end it on you made your argument. He made his argument.
Thank you.
Professor Boydi, let's hear you out now.
Good morning.
I'm just realizing that.
Yeah, I know you're a fan of cameras.
I take inspiration from that. So.
Yeah? Okay.
I'm learning from the best, Yeah, good morning, and good morning to your viewers as well. I think I will start with the comment from my good brother, wishing Ablekuma people well. Since December 2024, they've not had a rep in Parliament. They've been denied a rep in Parliament because of prolonged electoral disputes over a period of time. Finally, we are to do this this morning. Often it starts very calm in the morning. In the afternoon, the dynamics, they do change. Yeah. In the evening, different story. We don't want this thing to happen again. Calm in the morning. People are going about their normal duties. In the afternoon, the tension picks up. Then in the evening, different story. We want not the same story to be told. But you see, there's a governance cost here. Just because is that how many polling stations? 19 out of 62 or so. Governance cost.
I think it was like 68. Well, what they said was outstanding, and then they collated.
It was 87, 84, the first.
But they did some in December. Yeah. In January this year, it was, I think, 68, and the court said the EC should go and complete. They did it and said it was remaining with 3, but later we are told that only 18 out of a certain number was able to.
We can't go on like this. There's a cost. We spent money the first time. We have to spend huge sums of money today. As a country, we need money. We can't be dashing money like this because of these disputes. They don't help. What are we learning? What reforms are we going to have out of this? These are things we need to focus on. Then my last issue is on the the 24-hour economy policy, which was launched the last time. I never had time to come here to discuss this, but it's a laudable, good policy by this administration. Finally, we have seen this document. It's been in dark for years, for months.
Yeah.
But finally, we have seen it. And it's a good policy. And I've told other people, and my good friend, that, look, if we can use as a base for...
Prof, sorry, we'll come back to you, but we need to go back quickly to Ablekuma North. As we said earlier, eyes and ears are there. And my colleague, James Aveji, is joining us from that particular constituency. James, where are you and what's happening there now?
If you can hear me, I'm at the DVLE LA polling station or polling center at Awoshi here in the Ablekuma North constituency. Just a while ago, at some 5 minutes ago, the first voter cast his ballot at exactly 7:06 a.m. The electoral officials have been here very early this morning to set up. And as you see in your shots there, the second person is readying himself, and the third candidate, also a voter, also readying himself to cast their ballot. And so it has the activities for the day have kickstarted here in the Ablekuma North constituency. And this is one out of the 19 polling stations where the voting exercise will be happening. The man in your shot there in the white is the presiding officer, and he is man in affairs here at the DVLA polling center here at Awoshi in the Ablekuma North constituency. And so the second voter is casting his ballot and will be followed by the third person. I just want him to finish with what he's doing, then we can get the full data of the number of persons he is expecting to cast their ballot here at this particular polling center. I must say that we've also been to the Presby School at Odoko, as well as the Pentecost Church, where the voting is also happening in this particular constituency. At the Presby School, as at 6:40 a.m., the electoral commissioners were yet to set up, but the police have had their barricades and everything set up, waiting on the electoral officers to set up to kickstart the day. Let's have a quick conversation with the presiding officer on what he expects. Sir, thank you for your time. You are live on JoyNews. Tell us your name and this particular polling center and how many voters you are expecting to cast their ballot today.
Well, my name is Kwatinjan. Kwatinjan is my name.
Okay. How many voters are you expecting to cast their ballot today?
Exactly 630.
613. So far, you've had 3. What's your expectation for the day?
Well, I have no expectation.
You have no expectation, but you expect the process to be peaceful?
Peaceful and smooth.
Okay. Kwatin Jemfi is the presiding officer, and you see in your shot, police officers are also here to also make sure that there is peaceful atmosphere here. There are no chaos. The MC for Ghana South, I should believe, is also here, and Honorable Nisoa, and he is the Dean of MCs in the Greater Accra region, here supervising activities. Honorable, thanks for your time. Turn this way for me. You've been here. I came to meet you here. Right. So far, have you been to other polling stations? What is your appreciation of preparedness for the day?
Yes, I think that as typical of every by-election, there's always a bit quiet, calm, and they are coming up. Like it's early in the morning, so normally people will have to come early and then go and do other activities. Most of them, as I see, it's like they want to see how the voting turns out.
Okay.
Spacing, and I believe that as we get to midday, a lot more will come out to vote.
I mean, the call is for a peaceful election. With what you've seen in the early part of today, I've seen a number of police officers here. Is that your expectation at the end of the day?
Oh, yes. You know, our Excellency President John Dramani Mahama is for peace and peace. and act peacefully. So everyone following the NDC. I'm the Dean of Greater Accra and also the Chairman of Ablekuma constituency.
Okay.
We stand here, and if you look around, it's been very calm. So far, so good. And I think that it's going to be a very good day. Less casualties on the conclusion.
Okay. And your assembly is?
I'm I'm the Gan West.
Gan West. Okay. Okay. So, Sweetie and Brace, there is Honorable Desmond Nisoa, and he is the MC for Gan West Assembly, and he is here monitoring activity. So far, voting has started here. So far, 3 voters have cast their ballots already, and they are waiting for over 600 voters to turn out for the day here at the DVLA polling station at Awoshi in order to cast their vote. It is so far peaceful, and we expect that the day will continue like that. And by 5 p.m., 6 p.m., possibly the activity should come to an end, and possibly an MP declared for the people of Ablekuma North constituency, Sweetie and Brace.
But James, do you see, people trying to troop into the area to cast their vote, or are people even lining up for it at all?
With what we've seen so far, it is generally starting on a slow note. Remember, this is not a general election where even those who do not have interest in voting for taking part in the parliamentary elections would want to come and vote in the presidential election. This is a rerun, quite a very small amount of number of polling stations involved. And so from where I stand, it is starting on a very slow note. But the expectation, as we have seen with a number of elections, is that as the day progresses, especially by midday towards the ending of poll at 5 p.m., that's when a number of people would be trooping in to catch the late hour of the voting process. And so, so far, 3 people in less than 15 minutes, quite encouraging, but it will be a slow start, and we see how it progresses in the course of the day. The polling agents, especially the political parties, will be expecting a high voter turnout, which would inure to the figures, the numbers for them. And so we see how it goes in the course of the day, but a pretty slow start, no one in queue waiting to vote. And so it's quite when you get here, you get your time to vote and then go and face the rest of your activities in the course of the day. So, Brace, slow start, but we expect that to progress steadily in the course of the day. And the party agents are also there now? Yes, the 2 party agents are here. I have interacted with both of them from the NDC and the NPP as well. They are ready for the day. The police are also on standby, and some of them in the inner perimeter, as I will show you in your shot there, waiting outside the perimeter and waiting, keeping security in check here as the voting process progresses. Grateful to you, James Savage. You keeping an eye on what's happening there so that we can update our viewers on what is happening. James Savage is one of our guys on the ground in Ablekuma North there. As he says, so far at the DVLA polling station in Awoshi, out of 613 expected voters, 3 have voted so far. Well, Prof, you were on the floor when we took it over from you.
Yes, I was looking at the 24-hour economy, that the policy academically looks good. They made a lot of references, giving you the background to the issues, the document itself. If you're going to have the same thing in terms of implementation, we'll be good as a country. And it's one country, and when we have a policy, when you follow the policy, you leave it, you send it to us, and we consume. So we have rights sometimes to make comments about the policy. So on a whole, it's a good policy if we can implement it well. It's not about credit. I've heard other people who have said that they've copied the Agenda 111 policy. For me, whether it's a copied one document or not, the issue is about implementation, and the person also giving credit, if indeed, and that's what we do in academic circles. If you pick an information, you give credit. But I've not seen anything like that. But what I'm saying is that it's a good policy if we can implement this policy well. But my challenge is on the Fund 24. The policy needs 4 billion. That's what we have been told.
Yeah.
4 billion. You need 4 billion for 24-hour economy. And ORA pledged of recovering 18.6 billion. 1/3 of that amount is about 6.3 or so. Why do you need an additional money? If 1/3 of what you pledged in terms of financial scandals to be retrieved, then we don't need any money for 24-hour economy. Because that money is huge. So let's go for those monies and use it to fund the 24-hour economy.
I think timelines are important in that comparison, that analogy you made. Because if they are going to recover these monies, they all have to go through due processes. You have to prosecute these people. You have to ask them, you have to get their time in court, listen to them, find out they're guilty, then ask them to bring the
people
money.
have been judged already.
The economy, well, I'm just saying, the economy is not waiting for us to recover those monies before we can start to see the progress that every Ghanaian is.
So I can give you background to those funds, about 18 or so, stated in that document, the oral document. Some were low-hanging fruits that they could pick a few months, a few days. And 1/3 of that money can take care of the 24-hour economy. We want the policy to work. And we're also showing where they can also get the money to run.
Okay, that's a good suggestion.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get into the newspapers now. But let's take a moment, let's spend a moment on Ablekuma North, because today all eyes are on there. And like Kojo said, we will be going in and out to bring you details as and when we have more. The question on my mind is, 2 days ago, the NPP said they'd pulled out of the election and that they were not campaigning. And then I think the day after that, the chairman of, was it a chairman? One of the leadership of the NDC accused the NPP that they were in fact campaigning on grounds, door to door, even at night. And then they went to court. Of course, they didn't get that backing that they wanted, and so they threw out that application. So they do have to go and run for the election. The EC had been quiet until yesterday when they said they were expecting about 6,000, a little over 6,000 people. I thought that there was a huge information gap in terms of what the NDC and the NPP were saying, and I thought the EC ought to have come out earlier, because in the course of the week, we went on the grounds and people didn't even know that there was an election rerun.
Yeah.
Let's reflect on this for a second, Kwame Nkrumah.
Yeah.
Do you think that today's election, the results that we'll get would be fair, free and fair for the ordinary Ghanaians, some who do not even know that this rerun is happening, some might have traveled, and I think they ought to have had more time to prepare. Everything just happened that way. What do you think?
As somebody who did his national service with EC in 2004, and have also worked closely with EC in my capacity as a politician, it's hard work, and the Convention People's Party, even in 2004, when it came to the auditing of the register, we spoke in support of the EC, and of course it turned out that the auditing wasn't necessary. So all along the way, we have full faith in the EC as it stands now. However, I think Suti has made a very good point. With this one, I think it's indefensible. It's indefensible. The publicity should have gone out earlier. However, it does not mean it will not be free and fair, because the publicity not having gone out earlier means it didn't go out early on behalf of MPP supporters. It didn't go out early on behalf of NDC supporters. So if there's any disability or any disadvantage, it is suffered equally by both sides. It doesn't favor any side. However, I would say that by all means, some people have been deprived. I heard on my way here on radio one gentleman saying that he came all the way from Takwa, arrived this morning to come and vote. if they had earlier notice. I'm sure people may have done some arrangements. So by all means, some will be deprived from voting today. However, it will not affect the fairness since it affects both sides equally. And I'm not in the mind of the EC as much as I have full faith in Madam Jean Mensah. From her days at IEA, she has shown to be somebody who is interested in furthering democracy in Ghana. All the politicians know they've attended the IEA seminars and
the way the conversations around the Electoral Commission has evolved over the past few weeks, I think you're one of the few people who still have so much ability to deliver credible elections.
Yes. I remember her good work at IEA. Nobody can deny that. She's always been an objective, neutral, apolitical person. And I would say that, of course, she presides over the whole. And I know people have pointed out that maybe Dr. Bosman Asare may have one day been with NPP or something, but I don't think that is really...
But if you put that aside and you look at the EC itself, the stance they've had from December all through to June, they went to Parliament in June, right? It was June that Dr. Bosman... Or was
yes,
July?
In June, yes, when he had his press conference.
As of that point in Parliament, the EC had always stood by the fact that they were only left with 3 polling stations to collate.
Exactly.
Then all of a sudden in July, we are told that it's now moved from 3 to 19. What does that do to the reputation of a commission which has been under fire for some time now from political actors to say, you are not cut out for this job and you have to go?
Well, when it comes to the work of the EC, as much as you try and get everything right, you are bound to make mistakes. When I was in my national service, it was during Dr. Afarijan's tenure. And he did a great job.
Yes.
My bosses at the Japa-Lambusie district, where I worked, the EC officer, they used to praise him all the time. He used to go around the country all the time. I mean, he was always on the ground. However, I believe was it 2012, during the election petition, the first election, was it 2012?
Yeah, 2012.
Yeah, 2012.
That was under...
So like 2013.
It was under his watch.
Oh, yes.
It was under his watch. There were questions to be answered. During the era of the stolen verdicts, is that 1996 or...
92. 92 was the stolen verdict.
It was under his watch. When we had the Tain election, it was under his watch. And, I mean, his work was flawless, but mistakes were made. You see, it's a human institution. No matter how well you try to get it right, there may be some mistakes. Regarding jumping from 3 polling stations to 19, I do not know exactly why there was that jump. But from following the Ablekuma North elections and the violence and the burning of offices, and it was a very dicey situation. I can't speak for the EC. When it comes to that, they may have...
Well, yesterday they spoke.
Questions to answer. Yeah.
And when they spoke, according to them, after they went to court and the court said they should complete the coalition, I think it was about 68. They did a coalition and there were some 39 outstanding. According to them, the MPP brought scanned copies of 18 or so. Okay, so I think it will be 37 because now 18 plus 19 will be 37.
Yeah.
So when the MPP brought the 18, MPP brought all the scanned copies anyway, but they were able to marshal 18 of the presiding members to confirm that the 18 scanned copies were right.
Yeah.
That's why they now say it is because they couldn't get their presiding officers to confirm for the remaining 19.
Exactly.
But the question is that you knew this information way before, June.
Yeah.
Why were you still bent on standing at we're only left with 3 to collate?
Yeah.
Only to turn around to say 19. Mr. Winter, I don't know, you've been a former member of parliament before, but if you look at the sequence of development with the EC and how it has handled this whole Ablekuma North thing, Doesn't it do anything to the integrity of the EC itself?
Certainly, it has put the Electoral Commission in the integrity into tatters. Why? Since the G. Mensah-led Electoral Commission and his team took over, there have been a lot of challenges. He took over from a commission that has run elections for some time. And the shortcomings of those commissions were well known. So when you come into a new institution, you improve on these shortcomings and carve a niche for yourself. So that at the end of the day, time will tell that, look, you did well at when you were at such an institution. Look, since G. Mensah took over, the issues of even she not listening, the way she was running the institution, sometimes issues are suggested. We look at IPAC, he knows because he's been going there. IPAC, even though it is not legal binding on the EC, but IPAC has played a very significant role since we started the democratic process to shaping where we are today. You go there and it is that they are coming to tell you what they want to do. They are not rather seeking the consensus building they've been having over the years. So you keep making such mistakes to an issue they've been having, this running issue with Imani about their incompetence and so on. Remember the 2024 election, they had to announce the presidential results 6 times. Remember the SAL issue and so on. 2020 election.
Okay.
And so on. So they should have learned from these mistakes and put the commission to a very healthy status as we are today. If not, there won't have been an issue as to whether it is 3 polling stations or 19 polling stations if they got their calculations right. But all the time they've been getting their calculations and their numbers right. And that is why it is embarrassing them for now. Now the question is, how do we run our state institutions? Do we allow them to run independently as stipulated by the Constitution, or there are always political maneuvering behind the scenes? And when you do that, this is where we are going to lead ourselves to. And for me, like you rightly put it, how come that they were not able to get the figures from the beginning and at this stage that they are giving us different figures? Be that as it may, our NDC is prepared to run the elections. I heard Sweetie talking about the fact that there's low-key enthusiasm. It is so because it is not the whole constituency that is being done. It's just 19 constituencies. And for most of the voters, some could even be at the polling station, they might not vote because voter fatigue could come in. Sometimes the behavior of the political parties will not inure to the benefit of voters coming out. We expect that the turnout should be great and bigger so that the NPP keep crying that the elections that we just had leading to this controversy, most of their people did not turn out to vote. I'm expecting that there's time for them to go out and whip their people to come out to vote to show whether the people are rejecting them or the people do not want to vote because some policies that they undertook had a negative impact on the people. In any case, Ablekuma has been a stronghold of the MPP. I remember the last election, the gap was about 20,000. How come that is so close and then leading to this controversy? If the gap were bigger, no controversies can write it off. And if
according to Tanko Computer, yesterday the Electoral Commission did a collation of what they had again.
Yes, I saw it.
And the MPP is leading by 44 votes.
44 votes.
That's
whatever it is. What closed the gap so huge? A million miles gap had been close to 30, is it 40?
He says 44.
So I've seen the results too about that also. So that means that, you see, it's a reflection of the stewardship of the MPP when they were in power. And I believe that our reflection of our stewardship within 6 months being in power would also inure to our benefits there. I talked elsewhere that, look, the city's appreciation affects everybody. It's not constituency specific. The inflation is not constituency specific. Just the general calmness and the peace and government is not constituency specific. Even though the constituency has its own needs and priorities, which we agree there must be a representative there to carry their voice in parliament. But the general atmosphere and the economic turnaround, people in Ablekuma have not been left out. And these are the issues they are going to look out to vote. Yesterday, unfortunately, I was listening, but this is a campaign message. One of them that said that Mahama wants to come to the second term. That's why he wants this vote. I said, if you are going out there to campaign for your votes, better get a message and tell the people why they should vote for you based on stewardship, based on what you've done over there. Because Ablekuma North has always been represented by by the MPP. But you see, sometimes we take our strongholds for granted. We know that even if you put, like they say, if you put a goat and put a particular T-shirt on it, they'll win. And because of that, when the MPs come to Parliament, they do not even take into consideration the needs and wants of the people in the country. There are little things, building of a market, building of a, a kindergarten, nursery, and so on. MPs can be able to do those things. Attending to the needs of the people will be something that is within their domain. How come that they've gone so low and that 19 polling stations are to be rerun this morning? At the end of the day, I just want a peaceful rerun. I want to see that the real voices and wishes of the people are represented in this rerun, and the right people is chosen to lead the people of Ablekuma. Prof has said this morning that the people in 6 months, they cannot have a leader. But Prof should have also told Saleh, 4 years, Prof, they were not having and I remember in the Techiman case, you remember the High Court ruled that the people of Techiman cannot be without a representative, and the representative must be there while the issues within the constituency is resolved. Because our democracy is a participatory democracy. Everybody able and having a healthy mind who is to, there should not be obstacles put in the fellow's way of voting. And I urge all people, voters in Ablekuma North this morning, to come out and cast their vote. And by 6 o'clock, I know that they are going to cast their vote for the NDC candidate to go and saw up our numbers so that we would be able to do much more things. If 6 months in government and the whole Prof is praising us for our 24-hour economy, I know that.
Issue a caveat.
I know. That is just part of it. But you see, just let me end before Prof. You know the 4 billion that we are talking about. Even if the 4 billion is sitting at the Bank of Ghana, the whole amount will not be released to the Secretariat. It will be released as
wasn't linked to the Ablekuma.
No, I just want to put this in there. It will be released as at when you meet certain criteria. Just like one went for the IMF 3 billion. Not all the money was given to us. We're given some benchmarks to meet. As at when we meet the benchmarks, we'll be released. Because history would have told us that if you give so much money to an institution, sometimes it is not effectively being used. With the benchmarks, you want to do this, we're giving 100 million and so on. I agree with the oral. But like Sweetie said, it's going to take a lot of time, energy before you retrieve such an amount. But with the gold board coming into place and the fact that we are making so much from the export of small-scale gold, they should be able to glean some money from them, be able to, because this is a very important descent. Waste should be cut and then the money brought into ensuring the
but I think, to be fair to government too, government says even though the entire project is going to cost 4 billion, government's contribution in there is it 10%?
Less than 10%.
Which is going to be around $400 million. But one thing I find intriguing about this whole policy is that there's the voter base in development. The 20,000 hectares of farmland. You know, it will cost $9 billion to put it. Yes. Yeah, $9 billion. So how the policymakers ended up, maybe they have to educate me to understand, ended up to say that the entire policy is going to cost 4 billion, when I have seen that the subset of the entire thing is 9 billion, is something I don't know.
Yes, I think the Minister for Finance will be doing the budget review in August. These things will be properly captured, that is one. Two, I've also seen that a research on the Palgo Dam, we can irrigate over 100,000 hectares by gravity, by the watering alone. And I think that, you see, it is a journey. All of us, it's a journey. The 24 hours is a journey. It's not a one-stop project. It could take 10 years. And as at when you implement a project, you begin to see a lot of issues you have to streamline to ensure that the project comes to a success. Until we read that journey, the destination, it's going to be like that throughout. And I think that it should be supported by the total mobilization of the people of this country behind the policy. It is non-partisan. Whatever that we do to get, apart from the Volta, look at our front plains. Look at the Bulsa North, the Bulsa South, the overseas lands and so on. Look at areas like the Tumu, Upper West. Tumu alone can give.
I think we need to bring you to have a separate discussion on this. But let's Prof come in to take his bite on the Ablekuma North.
Ablekuma North. Yeah. Prof, the people who say the NPP was afraid of the NDC getting to third majority if they win this Ablekuma, North constituency seat. That's why they initially pulled out, and now that they've realized that nothing is stopping them from stopping the EC, they're back in the race. But I want to hear your reflections in terms of the information gap, the explanation that the EC has been given in terms of the U-turn that they did, whether or not it's a U-turn, for want of a better word, and the way the NPP handled this election, whether or not they've been fair to their own voters. First you tell them that we are out of this race. You go to court. The court says you don't have any valid reason to pull out of this election. And 2 days to the time, you say, okay, we are going door to door to campaign. Let's hear you on this.
Well, the decision to boycott, well, I didn't come up with a decision, but we can still make reference and comment about that. A party decides that for this rerun election, we will not go. Now the candidate tells us, I will go. Today, we have seen a lot of the party sympathizers that wish Ablekuma area. And they are there, campaigning.
That's yesterday.
If you take a closer look at some of the statements by the leaders of the NPP party, the decision to boycott could stem from interconnected multiple factors. It could be political, it could be legal, it could be strategic. One, they want to tell us that there's a perceived legitimacy of the earlier victory that they chalked. So we won't go. It could also be a stem out of the fact that we won the election already and we don't trust EC. So we'll not go. EC happens to be biased, so we'll not go again. It could be more of a strategic reason because they can't flip-flop. You can't say, I won't go, the next day you are there. It could be a strategic reason. I can't speak for them. But the point is that it's an election. And you must find so many strategies that you want to use to win it. Today they are there. You see, when you boycott, you risk ceding that seat to the NDC free. Okay, when you win that seat again, will that change the narrative in Parliament? Will it give you...
So sorry. Today, as for today, you have to forgive us. We'll be cutting you, regularly. Let's go on to the phone lines now and bring in the aide to Nana Ekuafrie, who is the MPP's parliamentary candidate for the Ablekuma North constituency. Chief, thank you for joining us here. Since the process started till now, what has been it for you and your camp?
Good morning to your listeners and your viewers as well. For us in the NPP, I think we are poised. We do not agree with the Electoral Commission of this that instead of that which is sheet witness police so that
you'd have to forgive me, but if you can reposition yourself, I'll appreciate it. Your line keeps breaking.
Okay.
Okay, so let's give it a try and see if it's working now. Hello, Chief.
Hello, I'm here.
Yeah, so let's try it again and see if the line is working now.
Hello, good morning. Is it okay now?
Yeah, let's give it a try.
Yeah, okay. So as I was saying, we in the NPP, we are poised and ready to contest in this election. Notwithstanding the position of the party, I think yesterday there was a press conference which was made by general voters or maybe general voters in Ablekuma North, and they made a clear that for them they won't vote for governor for election. So they are able come out as they have fought on Tiago.
Forgive me, but the line has gone bad again. I don't know, it keeps breaking. So
was driving, so I parked somewhere. Let me find a different place.
Exactly, yes, I think so. So, I mean, we'll come back to you so that we can really understand what's happening. So that is the aid to Nana Ekuafrie, who is the MPP's parliamentary candidate for Ablekuma North. Prof.
Yes, I said if they boycott, MPP risks ceding that seat to the NDC.
And you're asking whether if they win, it will change any dynamic in Parliament?
Well, I'm looking at the number they have in Parliament at the moment. If you add one MP to that number, ordinarily, it will not change the dynamics in power. You cannot become a majority in Parliament or have that majority with one person, addition to the number you have. But then you would have made a statement. Now look, we went to the election, we lost the general election. But 6 months down the line, we've won 1 seat. You're able to at the base of your party, the grassroots, will be happy. So I don't know why the woman defiled the orders of the national executives. I don't know. But for me, it wasn't in a good taste for me. That strategy wasn't the best approach. Some of the issues could be taken over, handled internally. You organize a press conference and tell the whole country you will not go. Then the MP comes out to say, look, I'll go.
The candidate.
The candidate tells us, yeah, I'll go. You know.
But couldn't that have been a strategy to sort of tell your opponent that, well, you have a field, you have a free field there, you can play on it, I'm not going to come. So it would limit the rage with which the opponent would have come if you were going to compete. No, because I've heard people say that this could have been a political strategy.
Yeah, that was what I mentioned from the beginning. But if you ask me my fair opinion, that could not be a proper strategy. But to them, it could be a proper strategy. That will tell, we'll daze our opponents. We'll let them know our strategy. We'll tell them one breath, we will not go. 5 minutes after, we are there campaigning. And you see, when you do that, your opponent is dazed and wouldn't know what strategy you are coming on. And I'm sure that's what is happening at Ablekuma today. Even started yesterday. Yeah. We saw some supporters propane going to Ablekuma, and this morning, the same. So, NDC should, that place has been a stronghold for the MPP. And if what you saw in Nevada, the video, by the Tanko professor, is it Professor Tanko or Dr. Tanko?
Just say Rashid, Tanko Rashid.
Okay. Yeah. What he said, anything to go by. The result will show. I don't know what strategy they put in place, but the point is that the good candidate should win.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so that's on Ablekuma North. Let's do some stories now from the newspapers. Daily Graphic. Yeah, let's start with the Daily Graphic.
Okay.
We can do stories on the front page and one major one to discuss.
Okay. The Daily Graphic front page, I think this morning.
Yeah. You have a shot of it. Yeah.
Dispute over chieftaincy stool. Tight security in Kwowu. Then stage set for Ablekuma North polling stations rerun. Sterile men should not bath hot water. Expert. That means those who have challenges with their this thing should not be bathing hot.
With their
those who are having issues for those, yes. Unless if I come, I'll read the story a bit. Very important.
In this weather, which other weather?
No, some of us do bath above hot water, but for a different purpose.
I mean, this cold weather.
As Sarah Gongo Innovates Saulaga Basic School back page, Access Bank supports free sanitary pad initiative.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what do you want to talk about? The tight security in Kwowu or the sterile men?
Both we can just look at them. The tight security in Kwowu, sometimes I shudder to think what is causing. These are people who know their history about chieftaincy and so on. Yet all the time we continue to have these things. Don't we have documented ways of dealing with chieftaincy, land disputes, and issues that border with our own management of our communities? It continues to bring insecurity issues all the time. Unfortunately, a lot of people are caught in this crossfire. They lose their lives. Sometimes innocent people go in there to do business. Sometimes children or women. And yet we continue to fight an old issue that has bedeviled us over years. And I don't know what the problem is. Because look, sometimes we want to blame the colonial government for most of this. But they've given us our country. We cannot manage even chieftaincy dispute over stool lands and so on. And I think that's about time we all put our heads together and ensure. I know that it's a controversial area. That's why the Constitution specifically gives a whole chapter to them and as to how to manage their orders. If law is backing them, they cannot manage what confront them as a chieftaincy institution. Then maybe at some point in time, the country might have to discuss as to what is happening. But the security issues under the chieftaincy and the lands and so on is creating a huge problem in this country.
We'll come back to you. Let's go to Ablekuma North now, because we've been joined by the Deputy Director of Elections and IT of the NDC, Tanko Rashid Computer. I'm grateful to you, sir, for joining us here. I guess you are in Ablekuma North now. What's happening?
Hello?
Tango, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Did you hear my question?
Yes. So I'm currently in Ablekuma North. Things are going on well. It's very smooth. It started smoothly. Security is solid on the ground. The electors are all here. We did our best to whip up interest to make sure that much space for the NDC candidate, the webinar. Of course, the wheel of change in and it continues unabated. How going to blow and make sure that the right is elected, and that is going to.
Looks like the line would not be helping us today. But how many polling stations have you been to so far?
So far, we've visited about, in fact, there are 19 polling stations we are dealing with. So far, we've covered about 10 so far. Okay. I had some issues with the EC this morning, needed to clarify before we proceed. Things are going on well, very smooth. But I can assure you, although it's early days yet, but I can assure you that the election is it will on successful either.
Okay. You say you have issues with the EC you want to clarify before you go on. What kind of issues?
Well, it has to do with the collation center. I mean, yesterday we discussed it, that we will use the original office as the collation center. But this morning, I saw one of your sister stations portals in another center itself. And so I didn't verify it, but it turned out the right. I mean, we still mean the regional head office as the collation center for state. That's needed.
Oh, okay. So you've now clarified that it's still going to happen at the regional office in terms of collation.
That is it. That is where the collation will be done.
Okay. When we spoke to our reporter at one polling station, I think that was the DVLA polling station in Awoshi. As of the time we were speaking to him, only 3 out of 613 had come to cast their votes. What is it like from the 10 polling stations that you've been to?
Yes, the numbers are trickling in. That's why I said the hours. We are still in the early hours of the elections. The numbers are trickling in. It will whip up around midday. That's the time the numbers will start coming. You know, as a cosmopolitan area, especially that cosmopolitan area, most they voted not that the way they got to us. And then it has a market around there. Some of them are market, they're not from that area, they just advantage of the rate. So we have, as of yesterday, tracking of them. And they are not area, they are seeing some different place, and then they are although at that place. And so it takes time for them to get there. They know money traffic and all that.
Okay. You were telling us yesterday that collation of the ballot in the last election have been done by the EC. Do you still have the figures with you?
Yes, we participated in the collation of the results. We collated 262 polling stations yesterday. Interestingly, the NPP also participated. They are very for this are the group of people. They were, the collation together, and then we ended up with 2,512 for the end. And then,
Tanko, forgive me, but the line keeps breaking. Give me the figure again. You said the NDC and NPP go how many?
Yeah, the NPP had 32,512.
Okay.
Then the NDC, we also had 32,464. So we have a difference of 48.
462 or 452, 454?
It's 32,464.
Oh, 64. Okay.
64.
Okay.
So we have a difference of 48.
Oh, 48 rather. Okay.
48.
Okay.
So it negates the propaganda of NPP that they were leading some 400 and some phantom 400 votes.
Yeah.
They don't have that kind of figure. I mean, they don't have it.
Well, but that is out of the, that does not include the 19 polling stations. Maybe if you add the 19.
That doesn't include the 16. You see, they had not collated 3 polling stations.
Yeah.
So we took out the 16, and when we put the 16 figures together for NDC and NPP, they didn't come close to that 400 they are talking about.
Okay. Okay.
And we did the collation yesterday, and they were very much, everybody was satisfied. They came with some difference of 500 they were looking at, and it turned out that they didn't have this kind of figure. And so that tells you that Ablekuma North cannot be a stronghold of the NPP. It's just that they were doing something funny that we didn't know. And today it won't play out.
But isn't the 2024 election an outlier, if you want to base on that to say it has never been their stronghold?
Well, I am saying that if you look at the 2024 elections, there were about 20 or more constituencies the NDC flipped. If you look at from 1996 to 2024, we've never won such constituencies.
Yeah.
But in 2024, we flipped them. It tells you that the NPP currently cannot hold on to a constituency that is their stronghold. Because those constituencies, we could look at Domi Kwabenya. We flipped it. And so this one, Ablekuma North, they used to beat us over 10,000 plus votes. Today, we are battling with them just some difference of 48.
But Tanko, if your argument, will it still hold if you take it to somewhere, say, Ezekata, where the former railways minister was? I mean, the MPP flipped it in 2020, but you took it back in 2024. Does that mean that when they took it back in 2020, you, the NDC, could not have said that was your stronghold? That's what I'm saying. That's
why I'm saying that for now, for a constituency of this nature, for somebody to say it's a stronghold of MPP, maybe the person is making reference to past elections. And I'm saying that if you look at the last election, if they used to beat us over 10,000 votes, and 2024 elections, and I'm back with them, that's the difference of 40. It tells you that something is wrong with that story.
Dr. Computer, it's Sweetie here. So, I mean, I'm just trying to floor your arguments by saying the NDC has never won election in Ablekuma North constituency. You can go as far back as 1992, 1920. I mean, you came close in 2008, but you've never really won. So that's a reason why we can call it a stronghold for the MPP, no?
That's why I'm saying that in 2024, we had similar constituencies, about 20 of them. We've never won in those constituencies, but we flipped them. That tells you that we did something extraordinary in 2024 to flip those constituencies. And that is why Ablekuma North was being flipped. But because of the problems we had, that's why we had to do this rerun. Otherwise, it would have been in the basket of NDC.
Okay.
We shouldn't have gone for this rerun.
Okay.
That is what I'm talking about.
Out of curiosity, did the NPP's earlier decision to boycott the election do anything for your campaign in that constituency? I mean, in the 19 polling stations, when they first pulled out of the election, did that strategy or that decision, did they do anything to help your campaign?
See, all along, at one of your major programs, PM Express, I told them, Evans, that look, don't trust NPP press conference. We started this campaign with them. They were doing submarine campaign in the constituency. Meanwhile, they are on the platform doing propaganda that we are not participating. We are not doing this. It's an illegality. Meanwhile, they were doing campaign. In fact, their deputy general secretary told me it was a lie. They were not doing it. But today, so anytime computer is speaking to you about NPP, take it serious. Because I know these people. It came to pass. Now, today, you've seen them all over the place. So we knew they were campaigning, so we had planned out. So when a serious contest in NDC and MPP, we knew of it.
All right, which means you didn't water down your campaign, although they said they were pulling out. Hold for us. We have the aid of...
pulling out.
Yes, please hold for us. We have the aid of Nane Ekpe-Afriyie on the line with us, and he's also, on ground, and we want to assess how things are going from his side. And sir, thank you for joining again. Your connection was bad earlier. Can you tell us how the election is unfolding in these 19 polling stations so far for you?
Thank you very much for having me. Good morning to yourself and your listeners as well. So far, I think elections started at 7 o'clock exactly. And for now, very few people are coming out. We are praying the early days here. Majority of the electorate amount that they have brought,
I don't know if it's network connection or if you just ended your submission, but we understand it's a slow start. Do you get the same experience from where you visited so far?
Obviously, once you start anything, it will start slowly. As time goes on, it will double up, and I think the numbers are going up. And don't forget, we are only voting in 19 polling stations, which amount to about a region of an excess of a little of 6,000. And we have the contact of the people. We are calling them. They will come out and vote. Don't worry. At the end of the day, I am convinced that Honorable Ekpe-Afriyie won the 2024 parliamentary elections, and same is going to be repeated. She will be declared the winner after 5 o'clock of this election.
Considering the time you had to start campaigning, proper campaigning, on the back of going to courts, boycotting the election, as earlier you said, and now that you are full, you are locked in and, the election is underway, do you think the voters have had enough time to prepare? Those who are not around within the constituencies, who have to travel back, do you think you've had enough time to... do you think you've given them enough time to prepare for the election?
The position of the EC is not something that the party agrees with. Looking at antecedents that have preceded this election, from day one up to now, they have been saying that they are only going to collect 3 polling stations. And suddenly there was a U-turn. Already the court has ordered that they should go and complete the collation process. So the party has no choice than to go back to court to seek redress. When we went to court, the court declined on our intention to hold on with the election. We have no choice. The party has taken its position. Yesterday, there was several press conferences which was organized and made on behalf of Honorable Ekpe-Afriyie through the general electorate in Ablekuma North. So once the electorate themselves has come out to make a press conference that for them, they believe that the 2024 election was won by Honorable Ekpe-Afriyie and they voted for it and they want their vote to count. Once they themselves have come out and vote, regardless of the time that we had for our campaign, I believe that they're going to get the numbers and they are going to vote for her. I'm certain on that.
Well.
Okay, so let's see how this goes. But where is your candidate and how is she doing?
Oh, she's fine. She's fine. She's fine. She's fine. She's a high-spirited woman. She's fine. Whatever she's gone through, she's given up everything to God. And I know that the good Lord, who has seen her through for the past 7 months, is going to deliver for her today after 5 o'clock, and she'll be declared as a winner.
But where is she now?
She's equally going around ensuring that whatever logistics that needed to be provided for our polling agents and our canvassers and whoever needs to come out and vote, she's also equally augmenting in that process.
We understand you have support from constituencies across the country who have come to support the NPP in this election.
Yes, personally myself, yesterday I saw Honorable Asenso Boakye, I saw Honorable Kennedy Japon himself, I saw Ahmed Shaibu, I saw a host of NPP, in fact, all the ladies in the NPP parliamentary caucus visited her yesterday in her office to give her support. Honorable Boyan Edu of OFORI-ATTA personally came down to campaign in the constituency. So she has the support of the entire NPP fraternity. And I believe that by the grace of God, after 5 o'clock, she will be declared the winner of the 2024 election that has protracted till now.
Okay. Let's see how that goes. But we understand that you are, from the vote that they've collected so far, you are leading by only 48 votes. Are you aware of that?
Exactly. Even with the 19 polling stations that elections are being held now, we are leading with 361, if you should do the aggregate. That aside, if you should put that aside, and as you said, the figure you gave exactly remains for the remaining one apart from the 19. So we are poised. We believe that we won this election. And I'm surprised on how Honorable Tanko Computer was all over speaking to this issue. He was not here during the 2024 presidential and parliamentary election. I was here, and I can speak to the issue that happened. He only talks of reports. So please, I think you should just put his argument aside and just pray that at the end of the day, the police will provide their security. Anybody who intends to cause mayhem will be dealt with. Let election flow so that at least our democracy will be guarded.
Okay, all right. Chief, we are grateful to you for joining us here. We'll be coming to you when the need arises. So that is the aid to the parliamentary candidate of the NPP, Nana Ekwe-Friye. Well,
I think
all
we
eyes.
have Dr. Computer on.
Okay.
Give us your final word. I mean, of course, you're busy and you're monitoring the election, and you say you are very hopeful you're winning. So what's the final word before we let you go?
Well, I can assure you that we are going to win the election. Everything is on course. We've done our work as of yesterday, and today the wind of change is coming to Ablekuma North. They need development. I mean, this is what they are telling us. And they've been with MPP for all this while. When you see the road network in the constituency, terrible. Nothing is working in that constituency. And so they need a change.
Okay.
I mean, if I continue to be eating one soup, when your life is not changing, you better change.
All right.
And that's why they change in 2024. So they need to continue the change, and they will conclude the change today. And that is what is going to happen.
All right. Thank you, Dr.
But just before Doug, I understand with what is happening in Ablekuma North, your stance on changing the EC has now softened, right? Is that true?
Change what DC?
Yes. The EC commissioners. You now think that they should continue.
Well, today is for Ablekuma North. Let's deal with Ablekuma North. After we are done with it, we can talk about this.
Okay. Thank you, Rashi Computer. I'm grateful to you for joining us. Okay. All right. The computer is part of his name? Yes. Computer is part of it. Yeah. So thank you, Rashi Computer.
Something. He used to be Dr.
Oh, hold on for that. Yeah. We'll come to it. Yeah. Let's stay with.
Well, that was why I was laughing.
Let's stay with Ablekuma North.
Oh well, all eyes are on constituency this morning. Let's see how. By close of day, let's see who comes out. Whose signboard will be pulled down? Because when you enter the constituency, we have Irabna, Obin, and Ekwe-Friye. Thank you. So let's see whose billboard will be pulled down.
Validation will be done today. Let's come to you.
Yeah, so if I don't do this story, Brace will have my head. And there's an interesting story here. You know, I think a week or so ago, we brought a story about a story about how Inspired by WICOM is helping people who are interested in the agribusiness but do not really understand what goes into it. So they're educating people, giving them the necessary tools to get into it. And now we know that the first cohort of the Inspired by WICOM were hosted by FVV Foods Factory and in Akuse. And I just want to give you a bit of detail. So the patrons who were participants of this agriculture and agribusiness lending course for staff of financial institutions were hosted as a factory of FVV Foods, producers of FVV rice, chicken in Akuse, where they were taken through the realities of Ghana's agriculture and what it takes for one to succeed in the sector by specialists of New Age Agri Solutions Limited. So that's what they are about. And if you're interested in learning more about agriculture, and if you want to go into that field but you aren't sure what it will take from you, I think you should look to Inspired by WICOM. They have the solution for you. And I think, like we always say, agriculture is the backbone of the economy. And so when young people are trooping into that sector, it does a lot for us, on a national level. Yeah. So congratulations to them. And let's see how they turn the narrative when they come out of this training program.
Yeah. Okay. So the point is that, and lawyer, if you have interest in agriculture, a lot of it people don't know where to begin. And people also have some myths about the agric. We all know the agric is quite, it's capital intensive, it's quite risky, but some people have gotten it right. So how do you also get it right? And that's why this, I think, is a good project, such that people will be teamed with or will be paired with people who've done it, so they sort of tell you how to get it right and how not to get it right. Maybe that could help save farming or make it better in this.
I think it's an excellent idea. It's an excellent idea. And it ties in with the government's current policy regarding agric and agri-business. Because we all know that food is the foundation of every society. If you look throughout history, from the Fertile Crescent and all those places, it is when a society is able to get food security, then everything follows from there. And it is an excellent idea. I, for example, where I am, we do a bit of backyard farming. And, that's good. And unfortunately for me, it's my wife who knows her way around it. I even though agric was one of my favorite subjects in secondary school and primary, when it comes to how it works on the ground, I can't claim to know much. So I suppose this is an excellent idea. It reminds me of those days in our Greek studies where we had what you call the husbandry officers and other people who were the experts. So this is wonderful. This is like a hands-on approach to agric, people who will help you through it. And I'm even inspired to maybe engage one or two of them regarding my backyard farming. And if I decide to even go large scale, and I know a lot of people who are into large scale farming, but they only own the farms and don't know much about it and are very busy, even legal practitioners. I know a lot of legal practitioners who are into agric, but they don't know much. And sometimes they complain that, oh, I was ripped off here, this happened, this. When you have these weak people, they can even visit the law firms, the lawyers in agric, and then show them the ropes so that they don't make losses in agric. It's an excellent...
Maybe the lawyers can also be part of the Inspired by WICOM. You can be part of the cohort.
I would love it. I would love to.
Mr. From where you are coming from, you are the food basket of the country. If you look at this, what WICOM is doing, how can it be made better, really?
Oh, I think it can be made better. In fact, money from agric is untainted money. It's green money. And no one can hold you for corruption on anything at all. Like he said, look, the real sector feeds the economy. And our backyard gardens play a very important role in our program. The big mechanized farming is for exports. They do not really feed the population, like the peasant farming and the backyard.
But some to do, because if you look at the every foods like this, what they do, the rice are grown on large scale farms, but they produce the rice and they are all sold in Ghana.
And depending on the area you want to tackle. People also target the export marketers, which is not bad in any case. You see, what they are doing must be replicated, and we must take it seriously as a country. He talked about backyard garden, and I've often juxtaposed that with non-traditional exports. Non-traditional exports yielded this country $4 billion 2023. It is estimated that in the next 5 years, it's going to give us $25 billion. So it's weight in gold and worth more, and it's green. So we don't destroy the environment, we go and then it is the best. Like he said, when I was in San Mama, my wife used to do a lot of farming. He was a banker, but he was doing a lot of farming, including the rearing of guinea fowls and so on. I was not fixated on that. But when I was younger in secondary school, we did a lot of farming. But our farming was basically for consumption purposes. Agric and agri-processing, it's not the way to go.
Oh, yes.
And we must commend them. We must ensure that it is replicated. Look, where you can put much more resources to generate, it can pay itself off. We have to begin to support. And we look at the 24-hour economy. Prof was telling me that when you read the Greek aspect of it, when we implement that, we are good to go. And it will, the most of the imports that we are going to embark on and so on will be dealt with locally and to support our export drive. It will support the local consumption, apart from the nutritional aspect, because most of these things are done on organic as compared to the GMOs. And when you export organic farm produce and agri-produce outside, you make much more money. You go to the US, they want to eat organic fowl instead of what they export to us. And we must they must take advantages of the program rolling out, and managers of those programs should make it easier for them to assess it, whether funding or whatever they need to expand, and it should be all inclusive. And I think that is the best way to go.
So maybe next time you and your
I want to do big agri.
So you have you want to do big commercial agri.
Yes.
Okay. That's
I've seen that is the way to go. It is the way to go because it now yields better. When we were younger, agri used not to yield so much. We're mostly for consumption. Then our parents would say
it means that you have to go for inspired by Wicom.
I have to go. I will get a Contestant. Then I want to encourage my children to embark on it so well. And that it is the only way to save our economy from where we are now. No any other way. Not gold, not oil, and not silver. So
exactly.
Thank you very much, sir. But before Prof comes in, let's go to Ablekuma North again. James Aveji is joining us now. James, where are you now, and what's the latest? James, can you unmute so we can hear what you're telling us?
Okay, Brace, I'm sure you can hear me now. A few things have been happening here. As we speak, 38 persons have voted so far. The one you see there trying to go and vote will be the 39th, 40th person to vote at this particular polling station. Earlier, we were thinking it would be a slow start, but an hour into the voting process with 40 people voting so far, it looks like things are picking up here at the DVLA polling station in Ablekuma North constituency at Awoshin. Just some few minutes ago, the NDC candidate, Irabna Obing, was here to interact with both the Electoral Commission officers as well as the residents and voters who, some of them are pitching camp around the voting center to interact with them as part of her monitoring process across the 19 polling stations that the rerun is happening. We tried to interact with her, but she will not speak to the media. But the MC, the Dean of MC, who met...
Okay, so that's James Aveji there. And then visuals you're seeing on your screens now, or the visual you're seeing is when the NDC candidate, Rabina Orbin, came into that particular polling station. That's a DVLA polling station in Awashi. James is back. James, okay. Let's go to Jacqueline and Sumaya Boa. Jacqueline, where are you and what can you report?
Currently, I'm at the Methodist Church of Doko. Initially, last year during the election, this very place was the collation center, but we are not privy to that information yet, if this place would be used as a collation center for this particular rerun. But then this polling station is expected to have 464 voters. As I'm speaking to you right now, roughly around 27 people have moved in to vote so far. As you can see behind me, we have a couple of voters also coming in to cast their vote. So that is the situation here. I've been to a couple of others, but when we talk about the voter turnout today, we haven't seen massive queues like what we saw in 2024, December is 7th. What we see is that people keep coming in here bit by bit, one in ones and twos. Some would even come, make inquiries and check even if their name is there. Wouldn't vote and say that probably they'll come in later on during the day to come in and vote. So that has been the situation here. But what I also notice is that security is very tight, especially in this particular polling station. I don't know, because it has the huge numbers here, 464 voters that are expected here. I see a lot more. You can see some of them up, a lot of them down. I see them surrounding the whole polling station. I'm also picking up information that the MPP parliamentary candidates is on the move now. She some few minutes ago, speaking with her team, they are currently at Radiant Way. They are expected to move closer here. I'm hoping to engage her and the team as to how the rounds has been so far. So that is all that we can get currently at the Methodist Church here at Odoko 1.
Okay, Jacqueline, thank you very much. What we've been told by Tanko Computer Rashid is that the coalition will be at the EC's regional head office. So that is Jacqueline, thank you. Let's go back to DVLA polling station in Awoshi, where James Aveji is standing by. James, you were saying something. You were earlier telling us that you wanted to engage the Rabina Obing. Okay, so we understand that James has done. But as we gave you that assurance, we have our men and women there in Ablekuma North, in all of these 19 polling centers, and we'll bring you all that is happening here on the JoyNews channel. Yes, Prof, you're going to make a point when we took it over about the Inspire by WECOM. I mean, a project that is meant to open up the agricultural sector to people who have the interest to go in there, but they do not know how and where to start. This is like a guiding path for you to get it right in the agricultural sector, because it is capital intensive. You can't go in there and waste that money. So this project, as I read it, is to help people make the right decisions and get it right in the agricultural sector.
I think it's a good initiative. If I have time, I'll visit, I'll try and attend that program myself. A policy or a training or initiative that will open up the space for people to know what time to enter, how to enter. Very important. You know, I was tempted to add the 24, part of the 8 pillars. There's one Aspire. So when I heard that's why I told you that's good. But it's a good. You know, if you read that their policy, the 24-hour policy, they start with the Grow 24. It means that you cannot do anything without agric. You know, the characteristics of our economy, we have structural issues as a country. And it stems from that area, agric. Because a country that is characterized as we consume more than we produce, and we import more than we export, there's always a gap. How do you fill that void? It's through this initiative, agric. But over the years, we have used agric as a punishment. Our school days.
Yes, you go and weed.
The teacher wanted to punish you, go and weed. So you all have not liked agric, until you can attest to that. Because we use that as a form of punishment. But today,
and those who are in it, we don't even respect them.
We don't even respect. But if you go beyond your borders,
yes.
In fact, when the farmers over there, when they speak, look, the government will have to listen. Because they feed the economy. They feed the economy. You know, so I think it's a very good initiative that we think we should support this.
One last story from the Business and Financial Times. Savings and loans sector hits 10 billion Ghana cedis in assets. And this is about 30% increment from year on year, 30% increment from where we left off in 2023. And it's representing 30% year-on-year growth. And I think this is good news, because it's not everyone who wants to do business with the banks, because sometimes the interest rates and the way they do things are just too much. Savings and loans, I like, because it caters for the smaller group of people who want to do SMEs, you know, small to medium enterprises. They're the ones who are raking in this amount of money, and I think it's commendable. Just for the first 6 months or so of this year, if we can do this, then it's looking like there's light at the end of the tunnel. But that's it for the NFT.
We should applaud the people who take the loans and pay back. Yes. Sometimes when someone tells me, if you are sending them Momo, don't send it to this number. I get angry. Because
they are owing MTN.
Yes, because you see,
not just MTN.
It is not easy to raise capital to go into this loans business. So if you take someone's money and you decide not to pay, you are killing someone's father, you are killing someone's son or daughter, Because in the end, if the company suffers, you have caused a company to collapse, loss of jobs. So those who take loans and pay back, we should applaud them, because it's not easy at all to run a loans company. Someone takes the money and says, I won't pay. It's not good. But you know, for those who pay.
What helps is that now they're running both digital and physical platforms.
Yes.
And loans have moved to, you know, the whole digitalization agenda is working there, so which makes it easier. You see a lot of these lending companies.
That BOG have issues with some of them.
Yes, I know.
The BOG has come out to say that some of them are not accredited, but for those who are accredited,
those who are, they're doing
Even I could quickly add Psalm 37 verse 21. It says, "The wicked borrow and do not repay, but the righteous give generously." So I mean, even the Almighty encourages us to pay back our loans.
Exactly. When you borrow, pay.
Yes, and it is even a larger issue of trust. When you do not pay back your loans, what you are doing to the loans and then the savings institution is that trust that they are trying to build between the institutions and the public is gradually eroding. Some other genuine people who would otherwise want to borrow now go in to borrow, and they tighten the processes of taking the loan. So by your non-payment, you are creating problems to otherwise genuine people who have got good plans to be able to use this. And I think that is a good deal. The assets that have reached 10 billion within the space of time, they should also look at their interest rate. Sometimes the interest rate are so much that at the end of the day, it erodes everything that the entrepreneur wants to do. When you look at Papa Kwesi Nkrumah's bank, what was the name?
GN Bank.
GN Bank was almost permeating every corner of this country in terms of inculcating into our people the sense of banking and borrowing. You understand? So you could see them in almost every corner.
They were doing a wonderful
job. That was why we're saying that when it came up to the banking issue, there were some banks that would have been protected. When you look at the financial crime that hit the U.S., I think during the Obama time, Citibank, Morgan Stanley, and then Chase Manhattan. They had to build, the Obama's administration printed over trillions of dollars to support them.
I hate to interrupt your flow, but we have to go back to James Seveji, and he's back online with us. And James, you were saying that you couldn't actually get a word from Irabna Obin, but you have more details to report. Go ahead and report.
Yes, sweetie, as I was saying, she was here together with her team to interact with the electoral officers as well as the police and the other residents who are also around to monitor the process. We tried to speak to her, but she would not make any comment yet. But the Gan West MC, who is representing the MCs and also monitoring the process for her, which is the NDC, together with the party agent situated here, indicates that it is just part of her monitoring process across the 19 polling stations who are undertaking the rerun in the constituency so far. And so she spent about some 3-5 minutes here and left. If you ask me about security situations, there is police presence here. As I told you earlier, at about 7:40 thereabout, there was a team of police vehicles, patrol pickups, which also drove by, officers coming down to interact with their friends, counterparts who are on the grounds. I count about 10, 12, 15 police officers who have been deployed so far, a number of them in the inner perimeter as well as outside. The team we saw in about 5-6 pickups who drove past and interacted with their colleagues, we are told are patrol teams who are moving around town in the 19 polling stations as well as the entire constituency, surveying the constituency to pick up any info that could lead to any distraction or chaos. And so the police are also on the grounds, a number of them armed. Those in the inner perimeter are here. I do not see them carrying any arm, but they are here monitoring the process. And so there is enough police deployment, security on the grounds, and voting process is ongoing so far. From my last check before joining you, 47 voters have cast their ballot so far here at this polling station out of the 613 who are expected to cast their vote. So it is running smoothly, and we expect that the voters will turn out to vote in their numbers before the close of poll later in the day, sweetie. All
right. Thank you, James, for bringing us those details. And I mean, gentlemen, it makes sense that the reason we are even here in the first place is because of the violent disruptions of collation, centers. And I keep saying that the polling stations themselves, they are not a reason to have, to be concerned in terms of security. It is when it comes to the collation, that is where we saw pockets of violence. So all our reporters are reporting this morning that security is well beefed up, and I think that's a good one. Yes. We have about 5 or so minutes to wrap up. And I think, Mr. Awuntro, you were the one.
Yes, I was just trying to juxtapose that what happened in the U.S. as a capitalist state, vis-a-vis our banking sector here. The government could have come in to support the banks that were doing well, and afterwards, shares were acquired for the people of the United States. So we could have done that when we talked about. But it's a good news this morning to see our savings and loan sector of this economy growing so well within the first 6 months of this. Let's hope that the momentum goes on well, that at the end of the year or at the end of some period, they'll be able to support businesses in this part of the world. People who cannot have access to loans because of the tightening conditions surrounding getting loans from the big universal banks and so on. And I think with our Women's Bank, the Women's Development Bank that is going to take place, when it comes, it's going to augment the existing one, because loans that we're taken from that, the Women's Development Bank, the interest will be so low, and you can take from even 1,000 to 1 million, depending on your capacity. And I think that is good too.
Prof, I know you have something to say. You're smiling so widely.
I like the angle he was coming from to support this argument. In fact, it's a good story that access over a period of time for 6 months, the growth. I was 10 billion.
No, it's 10 billion.
10 billion. 10 billion.
Yeah, 10 billion.
We are talking about the increase in the total value of resources owned by individual or a bank.
Okay, so this is as of March 2025. So first quarter.
First quarter. Yeah. So first quarter. Simply tells you increase in the total value of all the resources that you have, organization or an institution. And sometimes it could come as a result of 3 things. Appreciation of existing assets you have, or accumulation of new asset that you have, or just income. But I will be quick. I want to see the entire financial statement to be able to peruse. This is one leg of statement they've given to us in terms of the financial position of the company, in terms of the asset they have. They have not given us the comprehensive income statement to tell us the profits portion. Those who have also defaulted, how are they also impacting on the entire financial position? And it's a good call.
That's it for me.
That has it. But, earlier, Honorable was contemplating whether the 1D ONF has indeed been cancelled. Now, the fact is, Mrs. Elizabeth Ofoswaja, Minister of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, says the 1D ONF program, a flagship initiative of the MPP, has been cancelled. That's it.
So as you speak, there is no 1D, 1F policy.
And yes, that's exactly what it says. Let me bring a quote. It says, Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the House's attention to the fact that as of now, there is no policy as 1D, 1F. Then she says, to a question that they asked about remedial, she says, since I did not cancel the policy, I would not be in position to give reasons why remedial measures were not given before the cancellation.
Yeah, so it ties into what I said, that if this policy had been properly seen through, it would have augmented the 24-hour economy, just like the one village, one dam. Or like this one we're talking about, Inspire, Agric, and so on.
So that was it, just to say that has been cancelled. Thank you very much. So that's it. That's how we wrap up the news review segment. Thanks to Professor Isaac Body, Dean, Accounting and Finance. UPSA, to Kwame, I got it right, Kwame Botio, Nkrumah Botio, General Secretary of the CPP and the lawyer, Honorable Timothy Attabuade Awunterim. Is that it?
Yes,
okay.
Got it.
Former MP, Busa North Constituency.
Yes.
We'll take a break. I'll be back with more on the AM show.
Is your tech holding you back? Feeling lost in the maze of outdated gadgets? Relax. Come with me to CompuGhana.
Don't see! This your tablet from CompuGhana has really helped me. Now I track my sales like finance minister. CompuGhana, class and
Number one.
Ghana, we don't just sell electronics, we transform your life. From office to home appliances and more, we have everything you need to step into the future.
CompuGhana, class in CompuGhana, number one.
Are you struggling to own a decent home with your limited earnings? Or are you breaking the bank to construct that commercial or public property? Then Point of Light Construction is your solution. We're your trusted experts in the tried and tested hydroform interlocking block building technology. With a team of highly trained and skilled staff, we undertake design and building contracts. With us, you're assured of decent, affordable, and quality building projects that are fireproof, bulletproof, and earthquake resistant. Our footprints are dotted across Ghana and elsewhere in West Africa. We provide build, operate, and transfer services for communities in need of market buildings, recreational centers, lorry parks, modern public toilets, and more. For your private homes, group housing projects, purchase or lease agreements, and training and consultancy services, contact Point of Light Construction on 020-000-8174 or 024-417-9248. Locate our office in Accra at Pantine near Focus Hospital. Point of Light Construction, your hydroform experts.
No matter how far you run away, you always come back to where you started.
punctured, mutilated, fingers cut off.
I'll lend you the money. My boss believes in giving players another chance.
You don't know what to do if you don't have the money to pay back. Come listen to me.
Sir, it's done. Good. 1 week. That's all you got to pay up.
You've been gambling. Again.
Unfortunately, we're still chasing shadows. He's clearing the board to make way for something bigger.
How could you do this to us, God? Who's there?
I can fix this.
Everything has a meaning. For every story, there are many versions of what is true.
What we need to do is guarantee that kids will get an education. Go to Finland, go to everywhere else. The state does not pay for people to go to boarding schools.
Every opinion can be debated. The political construct of the national interest can be interrogated, but some facts are hidden in the depths of interpretation.
The cost of the land at Emperor Residential, which government has just bought for them, but they are waiting for the construction of the ambassador's residence. You need to add that as well. The relocation of the judges, the cost of the construction of a permanent bungalow, then passport office. It costs us 10 million Ghana cedis to relocate the passport office. So why is government not coming clean?
So we check the facts, raise the standards of intellectual discourse, and present the issues on the altar of unbiased scrutiny. This altar is Newsfile, your most authoritative news analysis program.
We must practice independent, credible, and fearless journalism.
Newsfile with Samson Ladia Yenine.
To the AM show, and as we told you earlier, we still have our ears and eyes on the Ablekuma North constituency, where the Electoral Commission is rerunning 19 polling stations there, and we'll bring you every update on what's happening there here on the JoyNews channel. But for now, let's talk about science. Let's talk about quantum science, and technology. There is a public lecture coming up in that regard, and I've been privileged to have in the studio Dr. Prince Korea Osei. He's Center President, AIMS Ghana, and Director, Quantum Leap Africa. Good morning to you, sir, and welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Ah, you must be brilliant, huh? Because quantum there is not easy. You should be very good in physics. Well, let's talk about this whole, quantum science and technology. When we say quantum science and technology, what are we talking about?
Okay, let me just start by saying that quantum is just the description of the smallest entity or unit of any physical property, be it matter or energy. Hey. And quantum theory is actually a theory for the microscopic world. So a theory that describes electrons and atoms and subatomic particles. But what is important is that it is that theory that has led to things like semiconductors and our computers that we are using now. Mm-hmm. And today, it is actually leading us to an amazing technology that will impact fields in sensing and communication and in computing.
Amazing technology, you say? Is that what you said?
Yes.
What is that amazing technology then?
So today we are able to harness the power of these elementary particles to build technology. And in actual fact, so potentially we are able to build a computer that is far more powerful than the computers we have now, which have reached their limit and are not able to do some tasks that we expect them to do. And the impact of this, for example, in areas of drug discovery, modeling of and predicting climate, and other areas, the current computers that we have reached their limits and are not able to give us the precision and solve the problems that we are able to, we need to be solved. So the idea is now a new technology provided by these quantum technologies that is able to harness the power of these elementary particles to produce this new computational power to solve these problems.
The computer has gotten to its limit.
Yes.
Wow. So it sounds like fiction to me, really, that the computer has gotten to its limit. So now we have to rely on quantum physics, you say, or science to get it done.
Yes.
And are these physical things that we will see? Because if you're talking about computational and it's going to replace the computer, we should see them physically. Is that it?
Yes, so these are physical computers that are being built in different parts of the world. The main reason why we are organizing this public lecture is because it is 100 years this year since the development of quantum theory. And the United Nations has declared the year 2025 as the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology. And already there is a growing quantum divide, which is the gap between countries with more structure and technology and countries in the global south that don't have that power to build these quantum technologies. So the goal of these events is to accelerate capacity building in the global south, especially in Africa, and create a pipeline for young people to participate in these emerging technologies.
So who is the keynote speaker chosen for this particular public lecture?
The keynote speaker is Professor Jonathan Oppenheim. He is a quantum physicist and a specialist from the University College of London, and he'll be speaking at the University of Ghana CD Conference Center, where we have the public lecture.
Why was he chosen? Because he's a quantum physicist?
Oh, he has very interesting, unique ideas, innovation in quantum theory. The field is still very early days yet, and there are a lot of development and new ideas in the field. And he's one of the leading experts with innovative ideas in the field, and also able to inspire young people to participate and pursue careers in the field.
And the event is happening today?
Yes, the event is happening today at 2 p.m. at the CD Conference Center, University of Ghana.
Professor Oppenheim will be speaking on the title, Our Quantum Future. You've mentioned that, in fact, quantum is the next big thing because computers have reached their limit. But, I mean, why that theme, and what should we, those who will be coming there, expect to take away from this lecture?
So let me start with a quote from the founder of AIMS, Professor Neil Turok. He said, "We are analog beings, we live in a digital world, and we are facing a quantum future." In actual fact, scientists have discovered that the real world is actually quantum. And potentially, currently there is a whole big quantum economy with over $40 billion, which is projected to hit over $100 billion by 2040. And this is a huge economy, new economy, that provides opportunity for young people. At AIMS, we believe that the future of science is in the youth of Africa, and our goal is to prepare the young people in Africa to be able to secure their future jobs. So we believe that if you think AI has been disruptive and revolutionary, then wait till you see quantum. Quantum technology promises to be more disruptive, and it is going to, the concern is that if we don't act now and get the young Africans who are actually going to be the largest workforce in a few years in the world to participate in it. The gap for the existing digital gap already will be accelerated by quantum technology. So we need to act, and we are doing a lot of capacity building and training, and also advocacy to get African governments to invest in these kind of technologies.
If you say African youth will be the largest workforce for quantum, what kind of work? So you say quantum, you're building computers, right? What should we expect to be that work that African youth will be doing when quantum really takes off?
So, like I said earlier, quantum technologies will impact areas in communication, in medical imaging and drug discovery. This week we've been having a quantum hackathon, which finished yesterday, and some of the groups came up with a quantum solution for discovering drugs for malaria, for example. So it will impact areas in agriculture. It will impact the banking sector heavily because of cryptography and security. Because if someone has a quantum computer right now, all the current encryptions, they are all gone. So the person can, and what is even worse is that now there are people who are downloading files that they cannot decode and waiting until they have a quantum computer to be able to hack it, because all the current systems of encryption in our banking sector and everything is based on a prime number factorization problem that a normal computer can take several years, millions of years to crack, but a quantum computer can crack it.
But that's dangerous then.
Yeah, so these are some of the ethical concerns, and that we are also advocating that the development of these quantum technologies should be developed for the good of humanity.
I understand after the public lecture there will be an open forum sort of for people to, like a dialogue. Who and who would also be part?
We have different scientists coming from Argentina, Brazil, UK, Canada, different parts of the world who will be speaking on the panel, and from Africa as well. And so that will follow immediately after the public lecture.
And who are invited to this?
We are inviting the whole public. So the talk is designed to reach everyone, from school kids to market women, to university professors, businessmen. We invite everyone to attend and listen to how quantum technologies will revolutionize our world in the future.
All right. But so you mentioned the market woman. Why should I, as a journalist, show up there, even though you say, yeah, it concerns me, but why should I bother being there today?
Yes, quantum technology, why should I care? So the point is that whether you like it or not, there's going to be a huge impact. I have just spoken about encryption, for example. There's going to be a huge impact across all phases, and quantum technology can be applied in every area of life. So we want the young people to aspire to pursue careers in the field. We want you to encourage your young people and your friends who are interested in science to consider pursuing careers in quantum physics and quantum technologies, because the potential there is huge. And we also want everyone to be aware of the risks and the potential that is facing us in these emerging technologies.
In fact, when I was in school, physics was one of the things I loved anyway, but I've lost track of it long ago. Before we go, a final word to viewers.
So my final words is that I want to invite everyone to the City Conference Center this afternoon at 2 p.m. To listen to the public lecture on our quantum future. It is very important that Africa plays a leading role in the discovery of these new technologies. We have been playing catch-up in digital technologies like AI, but we don't want to miss the emerging quantum revolution. So we want to encourage everyone to participate and be aware and come and listen to the talk.
Dr. Prince Koriose is the Center President, AIMS Ghana, and Director, Quantum Leap Africa. Thank you so much for coming through. Well, that's it here for this segment, but this is still the AM show. We will take a break. When we return, we'll take you to Ablekuma North, because today the Electoral Commission is rerunning 19 polling stations there in that particular constituency. We're expecting around 6,000 voters to partake in this. We took you around earlier where you saw that some people had already cast their vote. Both candidates, we understand, are patrolling these polling centers, and we'll take you there to let you in on what exactly is happening there. Our men and women are on standby here on your election headquarters. Stay with us.
Chopbox, a convenient service. Next in line, please.
Hi there. I've been hearing a lot about ABSA lately. People say you give more. Is this true?
Oh, it's more than true. See, your rich auntie gets more from ABSA. Your childhood friend gets more from ABSA. Your favorite uncle gets more from ABSA. Your roommates gets more from ABSA. Digital solutions get more from ABSA. Rewards we bring get more from ABSA. 5-star treatment get more from ABSA. Preferential rate get more from ABSA. Easy banking and no any ABSA. Instant loans and no any ABSA. Bank hopper party and no any ABSA. FTK account and get more from ABSA. Yes! Join thousands of ABSA customers enjoying priority treatment, preferential rates, amazing rewards, and seamless digital solutions to help you write the next big chapter of your story. Sign up for an ABSA account today and get more. Your story matters. ABSA.
Hey! Is your tech holding you back? Feeling lost in the maze of outdated gadgets? Relax. Come with me to Configure.
Don't see! This your tablet from CompuGhana has really helped me. Now, I track my sales like finance minister. CompuGhana, class and
number one.
At CompuGhana, we don't just sell electronics, we transform your life. From office to home appliances and more, we have everything you need to step into the future.
CompuGhana, class in CompuGhana, number one.
Fact.
Did you know that only 1 in 10 Ghanaian university graduates find jobs after their first year of completing school? Also fact. Up to 66% of DTI graduates find employment in the first year after completing their course. So, what next? Enroll in a skill program at DTI and level up. Find out more at www.dtiafrica.com.
Of course, we are your election headquarters, bringing you all the action from on grounds in those 19 polling stations that the Electoral Commission is conducting election rerun. And Jacqueline Ansomayabwa is on grounds for us. She has been since this morning, and she still has some updates to report to us. Jackie, what can you report to us at this moment?
I'm still at the Methodist Church or door call, and I've been engaging the voters after they go to cast their ballot. And what I've been hearing is the fact that most of them, what has been happening was that when they come, the issue is that their name is not in the register. Some of them too, who are able to cast their vote, their response is, oh, it was smooth and it was okay. But then I'm here with the Ayawaso North MCE. Sir, good morning. You're live on JoyNews.
Good morning.
I've seen you've been here since. How has it been for you so far?
Yeah, so far so good. The only challenge we do have currently is that ideally this polling station should be containing 3 other polling stations, but it's only 1 polling station that is active. And as such, people do come thinking it's their branch, but upon entry, they get to realize their names are not in the register. That is the only problem we're having currently. So we are making some of the branch executives in here go inside to talk to the people, sensitize them, and let them know who are eligible to vote today. Okay. So that is currently the work we're doing around. Along with me here is the constituency chairman for Ablekuma North, and then assemblywoman for Trimami electoral area, and the ward coordinator too. Okay. So they are aiding do that particular work at the moment.
All right. What you also have to say when it comes to the voter turnout, because personally with all the other polling stations, I've been to like 5 so far, and it looks like people are coming in bit by bit, but you are here taking the register yourself. So how is it like for you?
Yeah, the voter turnout so far is very low. Below expectation though. That's why we are moving the people to go sensitize the people and then bring them out to come and vote in their numbers so we can make the day.
Okay, all right. Now, sir, you were raising some concerns earlier about you seeing certain things earlier, people coming in to vote, then they will be called. Can you just hash on that for us?
Yes. Most of the people we called our people to come and vote. When they get here, then the Red House opposite us, they will call you in, tell you to go and vote and come for money. So vote buying is going on here. That is what I've observed so far.
Wow. How many people have you seen so far?
About 5 people have been called and they've reported to me.
Oh, okay. And they are your people?
They are my people.
Okay. So did they take whatever thing that was given to them?
They were asked to finish voting and go. So as soon as they were talking to me, you also called me. So I've not
engaged them.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right, so that is the situation on the ground. This is the NDC team, and that is what they are saying, that they've observed vote buying going around. Personally, I was inside, but their team was outside, and that is what he is saying. But also the assemblywoman too, she was here engaging with some of the voters. How has it been going for you so far?
Okay, we have been going rounds to call the voters, but what I realized was this polling station is having 3 centers, but when they come, it's only one polling station that can allow them to vote. Yeah. And even what is bothering me is those having the names A, the alphabet A to D. So it means if your surname starts with E, you will not be able to vote. So that has been our problem, because most of our people, their name starts from the E to Z. So now we have to go out there and make sure we educate the people very well, check their names before we allow them to come and vote.
Don't you think that like you have limited time for that? I mean, today is the day. Don't you think you don't have time for that?
No, I have all the data here with me. Okay. So I'm going back, sort the names out, then I will say those who are eligible to come and vote here, so that people will not waste much of their time that they are coming to vote, and they will be turned out again.
Okay. Well, sweetie, so that is the update that we have for you at the Methodist Church or Dorko, raising issues of vote buying. And earlier when you came, I talked about the fact that most of the voters come in and then they are turned away. But speaking to the presiding officer earlier, the situation was that this place, when in 2024, this exact location had about 2 polling stations, but this time around it's just 1. So people presume that once it's the same place, their name would be there. So that is the misunderstanding. But then if you can pan the camera around, there's more security coming to this very area. That is the Methodist Church or Dorko. As I said earlier, this place was the collation center during the parliamentary presidential elections in 2024. You see the police, you see a couple of men here, but over at the other side, you see more personnel over there being dispatched to also come here to this very location. As to if the police has an intel, we don't know, but what we see is that more and more security personnel are being deployed to this very area, sweetie.
Oh, Jacqueline and Samaya were on grounds for us, and thank you, Jackie. We'll circle back to you in a bit when we have when we need more details from live on grounds. Now, when we come back to the studio, our lead data and research analysts, Isaac Kofi-Eje, who celebrated his birthday yesterday, and Samuel Kojo-Brace are standing by. We want to take a look at exactly what the data is saying and how does it feed into what we are seeing today. So, Kofi, take it away. Take it away.
Yeah, of
but
course.
I mean, gentlemen, before you even start, it makes sense that security will be beefed up this much. Because the reason we are here, the reason we have a rerun is because security was not tight enough to see through the collation processes. Even when the court directed that they provide security, it was still marred with pockets of violence. And so it makes absolute sense that we are seeing a lot of security personnel over there ready to nip any sort of violence in the bud.
Now, sweetie, talking about security, we understand, and per the data we are getting, there will be 1,900 police personnel on ground. This is the reason the Ghana Police Service has decided to deploy 100 policemen to each polling station. So we are expecting
100, that's
in a shift
1,009.
system, absolutely 1,900 police personnel on ground. This is because 19 polling stations, and this is a very consequential election. Whoever wins in Ablekuma North has or changes, the mix in terms of our parliamentary makeup currently. We'll talk about that. But what we understand is that there will be over 6,800, registered voters who will be voting, who are currently voting. That's the expected registered voters. I mean, that is what we are expecting. And so, I mean, turnout will be important. I mean, where people will be voting, we'll be looking at all the 19 polling stations which one has the highest number and all of that. Okay. That is what we're doing today.
So let's go into the numbers as we do have them and go through to see what really we're looking at, Kofi.
Well, so, I mean, a lot has been said about whether the MPP was going to contest or not, but definitely what we are seeing is that the party or the candidate has decided to go and contest.
Yes.
The party's position was that, I don't want to use the word boycott, but they weren't going to participate. But it looks like, I mean, that decision has been set aside because you have even those who want to be flag bearers of the party sending support to the way of the woman in the form of cash kind and saying that we are using that to support the election. Kennedy Japan has done that. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has also done that. Brian Champon, and even Dr. Dichum has also done that.
I'm enjoying the conversation there, but we have Daniel Tonyaga. He is the NDC Director of Elections in the Ablekuma North constituency, and he joins us via phone. We want to understand his perception of what's going on right now this morning. And Daniel, thank you for joining us on the AM show. We know that it's a slow start. We also know that security is beefed up. But from your perspective, how is the election unfolding today?
Well, good morning, and good morning to your viewers. Everything is going on very well, I must say. It's been a while we witnessed such a level of tranquility in our electoral process, and I can say without any equivocation that the security is beefed up. The queues are not too much around from various polling stations that have gone around, but I can say it's the best. Everything is going on smoothly.
I mean, as Director of Elections, you've had the privilege of observing a number of elections, but do a comparison for me in terms of the December 2024 parliamentary election in that same constituency and today, in terms of the numbers and the way people are trooping in to cast their ballot. How is that going? Are you seeing more numbers today than we saw in December, or are we seeing less numbers today than we did in December?
Well, comparatively, we cannot, do the same level of equation from today's election and that of December. Because December there was that high level of, public enthusiasm in going to the election. This one, it was announced just a week ago. So indeed, we haven't gotten to that level, that threshold we all, were planning earlier to have, the numbers as it were. But it's encouraging. It's early days yet, and we believe that. Because looking at where I find myself at the moment.
Where do you find yourself?
They come in thick and fast. And you see, they are coming through. The presiding officers and their team are also very swift and fast, and they are doing their work. So we don't have much queue in session, just as we used to witness in previous elections. So it's all well and good, and it's very. What's the time now? I think it's 9 o'clock. We are expecting some level of turnout by 12 midday.
Okay, so you said that it was just a week ago. Do you think that has done any? I mean, does that take away something from the election in terms of how prepared the voters are? I know that it's not everyone who voted in those 19 polling stations who's available today to vote. Some might have traveled, others lost their lives, who knows? So that is
very true.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. Do you think voters are well prepared?
From the numbers or the number of people who should be expecting for them to come down here and vote. Of course, many have traveled. Of course, as a party enthusiast, we have been talking to people who have moved out of their various polling areas, and they've surged to different areas, and some of them it's so difficult for them to even come back. Others are very much enthused to come back and then cast their vote. So we, all in all, it's a tipsy-turvy kind of a situation. We are looking at it. Maybe there will be some level of numbers coming through in the midday going, as it were.
As of the time the NPP boycotted or said they were withdrawing from the election, we know that the NDC were campaigning, but did that water down your efforts in terms of knowing that your opponents are not going, so you didn't go as hard as you could have gone? Did that happen? I want an assessment of the impact of the NPP's.
In any of our meetings, we realize that complacency can overturn everything. So for us, the moment EC announced that the elections are going to be on the 11th of July, we started working. And we have been working till today. So we don't want to look at our opponents, whether they are participating or otherwise. The most important thing is that the election will come on. and we have to do everything that we can to make sure that we get a victory today.
Okay, so I mean, before we let you go, you mentioned that there are security personnel. We can see them on our camera for ourselves. Are they just standing by trying to mitigate any issues of violence, or are they intimidating? There are a lot of security personnel on ground. How are the people reacting to that? Is it boosting confidence or is it intimidating?
The protest. They don't. I don't think any of them feel intimidated whatsoever, because the security personnel are just around. They are just around the polling area. You can see they have cordoned up with their barricades and what have you. So they're giving you a passage. And because we are not having huge numbers that are queuing, long queues and what have you, it's so easy for any voter to walk through, just walk in, check your name, get your what do you call it there, the voting sheet, and then go to the booth and cast a vote. It's so simple, and I believe that nobody will raise issues of intimidation, because the police personnel are just being professional and then watching the process.
Okay, there was something you said about from where I stand. Where are you right now? Where are you talking to us from?
Hello, I didn't hear the question correct.
Where are you? Where are you standing right now?
Oh, I am currently at the Roman Catholic Church, Buza Junction, Sakaman.
Okay, and how many people can you count who voted so far?
So far, I think I have not checked, accurately with the agents, but I can look to see around, let's say by some 50 people have already cast their vote.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Daniel, we wish you the very best, and we'll probably touch base with you again when there's a need to. Daniel Yao Tonyega is the Director of Elections for the Ablekuma North constituency on the NDC side, and he joined us for that brief conversation. And gentlemen, looks like the security is a big deal today.
Yeah. I mean, as you said earlier, the whole reason we are here today has to do with the violence that disrupted the coalition process. And therefore, if you are correcting with today's process, you then don't want to give room for what happened to happen again. And that's why the police say we are deploying 100 police personnel per each polling station. And that makes it 1,900 police personnel. I mean, after a lot of them will also make their way to the coalition center. So it really tells why we have that level of
and Kojo, before Isaac comes in, a good point to note, he said, is that they are just standing around observing. So they're not towering over anyone, they're not intimidating anyone, and I think that's a good start. Otherwise, once the people feel uncomfortable, then action starts to come in. Kofi, over to you.
Well, I mean, the process itself needs that kind of policing. I mean, in fact, because of what Kojo has said, what happened on December 7th, definitely you need this number of police personnel on ground. And if you look at the ballot statistics and the number of registered voters, if you do the math, that's about 431, registered voters per polling station. If we go down deeply, you see that there are polling stations with about 67 total registered voters. And so although there will be police around, I'm not sure that there will be that chaos and the crowd and all of that because of we are not having election in all the 281 polling stations, just 19. And so with the police being there, I think it's a form of assurance that you are safe if you decide to come out to vote.
And one thing to add on to your point, you saw where Jackie was, the Methodist church. You saw them standing on top of the story building there. They were not all actually in the perimeter. So sort of to say that...
I'll tell you something about the Methodist session, possibly why the police there or the security presence there is a bit heavy because it's one. Exactly one of the polling station with the highest number of registered voters. So definitely all political parties will have their eyes on those polling stations. But whatever the case is between these two giants, I mean, who gets the chance to represent Ablekuma North in the 9th Parliament? We understand that what is going to happen today will possibly bring down and settle all the disputes that has been happening. But definitely, Kojo, we've been talking about this for the past 2-3 weeks, where both political parties have been standing in terms of what they think should be done in Ablekuma North. But definitely, the EC has made a decision, and court has given them the green light to go ahead and possibly run the election. But we know the NPP didn't want to participate in this election. But as it stands now, they have no choice done to go to the grounds and tell their people to come out to vote. But let me tell you something about Ablekuma North and why it is important. This has been the trend so far. What you see just by looking at this chart is that this is a constituency that has never been won by the NDC. It's a total orphan constituency to the NDC. And so to have it come to this level around this time where 19 polling stations are supposed to decide who wins, it tells you the kind of shift that constituency has gone through. And I'll tell you the reason why we are at this point. But Nane Free came in somewhere 2016, and you see that Ablekuma North, although NPP has been ruling this constituency, their votes started declining in 2000 when they got that 69.24%. That was that's actually their highest.
So the decline started from 204.
Exactly, right? 204. Yeah, so 204. If you compare that to 2000, you see that it was 204 that they actually went below what that, historic high in 2000. 204, 2008, and then in 2012, they got that marginal increase. And this is the period that was actually, run by Kwame Nabatels. We know that, in fact, this is a constituency that has been, the stronghold of the party. The Batels have been running, both the father and the daughter, all, getting the chance to be in charge of the constituency until the Free also came to the picture. But even the Rabna Orban, if you look at in the lead up to the election, nobody was really talking about Ablekuma North because all projections showed that the NPP, even at their worst, could hit about 57% of the total valid vote cast. Nobody really saw this going down to possibly they winning with just 414. According to them, that's what they won by. And even with the NDC closing the gap to that
figures from the EC, according to Tanko, the NPP is now leading from the coalition they did yesterday. 48 votes.
48 votes.
Quite close.
Very close. But we know that there are constituencies that elections were actually won with 3. Whatever that happens today will be interesting. And let me tell you something about Ablekuma North. And the reason why MPP has ruled Ablekuma North since 1996 is that this is a constituency that is 100% urban. And we all know what really happens in the urban constituencies. Usually, MPP is able to lead in those constituencies. If you look at the demography of Ablekuma North, it is a constituency that has about, let's say, 58% Akans. Right? 20% Gadangbes, 10% Evers, and 2% other tribe. So, if you know how Akans
the Gadambes are how many?
58% Akans, 20% Gadangbes.
I get it.
10% Evers and 2% other tribe.
Okay. So even if you add all the other tribes to it,
exactly. The Akans actually dominate in Ablekuma North. Where if you select 10 registered voters, you are likely to have 6 of them being Akans. And if you select 10 polling stations, NPP is likely to win 7 out of that 10. So if you look at all of these dynamics, you see and understand why NPP has dominated in Ablekuma since 1996, with NDC having no chance. To get 40% of even the total valid vote cast will be a big deal for the NDC. And they never went into the 2024 election dreaming about 50% or possibly winning, because they knew they could make a mark, but possibly not down to this point.
And to buttress your point, they've never had 40% before.
They've never had 40% before. That tells you that
since 96.
Even if you get 40%, that would have been unprecedented for the NDC. The highest they've ever gone is 38.23%. That is Ablekuma. That's the story of Ablekuma North. And that is why the NPP has been ruling this constituency.
So if you look at the trend, could that be also the reason why the parliamentary candidate could not then say, I'm going to go with the party to say I won't be part of this election, because this is our constituency.
This is our constituency.
And I know that I led in the election. So if they say we are going to rerun 19 out of the total, and I know this is our constituency, of course. if you were the front runner, you would not say, okay, I'm going to go with the flow to say I won't be part of it.
That's why many...
You see, the point in that analogy that I think I find a bit conflicting is that this administration has been in office for 6 months. And everybody's talking about macro indicators or micro indicators and how they seem to be, on an upward trajectory. And so the people who may have been, been sympathizers of the NPP along tribal lines have seen what the NDC has been doing, and they will be tempted to vote the other way. So she can no longer say that just because this is our constituency and our stronghold, I don't want to.
Oh no!
What's the
if you listen to her, and her PRO, they say that people came to her at a constituency office to say no, run, we'll vote for you.
Yeah.
Because these are their people.
In fact,
no, run, we'll vote for you.
There must be some confidence.
The reason is very simple. It's because you don't have significant and enough floating voters in Ablekuma North. People are divided. Those who belong to the entrenched positions, and the green side. And you can see the data shows that if you sample 10 voters, the likelihood of NPP getting six out of that 10 voters is very, very high. And so she's looking at this data and she's saying that, well, but I have the biggest of the chance. I mean, why should I leave it to one party to run? Because definitely if you don't go and contest, the NDC will win. And in fact, it all boils down to turnout, right? If you are able to get 6 or 7 people out of 10 selected registered voters, it means if you are able to go to the ground, convince people to come and vote, you are likely to get more votes.
Which is the problem. They say worried the NPP.
Absolutely.
Most of their people did not come out to vote.
So you have a chance today to correct it.
That's why they said that. Look, people feel the leadership of the party actually failed the Kwe-free year, where they said the whole thing was around 37 polling stations, rerunning of 37 polling stations. If 18 have been collated based on whatever evidence the EC had, and you are down to 19, why don't you go and start from last week when that declaration came, go to the grounds, tell people to go and vote, tell your story. You feel you have been cheated. This is the best chance for you to tell people why your candidate has been cheated. But you took an entrenched decision and said that you are going to boycott. So you had more time that you actually possibly wasted because you didn't go to the grounds. Whilst you were fighting in court and saying you will not contest, the NDC was on grounds. They were talking to people. They were telling voters to come and vote. Now let me tell you something another thing about Ablekuma North.
But you also need to be fair to them. Because they said, we believe we won and want to protect our win.
But Kojo, the decision has been made, right?
Yes. And they said, well, we believe in the court. So if the EC has taken that decision, we'll go to court, and that's why they won. But if you listen to the NDC, the NPP, when they were saying we won't be part, had their people on the ground. If you listen to Tanko on PM Express, he said, we know the NPP is campaigning. The NPP said, no, we are not campaigning. So when the national executives were doing, we won't be part, they were there. And if you
believe it.
So it's a good time to usher in Dennis Miracles Abwaje. He joins us via phone for his perspective on what's happening today. And Miracles, thanks for joining us on the AM show. So it looks like the elections are underway. What's your assessment of how it's going so far?
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me. I think the process has started so far. It's been going on quite okay. The energy since morning has been high. The enthusiasm is also there. We're saying that it's all about the ballots. Once we have a very safe, peaceful environment where every voter is able to get access to the polling station to vote without any hindrance, we should be good to go.
Dennis, answer this for me. Was it a strategy to seemingly boycott the election so that your opponents will not go as hard as they could go? Because that seems to be a conversation that we are all locked in, whether or not it was a strategy for you to maybe dissuade the NDC and think that, okay, so they're not going to campaign and we can win this for ourselves easily. Is that what happened?
I think we should discuss strategy after 5 p.m. when the ballot elections are over. For now, we are still in the battle. It's not over yet.
We are still in the middle of the battle.
But have you been fair to your voters, Miracles? I mean, you gave them. Have you been fair to them? You gave them maximum 2 days of campaigning, active campaigning. Some of them were under the impression that the NPP was not going to go into this election rerun, and then suddenly here we are. Have you been fair to them?
You are taking me back to the same matter. I'm saying that let's discuss the strategy after 5 p.m. then we can go into those things. For now, we are doing the get out to vote. We are moving from house to house, shop to shop, to encourage these voters to step out and vote. When we are done, I'm sure we'll do the analysis, and then we'll see where we'll be fair, where we're not fair. But for now, we are deploying every ammunition, every tactic as much as possible to make sure that Honorable Ikefriye emerges victorious in today's poll.
How are people responding to your call, last-minute call to come out and vote?
I think the only hindrance to anybody coming out today may be the actions and inactions of some miscreants, some few of them, who are misbehaving in police uniform. We just saw a GH1 reporter brutally assaulted by a senior police officer. In fact, I understand this police officer is a divisional commander. I'm hesitant to put out his division for now, but he's a divisional commander. And under no circumstance should a police officer brutalize a citizen in the manner in which the gentleman was assaulted, let alone a media person who is basically going about his lawful duty. I mean, when
are you saying this happened today?
Yes, I can forward the video to you right after our conversation. He's a GH1 reporter, a very well-known one for that matter. I'll send it to you. He was just brutalized just now, just a few minutes ago.
Well, if what you're saying is correct, then this will be the first incident of violence that we are seeing marring this election.
I'll send you the video. The video of the brutality of where the divisional commander is actually hitting the gentleman, in a very bad manner, with other policemen surrounding him. And then the gentleman also giving the narration of actually what happened. Right after the conversation, I'll send it to Kingsley for you to see. I've seen a few of your sister stations posted on their social media platforms. So the point is that the IGP should quickly call some of these policemen to order. And it's a very small percentage of them. The police we have in this country have been through several elections. The experience is there. The exposure is there. A lot of our policemen are very, very much accustomed to our electoral laws and our electoral regulations. If anybody misbehaves at the polling station, arrest him. But under no circumstance should we in 2025 see a citizen of our country brutalized and assaulted in that manner. You should see the gentleman's forehead completely swollen, as if the policeman had a stone in his hand when he was hitting him. And that's something we cannot accept. If you do this, what you do is that you intimidate legitimate voters. Because when I'm a voter and I see somebody assaulted in this manner, I come to the polling station with fear. And it becomes one of the things that prevents people from stepping out to vote. And we are calling on the IGP. It's early days here, 9:30 a.m. They should quickly send a signal around to the policemen to handle every citizen with dignity. At best, move the person from the police station, take him to the police station, and then you can take it from there. But under no circumstance should anybody be assaulted because of today's election.
Miracles, that's a good call. In fact, nobody should create any incident of violence in this election. It's just 19 polling stations, so it's a good call. We'll add our voice to that. But tell me, have you caught wind of any of your sympathizers or voters who are not very inclined to defy the directive or position of the NPP, not to go into this election? People who may choose to abstain. You are at the various polling stations, but initially you said you were boycotting, and I think some of your leadership, they still hold that point that it's not.
No, we have moved on. We have moved on from there. Since 3 days ago, the party from parliament to national level, regional level, constituency level.
So the reason I'm asking then is you gave us an official communication that you were boycotting the election. And when you changed your mind, we've been hearing bits and pieces from all over the, of course, mainstream media, but you haven't given us an official statement saying that
the official statement after the elections. We had a change of mind in the middle of the battle. When you are standing at the battlefront, you don't stop to ask.
So let's talk about that. What influenced that change? What influenced that change in decision?
We'll discuss it after 5 p.m.
Miracles. You discussed this after 5 years.
After 5 p.m.
5 p.m. Okay. All right.
Yes. After 5 p.m., after the polls and the ballots are done, we'll come and discuss that. For now, we are in the middle of the battle. For now, we are using, and we are thanking you for giving us your platform. We are urging every voter in these 19 polling stations to please step out and cast your vote. Step out and make your voice known. Step out and contribute to the decision making. One thing, apart from the fact that the leader of the constituency is being elected, there is one significant thing about these elections today, and that is the people of Ablekuma are taking a very important decision to stop a possible parliamentary dictatorship by the NDC government. And that is a very important thing. And it's a key reason why the people must step out to vote this morning.
Miracles, what does this one constituency really mean for you? It will not automatically turn you from minority to majority, but what does it mean to you? Tell me.
Yeah, so it means almost nothing to us, but it means a lot for the sanctity and sanity of the 1992 constitution of this country. It has a huge implication. There is a reason why balance of power is important in every democracy. Any country that mistakenly centers absolute power in the hands of one group of persons is risking the future of the country. And currently, the Ablekuma North constituency seat sits in the middle of ensuring that the NDC gets an absolute two-thirds majority in parliament or halt this in the middle. If we should fail at this, and the NDC gets an absolute two-thirds majority of parliament, then we are basically have thrown ourselves into a parliamentary dictatorship, which is likely to get the NDC to tamper with the 1992.
Can you call it a parliamentary dictatorship if the voters, the citizens, are the ones who voted for their representation in parliament along those partisan lines?
That is why we are having this discussion. And that's why we are saying that we should not let that happen. The voters can inadvertently do that without really realizing it. And that's why we are drawing their attention.
Well,
remember that decision is being done in various constituencies, but the global impact, the holistic view, is what I've just outlined to you. That if Ablekuma North votes for a TI3A, what they would have done is not just to elect a leader for their constituency, but to halt a possible parliamentary dictatorship by one group of persons in this country.
Then
now, we do not know what they will do with that absolute two-thirds. It could be negative, it could be positive, but that is why you don't center or centralize power in the hands of one group of persons.
All right, so Dennis, we have the video. Dennis, hold on. We have the video you're talking about, and we want our audience to see it, and then I can come back to you for a quick reflection on that. So we want to show you what Dennis is talking about in terms of the police officers who accosted someone. I want to see the video I'm watching with you for the very first time. So it looks like an assault on the person. Yeah, Kojo.
The police pushed the guy and tried slapping him. I think the hand even touched his face.
Yeah.
That's
definitely
exactly. Look at him. Look at the police officer there. Look on your far right. Yeah, look. He pushed him, and then
no,
that's a slap. You can't do that.
That's a slap.
Yeah,
that's a slap.
You can't do that.
We're calling out to the IGP, Christian Teteyonu. Please send some sort of directive to your officers on grounds. We want this to be a one-time thing so we can conclude and give the people of Ablekuma North representation in this 9th Parliament. So, Dennis, we've seen your video. Your final word before we take you off.
You should even see I have an image of the gentleman post the slap. And I've just sent it to Kojo Brace. I don't know if Kojo Brace is in the studio with you. You can project it as well. It actually shows you the aftermath of the gentleman has a big injury on his forehead.
All right.
Saying that we have come far. This is 25. We should allow the ballot box to speak. No intimidation, no anybody. Let people come and go home to speak. Let's count the ballot to speak. No leadership suffer or death because of an election.
That's
what makes democracy beautiful.
Dennis Miracle Sabwaje is aide to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and thank you for joining us. And gentlemen, so this is what we have. They say that this election means nothing to them, but it also means stopping what they are calling a parliamentary dictatorship. I mean, you can floor that phrase if you want, because dictatorship means that without the people's choice or say in the matter. And if the people are the ones who go to the polling stations and say we want this particular party, the majority of them to represent us, that's what the people are saying.
The choice itself might not be dictatorial, but the decision that Parliament may take after us could be termed maybe dictatorial. But I mean, we'll analyze that. But first of all, I want us to talk about the video we just saw. And it tells you where we have gotten to in our democracy, where almost every election, whether it's a by-election, main election, presidential or parliamentary election, there is some significant magnitude of assault.
Yeah.
And I'm just seeing this video. This is a guy who is wearing a branded, news jacket, where it shows clearly that he is a journalist. And just being
I think what he's wearing, let's see. But he's in a, as you say, a media branded jacket.
Exactly.
So it tells you he is a journalist covering this event. And then whatever be the case, you're all discussing. You try to lay your hand on the young man. This is not right.
This is wrong.
This is.
The question is, what did he do? And whatever it is he might have done, it would not warrant such treatment when he's wearing a as you and I, the three of us in this room, cannot confirm that he's actually a journalist. But we see him in that jacket, and I can see the front of the jacket. I see Rush behind him. And Miracle said he's a GH1 reporter. I cannot confirm
whatever the case, whether he's journalist or reporter or whoever.
You cannot.
I don't think.
No, you cannot assault a young man like that.
Because it's not about whether the person is a journalist.
You are a law enforcer, right? As for a law enforcer, let someone assault me, and you are the one who has to come to my aid. You then don't turn around to be the one who is assaulting.
To the point where a civilian is rather intervening, trying to separate them from, causing further damage on his person.
Because the reason why we are having about 1,900 policemen on ground is to give some sort of safety and assurance to voters that you can come around and cast your ballot. And I'm not seeing any ballot box where we are at the moment. I don't see any ballot box where the person is trying to tamper with the ballot box or whatever. But some of these things is a clear indication why our election is having a decline in terms of turnouts. Because if I'm going out to go and elect my leader, I don't want to come back home injured. I don't want to...
The black eye.
Absolutely. So some of these things it actually paints a picture of where we are with our democracy. It's not just about having an election and finishing. It's about some of these things that happen and actually mar the integrity and then also transparency of our democracy.
Okay, but I before we go to the data, I just want to point to something. Look, if the video starts, this guy, the police officer may have some temperament issues. Look at him from where he came on to slap the guy. He's the one here. See, he walks all the way.
Wasn't even.
I mean,
his other colleagues were engaged.
Exactly. He wants to have a clear shot at the guy. Right. So he came with an intent, really, to slap the young man. Anyway.
So, gentlemen, let's go back to the data. I mean, of course, we've all condemned the action, and we are hoping that the leadership of Ghana Police Service would actually do something about this. But let's take us back to the data and what possibly at the end of today, Ablekuma North constituency would be, what picture they could be painting for us today.
Well, there's something that both the NPP and NDC are saying currently, that come out and vote. It's because they know that turnout in Ablekuma North has not been the best, has moved from 80% to 62%. Simply means that even with this over 6,800 registered voters that we're expecting to go and vote, 4 are likely to decide that they will not vote. Right? And if that happens, it will really, really affect the direction that the outcome of this election will go. And so we're talking about the parliamentarians and I mean MPs that Ablekuma North has actually elected.
We're doing a serious business here, right? But when Miracle said we are pleading with them to come out and vote, that wouldn't to me sound. We have to cut it so that anytime something happens like that, they say Ghana for Mumpio. So this was Ablekuma for Mumpio, Ablekuma for Mumpio, Mumpio number 2 MPP.
Kojo, we are your election headquarters.
Oh, yes. It's morning, right?
Yeah.
So let's get back to the data.
In terms of ruling Ablekuma, it's clear that this is a safe seat for the NPP.
Yeah.
But things have changed. And if there's one thing that the 2024 election taught us is that currently you can't call any constituency when it comes to parliamentary election as your stronghold. Anything can happen. Even places like Lejokuku that you know they will never vote for somebody on 2 consecutive occasions, they actually did in 2024. So it tells you that Ghanaian voters are becoming more nuanced, very less likely, to be predicted. They are demanding for so many things. They want so many things. And whatever happens in presidential election currently is not an indication of what will happen in parliamentary. You see how now we have presidential election very easy. The candidates can just come out and say that, and Dr. Baume will give that to him, say that, well, I know that I've actually lost, and we move on. But in our parliamentary election, almost all the violence we've seen since 2016 are actually related to our parliamentary elections.
I disagree a little with the stronghold bit.
Yeah.
Because there are some seats you can bet that, for example, North Tone. North Tone will never. Okay, I can't say.
Well, some will remain.
It's stronghold.
But in terms of the number that you can call that, I know that I'm going into the election.
Maybe has changed.
100 or 50 or whatever can change, because we even saw what happened in the Ashanti region. Take a look at a region like Western region. There are places that you never thought that NDC would win there. But they definitely won there.
They did, yes.
In the 2020 election too, in the northern region, there were places that you never thought MPP were going to win there. They won in those areas. Take a look at a place like the Northeast region where MPP performed so well. They went into the 2024 election with the hope that that will continue, and it was not the case. So
I think that another factor that I think contributes to this is the new registered voters.
Yeah.
In the lead up to election 2024, we're told that nearly 1 million, about 800,000 or so new registered voters, and that number can easily tip the scales. These are people who have observed the
I get it.
of our
I get it, Sweetie, but you see, I think one thing we should acknowledge is the turnout too.
Turnout is
I'm happy to listen to you. Let me make my point. I'm saying that these people have observed how we ruled us. So democracy is how we choose to rule, right? They have observed how we rule from a very young age to the point where now they have a choice in the matter.
Very important.
And so they are not voting because I am NPP at heart or I'm NDC at heart like the elder people used to do. It doesn't matter whether or not you're living under good conditions. Once you are affiliated to the party, you voted for the party. But young people these days no longer want that. They're assessing your manifesto. They are listening to what you're saying. They're holding your feet to account, And so that's why I think we are seeing the flips that we are seeing.
No, hold on. Let me come on that.
Comment on that.
See, I think that would be valid if we are able to tell that the people who didn't vote are the older people.
No, but those are two various.
But I think that both of you are making very factual points.
The point is that we had 800,000, close to 1 million people coming onto the voter register, and they likely, because they are young people, they don't vote based on I'm NDC, I'm MPP, whatever. I'm saying that is valid, but it can be valid when you, the data guys, are able to segregate the voters to say the people who voted in this election.
We are not like America.
We don't have it,
and all of that.
So
we'll get to that point. But there's one dynamic, and I'm happy Sweetie spoke about the mindset change and how people are supporting political parties, not based on whether I live in a certain region, I belong to a certain
born
tribe.
into an MPP family.
Where coming into this election, you had about 8 million registered voters who were deemed as Gen Zs, right? These Gen Zs, you can have your own political history from 1996 and all of that, but Gen Zs have their own mindset. So if you are not lucky, and a place like Ablekuma North, which has a lot of youth and a lot of Gen Zs, in that constituency, their propensity to vote is very, very low. Where during the D-Day of the election, a TikTok video or whatever can actually sway the person from not going to vote. There are so many factors that affect Gen Zs not to go to the polls to vote compared to the old registered voter that register that we had.
Yeah.
And so a lot has actually changed when you look at the dynamics of the Ghanaian voter. The Ghanaian voter is now more nuanced. Let's look at how it happened.
Yeah.
We didn't get to this point, and it's not coincidental. See, in 2020, you had MPP winning the election, but struggling to even have majority in parliament.
Yeah.
That was a clear indication to the political parties that, well, we can vote and tell you who becomes president. But when it comes to parliament, we want to decide.
Yeah.
Because we know how you use parliament to decide on certain things. So you move from MPP dominating parliament. Of course, they didn't have super or two-thirds majority, but they really dominated in parliament in 2016. Then comes 2020 where the whole thing changes. And I wish we had that graphic that shows you the convergence. How it became tight.
137.
Exactly. Yeah. But I mean, that graphics that we had would have given you that pictorial understanding.
2016, it was 164, 168 for the MP.
Exactly.
As a
but the convergence actually started in 2016. But 2024, going into the election, both political parties were aware that in terms of the two elections, the most difficult one will be
the parliamentary.
Because these days, you cannot say that this is my stronghold. So many factors. If you go to places in the northern region, they vote based on where the candidate is coming from. They have the color that they belong to, whether blue or green, but when it comes to parliamentary elections, they know where they will go because of who you bring. So with a place like Ablekuma, that is about 58% Akans. The expectation is that MPP should be able to win that place. But if you look at how even politicians and parliamentary candidates and what have you bus people from one place to the other to come and vote, it makes it difficult to have a by-election with this very short notice. Because if it is a general election that everybody knows that we have 4 years to prepare, and sometimes even 1 year for solid preparation, bus arrangements and what have you. But this is 2 days. How do you pick a phone and call, let's say, over 5,000 people or 6,000 people to say that, well, it's time to vote again? So it affects...
Hence what we are seeing, miracles calling in.
Exactly.
Well,
so if we are talking about turnout, some of these factors are important. The fact that Gen Zs are now ruling in terms of the makeup of our registered voters, the fact that politicians have resorted to picking people from different places and bringing them into their constituency to come and vote. So on a day that you are not able to do that, you will have turnout being very, very low. We'll come to
that. Yes. Let's go and the national organizer of the NDC, Joseph Yamin, is speaking to JoyNews now. Let's join him.
Knowing very well that this country is enjoying stability, is enjoying peace, there's a clear sign of good direction going forward. And so it would have influenced my decision. The second point is that the MPP have been in charge of this constituency from 1996, and they have been in power at least under Akufo-Addo. And we can't boast of any major development as far as the MPP's dominance in this constituency is concerned. Today, their party is not in power, and Ablekuma North have the opportunity to present somebody that has her party in power, and have some advantages, some opportunities that could be beneficial to this constituency. If I were a voter here, an MPP person, this would influence me to vote for the NDC candidate, knowing very well that her party is in government and will have some advantages.
You are sure of winning?
I am overly confident that we are winning. But what we are waiting now is to get the people come out and cast their vote. I know that a lot more people who didn't vote for our candidate will vote based on the economic trends we are witnessing now.
Well, that is Honorable Yamin. He is the NDC, one of the NDC executives, and he is just hashing on a couple of stuff that we asked him, especially talking about the fact that this place is a collation center, the initial collation center for the Ablekuma North constituency. So we still see a lot of party faithfuls, the big weight coming in here to just check and make sure that everything is intact and under control right inside the Ablekuma North constituency.
Thank you so much, Jackie, for bringing us those sounds and sights. And that was the national organizer of the NDC. So, gentlemen, let's wrap this up. We have a minute or so to go. Let's, rush through the data and then wrap it up. Kofi.
I think we should wrap up on turnouts because per what we are saying, 6,863 people are the registered voters. Expected voters is 4,393. How did we do this? We did this based on historical data and what we have at the moment. It simply means that this number is big, but the expectation is that just about 4,393 people, and it could be less. Looking at what I'm seeing, it could be less in terms of the turnout. Why? Because this is the data. Historically, it has been around 85% in 2004, right? The second term of President Kufuor. And when Justice Appiah was leaving Ablekuma and handing over to Sheila Battels, he was doing a turnout of 80%. They go back to Sheila Battels, and I think she did, Battels did 80%. Appiah did 66. And then comes in Ekwefriye, who is the current subject of discussion. So her highest is 68% turnout. So if you tell Ekwefriye to go and convince voters to come and vote, you give her 10 voters, the likelihood that she can convince 7 people to vote for her is 68%. So that is the kind of person or candidate we are talking about. Although she's not around this, high.
But Kofi, hold on. Is it to vote for her or to come out and vote?
No, that's the likelihood. But to vote for her, she can get 7 out of every 10 voters she's able to convince to go to the ballot to vote. That's how the data works. But what you see is the sharp decline in turnout. From 80%, now we are talking about 62% in 2020. And there's high likelihood that we may be hitting 60% by the end of this election.
All right.
It all depends on how the two political parties are able to go out and convince people to come in. But the election will be determined on the wheels of turnout.
Thank you.
And Ghana for Mumpio.
Yes.
Ablekuma for Mumpio.
All resident citizens in the Ablekuma North constituency enclave, especially those in the 19 polling stations that are being rerun this morning, please go out and vote. And that's how we're wrapping up the AM show this morning. I've enjoyed this conversation. And please stay with us. JoyNews desk will come up next. And of course, we are your election headquarters. And so don't change the channel. Everything you need to know today on Ablekuma North constituency is right here on JoyNews. My name is Sweetie Abochi. Gentlemen.
I'm Samuel Kojo Brace.
I'm Isaac Kofi Eje.
Please stay. We'll be right back.
Ablekuma for Mumpio.
So, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her.
Syntax pipe, as tough as it can get.
You get so funny with your back, sorry. Oh, what you was that thing? What the cat never wound you with the Hey! Now I'm pipe.
Between a pie and cabo.
Hey, madam, pipe menu.
A syntax pipe. Metono, Omukacham send a one day pa. Say a fee, say a foam. The other pipe we be a yen gum.
Syntax pipe.
Why a leaky?
Come, madam. From today, syntax pipe in my pipe. No 2 ways.
When you know, pipe ben abe use.
SINTEX pipe.
Syntax pipe.
Irregularities. No hala.
Offer assistance. Be willing to lend a helping hand to someone in need, whether it's carrying heavy bags or offering to help with a task. This can make a significant difference in someone's life.
Good Conduct, Great Life is brought to you by
Indomie. Tastes great.
Kivo 4-in-1 Gary Mix. It gets everything inside. Champion taste.
There come a time in all of our lives when your brilliance and your intelligence and skill is restricted and limited. And it is that day that you will realize the need of the supernatural and spirituality. This is the moment we must come together. Hear me. Enough is enough. It's time for something to give. It's time for something to bow. For the first time, we are bringing it to Ghana, the global prayer works coming from all over the nations of the world to lift up prayer. It's time for the powers of the dark kingdom to bow their knees when we gather, when we pray together. It gives us the upper hand. The world is in a state of emergency. The church is in a state of emergency. And all we do is to pray 1 or 2 times and think we've made it. No, it's a lifestyle. Praying in the morning, praying in the afternoon, praying in the evening, praying in the night, praying at midnight, and praying consistently. It is time to stop running business as usual. It will not work. The time that God has set aside for you and I. And all you got to do is to show up. This is a divine summons. It's a subpoena. You can't miss it.
Represents loyalty and dedication to a calling and or a task. Joy FM is 30 years today. We are here to say a big thank you to our resource persons, audience, and advertisers, not forgetting our employees. We are here because of you. We say a big thank you to you. God richly bless you.
All right, welcome to the Joy News desk today. And we say that we're keeping our eye on Ablekuma North because of the rerun of 19 police stations there. Jacqueline Ansuma is on the ground for us now. Let's join her.
Three of us to come and support. So it's nothing like deliberate. We are here to support our sister, and we are here to make sure that we win the seat for NDC.
All right, Honorable, there's been a couple of issues or concerns raised with regards to vote buying. I don't know if you've heard that your opponent, that's the MPP, they've raised concerns that they whenever their members come around to vote, they see the others pull them aside and all that. I don't know if you've heard that.
My dear, this is not news. I mean, every election there's a vote buying. I mean, so if we are buying votes, they should also buy their votes. I mean, we have members who traveled all the way from Kumasi and they have to come and vote. So if such people come, you have to give them TNT to go and vote. I don't think it's a vote buying. Are you guys? So if you think it's a vote buying, you to go and buy the vote. It's as simple as that.
But there are concerns that it could affect the integrity of the process. Are you
I mean, which one is integrity? If someone is loyal to you, why not? The person will vote for you. With or without money, the person should be able to vote for you. So I don't think it's going to, I mean, giving the person TNT. And this morning, I have to call a couple of people. I mean, I was at Mass TV the other day. I gave my numbers out. And people are in Kumasi, others, Takwa, and others who are in Eastern Region. So I told them when they come, they should call me so that I'll give them their TNT. And I don't think this is vote buying. Just to support their TNT.
I don't think that influences them in any way.
It doesn't. I mean, if someone loves you, the person loves you, irrespective of what you give to the person.
Giving money to voters in and around the voting.
We are not giving money. We are not giving, point of correction, we are not giving money. I'm saying that we are supporting them with their TNT. When someone calls you, I mean, looking at where I am, I don't also have Momo on me. So if someone should call that she doesn't have a transport, and for instance, I say, okay, pick an Uber. When you come, let me pay the Uber. And I pay the Uber, is it vote buying? The person called me, it's transportation. Yeah, if the person is MPP, I don't think the person will call me. Obviously, the person is an NDC. That is why she called me, so I have to support. And equally, the MPP people also call them for TNT. So, I mean, this is not news.
But are you concerned that it's happening around voting centers?
It's happening around. Yeah, if the person should come and vote, why are you going to get the person? It's a voting center. So you give it to the person at the voting center. Are you getting?
Honorable, one last question. Yesterday, we saw a turnaround from the MPP parliamentary candidate. Initially, I could say that probably your candidate might have been in a comfortable lead because you didn't know the MPP candidate was going to run, but then she decided to. What is your take on that?
Oh, she has decided. Initially, I thought they won't run, but now that they said they are running, meaning that the grounds is not good for them. I mean, so if someone should take a decision that the party has taken a trend that don't run, a stand that don't participate in the election, and you say you want to, meaning there is something wrong somewhere, and so she's afraid that she might lose the election. That is why she said she's running, and so that is it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that is the Honourable Minister for Greater Accra. But then we also have one member here that we're also trying to get hold of. Oh, okay, that is Honorable okay. General.
I've done only 2 stations. Let me finish the rest and I will address you. 2 stations now. BBI Kama. Yes.
Well, that is General Asiedu Inketia right here closer to the Odoko. He just made an entry here, but then he says that he's been to just 2 polling centers and he'd want to talk and give updates after he's been to the other polling stations. He couldn't say much more, but we are hoping that when we get to meet him some few moments later, he'll give us more updates on what he's seen so far in the Ablekuma North constituency. To be precise, the 19 polling centers that the voting is ongoing. So that is his car moving from here. Yes, so we see a lot of big people in the party touring the various polling centers inside the Ablekuma North constituency. So his entourage is currently on the move now. Just as you're also on the move, I'm pretty sure we would also get closer to him and speak to him very soon. These are all scenes from the Methodist Odoko, right closer to the initial collation center for the 2024 Ablekuma North elections. So they just moved away, and we'll be bringing you more details on the other polling stations from here. I'm moving to other police stations to engage the mood there.
There, giving us what's happening at the Odoko Methodist polling station, where you just saw the regional minister Linda Oklu pass by, and also the national chairman of the NDC, Johnson Asiedu Nketia. Someone, according to sources, is in pole position to become, for the flag bearers of the party. We don't know. You saw the survey by the Global Info Analytics, and it places, I think it was Haruna Mohammed in the lead, followed by Johnson Asiedu Nketia. Haruna Idrisu in the lead, Johnson Asiedu Nketia second, the third was the finance minister, fourth was the chief of staff, and fifth was, I think, Okudzeto Ablakwa. And then you have the daughter of Jerry John Rawlings, Dr. Zenato Rawlings, also in there. So, yeah, by that we can say that he is in the running to become the flag bearer of the party. But let's see how it goes. But I mean, let's stick with Ablekuma North. We'll talk about what we found there later. But let's go back to the graphics and the data as we're doing. We were at the turnout. The turnout keeps reducing. It goes back up. If you look at 96, it was high. It came down to 57 in 2000, went back to 87, came down to 66, went back to 80, came down to 68, but it didn't go up. The sinusoidal we saw from 2016 to 2020, it kept coming down. And you say that, and you say that in 2024, it's likely this will even come down.
Absolutely, and this is the reason because of a term that I have actually couched. It's called proxy strongholds. Okay. Right? Proxy strongholds are places that traditionally they're not supposed to be your stronghold, but you create this as a stronghold for your own self, right? So there are authentic and pure strongholds, like if the MPP goes for parliamentary elections in the Ashanti region, a place like Bekwai, a place like Bosome Freum, a place like, any other place in the Ashanti region where MPP wins, you can say that these are organic strongholds without any form of strong campaigns and influence or whatever, or busing people to the place, NPP is likely to win. The same way if you pick a place like the Volta region, Ketsusa, whatever place, these are organic strongholds of the NDC, right? But a place like Ablekuma, and you heard Linda Oklu there saying that, well, we had to give some people TNT. Why is this important? Because you have ended up creating proxies where a place like Ablekuma North, if you don't bus people from other places, you will not get the numbers. Right?
Are we saying that's the case for the MPP as well?
Well, for both political parties, they do that across the country, where when they are creating these proxy strongholds, which are my own term, right? What they do is that they go to their strongholds, right? Places like the Ashanti region, or for the MPP, Eastern region or the Ashanti region, and bars people from these strongholds and create a proxy stronghold in other places that they think they can win. Same for the NDC. So when you have an election and you are not able to move people, there is no motion there. The propensity that people will come out to vote, and even you having a high turnout, is very, very small, because you create proxy strongholds. It can be a stronghold for the NPP, but I bet you, Kojo, if people are not transported around and people are not moved around, it is difficult, because This is a 100% urban constituency where...
Okay, so I'll let you hold on to the 100%. Let's join Jacqueline and Sumayeboa because she is speaking to the Deputy General Secretary of the NDC, Mustafa Agbande, now.
Fear is very calm. Clearly, there's one thing that is going to happen. The NDC knows that we are partnering with the people of Ablekuma North to enhance development. For us, it's about development. For them, it's about votes, because they've had this seat for 28 years, never did anything with it, never developed the place, rejected the place. We are here to partner with a young, energetic woman. His president and his government is in power to help change the narrative of the area. And for us, it's a win for the NDC at the end of the day. The MPP knows that for a fact, because clearly, we are here as national executives. The MPP is divided into two camps now. Some are sitting in Accra at their headquarters who say they won't come for the election, but behind the scene, they claim and pretentiously are campaigning. But you can't go to the people with this kind of hypocrisy. How can your parliamentary candidate be in election and then you say we are not going, but on one side you are going? Now all of them are here. In their 6 camps that they are divided, they are using these constituency to campaign for their presidential ambitions other than this parliamentary election. So for us, we are here to win the seat. They are here to do presidential candidate election.
Okay. Now, Honorable, there's a video circulating which happened at one of the polling stations, Church of Pentecost, with a journalist being assaulted. I don't know if it has come to your notice.
Assaulted by who?
A police officer.
Well, we'll discuss that. I think that this is not the first time. The minority leader, Apenyo Markin, slapped a police officer recently. Nothing has happened yet. So that is why another thing like that would happen. So when we finish the election, all of these matters will be addressed. These are hazards of the environment. And so we take responsibility for it, that a police officer would do that. I don't know what the issues are. But if you are in election, no matter what comes, there will be scratches. And so these ones are normal of the season. Yes.
Sure. Well, thank you very much. We'll get to talk to you later. That is Mustafa Agbande. He's also right here at the Ablekuma North constituency, still in the same area that we met the Greater Accra Regional Minister and also Monsieur Dunketia earlier. They are all moving to the various polling stations to do their checks, and just as he said, every person who is here is optimistic that the candidate would emerge victorious at the end of the day. We still in the constituency bringing you up to speed details on what is transpiring here.
This is your election headquarters. Trust us to bring you undiluted coverage of what's happening in Ablekuma North, in the 19 polling stations that the Electoral Commission is rerunning, elections there. Well, I say stay with us because we will get to all the fact that is happening there. Let's get back to our smart wall. Kofi, you were on the proxy stronghold.
Yeah. Right? I mean, and I was saying that when you have proxy strongholds and you are not able to transport people at a certain point in time, you have a very short period of time to move people around, it actually results in lower turnouts, right? And let's look at places in the main elections, right? If the main strongholds have low turnout, the proxy strongholds will also have very low turnout. Okay. Because already the organic strongholds are suffered. People, the propensity to vote is very low, so it is difficult to even convince people to even come to other places to go and vote. And so it all boils down to the national picture. But what makes Ablekuma North so special is that 19 polling stations. And I'll be taking you through all the 19 polling stations, their registered voters, and why political parties, when they were doing their groundwork, decided to stick with certain places because of the numbers. Right?
But if you look at the total number of
registered voters,
over 6,000.
Yeah.
Expected a little over 4,000. We have made the point that in Ablekuma North, if you pick every 10 voter, about 7 of them would tilt towards the MPP. So it means that you're looking at 70% of this 4,000 to go for the MPP, if all things being equal.
Absolutely.
So can the MPP then, or can the NDC, based on the goodwill their government is enjoying, say that even though 70% of this 4,000 can go for the MPP, but because of our goodwill, we may flip the seat?
This answers your question. I want us to go back to this chart, and you understand why the NDC already is in the minority and why MPP is the main deal when it comes to who is in the majority. Because already...
hold on for and get my question for me. But let's take you back to Ablekuma North now. Let's go to the grounds where our reporters are to bring you what's happening now.
Sorry, what has been your observation so far? So we missed your earlier conversation. What has been your observation so far? You've been to a couple of the polling stations. What has been your observation so far?
Oh, I am not impressed with the macho men they are trooping around with. It's the same thing that happened in 2024, and they are doing the same thing. But luckily, the police command have been able to deploy a lot of policemen here. But I feel with Methodist here, it's not enough. Okay. This is the same place the NDC constituency organizer tore the pink sheets and everything and bent everything. This is the same place. And he just went there, tore our album from our people. He tore them, intimidated them just right now. They've started the same thing again. Do you get what I mean? Yes. And this is the same place those things happen. So I feel that the police should beef up security.
Oh, no, but have you spoken to the police about the situation?
Yes, I've told them.
And what was the response?
Oh, he says we should exercise patience and that they will work. But I know justice will prevail. You see my word. Every time I speak to you, I say justice will prevail. God is alive, and God will never disgrace the widow. God will never disgrace the widow.
How is the voter turnout for the MP?
Wonderful. It's going well. Yes, people are coming out, but they are trying to intimidate them. People are coming out. Thank you, my dear.
All right, so that is Honorable Carefree, the parliamentary candidate for the Ablekuma North constituency. But we want to get closer because we've seen Sami Awuku, we've seen Miracles also in here. We want to engage. We want to engage them there. This is the situation. We want to get closer. So this is what you see here.
How have you been?
I'm good. Observation so far. How many police stations have you been to?
I've been to about 9 so far. And I mean, I think so far we've had some smooth run of it, except that, 60 police officers in one police station. 60 policemen. In fact, the number
MPP, what is he doing here? They have announced that they are not contesting this election. We are all aware. What is he doing here?
So let me tell you what we are doing here. We are restoring the voice of the people.
He's doing Baumia's campaign.
We are restoring the voice of the people.
Presidential campaign for them.
This is where he sent his men to burn the pink sheets. Here.
How can a pastor do
his
that?
constituency organizer is seen tearing apart pink sheets. This is where it happened. That's why you see 60 policemen. If you look at the album, how many people are even coming to vote? We have more policemen than the people who are coming to vote. And the Deputy General Secretary of the NDC entered here with more numbers than the number of people in the album. What kind of intimidation is this? What kind of democracy are we running? Should we all go home and leave it to them?
How can you intimidate a party?
Should we all go home and leave it to them? You saw the number of entourage he came with. But I thank God today is a Friday. And so I'm very confident that on a Friday, a senior imam like him, he will comport himself.
There's been issues and there's been cases of vote buying, especially around this area. Have you chanced up? Have you heard that?
By MPP?
Both.
Brana Champo donated 200,000. Baumia donated 400,000. Now they are donating presidential camps. So I won't be surprised they are sharing. But as for us, we are stabilizing the economy. We don't have money to share. We have goodwill messages to give. They say they are not participating in the election. They told all of us. So I don't see why they are here. Where are their principles?
You saw the reports going around yesterday about the Jubilee House bringing 10 million into their constituency for just 19 police stations, 10 million. This morning, there's a video on one of your sister stations where the gentleman was asked after he finished voting what happened. And then he said he's received 100 cedis from the NDC candidate to come and vote. He's on record. In fact, I'm actually pushing that video to the OSP because he's the one that's arresting people for vote buying. Ask him. The gentleman said he received Momo, and this can be verified. Because all we need to do is to go to MTN and actually verify whether he's lying or not. Because I am not the gentleman, I don't vote here. But he confirmed that he received 100 cedis from the NDC candidate to come and vote. Why are we selling our democracy? Why are we buying the will of the people? I don't know what the NDC think they are doing. Ablekuma North is voting.
Say these are allegations yet.
But that's exactly what I said. Didn't I say that the gentleman is on video?
Yeah.
And the gentleman has yet finished voting. Mm-hmm. You see, they can buy as much as they want. But there's one thing that I know for sure. What I know for sure is that Ablekuma North elections today is to halt a possible parliamentary dictatorship. Ablekuma people are not just voting for a leader, they are voting to halt the possibility of handing over this country's constitution into the hands of one people for them to manipulate and do whatever they want. They are doing it for the mother Ghana, and that is why we are here to ensure that nobody intimidates them. They are looking for an absolute 2/3 majority, and he knows it. Ask him whether he is for John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency, going for the 3rd term or not. He will tell you that he doesn't know and that he hasn't been told anything yet. We are working at ensuring that there is balance in our democracy, and the people of this country should not be intimidated from doing that.
Miracles was at the presidency.
Have you finished sharing the money?
This is.
I met him there sharing some money. I met him there sharing money. Have you finished sharing? Or you are here to share for that?
With which Nanado destroyed this country. They are the ones campaigning here.
Okay, so that is the situation here. You've heard a lot from Mustafa and also Miracles here, right here inside the polling center here at the Methodist Church, Modoko 1. And a lot of people are still trooping in here. The security is doing their possible best to make sure that everything is under control, because according to the security, there shouldn't be any form of campaigning right closer to the polling the polling station. So that's currently what is happening here. We also see Sami Awuku in here too.
We are refrained from anything that will mar the process, and that is why you've seen we're conducting ourselves well. Those in office, those mandated by the state to protect the people and protect the electoral process, must ensure that they are also doing the right thing. I want to state that don't let us believe the rumors we are hearing that the last few hours towards the end of polls will be when the violence will be at its peak. We've gone almost through half of the day, and we believe that it's been relatively peaceful. But we do not trust the NDC in this process. Let me be very honest. I don't trust them in this process. And that is why we are vigilant. Because I've seen many of their operations boys. As we say, we want the police to do their work. It doesn't mean that we also do not have the same boys that they do. But we've been very restrained in ensuring that we also go by the rules. That notwithstanding, the MPP will also help provide security to support our candidates and our people at the various polling stations, to also help give them comfort. Let the police do their part. As citizens, we also will do our part. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so that is Same Awuku here, and he also just finished speaking about the fact that according to him, they are in for, he's talking about the fact that they don't want to hear that at the end of the day there's been chaos and there's been this kind of issues and all that. So we're still trying to engage a lot of the party executives that we see here at the Ablekuma North constituency. We've been asked to move the interviews and the conversations outside the premises to allow the voters come in and vote, because some of them, according to the security, it was sort of in a way influence their vote, or even it's even a way of campaigning, which is not allowed when it comes to elections. So we've been asked to move out. So as you can see, everybody is out of the perimeter now to do whatever engagements that they want to do here at the Odoko Methodist 1. But then to anyone who is just watching, this very location is used to be the collation center for the 2024 elections. Yes, this very center, and this is where all the chaos started until it was recollated and a whole lot, until it finally resulted in a rerun. So the number of voters expected here is 464 voters. I'm yet to confirm the number of voters that have voted so far, but that is the current situation in here at the Ablekuma North. We don't know what is going on, but we see everyone being asked to move.
Okay, so
okay,
I mean,
so that is still Mustafa Vande in the shots over there. We've engaged him earlier. We engaged him earlier.
So that there you have visuals coming in from the Odoko Methodist Church. That is the polling station that was used as a collation during the 2024 election. That had some violence that disrupted the process, and it is looking like an interesting spot. So our colleague Jacqueline will still be there to bring you whatever that will be going on there. I mean, you saw Samia Oku, he's a former national organizer of the party. He knows, and now he's an MP there. You also saw Bande there. You saw Miracles Abwaji, aide to Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. You saw, I think this was also the area that Johnson and Sedu Ketia came.
Yes.
Yeah. Also, you've seen the regional minister there, Linda Oklu, also getting there. So quite an interesting spot.
That place is actually the focal point. It's very, very important. You heard Jackie there, and we'll go to the numbers very soon. If you look at the top 5 polling stations with the highest number of registered voters, Methodist is one of them, right? But we were talking about turnouts, right? Yeah. And your question you asked, and it's simple. You know that from 1996 to 2020, NDC has been in the minority. To even think of getting 40% was a dream, because the highest they've done was 38% in 2012, 38.23% in 2012. So to get to this point where we have to do a rerun of 19 polling stations to decide, it gives the NDC that strong conviction that, well, we are making inroads and we can possibly win in this place. That brings me back to the point I was making, whether Ablekuma is indeed an organic stronghold or a proxy stronghold, where if you don't, bus people into the constituency, you will not be able to win that. And we understand that in 2024, one dynamic that changed the outcome of the election was turnout. And Ablekuma North suffered heavily in terms of the turnout, where they got just 62% of the registered voters. If y'all can actually give me that slide, that would be very good. Where you see how Ablekuma has actually tanked in terms of convincing people to come and vote. As it stands now, if you select 10 registered voters, the likelihood that all of them will come out to vote is very low. You can only get 6 out of that 10 to come out and vote because of the numbers we are seeing. But Kujo, I want us to go back to and start looking at some of all the 19 polling stations and see the registered voters and how they've come so far. But I mean, before we even go to that registered voters or the rank we have done, we said Ablekuma is 100% urban. Yeah. It means that people move in and out. And then also that place is majority. So most of the places are, residential areas. So people come there, they come and rent places, and then they leave. And then they leave, right? It's mostly like a settler urban community where people move in and out. And so when you look at transfer of when there's that period, political parties tend to protect those areas where are majority urban, residential areas, because they know that there's a high likelihood that there are voters who have actually moved in and out, right? Yeah.
Okay, let's take you to the grounds now, because James Aveji is speaking to the General Secretary of the NDC, Fifi Fiavekwete, now.
But as far as we are confident,
Apologies for the quality of the sound there, but we'll take you back for that particular interaction between James Aveji and Fifi Fiavekwete, the General Secretary of the NDC. Kofi.
It all boils down to turnout, right?
Yeah.
And in fact, the national picture stands somewhere around 64%. Okay, so it will be interesting to see the direction that Ablekuma will go in terms of this 19 polling stations. It will be when we do the simulation and also the modeling. At what point are you going to have people coming out to vote? We'll look at that data very soon and see how the turnout is going to look like in Ablekuma North.
Okay, let me take you back to the conversation between James Aveji and Fifi Kwete now. Okay, all right. I will bring you that particular conversation later. Yeah.
Yeah, so let's go to the data and tell the story behind the numbers. Very important. And we've been looking at, for me, this chart is fascinating. If you look at how the turnout has actually declined. And for me, one key reason is that this is a proxy majority, where although...
But let me ask you a question. Since when did they start? Exactly, because if you look at the data, 96, MPP won it. MPP won it, right? This is this is turnout. But 96, MPP won it. 2000, 2004, 2008, 2012. Is that a characteristic of a proxy stronghold?
Well, so one thing that we also need to put across is that there are points where organic majority or strongholds move from organic to proxy.
Okay.
Depending on the people living. If you take a look at Ablekuma, for instance, although you have majority of the resident in there being Akans, if you combine other tribes, you see that they also hold a significant component of the demographic makeup of that constituency. So depending on how people move in and out, a constituency can move from an organic stronghold to a proxy stronghold. And the political parties, they know. When they look at the numbers, they see the turnout, they see how they move from a certain percentage in a certain previous election to another percentage. They know that they need to do something about it. So it's either you actually bus people in to do the registration, or possibly galvanize your base and get more people to also go and vote. We also made a point of Ablekuma also having a significant component of youth being part of their, voter register. So although it could be an organic, constituency between 1996 and possibly 2008 or 12, the more you introduce new voters, the more the dynamics changes, and it actually makes it, sort of like a proxy, stronghold. Now, just look at this. If you decide to do the simulation where this was the turnout somewhere 2020, and we decide to say that, okay, let's use the 2020 86%, 68%, turnout to do the calculation. It means we're expecting some 4,666 to come out and vote, right? If you decide to use 57%, which has been the lowest, right? 3,911 people are likely to come and vote. And if we decide to use the highest ever turnout in Ablekuma, we expect 5,833. So all scenarios in this super graphic that you're seeing on the smart wall. Best case scenario or the average scenario, 4,666. Worst case scenario, 3,911. Best case scenario, 8,000 5,833. And we have said that based on historical data, if you sample 10 out of this best case scenario, NPP is likely to take 6 or 7 out of those registered voters. And so that was the conversation, and people are actually saying that this is your stronghold, whether it be proxy or organic. You shouldn't be worried about a rerun, right? Because if you look at the distribution of the 19 polling stations that we are talking about, let's look at a place, like I'm taking you through all the 19 polling stations, and we are seeing why this election is so important and why certain polling stations are very, very particular and important. God First International School, 428 people expected to go and vote, right? Pentecost Church, it has one of the highest, in fact, it's actually the highest, 635 registered voters. It will be interesting to see the atmosphere at the Pentecost Church at the moment. But per what we know and the data that we are getting from the EC ballot statistics, this is one big constituency that, in fact, whether you are convincing people or you are telling people not to vote for any other political party, you should really pay attention to Pentecost, church polling station.
Okay.
DVLA office, also very important. And when we come back to that, we'll come back from that, we'll tell you the remaining and possibly also go to the Methodist Church and see why it is also very, very important, Kojo.
All right. This is still the special edition of News Desk. It's an extended edition because we're going till 12 midday. We are covering the special rerun of the 19 polling stations in the Ablekuma North constituency. But let me bring in Dr. Victor Doke. He is a security analyst and lectures at the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center. Doc, I'm grateful to you for joining us. Now, I'm sure you've followed the Ablekuma rerun from morning till now. What do you make of the security arrangement that you see there? Doc, if you've begun talking, then you have to unmute for me. Yeah, Doc, so if you had my question, I want to pick your thought on the security arrangement or presence you've seen in Ablekuma North this morning. Well, Doc, good morning to you. Okay. We have Dr. Victor Doke. He's a security analyst and a lecturer at the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center. So we'll bring him on quite shortly so we can have this chat together. Doc, if I have you, I want you to tell me what you make of the security presence at the Ablekuma North as you've seen today. Okay, we'll bring that to you later. Let me come into the studio and listen to Kofi. Kofi, you're making a point about, the voter count in all of these polling stations as we have.
Well, so the average is around 431, but definitely you see there are outliers. There are constituencies that are above the average, there are polling stations that are above the average, and there are others that are below the average. And so I was telling you the story of the DVLA office being, I think, the second or third highest, 613 registered voters.
That's where Aveji was this morning.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So in fact, if you really want to win this election, you should be targeting God First International School. If you want to win, you need a certain component of that. Pentecost Church, DVLA office, a Siedu Jedu Memorial, also about 418 registered voters also there. If you go through the other, 19, polling stations, you see why this is important and why turnout has become the most important conversation in this. When we come back from that, I mean, we will go more into the remaining polling stations and why they are so important, and the probability of you getting more from the number of people who would turn out will really decide where Ablekuma North will decide to go.
Turnout matters, but let's take you to the Methodist church now, where Jacqueline Swanyabua is standing by.
Okay, so these are some of the scenes in here at the Ablekuma North constituency. What I was there from afar, they are still trying to make sure they gather their people to come around to vote. But you heard earlier what the MPP party faithful said about what transpired here earlier. Even though we missed, but we had someone called us to come closer, that there was a bit of misunderstanding here, and that was what he narrated. It was a misunderstanding between the two parties, the MPP and the NDC, right here closer to the filling station, close to the polling station here at the Ablekuma North constituency.
But let me bring in Dr. Victor Docker now. He is a security analyst and a lecturer at the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center. He's joining us via Zoom. Doc, I wanted to pick your thought on the security presence you've seen in Ablekuma North. You can even comment on what you've seen. We understand there was some misunderstanding of a sort there, but I mean, they've been able to resolve it.
Right. Thank you. Good morning. I hope the voice is okay now.
Very okay, yes.
Right. So with regards to the security preparations, one, what I've heard from the police themselves is on paper, deployment of about 100 or so personnel at the polling stations.
Yes, 100 per polling station, that's what we know.
Yeah, 100 per polling station. But on the ground, what I've seen is not 100. In some places, that this one I passed through before coming to the office, it's not 100. Now, even with regards to what we are seeing now on screen, I've counted about 4 of them. So where are the rest of the 90-something? So I don't know if the 100 is really reflective on the ground, but they should have that reflection on paper on the ground, if it is not the case, because it's enough to even have any kind of misunderstanding. So it shouldn't even, exaggerate or extend to fiscal confrontations. 100 is so much enough to curtail any sort of misunderstandings and to even respond to any situation in regards to whoever wants to disturb the exercise. So I think in all, they should take a look at it well. Those areas probably where it's less than 100, they should try and then add up to the numbers. But so far, the patrol with regards to the police service is high. I've seen a lot of them patrolling. I've seen the men gear up very well. I hope the momentum in that regard should be maintained. The preemptiveness and proactiveness with regards to responding to emergencies that would happen or reported to them should be very apt, and they shouldn't take anything for chance. Whoever flouts the laws, they should take out the person and then deal with the person according to the law. We won't want to have a situation where sympathizers of the ruling party or ruling government, would be arrested, and then we hear that because some political elites come in and all of that, they've released them. Everyone who flouts the laws will be made to face it. And I think with that, when they will send a signal to the youth who want to foment trouble to, stay away. Prior to yesterday, what I noticed was a lot of motorbikes, around with the youth, displaying here and there. And today it's limited. It's early days, yes, because they know motorbikes are not allowed, at some distance. But what happens aftermath, the voting itself? We're talking about the counting. Alertness needs to be, extended right till the end of the counting and declaration. So if after 5 p.m., we also notice that motorbikes are very rampant in areas, I think they should be able to be quick enough to, stop all these things. And I think when we are alert, we'll be able to, preempt and then be proactive in responding to any kind of situation.
I mean, what do you make of the decision by the government to say that this is internal, so we believe the police can handle it. There's no need for us to bring in the military?
Okay, so I don't know what decision went into, that specifically for the government, and thereby the Minister of Defense to come and then say the military will not be involved. Well, we're talking about elections, and ideally, the police is the lead, but then there's an election security task force. But if entirely you don't want even the military to be involved, at least you need some section, you need some men on standby just in case things go haywire to respond to or assist the police. So in my personal opinion, I think whatever that went into that decision, they should have, taken a look at it. But it means they are very optimistic that the police can handle the situation. So per what myself and others have described with regards to what should be done, if it is done from the police's side, then trust me, we won't have any situations. But otherwise, then it means we'll have some challenges. And what will happen means that the police will have no choice than to call in. And I don't think if the police reaches out to the military for assistance, they would, neglect that call. It wouldn't be good. So I think, although we've heard that there will be military involvement, trust me, when the need arises, you will see the military coming in to assist the security force.
Before I let you go, I mean, you've proposed what the police should do in this particular election, 19 polling stations. Can you refresh us to understand what your position is as to what the police should do to maintain peace and order in this process?
One, neutrality is very key. Immediately the citizens see you take inside, then they begin to, point fingers, allegations fly here and there, and it makes it difficult for you to execute your mandate. Now, when you remain neutral, everybody will trust you. That's number one. Number two, be bold, assertive, and as we've spoken, proactiveness and preemptiveness of the situation before it gets out of hand. We are there to cooperate and collaborate with all the officials there. If anything is happening, you should be able to ask the EC officials whether you can do A, B, or C. Call for reinforcement when needed and necessary. The moment you see large young groups with big motorbikes, as we're seeing now, people wearing military paraphernalia or something that looks like military paraphernalia, and you have to call in emergency response team, you call in the emergency response team to come and then assist with the situation, you observe, you monitor. Now, all those young guys, as we are looking at on the screen now, motorbike helmets on their head, going in there. What is it for? And you see the policemen over there. So then, this is the situation we are talking about. Assertiveness, proactiveness. We all saw they entered. Did the police try to stop them? I don't think so. So what is going to happen if this will continue? Okay? So I think the 100 men is okay. Is it reflective on the ground? If it is reflective on the ground, we will not see what we are seeing here. Could you, are you
okay, Doug, hold on. Let me take you to the grounds now.
That is what you can see inside. Get a closer look. The doors are locked, but that is what you can see here. I want to. That is what is happening right inside here at the. So that is some fight happening right inside here. That is what is happening here. So that is the fight, that is the chaos that is happening right inside your Doko Methodist Church. All we saw were that we saw some marksmen enter the premises. So the police is in here trying to halt whatever that is happening. You can see that the men who entered, they have been apprehended. Okay, so that is what is happening. That is what, if you get a closer view, the members are fighting with the police there.
What is this?
That is what is happening. Okay, so they've moved to the back. They've moved to the back of the building. So these are some of the scenes, the sights and sounds that you are seeing in here at the Ablekuma North Rerun Methodist Church.
Okay, I want to find out from you.
Here. Security and a lot of cars coming in here at the polling station here at the Ablekuma North. There's still chaos here. There's more chaos outside here. There's more chaos outside here. There's more chaos here. Oh, Jesus! A lady has been slapped. Wow. Sorry. Jesus. Hey. No, but why did you slap? One of our reporters has just been assaulted. Jesus. One of our reporters has just been assaulted. One of the members, they've just assaulted one of our reporters. Come. One of our reporters have been
Sorry. It's one of the hazards.
No, he really hit her. He really hit her. He really hit her.
Not the best. Sweetheart,
no, he just hit her.
It's okay.
She was just even turning away. And the officers are all standing there. Standing there. Not crying.
Well, I mean, quite unfortunate scenes we are seeing there. I just don't know what that was about. And I'm trying to know whether the electoral materials have been destroyed, because I saw young men troop into the area. They started causing commotion. In the end, we've seen our reporter assaulted. You just cannot understand what exactly, led to that. And I'm sure we'll get Jackie on the line to help us understand, make sense of exactly what happened there. I want to understand the impact of that on the election process, because the way they came in there causing commotions, I'm sure the electoral officers had to pack and go somewhere. Those who are coming to vote probably may not even have the appetite again to come and vote. And what is all this about? I really want to understand that for an election that you're expecting about 6,000 people to vote, and we are subjecting ourselves to this level of commotion. It's just mind-boggling. This is not something we expected to see. Maybe, like Dr. Victor Doka was saying, this could then get the government to change its approach to this particular process. Now, if the military were there, could this have happened? And who really are they? What was their purpose? For an election to just declare or get a process completed in 19 polling stations in Ablekuma North, and young people are doing this, what for? I really want to understand what led to this intrusion and who these people are. No. I'm sure the government is watching. I'm sure the Minister of Defense is watching. I'm sure the IGP is watching. We cannot go this way. This must be stopped. This should not escalate to anywhere else. And for those of you who are in Ablekuma, this is just your civil right to choose a leader. It is not an avenue for you to injure anyone. So please, if you're a youth in Ablekuma and someone comes to you to say, go and do this, don't. But I have Dr. Victor Doka with me on the line. Doc, you are seeing this. You are a security analyst. What do you make of what happened?
Well, first of all, it's very disgraceful, disappointing. I hope your reporter is safe, though, and they should take care of all professional measures in trying to send this information. Now, this is exactly what we're talking about. Being preemptive and proactive with regards to, responding to the situation. Now, if you say you have 100 personnel on the ground, there is a commander over there, and there should be an approach in securing the perimeter, the inner perimeter. Was this done? If so, you would definitely have been able to stop the gentleman, because when you condone or you barricade the outer perimeter, it means everybody coming in from the outer to the inner, to the core, would have to go through some level of processes. Voters will go through. So the moment you do that, you definitely would realize that these young men coming in a group like this, with helmets on their head, so they won't be identified, with hoodies on, so they won't be identified, there's a purpose for which they are coming. You quickly respond. But yet again, if we are able to equip the police on the ground with at least batons or jack-up, okay? If you're not going to give them weapons, the patrol teams who are there should have enough on them, so that if these things happen, imagine this is the only police station we are experiencing. What about if it happens in five police stations simultaneously? What's going to be the response mechanism? Okay, so there should be a lot of patrolling. The formed police unit should be called in. They should be able to curb this immediately before it gets out of hand. As it stands now, they lost control over them. They couldn't stop these young men. And you saw how some of them were just standing by, because you can't. Okay. So you need what? Assistance. If the government will backtrack and then call the bishop,
Well, Doc, I'm grateful to you, but let's bring you the. So there's our young lady. Oh, look at her eye. I mean, so this, it looks like she was punched in the eye. I mean, this cannot happen. Such a young girl. You probably end her aspiration to be a journalist from this experience. That cannot be the case. Look at her eyes, all red now. I'm really trying to keep myself from using certain words. But a young man cannot look at a young lady like this and decide to assault her for whatever reason, that you are trying to give someone's mother a job. So you have to assault a young sister. Why should that be the case? The way Jacqueline shouted, it presupposes that this young lady was punched in the eye. How many times have we men even punched each other in the eye? How much more a young lady? You punch that young lady in the eye just like that. And this is happening in Ablekuma North. And as I know, Jacqueline has been at the Odoko Methodist polling station. So I presume this is where this particular, attack has happened. That this young lady with our social media team has been assaulted this way. But you're still watching the coverage of what's happening in Ablekuma North. The Electoral Commission is having a rerun of 19 polling stations. And we are there in all of these 19 polling stations to bring you whatever is happening there. But Dr. Victor Doka is still with me. Doc, I mean, is it your call that the military, but how do we even deal with it? You are saying that we should curb this. How do we do it?
Well, curbing means you having a lot of the personnel. And if you say you have 100 per polling station, then it means that you are on top of the issue. Okay? Because aside the patrols you have on the ground, 100 each, okay? You are talking about the patrol team also who are equipped, ready for battle, ready for any situation. But this is not the case as we're seeing now at the Methodist church there, okay? You can count the number of the police personnel there and how they even responded to the situation. In certain situations like this, it's very understandable that you cannot, confront these charged young men who would throw you off. So what do? You also have to preempt this situation and then prepare better. If not, you call someone in who is better prepared. And when the military comes in, sure, trust me, there will be law and order in some of these places. Other than that, I'm afraid what has happened now would be some sort of, a caveat for other young guys to misbehave in certain police stations if they are not satisfied with the situation there. And if this happens, it's not going to be good. Exactly.
This isn't good. Doc, but also earlier in the day, we saw a police officer in a video assaulting a young man, reportedly or alleged to be a journalist. So this adds to that particular assault. Does it tell us anything about how this process will go as the minutes pass by?
Immediately you get to experience or see this kind of incidents, then they should put you on red alert. So red alert means you now revising your approaches. Now, for any security personnel to assault a journalist is very wrong. What went into the incident itself? So if we pick that incident up and then investigate and then know why the police assaulted the journalist, then the police will be taken through the ethics, whatever, and then we go to book. But I don't advise or encourage anybody to, in as much as you are dissatisfied with the process or whatever, assault a human being. That is very wrong. So I think we need to look at the approach with regards to even how personnel would handle journalists or even civilians on the ground there. So it doesn't come out as if, security personnel are deliberately, assaulting people who are mandated to cover or give us information. So going forward, we need a lot of, mechanisms in place, refine situations. How do we, communicate better? So if even the journalist is coaching or going to area he or she shouldn't go, how do we communicate that better for them to understand? This is what we need to do.
All right. Doc, I'm grateful to you for joining us with your viewpoint here. But the visual you're watching on the screen now is that of our colleague journalist, the young lady who has been assaulted by unknown men. We'll try and get to Jackie to understand who these people, were, those who came there to do this, those who committed this atrocity of slapping a young lady in the eye. No. This should not be happening in this day and age. This should not be happening. That a young lady is assaulted the way she has been because of elections. And this is not even an election for the entire constituency. This is a rerun of 19 polling stations. Yet young men have the effrontery to enter into a polling station to do what they've done to that young lady. No, it must not happen. But we are still there on ground in Ablekuma North, and we'll be bringing you all that, But Doc, maybe as I still have you, is there a way journalists can really protect ourselves in these instances?
Yeah, right. So I think with regards to election coverage itself, what I know is you guys go through a lot of training, capacity building with regards to not only reporting, but how to even protect yourself in cases like this. Even observers, as we go on the ground, we are even taking through, some level of training with regards to how to protect ourselves in cases like this. Now, if you're a journalist and you're going there, one, look, around the vicinity, the area. It's advisable at least to identify somebody you know in the area that in case of any kind of situation, that person can offer some assistance. It's unfortunate you'll be posted to areas where you don't even know anybody there. The police is your friend. You introduce yourself to the security people there, and then you let them know the purpose for which you are there in case of these incidents like this. But Kojo, in the heat of the moment, anything can happen as a date. They rush into her, and then the unfortunate thing happened. It's very difficult for any security person to, easily or come to your aid readily, because they're also trying to salvage the situation and look at how best to carry the incident for it not to escalate. So you are responsible for your own security. Unfortunately, when you are on the ground and reporting, any kind of approach that you take, if it is running, taking shelter somewhere, you do that. But the moment you realize there's a group of young men coming towards you, it's advisable you leave that particular area to a safe place. You can zoom in the camera and record from there. It's advisable to do that. Other than that, you take shelter within some security personnel who can salvage the situation in case of anything. But it's advisable that you don't get involved. Just don't get too near to the situation where the chaos is happening. Move away from that place, and then at least this first instance protective mechanisms can save your life.
If you look at the statement the police put out yesterday, they said, in addition to police station security, police will monitor vehicular and pedestrian traffic around the voting areas. Strategic barriers will be mounted to prevent unauthorized access to polling centers. Can we say the police have failed because of what we just saw?
We are using their word against the strategic barriers. What does that mean? And then the others that you were. So that is why, if you remember, I talked about the 3 layers, outer, inner, and the core. So could you imagine we had the barriers on the outer, okay? Whoever coming in, screen, voting, sure, you go in. We would have been able to keep the situation. As it is now, movement of personnel are so much, individuals are so much. You see motorbikes coming in, vehicles coming in. The candidate herself came in there with a entourage, with a vehicle. So there's no barrier with regards to entry of vehicles, which is unfortunate. And that's what we're talking about. Motorbikes shouldn't have access some meters to the voting area because of these incidents. Okay? So you realize that before the incident happened, 2 motorbikes parked there and the guys got down and joined the others. So obviously, the mechanism with regards to security is not working. They need to revise it ASAP.
I'm grateful to you, Dr. Victor Doke, for joining us here. He is a security analyst and a lecturer at the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center. Let me bring in the Executive Secretary of the Ghana Integrity Initiative, Beauty Emefa Nate. And Beauty would help me look at the suggestion by the Greater Accra Regional Minister, Linda Oklu, that some TNT money are being given. Beauty, I'm grateful to you for joining us. What do you, first of all, what's your impression of what you've seen so far from Ablekuma North?
Thank you very much. I'd like to greet your viewers and also say that it is really disheartening because we shouldn't be thinking about buying on such important day where Twitter is actually commemorating Africa and Corruption Day. So the significance of this day being marked by allegations of vote buying hearing from the Ablekuma North constituency. And that may, unfortunately, given the continuous education and awareness we continue to raise about issues of vote buying. And it's illegal because you look at our law, not clearly above vote buying. So why this practice will continue is something that we feel is unfortunate, especially for an important day at African anti-corruption day.
All right. Now, let's go into the issue that Linda Oklu has spoke about. I mean, she says what they did is to give TNT to those who are coming to vote. Is that really wrong to help people with transportation to aid their movement to the polling centers to vote?
So the law is so clear in terms of when we talk about vote buying. Vote buying clearly means that anything that you use to induce people directly or indirectly is vote buying. So politicians cannot try to define their own rules and regulations in terms of what the law says. And I don't think that it's proper that we countenance that. Once the law is clear in terms of any form of use, if the party wants to support its own people, then that's the different arrangement that the party is doing. If it's that one, we have raised concerns about that because of it is the cost that it adds to the cost campaign. So we look at how much put into campaign. It becomes expensive, right? And with all measures, it's similar in a way that reduce the cost of campaign and help people to have a fair and a competitive playing ground when they start for elections. So if people would use inducements to continue to lure voters, I think that this is something the parties themselves should condemn. And history has even taught us that the electorates are even becoming wiser. If you look at what happened in Asimfosu, where a lot of money was displaced, voters were so able to discern and voted with their conscience and not the inducement. So politicians should come to that realization that the one-off things that they give around voters, close to election or election day, will not necessarily influence people's decision. Because people may have already made up their mind long enough, and the fact that they took something from you doesn't warrant that they are going to vote for you. So we think that especially these big parties in Ghana, the NPP, the NDC, should come to that realization and desist from inducement, so that we'll have people who go out to the polls can go there voting for who they think will better represent them.
I guess this is an issue the OSP should immediately go into, right?
Yeah, in fact, that was something I was going to talk about, because I wanted to say that for a long time, where we haven't seen so much action around the issue of vote buying and vote selling, we saw a lot of impunity. But for the monitoring that we have done over the years, because almost every election, the Ghana Enforcement Coalition and GRI, then the TV, make sure that we monitor these issues of vote buying and abuse of confidence. And we've noticed throughout the years that because there was no thing, people actually was doing, and people were giving share a lot of pudding on the left day, it's that around police. But since we saw actions from the
you're making a good point, but your line keeps tripping. I don't know if you can just reposition yourself a bit, and then you make this point for me.
Okay, so please, is it better now?
I think it's better now, yes.
Okay, thank you. So my point is that when there was no action in terms of ensuring that people who fall foul of the law are punished, there was a lot of display of this vote buying, at polling stations, even on election days. But we've seen that since the Office of the Special Prosecutor started initiating actions against people who violate the law, we've also seen some significant reduction. For instance, our monitoring of the last election, the last December 2024 election, we've seen some reduction in terms of how people come around to display or give goods, even on election day, packaged food and all that reduced. That has reduced. And we believe that it's also because of the important role that the Office of the Special Prosecutor is playing. So we are calling again on the Office of the Special Prosecutor that it's important that some of the issues that are coming, if we can also pick these up and, if possible, prosecute those who have offended the law in a way that it becomes a deterrent. And I believe the more we continue to do that, the less we will see some of these things happening. Yes, and I also want to use this opportunity to encourage the voters that, it's even not, I don't know how to put this, but as a voter, I think it's a disrespect to you for a political party to think that at the last minute they can come and give you money to induce you to vote for them. I believe that is very disrespectful. If the political party wants to serve you, there are lots of things that they can do for your community, but the money that they dish out, will not bring you development in your community. So citizens and people who are discerning should commit to saying no. And I want to use today, as I said, today is the Africa Anti-Corruption Day. Let us all commit to say no to vote buying and vote selling also, because it's a two-way affair.
Okay.
If the votes are not being sold, there wouldn't be a buyer. So if the politicians can also refrain themselves from selling or buying people's votes, I believe that we can bring this issue.
Okay.
But it is my
all right
hope that the office of the special prosecutor will make an example of our politicians. Once we have 2, 3, or 4 politicians who are prosecuted on these charges, I believe it will send a good signal to politicians that they cannot continue to disregard our vote buying laws.
Okay, I'm grateful to you, Beauty MFA Nate, for joining us here. She is the Executive Secretary of the GII. Let's take you back now to the grounds in Ablekuma North, where there's more happening. Stay with us here on Election Headquarters.
Let's hear from the legal director for the NDC, Eduji Tamaklo, on what has been happening so far.
No, but I'm saying that, my brother, where is Miracle? What will be the basis of the report? My brother Miracle is not here. I am here. I've actually been talking to the police commander here that we can all ensure that there is calm as we speak. And we are not leaving anything to chance. We are interested in ensuring that there's utmost security here to allow the voting to continue. Anybody I have seen here who has any association with NDC, I've stopped them. Let me calm my people down.
And so you heard that Eduji Tamaklo, who was speaking to us, and the supporters of the party. Some youths are pushing the gate now and wanted to have access to the place. This is the Methodist church, one of the polling stations at Odoko, where the clash has been happening between some supporters, gentlemen who drove in here on motorbike, a number of them in helmets, some covering their faces, clashing with each other. They just pushed the gate open. You see them there still pushing, forcing the gate to the polling center to be open for them. It is unclear what they want to get access to the place to do, but you have them in your shots there still pushing to get access to the place. We are still unclear which party they support yet and why they want to have access to the place, but you see one of them throws sand. They are throwing sand to the journalists who are on the walls trying to capture the moment. They are throwing sand to them. It is unclear why they are agitated so far, but it's still unclear why they are so agitated amongst themselves. They drove in here on motorbikes, some still in the helmet and pushing gates to be open. The police are here to effect any arrest amongst them. No one has been arrested so far. I see that Mustafa Gbande. I will try and see if I can speak to him briefly to know what the challenge is and what the boys want, for which reason they are here. But so far, the police as well as the party leadership are trying to calm situation. Mr. Gbande, are trying to calm situation here as we speak. It's unclear what the agitation. I see there a police FPU van also driving to the place with a police officer sitting on top of it. The vehicle is trying to make its way here. Unclear. I see another police patrol vehicle also coming. Mr. Tamaklo, you were speaking to us. Is it clear what the guys were trying to ask?
I think the guys were saying that they are not comfortable with the presence of Hawa Kumsin here. I pleaded with them that the police have already moved with her through the back door, so she's no longer here. So basically, that was it.
Wait, take your time.
Mr. Tamaklo, I just want to find out the boys who are here to demand that she's taken out, are they your members?
I saw one gentleman talk about pepper spray. And when they talked about the pepper, when they talk about the pepper spray, all that they just said that they are not comfortable with the use of pepper spray here. It's a voting center. I encourage them that the person they have an issue with is no longer here, and so they should leave here and allow the voting to take place. That's all.
I've realized they've listened to you and they have withdrawn. Are they your members?
That I can't confirm immediately. But I've seen my constituency chairman here, but they are not among the people protesting. They want the voting process. Look, as we speak, the Electoral Commission had done a collation of about 262 of the polling stations, and that put the MPP candidate with 48 votes ahead. We want 6,000 people to have their say. That will flip the 48 seats, 48
votes.
So that's what we are determined to get. That's the outcome we are looking for. We are for peace. Remember, we are in government, and so the responsibility is on us, and we will do everything to ensure that there's utmost peace here. Yes.
Thank you. And Director of Legals there for the NDC, Godwin Edwige Tameklo there, giving us updates on what has been transpiring so far. From the indication, he tells us that they have been trying to, the boys who came here to express their grievance have been trying to make sure that Honorable Haba Kumsin, the former MP who was here, leaves the place. It's unclear why they are happy with her presence at the voting center. We do not know. But what they've been saying is that she needs to leave the premises, and that arrangement has been made, as is confirmed to us. Honorable Hawa Kumsim have been taken away from the voting center so far, and calm has relatively been restored. The guys have left the place on their motorbikes. There you have them on the streets trying to leave the place. They've all climbed back to their motorbikes, and they are making their way out of the place. But what Edwige Tameklo could not confirm to us is whether or not these are supporters of his party. But as far as he's concerned, they have listened to them to calm down, and they are now making their way out of the place. And so that is the genesis of the chaos that we have seen so far here at the Methodist Church Polling Center here at Odoko, where they have been fighting among themselves in the last few minutes, but relative calm have been restored. We'll try and see if we can speak to any of the leadership or the senior officers of the police here who are making sure that there is calm returning to the place to get an official position on what has been happening so far. And so calm has been restored. The police FPU van which moved in has also moved away and parked at the far end to the polling station. A number of the police officers are draped in their gears on standby to enforce the law, to maintain law and order as we speak. So that's the situation. A number of the youth are currently still moving towards the other side of the polling center. You see the police van, FPU, police bus, having some number of police officers in there also on standby. The youth have been moving on the street back and forth. It's still unclear what they want as far as the process is concerned. But I can say that relative calm has been restored so far. It is not as chaotic as we have seen in the last few minutes. I see there Malik Basentale making his way to the voting center. The YEA boss making his way to the polling center. And he is the one that is currently drawing the crowd that is coming. And so that's what we're experiencing now. He's trying to make to get a word from him on why he's here and the whole crowd that has been following him around. Okay, and so they are guiding him out of the place. I'm sure they are going to pick their cars and leave now. And so he's just passing by, and the party supporters are guiding him away from the scene. And so he's going now, and the rest of the crowd are following him. So that's the situation. Briefly chaotic, very chaotic amongst the supporters who are here demanding that the police take action to get away the former MP Hawa Kumsin away from the scene, and the assurance is that she's been taken away from the scene as we speak. And so there is relative calm. The youth are still on the streets and lurking around while the party officers are still trying to do some negotiations and get to nerves station where the chaos has been in the last few minutes. A clash between two groups. The party leadership will not readily tell us whether the members are either members of the NPP or the NDC. But from the assurance we got from the director of legals of the NDC, Edwidge Tamaklo, so far, is that they've been able to negotiate with them, and they have agreed to leave the place. I see them, Mustafa Gbande still trying to engage a number of the youth there to see how they can make sure that total calm returns to the place. I'll try and see if I can get a word from him. Mr. Gbande, just want to pick a word briefly from you. You've been able to do some negotiation with the youth and they have retreated. What exactly have been their demand? Why they are?
Some level of agitation. You can see this is MP. These are MPP. Okay. This one is NDC. So we are trying to make them. We are the same people. We are the same family. So they will come here.
They will come here. Chief, how is the negotiation going?
Charlie, the negotiation, we are brothers. But right now, because of power change, our brothers, then they beat us. Wow. Like, seriously. But then we have exercise patience to us. Because the game is sometimes changed. We know what they can do because they are in power. But we are begging them. Charlie, he changed that why we there in this punishment. But he can change again. But we are brothers. We should think of that. We want peace in this constituency. Like the way we are doing, we are pleading. It should not be fight. A winner should just win. If you are a loser, you accept. So we are pleading to all. We are brothers. The violence is trying to be too much. They should have exercise patience with us.
So your boys have listened to you and they have retreated. Are we sure that they will not return it?
No. We are here with them together, and we are trying to bring peace, like they said. You know, like the way we had beating our Kumsin, but sometimes we feel like they should have patience. You know, everybody.
But why is she here?
She's here because of you know, there is an election going on here. Definitely, I know she was also here to check what is going on. So a lot of people are here. A lot are here that they are also checking, like the NDC, but we are not fighting no one. Okay. We are just trying to bring peace.
Has she been taken away now?
We are now about to check that one. Now I don't know. We are.
Let us read this page. Okay. So what's your name?
I'm Ibrahim Mohammed, popularly known as Figo. The MPP. I'm the MPP boy. Yes, man.
Thank you. The gentleman calls himself Figo, and he said they've been able. He is part of the NPP, and they, the leadership of the boys, have been trying to negotiate, and indicates to me that they've succeeded at the negotiation. It's just beautiful to hear the two of them, he himself and Mustafa Gbande, are trying to have a conversation and come to a consensus. And so we can't say for now that so far they have come to an understanding. They admit that the boys are from the two sides, the NDC as well as the NPP, who clash here on the demand that Honorable Hawa Kumsim should leave the premises. And he's been telling me that although this is not her constituency, she's a former MP and also decided to only come and observe the processes as it has been ongoing. And now that they are unhappy and have been able to take her away, calm has been restored so far. And you see in your shot the two of them still having a conversation. They, the NPP and the NDC, Mustafa Gbande and Figo, are trying to calm another gentleman there. They're still trying to get one of the boys out. I don't know what. It's quite fragile here. Anything leading to disagreements and between the two sides, and somehow they find a way to resolve it amongst themselves. The police are currently all lined up in front of the main entrance to the polling center and trying to prevent anybody from having access to the polling center. They are currently lined up there for a human or wall around the place. I can count at least 15 police officers currently in front of the place and not letting anyone have access to the polling center any longer. The situation, there is calm with a bit of disagreement and confrontations among the supporters who are here also observing the situation. It's unclear the identity of the group, and you will barely be able to make them out because they are in any party color, and whether they are in or NPP party color, they are all in mufti and trying to also observe the process, but sometimes lead to some disagreement amongst them every now and then. And so that's the situation here as we speak at the Odoko polling station, currently here in the Odoko area. Just gone by was chaos, fight between the two sides of the political divide. Their leaders, Mustafa Gbande is here. The director of legal, Aduji Tameklo, is also here. The two of them have been speaking to us, indicating to us that they've been able to negotiate and get some calm as we speak. And so there is relative calm here at the Odoko Methodist Church polling station here in the Ablekuma North constituency. So that's the situation for Brace and Sweetie. Calm has been restored now, and activities have gone back to normal. I'm sure voters are still in queue to vote. I see there the voting area, the table has been cleared. It's unclear why the voting has paused for now. We'll be trying to see if we can get any indication, clearer indication, as to why the voting process has halted so far. The EC officials, you see a number of them sitting there, a gentleman on his phone making call, a party agent actually. I'm sure the EC officials might have been whisked away from the area. The police officers, I count about 1, 2, 3, 6, 7 of them surrounding the ballot box there, trying to secure the ballot box against any form of misunderstanding or chaos that may occur. So that's the situation. Voting has halted as we speak at the Odoko Methodist Church polling station or polling center here, and the electoral officials have been taken away from the place. You see a number of police officers holding the violence control shields. 4 of them there standing in front, geared up from head to toe in the violence control gear. There with a number of them also standing behind them. I count at least 4, 8, 10 of them in the violence control gear, with 4 of them holding the shield there and on standby. I can confirm to you now that the voting exercise has halted and the area cleared. It's unclear whether they will be continuing with the process or this will be the end of voting here at this particular polling station. But what we can say is that relative calm has been restored, but the process has halted while the party leadership are still engaging in some level of negotiation. I see there Edwige Tameklo and Mustafa Gbande in a hearty conversation there between the two of them. It's unclear what they are having a conversation about, but I'm sure it is all in a bid to arrive as a consensus and try and find a way to resume the voting process as well. And so as we speak now, the process has ended. The police vehicle still on the street, and a police officer there in that pickup with a camera also trying to catch a glimpse and record what is happening. A number of them have been with body cams also monitoring the process. And so that's the situation. You see there, the party officials, both the NDC and the NPP, engaging in a conversation there. It is unclear what the final determination of the situation would be, but as we speak, the process has come to a halt here at the Odoko Methodist polling center here in the Ablekuma North constituency after all the chaos and the fighting between the political parties.
Well, that's my colleague James Aveji, who is at the Odoko Methodist now, giving us a commentary on what exactly is happening there. Earlier, I suspected that the electoral processes might have halted. He's confirmed that that is likely the case. But as to how those men could invade the polling center to do that, and we are being told that it is because of their a protest against the presence of Howard Compson at the polling station. Is quite mind-boggling, to say the least, that really we've turned this simple exercise of rerunning 19 polling centers. And if you go by what's happening, it looks like the Odoko Methodist is where that chaos has been witnessed so far. But this isn't good. It isn't good at all. I remember some time ago, after the Ayawaso incident, the white paper that was released, the report that was released, recommended the collapse of all politically backed militia groups. So as to why this is coming up now is something that really I don't seem to understand. And the fact that the young lady has been beaten, has been assaulted the way she has, is something I cannot really comprehend. But let's see how this goes. We're still there, no matter what, to bring you the coverage of whatever is happening in the 19 polling centers. And Isaac Ofeje, we have nine more minutes for us to hand over to Sutia Bochi. I mean, you were taking us through the polling centers that are hotspots, or like that the party should be focusing on. One of them is the Methodist Church, where that chaos has broken up. Yeah. Don't go there again. Let's go to the other places.
I mean, it's still important for us to focus on Methodists because we're expecting some 464 registered voters to come there and vote.
But how are they beating people?
Exactly my point. So per what we have seen so far and the chaos, if there is anybody watching at home, it's a big disincentive for people to come out and to actually come and vote.
Okay, let's take you down there to the ground.
The process has been halted and that they are trying to resolve the situation for the process to resume so far. What have you also been observing so far?
You see, I'm in Kachri and I'm in English.
Speak English to me.
Oh, English is the bed. I'm in Kachri and I'm coming. I hear now. This information never na peno. Open how I didn't na say. Yeah, of course. How I didn't how I did come back on panel on Okoye. I know some baby. Toba and I say a casacasa cacra basun to pepper spray, spray cacra. Tell my support on the buffy. Aha, until a man.
Okay, so the guy there is an eyewitness and was telling James how the whole thing, came about.
What we are also learning is that the process has been halted.
Yes.
And I mean, what the number that is at stake is 464 registered voters. Looking at the current turnout, in fact, if these people are actually deprived, and time is still going. By 5 o'clock, I think polls should be closed, and so if the chaos continues, and then you do not allow these people to also come and vote, that could have actually a dent on the outcome of the election. And we understand that even with the previous one, it was this same station that confusion erupted.
Because that is where they were doing the collation.
Exactly. Yeah. And in fact, the same thing has been repeated. It simply means that we've not learned our lessons, right? And I must make the point again that this is a big disincentive for the 464 registered voters who will be watching, and then whether on TV or as bystanders on the road and saying that, how do I go into that place to go and cast my ballot? Because, the moment I go in, I don't know which group will decide to come in again. And that is an enclosed area. It means that if you enter there and then there's another confusion, the probability of you getting out is also...
Okay. Let's look at the other places.
So there are other polling stations that have higher numbers. And we were looking at, a place like the Lost Pentecostal Church, 563 registered voters expected to go and vote there. There was another polling station that I saw, Attico School Complex. I think this is the highest so far. 643. Attico, right? It will be Attico, school complex. It will be interesting to see what is happening there at the moment. And we know our men and women on the grounds will be bringing us the picture very soon. But 645 registered voters expected to vote there. Brace, we have to end on a note that everything will be boiled down to turnouts.
Yeah.
It depends on who is able to convince more people to go out there and go and vote. What we know is that the propensity to vote in Ablekuma North has been on a decline since 2012. What will be its impact on this election? Even in periods where there was no confusion, there was a decline in voter turnout. How much more when we have pockets of violence scattered across the length and breadth of the 19 polling stations so far, Bruce?
Quite a point to note there. But one thing we can assure you is that our cameras will be everywhere in the constituency to bring you that whatever is happening in the constituency. So stay with us here on your election headquarters, JoyNews, as we bring you undiluted coverage of whatever is happening. We will be beating, but we can assure you that we won't leave. We'll be there to bring you whatever that we have to get you to know. This is JoyNews. We'll take a break. When we come back, Suti Abochi will be here on your channel.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm in rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the eco park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown cranes, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
While sports take a break, there's no better time to jump into the thrill of virtual gaming. Roll, tap, spin, and be a part of exciting journey. 1x Games. The luck never takes a break.
Are you struggling to own a decent home with your limited earnings? Or are you breaking the bank to construct that commercial or public property? Then Point of Light Construction is your solution. We're your trusted experts in the tried and tested hydroform interlocking block building technology. With a team of highly trained and skilled staff, we undertake design and building contracts. With us, you're assured of decent, affordable, and quality building projects that are fireproof, bulletproof, and earthquake resistant. Our footprints are dotted across Ghana and elsewhere in West Africa. We provide build, operate, and transfer services for communities in need of market buildings, recreational centers, lorry parks, modern public toilets, and more. For your private homes, group housing projects, purchase or lease agreements, and training and consultancy services, contact Point of Light Construction on 020-000-8174 or 024-417-9248. Locate our office in Accra at Pantine near Philippus Hospital. Point of Light Construction, your hydroform experts.
NDC when they were in opposition, I was part of those leading the charge on the Galamsey fight. We called out the president, and for which reason I said the president is practically the former president, probably the worst president we've ever had because of Galamsey. They joined us. They talked about repealing the LI. They talked about the state of emergency. They've been in office, and I'm just waiting for that 120 days to come to an end.
Imagine a family without a home. Imagine a song without a voice. Imagine a church without prayers. Imagine a government without citizens. Imagine democracy without journalists. Imagine a world without the media. Life life is full of issues and stories about people, communities, and governments. Stories that have to be told by well-trained journalists. That's why you can't imagine news without JoyNews.
But we are human. Your mother can just hear, oh, I vote at Methodist. Your mother will come. When the person comes, we will in turn ask the person politely. That is what we've been doing from morning.
Do you have the polling agents here?
The defense.
This is Joy News Today, coming to you live from our studio here in Kokomemle, broadcasting to all 16 regions of Ghana on the Joy News channel, as well as around the world on myjoyonline.com, on Facebook and X Spaces, and on YouTube. Our headline this hour: violence disrupts voting at the Odoko Methodist polling station in Ablekuma North parliamentary election rerun. With growing concerns over the security situation, we are live and with our team of reporters on the ground in the constituency as Interior Minister Muntaka Mumbarak storms the constituency. But we'll bring you details after this. Take a look. Violence disrupted voting at the Odoko Methodist polling station in Ablekuma North parliamentary election rerun, with growing concerns over the security situation. The Interior Minister, Muntaka Mumbarak, has just arrived at that polling station, and we'll get you the latest on that very soon. So far, 2 journalists from Joy News and GH1, as well as former Member of Parliament Hawa Kumsin, have been reportedly assaulted. Watch this moment.
Wow. Sorry. Jesus. Hey.
of our reporters has just been assaulted. Jesus. One of our reporters has just been assaulted. One of the members, they've just assaulted one of our reporters. Come. One of our reporters have been
It's one of the hazards.
No, he really hit her. He really hit her. He really hit her.
Not the best. Sweetheart,
no, he just hit her.
It's okay.
She was just even turning away. And the officers are all standing there. They didn't see her. They didn't see her. No one should be they are all standing there. They didn't see that they hit her. They were just standing there. Stop crying.
Sorry.
So what you just saw was a JoyNews journalist, Salome, who was assaulted by an unidentified person. Now, that's on one side of the story. There are other pockets of issues of violence that we want to bring to your attention. There was an officer of the Ghana Police Service captured in a viral video assaulting a GH1 journalist during the Ablekuma North Parliamentary Rerun, and as have been indicated. Now, the police, in a statement, have announced that the officer has been removed from election duties with immediate effect. A full investigation has been launched by the Police Professional Standards Bureau to determine the circumstances surrounding the incident. Take a look.
I said, no, I can't leave the premise because I'm currently at Odoko North polling station. Yes. Polling station 2 and 4. Yes.
And any akabum. Obi ho beti say ye to aba ewo polling station Methodist. No sorry no oba. One say ono no polling station ne ka ho ana. Eno ka ho bia ma ebinom edu ba bi o mo ka say bia ono nidin enimu. But baby ampa obi edin enimu no Electoral Commission no e de be adwuma. You understand? Again, police for what I say enough to take care of all the registered voters now. I was say on Babeto Abano Eneno. It in yesterday say yenye didie e police ni mu na omunye adwuma. Eya adwempa enti ne yempe say ye de asojafo asrafo ebeba ababe rera voting no mu. Yempe ni sa fi say elections obuni beka say a civil ade and ye enye war. You understand? Enunti no obi anka na command to yam yako inside ye na police for na kasa ye na amanfo eho nyina kasa wo a unye police ni na unni dwuma bi edi potin ewo abato ni mu no yasre ohwe ya omu nyina apie media for crowd mesre se mu nyina so nye den mu nyina so MP emfi I perimeter ni se na be ya obi e ba beto aba obetima ye den akwakoto aba nti ye wogide se enema ye de atoto akwan mu no by the end of the day you bet to me awie sa abato ya ye ba betu na Ablekuma North enya omo member of parliament constituency na kasa na ye den akase omo eyi omo edawase.
Opening kese that's pa edawase omane buama ana yenene etwetwe nkomo no a wa chirechim omane buama ene yenene etwetwe nkomo a wo kire se hu hia se wo mo ede asojafo eba ha one eye interior minister Mutaka Mubarak ana wo mo enam no ana watching omane buama defense minister ana on interior minister account no aboma waba ene aposifo ewo Methodist polling station abedi nkomo acheche mu se enya bia wo mo dia sojafo beba ha na emum Ghanafo nya gidie ewo aposifo mu na.
Just gone by, you listened to the Defense Minister Waneboama addressing the press, but I want to speak to Jacqueline Asomayeboa for an account of exactly what happened. I brought you 2 separate incidents of journalists being assaulted today alone as we are doing that rerun in 19 constituency. Jackie, well, we heard you shout, "Jesus, she has been slapped." Can you walk us through the moments that led up to that particular time?
Yeah, sweetie. So it was during the live commentary. My eyes was everywhere as at that point. It was inside the main perimeter and also outside because there were 2 incidents happening at the same time. There was chaos inside where they were most of they went in with force. I don't know which party it was, but they went in with force. So there was chaos between the police and these members. Right about that same time, there was chaos outside too, where a lady was being slapped. Yes. So where the lady was being slapped, my colleague Sally was standing right by the lady. So I had to get down because they were beating everybody who was around. So I was going closer to pull her away. That was when I realized the guy, he just threw a punch into Sally's face, a very huge punch, which resulted in her having a red eye and a cut on her face. So I've seen some video moving around where I was trying to pull her away from the guy because he was also about to hit me. He actually pulled, when he hit her, he pushed her phone away. So initially I thought he had even taken away the phone that she had. She had a tripod and the phone as at that point. So that was what happened earlier.
Right.
Things had just happened.
Jackie, I hear you say that these men who look like pugilists were going out from somewhere into another location and they had slapped another lady who was standing by Salome. Who are they? Where were they moving from? And where were they going? And why were they slapping people?
Well, so that was right about the time that we saw most of the MPP party executives come here. If you remember the interview, it was around the time we had finished speaking to Samia Wuku and many more. So all we saw was a rush. We saw a huge number of crowd trying to enter. These men, some of them were masked. So the guy who even hit Sally was masked. He had this bandana on his face. He just threw the punch. All these men were part. They went inside. But then when I spoke to one guy off camera, all he was trying to tell me was that they wanted power outside of the perimeter. So what I could see, especially when I was doing the live commentary, was that I saw her down. I don't know what happened then. Then the police was trying to stop that. Then at the same time, the huge number of crowd that was outside too. I don't know what the other lady did, but all I saw was she was being slapped and her wig was even taken away. So that was why I shouted. Then the guy came. Then I don't know if he thought we were taking a video of him, which we are even here supposed to do anyway. Then he threw that punch on her face.
At the beginning of your reportage today, this morning on the AM show, you told us that security was tight. In fact, it was beefed up, which is, that was what you told us. What did you see in terms of how the police tried to intervene in all these incidents of slapping and assault going on? What did the police do? Tell us exactly what you saw or observed.
Well, what I observed was that I didn't really see the police doing anything about the slap, because what I can say, especially from where I'm standing, even though we are not allowed to go close inside, there's police everywhere, especially up there. There was a police officer standing there right in front of even the main gate. There was a police officer in there. And they all saw what happened. Because a lot of things was going on at the same time. That was why they didn't help. But I believe that even with the media, nobody did anything when it was happening. Even the lady that was being slapped, nothing happened. They were just there. That was what they were just standing there.
Are you saying that even after the police saw that these, again, I'm just calling them pugilists, assaulted 2 young women by your account, they still didn't intervene to try and arrest these people?
No, nobody did anything. Nothing happened. All we saw was the people that entered the perimeter, they were asked to come out. I didn't even see any arrest. Nothing was done. All they did was they sent them out, and that was it. Then we were assaulted, and nobody did anything about it. The police saw us. They saw Sally crying. We were trying to ward people up because everyone was trying to take a video and all that. Nobody did anything. They were right in front of the police. Everybody is here. They are just standing around here, and nobody did anything.
Jackie, you've told us what you saw, what you heard. How did all this make you feel? I know how close you are to Sally.
At that point, I shed tears because I feel like I dragged her to. We are all working though, but I know how she felt about doing this reportage today, especially knowing very well what I had been through in December reporting here. She knew what I had been through, and she knew how tough it was how tough it was for me during the Ablekuma North elections in 2024. But she still opted to come here. I shed tears at that point, and I felt hurt, especially a few minutes ago when I heard the sound on radio of all that I was saying, the commentary. It just made me sad at that point, and all that I'm hoping for is that she gets better, because I spoke to her some minutes ago, and she said she's having headaches and all that. I'm just hoping that she gets better by the end of the day.
Has the election resumed? Jackie, well, I have to say, my apologies. I'm sorry that you have to experience this as you're just working to bring accurate information to the Ghanaian audience. But has the election resumed again? We understood that there was a pause moments ago. Has it resumed?
Yes, no, it hasn't resumed. So what you can see here right now is that everything has been halted. Over there, okay, I think I've seen a couple of people entering, so it looks like it has resumed, because the police is saying that when they see a lot of people around, the voters who are coming in, they might not want to come inside and vote. Probably the crowd here might intimidate them. So they've sent everybody out, even the media is not allowed into the premises. So I just saw a woman entering, but some few minutes ago, it had been halted. We saw Muntaka here, and they're trying to restore calm and all that in the area. But in the perimeter, it looks like it has already started.
Jackie, please take care of yourself. We'll touch base with you again when you have more details to report to us. But before you go, where is Sally right now?
So we had to take her to the hospital. That was the initial communication from the office. So I'm yet to find out if she's been there yet, because we wanted to bring her back to the office before we send her to the hospital.
Okay, thank you, Jacqueline and Somaya Boa. Woman on grounds today for you to bring you all the details on the Ablekuma North parliamentary election rerun of 19 polling stations. I want to speak to James Aveji now. He's also boots on ground for us and has been since morning. And James, we've had disturbing reports of assault on journalists. What's happening where you are? And okay, so I understand that we are still trying to get a hold of James Aveji, but it's a terrible day for journalists to be assaulted on a regular day about their jobs. And we talk about press freedom, we talk about freedom of expression. We do not even know who these men are. And I'm disappointed to hear that the police were looking on without doing anything about it. The whole reason why we have about 100 policemen stationed at each polling station is so we can prevent issues like this. And so if this is what we are seeing, remember that the main reason why we are here doing an election rerun in 19 polling stations is because violence marred the collation process for the first time, December 2024. Attempts to recollate didn't work out. And this time now is the same thing. Let's pause here and listen to some sights and listen to sounds and see some sights of what's happening on grounds. With James Aveji, a man on the grounds. We told you earlier that we have our reporters everywhere today in those 19 police stations. Now, James, we've heard disturbing reports of journalists being assaulted, some innocent passers-by to being assaulted. What is happening where you are, and is the story different?
Sweetie, it's very different from where I have been so far. I have been to about 5 polling stations so far before making my way to the center of the violence. I just came to meet the violence that's been happening at the Odoko polling station. For where I have been, I've been to the DVLA polling station at Awoshi. Then I went on to the Lost Pentecostal polling center also at Kwashimang area. I also went to the Sakaman area as well before coming here. There's been calm at those polling stations that I've been to. Voting process have been going on smoothly and peacefully. There's not been any incidents of voters not finding their name in the voters register. And so it's been relatively calm at the places I have been to, except for this particular polling station where the youth from both sides of the political parties have engaged in a raw physical exchange at the entrance to the place. Their demand have been that the former MP who made her way here, Hawa Kumsen, should leave the place, which led to the disagreement between the two political parties. But I must also say that both the Interior as well as the Defense Ministers, Honorable Muntaka Mubarak Mohammed, as well as the Defense Minister, Dr. Manif Buama, just left the place, and they have engaged with the police to know what exactly has been happening. After the police have confirmed, have officially briefed them on the situation, they both returned. What I was trying to inquire on from the both of them have been what next for the voting process, because at the time the voting had halted, and they indicate to me that they have had firm assurance from the police to maintain order, and so the voting process would resume. And indeed, it has resumed in the last 10-15 minutes. You see a number of police officers still arriving in this police FPU vehicle, fully draped in their violence control gear in the bus. They've just been brought here and descending, alighted from the bus, and will be taking position. And so from the two ministers in charge of peace and security, both defense and interior, they have confirmed. You see the police officers there making their way to the voting center, fully draped in their violence control gears, making their way there now to make sure that the process continues unabated. So that's the situation here as we speak. More police officers coming in now to take positions. You see them fully armed, fully draped in their riot control gears, making their way to the voting center to maintain law and order. And so the voting process has resumed now, and voters are queuing to vote. So just a quick recap, the violence has been as a result of the NDC supporters demanding that Honorable Hawa Kumsin, who is here, as I understand, was also taking part of the monitoring process. What we know is that the two political parties, aside the party executives as well as the sitting MPs, they have deployed a number of officials to go on monitoring rounds at the various polling stations on behalf of the party. And so it is as part of one of those rounds that the NDC youth encounter Honorable Hawa Kumsin and demanded that she is taken out of the polling center. We didn't sit well with the NPP youth as well, leading to the chaos and the fight between them. But the police as well as the party officials have been able to negotiate with them and bring calm. And so that's what happened here earlier, and bring calm, and they had left and the Interior and Defense ministers coming also to ascertain the situation. More police deployment have been done now. And so we want to believe that this will be the situation as the voting has resumed. It's just 463, I should say, voters who are expected to cast their ballots here. Not huge numbers compared to the numbers we saw at the other polling stations where there were 600, over 600, over 500 polling registered voters expected to cast their vote. And so calm has been restored now, and the voting process has resumed. The two ministers have left the scene. The leadership of the both political parties that I have identified have also left the scene now, and voting process has resumed now at the Methodist Odoko voting center. And so the process is continuing now. Police officers taking their positions to secure the place and maintain law and order to continue the process. The number of officers who also draped in their riot control gears, I don't see them holding arm. Actually, they hold the baton they used to control riot. You see them in your shots, they're moving to still take position behind the voting center in order to maintain calm. A number of them, about 8 of them who were here earlier, you see 4 of them holding the riot shield there. And so they're taking their positions behind the voting center in order to maintain law and order. So calm has been restored, voting has resumed. You see there some voters also in queue trying to go through the process and cast their ballot. So that's the situation at the Methodist voting center here in Odoko. Calm has been restored now, and the process is going on smoothly.
James, thank you for bringing us that accurate reportage. And he reports to us that both the Minister of Interior, Muntaka, and the Defense Minister, Obane Boama, have left the scene. Voting has resumed at the Odoko Methodist polling station, and a new batch of police officers have arrived, and they seem to be armed, or they're wearing riot gear in order to contain the issues of violence that we are seeing right now. We'll take a break here. When we return, more action on Joy News today, bringing you all the details happening at the Ablekuma North constituency. Please stay.
So, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her.
Wow.
syntax pipe, as tough as it can get.
You so sorry with your back, sorry. Oh, what you was that thing? What the cat never well. Hey! Now I'm back.
Between the pie and carbon.
Hey, madam, pipe menu.
A syntax pipe. Metono, Omukacham send one day pa. Say a fee, say a foam. Yeah, the pipe we be a yen gum.
Syntax pipe.
Why a leaky?
Come, madam. From today, syntax pipe in my pipe. No 2 ways.
We need a pipe ben abe use.
SINTEX pipe.
Syntax pipe.
In the carry water. No hala.
When I was young, I asked my mother the secret of hair vitality and health. She said, the right food, the right exercise, the right amount of sleep, and the right blood tonic. Nescafe Blood Tonic is effective for the treatment of anemia, lack of appetite, and stressful conditions in both adults and children.
Nescafe Blood Tonic, the right family blood tonic. Another quality product from Ernest Chemists. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Everything has a meaning. For every story, there are many versions of what is true.
What we need to do is guarantee that kids will get an education. Go to Finland, go to everywhere else. The state does not pay for people to go to boarding schools.
Every opinion can be debated. The political construct of the national interest can be interrogated, but some facts are hidden in the depths of interpretation.
The cost of the land at Emperor Residential, which government has just bought for them, but they are waiting for the construction of the ambassador's residence. You need to add that as well. The relocation of the judges, the cost of the construction of a permanent bungalow, then passport office. It costs us 10 million Ghana cedis to relocate the passport office. So why is government not coming clean?
So we check the facts, raise the standards of intellectual discourse, and present the issues on the altar of unbiased scrutiny. This altar is Newsfile, your most authoritative news analysis program.
We must practice independent, credible, and fearless journalism.
Newsfile with Samson Ladia Yenine.
Welcome back. This is still JoyNews Today, and you're watching the live coverage of the election rerun in Ablekuma North constituency in those 19 polling stations. Now, let's get to our lead data and research analyst here at JoyNews, Isaac Kofi-ATTA. Isaac, I know you have some analyses that you want to bring to us in terms of what the data is saying. Exactly what do we need to hear from you?
Well, first, Suti, let's focus on what happened at the Methodist polling station. It looks like this is where the violence is concentrated. And earlier we said that if this should continue, the number that we should focus on is 463 registered voters who are expected to go there. In the morning, we got the indication from the Ghana Police Service that each polling station will receive about 100 police deployment. That's about 1,900 police personnel to deploy across all 19 polling stations. If you do the math, that means one policeman is supposed to cater for, let's say, 3 or 4, registered voters. And you just saw the visuals, the number of people trooping in from other places. It means that the work has become difficult. That is why you saw that reinforcement there. So 1,900 policemen on the grounds at the moment, and we understand that there is reinforcement. And you saw there the center of attraction is the Methodist polling station.
The exact same place where the violence started during the December 2024 collation of that same constituency.
Absolutely, yeah. and the point is that we are currently even at the point of voting. So how much more collation, when collation and counting start, what will be the picture that we'll see in Ablekuma North? But one thing that we need to also focus on is that, remember what happened in Ayawaso West, we got another by-election. We have not learned our lesson from those, violence. So you see the same things happening over and over again. You see journalists being beaten. You see, people causing chaos and commotion and all of that. It's the same element that actually clouds our electoral processes. And this is the only democracy we actually have to, protect. Now, we're trying to look at why Ablekuma North is so important, and we understand that even with this election, the most important thing to focus on will be the turnout. And we showed that Ablekuma North since 2012 has had a decline in the turnout, where it has actually moved from 80% turnout to somewhere around 62 currently. Yeah. And the projections are that even if you look at the figures we are seeing so far, it could be less at the end of this election. And we have said that in Ablekuma North, if you sample about 10 registered voters, only 6 or 7 are likely to go out there to vote currently. And looking at what is happening, this could be a big disincentive for voters, especially those who find themselves in the Methodist area. 463 registered voters. We've seen the highest being around Ateko, a polling station where about, 645 registered voters are expected to go there and vote. The average is around 431 registered voters per polling station. We are hoping that maybe at 5 o'clock when polls close, we'll see a smooth counting and coalition treaty. But
that's what you just said. This could be a great disincentive for people who are now planning to go out there and vote. Already, this is a challenge. Turnout for these two candidates, Irabno Bin and Anekwe Free. If you're operating around 60%, coming from 80%, there we have it. Yeah. And you're seeing this in early hours as this. Well, not so early. It's midday right now. But I doubt that those who haven't already made their way to the polling stations would even want to get out of the comfort and security of their homes. One thing, though, that our reporter, James Aveji, mentioned is that the policemen who were already stationed there since morning didn't carry arms or any kind of protective gear. It was those who were brought in for reinforcement. They were the ones who brought that. I thought that was interesting because you could see them standing aloof. They didn't even intervene. But Kofi, let me not take the wind out of your sail.
That's always been the arrangements where you have, security personnel who are not armed. And then when the situation is escalated, possibly you bring a different breed of police, security personnel. But it also depends on the polling station you find yourself in. And I know that the Ghana Police Service should have actually learned from the lesson of what happened on December 7th.
It goes without saying.
Exactly, where you know that this Methodist polling station that we are talking about is the center of, violence.
The stakes were high.
Exactly.
They always were high.
And so if you are actually deploying 100 policemen who are not armed, the question is, what are they there to do when some of these things happen? Do you have to wait for some of these things to happen before you do, you redeploy or add other policemen to actually come and then avert the situation? But what we know about Ablekuma North is that whatever happens is going to change the parliamentary makeup that we currently have. And I was telling you about the decline in the turnout. The reason why this is important is that if you look at Ablekuma North, we've said that,
okay, so yeah. Kofi, I have to interrupt you at this point. So we understand that James Aveji, I told you we have boots on ground, has more information for us. And James, please go ahead and report.
The chaos has been happening in the last few minutes. In the last 30 to 1 hour or so, supporters of the two political parties have been clashing with each other, and in fight, the police as well as the leadership of the parties have been able to negotiate with them, and calm has been restored. You see the bus coming out now, just brought in a number of more police officers dressed up in their riot control gears, who are here to enforce law and order and maintain some level of sanity at the voting area for the process to continue. A number of the police officers are here now. They are manning the gate now, arranged in front of the gate, which is the entrance to the police station. So what is happening now is that before you get access to the voting center, you must have been a voter, might have proved your identity with either your voter card or your Ghana card before you get access to the voting area. And so no one is allowed into the inner perimeter where the voting exercise is happening now as we speak. You see the supporters of the various parties on the streets catching glimpse of what is happening so far. They've been standing around observing the process as passers-by also going to and from the voting area. And so calm has been restored. About 15-20 more officers have been brought here. For those of you just joining us on the JoyNews channel, it has been chaotic here at the Methodist Church Voting Center, where the two supporters of the two political parties engaged in fisticuffs. They threw blows at each other on one issue. A former member of parliament was here from the Central Region. Honorable Mavis Hawakumsim was here to also monitor the process. What we've been told is that she was here as part of the monitoring process by the two political parties. The two political parties have deployed a number of party top executives as well as MPs and former MPs across the country to monitor the process. In fact, I bumped into the General Secretary of the party at one of the polling stations who told me he's been to a number of polling stations to monitor the process and was satisfied with the process so far. It had been calm until we got here, only to chance into the fisticuff between the supporters of the two political parties. Some leaders who identify themselves, one of the guys who told me he's one of the leaders of the NPP, admitted to me that a section of the supporters who arrive here on motorbikes, some of them in helmets, are actually members of his party. Mustafa Gbande also admitted that a section of the youth who arrive here are also members of his party, the NDC. And so the two political parties have confirmed that, yes, indeed, the guys who were embroiled in the fisticuffs were supporters of their political parties. The agitation was that the NDC supporters demanded that Hawa Kumsin be taken away from the voting center, where the NPP also disagreed with that, leading to the agitations. She was whisked away from the voting center through a back door, we were told by the police, and the leaders, ended up arriving at a consensus between the two of them, and some level of peace was maintained. Then about 10-15 minutes later, both the interior as well as the defense ministers, Honorable Muntaka Mubarak, MP for Asawansi, who is the interior minister, as well as the defense minister, Honorable Dr. Omani Buama, the two of them arrived in the same vehicle and made their way to interact with the presiding officer on duty, where she's been briefing them, as well as the police also giving them an official briefing.
Thank you, James Aveji, bringing us all the details. And he reports to us now that they've beefed up security. There are new parameters that have been established to usher you into the voting booth. You have to show your ID cards and actually confirm your identity, whether you are with the media or not, before they let you in. And so perhaps that will restore some calm and sanity over there. But he reports also that calm, indeed, has been restored. And Kofi, I know you were going to tell us about what this means for the turnout, and we had to go back to James. So let's take it up from there.
It's important that this election actually gets the turnout that it deserves, for us to know the true reflection of how the people want to vote. But looking at the trend, it's a concern that's tired of election. If you look at how they've been, there's a decline in the turnout and all of that. So we have been doing some sort of simulation to see what could happen in Ablekuma North, trying to use historical data to actually test what will happen in best case scenario, worst case scenario, and the average. So on average, if we are supposed to use what we know, what happened in 2024, where the turnout was somewhere around 62, but the average is around 68%. If we are using this 68%, then we are expecting that some 4,666 registered voters are expected to go out and vote. Now, per what we are seeing so far, there's a big disincentive, and the projection is that maybe we could have about 62 or 60 turnout. Even the national average was around 64. Now, if you look at the worst case scenario in terms of Ablekuma's history, if you don't go out to vote, the worst case scenario is usually around 57%. How many people will we expect to go out there to vote? 3,991 registered voters.
The EC, though, did say they were expecting a little over 6,000 people to go and vote today.
So 6,839 total registered voters.
How do we reconcile their numbers with what we're seeing now?
This is the test case we are running, the best case scenario, because not all the 6,839 registered voters will go out there to vote. So we are using the turnout to see what could happen in Ablekuma. If we go with the average, then we are expecting 4,999 people to go out there and vote. If 4,666. But if you go with the worst case scenario, where if you check the trend, if you look at this trend, the worst case scenario is 57% in terms of the turnout. How many people are we expecting? 3,999. Best case scenario is when we have 85 people turn out. That has been the best case scenario for Ablekuma North in terms of people going out there to vote, or the propensity to vote. How many people will we be expecting? 5,833. So it will be interesting. All of these scenarios in terms of both the NPP and the NDC, who will be having majority of these people who will be going out to vote already.
What's interesting is that it's not just those who come out to vote today who determines who the winner is. Don't forget, these are 19 outstanding polling stations. We already have the result for the remaining, about, is it 200 and something in total? You are the figure guy, yeah. So we already have a chunk of what will determine the winner of today's election. And so the lesser number of people who go out to vote, if it's from the NDC side, then it means that they're taking out of the chunk of people who could actually give them that win. Exactly. And if it's from the NPP side, well, then you know how that goes. Kofi.
Well, I mean, but the truth must be told.
Yeah.
The data that we are looking at shows that in Ablekuma North, if 10 registered voters go out there to vote, between 6 and 7 are likely to vote for the NPP. And earlier, we were making the important point of proxy stronghold. This is a stronghold of the NPP, but what we are learning per the data we have seen is that Ablekuma North could be a proxy stronghold. It has actually moved from an original or an organic stronghold where you control and control proper to now a proxy stronghold, which means that you pick people from other strongholds or other organic strongholds, get them to register there to come and vote, right? That has been the situation of Ablekuma North because it's 100% urban area where about 60% of the people you find there are cans, right? And we have said that one of the key reasons why NPP has been ruling that area for a long time and NDC has never won could be that factor, holding all other factors constant. But whatever happens today, what can this do? This is likely to change the makeup of our parliament, which the NDC is aware that, well, they say that they already have super majority, but they know that super majority comes from, you know, tying their claws with the independent parliamentarians. But they want pure majority, pure super majority.
An absolute majority. And a win in Ablekuma North constituency will give them that absolute majority. The NPP, I wonder why they're calling it a parliamentary dictatorship. If that happens, they're saying, we spoke to, who was that? Malik Basin, no,
that was Miracles.
Miracles Dennis Abuaji, thank you. And he said that that is the reason, that's what this election means to them, this rerun. It means that they get to stop this administration from getting a parliamentary dictatorship. Shine some light on this one.
Well, I mean, in numerical terms, this doesn't mean a lot, but it means a lot. That's what he actually said. What this means is that the NPP is aware that currently that their 88 members of parliament has been reduced to 87 because of the death of the Akwetia MP. Right. So currently, NDC has 2 ways to get that super two-thirds majority. It's either to win in Ablekuma or fight for Akwetia.
Yeah.
If you win Ablekuma and you win Akwetia,
it's over.
That's over, right? It means they can do so many things without the NPP side of the house. Let's see what they can do. Okay. Right? We decided to put this in 3 thematic areas. In terms of quorum in Parliament, you need about 92 members of Parliament. Already NDC has over 180, right? It means that
they
if they are able
to by themselves form
a quorum without the minority, right? And when it comes to passing ordinary bills, they need about 138 members of Parliament, and they can do this without the NDC. And again, the most important one has to do with constitutional amendments, which includes whether MMDCs will be selected or they have to go for an election, whether on partisan basis or what MPP or NDC can actually now do it if they are able to win Ablekuma North with 184. Currently, they have 183, and they said they have the independent guys on their side. That makes them 187, right? But you know, whenever it comes to two-thirds majority, you need to vote sometimes, right?
Yeah.
So if you are doing a secret ballot, you simply do not know who has influenced that independent member. That is why you need your own people to form your own supermajority. So if you are watching us and you are saying, but it's just one constant, why is it so important? It's simply because of this number 184, which makes up 2/3 of Parliament. And if you're able to do that, NDC can go ahead and do so many things, but not, sort of like to extend the term of President Mahama, because that power resides in the people, where there can be a motion, it can start from Parliament. But for us to say whether President Mahama should go for more than 2 terms,
it has to come to us in a referendum of a sort.
Exactly, to vote. And so, although they will possibly have that 2/3 majority, they cannot do that. But one thing they can also do is that they can impeach the president, but you know that cannot happen, right? Because that's their own precedent.
Yeah.
Which means that Parliament will have that big voice. And we have said that we actually predicted it because 2020 election gave us that indication that now Ghana's election, the most interesting place to look at, possibly no longer the presidential, right?
Yeah.
But parliamentary.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, once upon a time we had 137, they had to take an independent member to join the MPP to form majority. And so it's always interesting to see, and even with that majority, they were still being ruled by a speaker who was from the green side. And so you see how Ghanaian voters are becoming very nuanced, and in terms of their decision making, very, very, complex at this time around, where it's not so easy to possibly, predict so many things. If you are predicting a stronghold, it should be an organic stronghold.
Yeah.
If it's a proxy stronghold, you definitely will find yourself in trouble. And if you are doing a rerun, where at the back of a government that has had a lot of goodwill in a proxy stronghold, possibly you should be worried.
Coming from that locked horn parliament in the 8th one to this 9th parliament, where we are inching close to an absolute, two-thirds majority, it makes it interesting to watch how our democracy unfolds. But of course, this is where we'll pause for a bit, and the election or the coverage of those 19 polling stations continues. Let's take a quick break. When we return, there's more action for you.
The Ablekuma North
Move from organic to
They want the voting process. Look, as we speak, the Electoral Commission had done a collation of about 262 of the polling stations, and that put the MPP candidate with 48 votes ahead. We want 6,000 people to have their say. That will flip the 48 seats, 48 votes. So that's what we are determined to get. That's the outcome we are looking for. We are for peace. Remember, we are in government, and so the responsibility is on us, and we will do everything to ensure that there's utmost peace here. Yes.
Thank you. And Director of Legals there for the NDC, Godwin Edwige Tameklo there, giving us update on what has been transpiring so far. From the indication, he tells us that they have been trying to, the boys who came here to express their grievance have been trying to make sure that Honorable Hawa Kumsin, the former MP who was here, leaves the place. It's unclear why they are happy with her presence at the voting center. We do not know, but what they've been saying is that she needs to leave the premises, and that arrangement has been made, as is confirmed to us. Honorable Hawa Kumsim have been taken away from the voting center so far, and calm has relatively been restored. The guys have left the place on their motorbikes. There you have them on the streets trying to leave the place. They've all climbed back to their motorbikes, and they are making their way out of the place. But what Edwige Tameklo could not confirm to us is whether or not these are supporters of his party. But as far as he's concerned, they have listened to them to calm down, and they are now making their way out of the place. And so that is the genesis of the chaos that we have seen so far here at the Methodist Church polling center here at Odoko, where they have been fighting among themselves in the last few minutes, but relative calm have been restored. We'll try and see if we can speak to any of the leadership or the senior officers of the police here who are making sure that there is calm returning to the place to get an official position on what has been happening so far. And so calm has been restored. The police FPU van which moved in has also moved away and parked at the far end to the polling station. A number of the police officers are draped in their gears on standby to enforce the law, to maintain law and order as we speak. So that's the situation. A number of the youth are currently still moving towards the other side of the polling center. You see the police van, FPU, police bus, having some number of police officers in there also on standby. The youth have been moving on the street back and forth. It's still unclear what they want as far as the process is concerned. But I can say that relative calm has been restored so far. It is not as chaotic as we have seen in the last few minutes. I see there Malik Basentale making his way to the voting center, the YEA boss making his way to the polling center, and he is the one that is currently drawing the crowd that is coming, and so that's what we experiencing now. He's trying to make to get a word from him on why he's here and the whole crowd that has been following him around. Okay, and so they are guiding him out of the place. I'm sure they are going to pick their cars and leave now. And so he's just passing by, and the party supporters are guiding him away from the scene. And so he's going now, and the rest of the crowd are following him. So that's the situation. Briefly chaotic, very chaotic amongst the supporters who are here demanding that the police take action to get away the former MP Hawa Kumsin away from the scene, and the assurance is that she's been taken away from the scene as we speak. And so there is relative calm. The youth are still on the streets and lurking around while the party officers are still trying to do some negotiations and get to nerves station where the chaos has been in the last few minutes. A clash between two groups. The party leadership will not readily tell us whether the members are either members of the NPP or the NDC. But from the assurance we got from the director of legals of the NDC, Edwidge Tamaklo, so far, is that they've been able to negotiate with them, and they have agreed to leave the place. I see them, Mustafa Gbande still trying to engage a number of the youth there to see how they can make sure that total calm returns to the place. I'll try and see if I can get a word from him. Mr. Gbande, I just want to pick a word briefly from you. You've been able to do some negotiation with the youth and they have retreated. What exactly have been their demand? Why they are
agitation? You can see this is MP. These are MPP. Okay. This one is NDC. So we are trying to make them. We are the same people. We are the same family. So they will come here.
They will come here. How is the negotiation going?
Charlie, the negotiation, we are brothers. But right now, because of power change, our brothers, then they beat us. Wow. Like, seriously. But then we have to exercise patience to us. Because the game is sometimes changed. We know what they can do because they are in power. But we are begging them. Charlie, he changed. That's why we there in this punishment. But he can change again. But we are brothers. We should think of that. We want peace in this constituency. Like the way we are doing. We are pleading. It should not be fight. A winner should just win. If you are a loser, you accept. So we are pleading to all. We are brothers. The violence is trying to be too much. They should have exercise patience with us.
So your boys have listened to you and they have retreated. Are we sure that they will not return it?
No. We are here with them together and we are trying to bring peace, like they said. You know, like the way we had beating our Kumsin. But sometimes we feel like they should have patience. You know, everybody has.
But why is she here?
She's here because of there is an election going on here. Definitely, I know she was also here to check what is going on. So a lot of people are here. A lot are here that they are also checking, like the NDC. But we are not fighting no one. Okay. We are just trying to bring peace.
Has she been taken away now?
We are now about to check that one. Now I don't know.
Let us read this page. Okay. So what's your name?
I'm Ibrahim Mohammed, popularly known as Figo. The MPP. I'm the MPP boy. Yes, man.
Thank you. The gentleman calls himself Figo, and he said they've been able, he is part of the NPP, and they, the leadership of the boys, have been trying to negotiate, and indicates to me that they've succeeded at the negotiation. It's just beautiful to hear the two of them, he himself and Mustafa Gbande, trying to have a conversation and come to a consensus. And so we can't say for now that so far they have come to an understanding. They admit that the boys are from the two sides, the NDC as well as the NPP, who clash here on the demand that Honorable Hawa Kumsim should leave the premises. And he's been telling me that although this is not her constituency, she's a former MP and also decided to only come and observe the processes as it has been ongoing. And now that they are unhappy and have been able to take her away, calm has been restored so far. And you see in your shot the two of them still having a conversation. They, the NPP and the NDC, Mustafa Gbande and Figo, are trying to calm another gentleman there. They're still trying to get one of the boys out. I don't know what. It's quite fragile here. Anything leading to disagreements and between the two sides, and somehow they find a way to resolve it amongst themselves. The police are currently all lined up in front of the main entrance to the polling center and trying to prevent anybody from having access to the polling center. They are currently lined up there for a human or wall around the place. I can count at least 15 police officers currently in.
Well, come back, and I'm taking you straight back to the Odoko Methodist polling station where James Aveji is standing by. James, what else is happening right now? All right, so James was reporting to us earlier that the policemen have formed a human barricade of a sort around the polling station, and they're screening people before they allow you to go in and cast your vote. And he also mentioned that there's relative calm. We want to get more details in terms of how all this is unfolding. And James, if you can hear me now, what more details have come to light?
Sweetie, if you can hear me, the NPP candidate has just stormed the Odoko voting center here together with the party's communicator, Dennis Miracle Abwaji, Brian Echampong, as well as Samia Uku, to also see what is happening on the ground. And they have been to the voting center and have just left, and will be addressing the press on what the obsession has been so far. Dennis is the one speaking now, and I'm trying to see if I can get to him to get what he's been saying and their observation so far.
I'm holding your microphone for you. Stop pushing.
And some other leadership of the NPP, I think he said, and they are addressing the press. We want to bring you those sounds so that you can get exactly what they're saying.
So far, we have been here, and it's quite clear that elections has resumed. We are calling on every single person at home to come out and come and vote. At this point, it's been restored, and there's calm here. And so the candidates will now speak. But before the candidates speak, please, it's very important that the Inspector General of Police gets to know what the NDC have been doing since morning, and know that we cannot afford not to complete and conclude the coalition today too. Because from the way things are going, just as we have done here at the Methodist polling station, we are going to protect every single ballot and make sure that the same way we restored calm here, there will be calm at every polling station for the coalition. If they fail to protect us, we will protect ourselves just as we have done here. Madam, catch you.
Yes. Yo, let us say, I'm saying, Obia Wunia, and then I have visited 16 polling stations, and all the 16 polling stations, with the exception of Odoko 4 and 5, everywhere is chaotic. Bebia Ubekono, the hoodlums, thugs, macho men, all over, almost about 200, every polling station.
To suppress your votes.
And now, almost say, vote a woman be pabe to a man never conform. If it's obedient, him say, These polling stations, and any abre. Now people are afraid to come out. Before, I feel so mobile. Send your treat you any a second, any a giant adeno. Ya be brano. It's your man for she said fear. But person me a country I'm for say. No fear, Obiamra number 2. Yeah, anyway, a bimbo, home. Police for no Miss Samo, IGP, so I won't hear caution. Yeah, 3 police stations. What's the one to me provide this security? After 19, they also be provided. Yes, macho men are here with security. I want the man. Light of Gospel Miracle Church. I want with that. One more agent. One more brilliant for Bakuda hospitals here. Why do you have to do this? Anti-Siciano. Yeah, Bekaya Bano. And on be ballot box. I catch and some famous. Why?
As we speak, no. As we speak, it is important for us to know that there are people's lives that are at stake. From here, we are going to visit Honorable Haukumsin, who is currently fighting for her life. Why should any citizen battle for her survival because of election? There are 6 people who were injured. Right there, I was there, right before me, and they are in the hospitals. For now, we have remained resolute. We have been able to stand our grounds, and these hoodlums have run away, and everybody should come and vote. We are asking the Inspector General of Police to ensure that he sees what has happened as a precursor and put in place the necessary measures for the coalition. The guys are moving with weapons. And so if they are going to allow their men to be sacrificed, their policemen to be sacrificed, like goats and fowls, then we are in trouble. They should be found and make sure that the coalition becomes peaceful and safe. Thank you.
Just had the Nane Kwe-Free, the NPP's parliamentary candidate for Ablekuma North constituency, and she says that every polling station she visited, apart from the, I think, Methodist 1, 5, and 6, everywhere was chaotic. Or Docor 4 and 5, everywhere was chaotic. People wielding machetes. I'm just, paraphrasing what she said. And that scared people and is going to disincentivize them from coming out to vote. But she's assuring them that both her and Miracle Sabwaje, and they're saying that please come back and vote because they need you to vote for them. James Aveji is back, and let's go back to him. Okay, so James Aveji is preoccupied at the moment, and of course, once he's ready, we'll go back to James. So, I mean, Nane Kwe-Free believes that everyone who comes out to the polling station there is coming to vote for her. And so these incidents we are seeing, she says, she alleges that was orchestrated to scare the people away. And so she's asking everyone to come out and vote because that's what's important. Now, we know that the former Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Mamadou Bawumia, has been reacting to some of these things we've been seeing. Let's take a listen.
So, Your Excellency, what do you make of the violence at Ablekuma North now?
Thank you very much. The reports of what has gone on at Ablekuma North this morning, they're very disturbing. This is not the democracy that we want to see in Ghana. Our supporters are being attacked by thugs in the presence of the police who have been unable to protect them. The candidate, Kwe-Free, has been attacked. Hawa Kumson has been attacked. Our deputy national organizer has been attacked. So many of them, Oko, Asante, many women have been attacked. At every election, we want to see that the democracy is being enhanced. And this is very important for the peace and stability of our country. You recall that the background to this particular by-election is that the police had told the EC that they were unable to provide security to collate 3 pink sheets, just security to collate 3 pink sheets. But for some reason, they were able to find security to conduct elections in 19 polling stations. And today, our people are being attacked with the police presence and unable to provide security. We don't want the country and political parties to start to think that they have to provide for their own safety. This would be a recipe for disaster if every political party has to raise their own army to give them protection during an election. But this is the message that is being sent. What we have to be clear about is that the people who have perpetrated these acts have been caught on video. I call on the president to take action, and all the people in charge of this country, the administration, to take action to bring the perpetrators to book. This is the only way we can deter this in the future. But we have seen them, and let me assure them that should they not be brought to book, we will not forget. They will be brought to book no matter how long it takes. We will not forget what has happened. We want peace in this country. This is not the democracy that Ghana wants to see. And so it is very important that these sorts of terrible acts are not encouraged. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, sir.
Have it. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is calling on government to step in to ensure that they restore calm to the Ablekuma North 19 polling stations in Ablekuma North where the election rerun is going on. Now, let me come back to Isaac Ofieje. And Isaac, it's really interesting how things are turning out. But let's spend a moment and say that Hawa Kumsin, her presence needn't cause such commotion.
Absolutely.
But to see a woman on the floor and some men still want to kick her, it tells you, for me, the reading is that there's some sort of displeasure around the NPP and her specifically, because the incidents we saw that she was at the center of in the lead up, or I mean around the election time and even after the election, it sort of made her a target, to say the least.
I mean, we need to put across that she herself lost her seat in that unprecedented manner. She was part of a number of giant women who actually, lost their seats. Hawa Kumsin was involved, Asla Owusu, all of them.
Yeah.
The hope was that they will come back to the 9th Parliament, but they lost. Even in the process of her election, we all saw what happened, the violence and everything. So, I mean, I don't want to say people have seen her as a target, but of course, whatever the case, she must not be subjected to that level of violence where she's there as an observer. And she was part of the party's entourage that actually went to the polling station going around this morning. And so it was unfortunate to see her on the floor and people making the attempt to kick her while she was just lying on the floor.
It's terrible. Now, news coming in, we understand that majority of members of parliament have abandoned parliamentary proceedings and are heading to Ablekuma North constituency, where the rerun is currently ongoing. And our parliamentary affairs correspondent, Bismarck Kweku Asante, joins me with more. And Kweku, it's good to see you. Tell us about the MPs who are sort of abandoning ship.
Well, Christiana, if you look from the videos that you just played on air, you will realize that of the 275 members, there are just about perhaps 40 members who are currently seated on the floor. And I've seen a number of members of parliament who themselves have put out social media posts about how they are in the constituency assisting with the campaign of their various parties. You just see a couple of persons in the leadership benches and a host of members of parliament not here at all. And our understanding is that most of them have gone to Ablekuma North, where both political parties are jostling for that crucial seat in the scheme of events, it's not very crucial for the New Patriotic Party because win or lose, it doesn't change their composition or doesn't add up anything really to their makeup in Parliament. If they win it, they get to go to 89 members of Parliament. The NDC, however, if they win that seat, are able to marshal 2/3 of the parliamentary seats on their own without needing the support of the independent MPs. And that is why it's such a big deal for them. A lot more of them have gone. You see from the video on your shot now, that is the minority backbenchers. And a lot of them are not there. A couple of the majority backbenchers are also very empty, as you can see in the shot. All of them have abandoned proceedings today being Friday. Instead of 2 p.m., they start at 12 noon. They have been doing a business statement. In fact, the matters having to do with the chaos that have rocked the election has come up briefly on the floor. The defense minister is expected to answer certain questions. So even though he was earlier on in Ablekuma North, he has actually come to Parliament now. And as soon as he took his seat, Habib Idrisu took aim at him and said that he had gone to supervise the beating of NPP officials in Ablekuma North and has now come to Parliament. It became some back and forth, and the Speaker of Parliament ruled that those comments be expunged from the records because he has not provided any evidence to the effect that the defense minister has supervised the beating of NPP officials there. So that small part came up briefly on the floor. But the bigger story is that a lot more members of Parliament have not attended to proceedings. And as we know now, they've all gone to the Ablekuma North constituency where they are helping their respective political parties to campaign with the aim of annexing that seat.
But Kweku, what does this mean for parliamentary business? I'm sure there were important issues that Parliament had to deal with today. So what does it mean now that majority of the MPs have sort of fled Parliament to go and witness what's happening in Ablekuma North?
Well, yes, like you say, there are bills that have to be considered in the past few days. Parliament has been consistently considering a number of bills. And on the floor is the Fisheries Act that they are amending and updating. And so it is expected that ordinarily that will take a toll on that business. There are a host of questions and a host of statements and other things that Parliament would have to do. But as we've seen so many times in Parliament, whether or not the absence of so many of them affect proceedings depends on the mood. There have been times in Parliament where just with 10 members of Parliament, proceedings have continued, they've considered bills, they've done business, despite the fact that there is no quorum. And no one raises the quorum, so that is not introduced into the record. And so anyone who goes to court or anything of that sort to challenge the current number of the House will have an onerous responsibility to challenge that because both sides are not raising it. The minority, it would appear, because this is both sides, no one is willing to raise the matter of quorum. And if matters of quorum are raised, usually they are raised by NPP MPs who say we don't have quorum to transact business, to try and block certain business from being done. That has not happened today. It appears both sides have acquiesced that this is another important national assignment that we all have to attend to because, in fact, both the minority and majority leaders are actually not around. They have not been around since morning. The business statement was presented by the deputy majority leader. It is not clear if Afenyo Markin and Mahama Yarega have made their way to Ablekuma North. I haven't seen any reporting that suggests that they are there, but they are also not on the floor. And so it would appear, despite the huge absence of members of Parliament on the floor, it will not affect business. Proceedings are going to continue. In fact, tomorrow, Saturday, the House is expected to sit and transact a couple more business. So, you see, the issue is that despite the lack of quorum, in fact, you can just see in the video there, less than 40 members of Parliament on the floor. The current number is 92 and 93. That has not been achieved, but proceeding is continuing because both sides believe that there's another national assignment that MPs will have to go and attend to, and they have gone there, and so they don't want that to affect proceedings this afternoon.
Ms. Kotu, how many people cut out the noise?
The anger.
The hostile opinion.
The spin around the issues.
The superficial colors and effects. But above all,
you can take away the misinformation.
So that added up, it's not even up to 40, but to just take the number at a very safe spot. The time I was leaving the chamber, recorded that video, there's just about 40 members of Parliament on the floor.
And how does all this sit with the Speaker? I heard you say that both parties, the MPP and NDC side, they're in agreement that this is also a very important national business. But how about the Speaker? How is he reacting to this? Well, the Speaker hasn't raised any issue with this. The Speaker himself, Alan Bagman, is not in the seat. The first Deputy Speaker is the one presiding over proceedings now.
At no point through today's sitting has any matter having to do with the attendance come up. No MP has raised it, neither from the minority side or from the majority side, and perhaps goes into the psychology of the early point I made about whether or not these sides appear to have acquiesced and say that, listen, today we do not care about whether or not members show up or not, because we do have an idea where they may be. The only challenge with some of this is that, having seen the very poor attendance on the floor as we speak, tomorrow when the House sits and you look at the votes and proceedings, you will then see that on the list of MPs who were present, you see perhaps 200 MPs who have signed and said they came to Parliament, although on the floor that was not done. So the Speaker himself hasn't raised this. No one has raised it from either sides of the House because they believe that this is another assignment that they've allowed members of Parliament to attend to actually ensure that the process goes on smoothly.
And you're saying, this is my final bit to you, that in your extensive experience covering parliamentary affairs, this is normal, considering the current weather of the election in Ablekuma North. Is that what you're saying?
This is very normal. In fact, in the last few weeks, the attendance in the House has been very poor, but today is much more poorer because of the assignment. But anytime some of these things happen, I recall the by-election in Assin North, and there was a similar situation in Parliament, very poor attendance. Whenever there are matters of this nature and MPs are very much interested in some of these things, it reflects very poorly on attendance, and the leadership don't bother making any statements about this.
All right, quick question there. Thank you. That's our parliamentary affairs correspondent bringing us details. Bismarck Kweku Asante, like I like to call him. All right, so Kofi, this is what we have. Looks like nobody's raising issues on quorum. Nobody is sort of asking the question as to where are you even going? It seems normal because there's something happening and they need to be there, according to what Kweku has been telling us. So it looks like we might be seeing some members of parliament at Ablekuma North. Already we've seen some. We've seen the defense minister. He's gone. James told us that he's left. And so, yeah, perhaps we will be seeing more of them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, the most important thing we need to put across is that whatever that happens in Ablekuma, the first point of impact will be Parliament. So it is, I mean, you know, it's sort of like, for me, that it's not surprising to see members of Parliament leaving the chamber.
This is about Parliament.
It's about Parliament, because whatever happens, it will change the makeup of Parliament. Whatever happens, it will put Ghana's democracy on a different gear, whether we are going to practice a super majority or what we call two-thirds majority of a certain political party. But it's something that just when Kweku was speaking, where, I mean, our team at the background, Tony and co, are trying to do the digging for us to understand more about Ablekuma North. And what we are realizing, because this is important, we've been speaking about turnout. And it's not just about the parliamentary election. One reason that possibly NDC are so sure they can also win Ablekuma is that we have started looking at the presidential election and the outcome. And just like the parliamentary, since 1996, NDC has never, and you can see it on the smart wall, has never won the Ablekuma North seat, presidential election in Ablekuma North. And for the first time in 2024, what we are saying is that President Mahama won it for the first time. And in fact, the reason why the issue of turnout is so important is that, well, I mean, he won it by some 50.6 or 2%, 50.2%. And you can see how close that will be. But the surprise...
That's why, I mean, Tanko Computer spoke with such confidence when he said that they'd flipped the outcome of elections in that constituency. Exactly. That's why they have the strong conviction that, well, it's not just the presidential, the parliamentary election that we won. We won the presidential. We have evidence to prove that, look, there is a change in win in Ablekuma North, where for the first time, we've won presidential and have won parliamentary. But the MPP says that, no, per what we know that, well, you won presidential, but we won parliamentary with more than 400 votes. It won't be strange for them to vote skirt and blouse, because we often see this happen, where a constituency will vote for the president in that particular place, on a one party's ticket, and vote for a parliamentary representative on another ticket. So maybe they may have an argument, but how much does it hold?
It simply means that however you want to look at the Ablekuma North dynamics, if you look at this chart, just look at how the NPP has been performing in Ablekuma North since 2000. What we know is that they have never gone below 60% for presidential election in Ablekuma North. And for the first time in 2024, NPP gets about 49%, right? Less than 49% of the total valid vote cast. That tells you that something really significant happened on the Ablekuma North. But one thing we are not so sure is, at the parliamentary level, what really happened? Because we know that for the presidential, where it became so tight between 2008, 2012, but from 2016, when President Akufo-Addo came to the scene for the first time, he won with 66.8%, declines to 62.6%. Is the same number we saw for Ekwe when, Sheila Battles, when she won in 2020, somewhere around 62%. But an interesting thing that we saw with this data is that if you go to Ablekuma North, just look at the rejected ballot. This is a constituency that is not usually used to rejected ballot because why? It is urban. It has elite,
youthful population,
well educated. So rejected ballot is a bit very low there. But there's one thing that actually caught our attention when we were looking at this data is the turnout. And per the data we are seeing for presidential, the turnout was around 49%. It wasn't even close. It wasn't even up to 50%. It means that with those 19 million people who registered to go and vote in the presidential level, we also what happened in the national level. But in Ablekuma North, there were over 122,000 registered voters who were expected to go and vote. And if you sample 10 of them, only 5 turn out to vote. Possibly that's why the MDC or MPP also feels that, well, then we don't need to leave this to a chance because it looks like this is our strong, I will use the word proxy stronghold. It means the probability is on our side. If we are able to whip people to come out and vote and the turnout increases, we are likely to win. That's why in all their narratives around this violence and code, you hear them saying that, well, they are doing this so that people will not come out to vote. Because the assumption or the hypothesis is that once they come out, per every 10, 7 are likely to vote for the MPP, or 7 or 6 are likely to vote for the MPP. And this is why turnout for me is very important.
Kofi, you're a numbers guy. I like to read meaning into this. I'm the words lady. I'm not a numbers guy. But you can see that this isn't just something that magically happened. The NDC has been giving the NPP a close run from 2000, from 29.0% in terms of what they were able to accrue over there, to 31%, 38%, and they stayed at, that's what's interesting. They stayed at 38 point something %. And then, of course, there was a drop in 2016. But then you can see that it begins to go up again in 2020. And that's what I think is the results that we saw in 2024. It means for me that the NDC was starting to enjoy some goodwill in that constituency. And the NPP was starting to lose favor in the eyes of the constituency.
So one correlation we can draw between the presidential and parliament, and this is the reason why Tony had to do this research, is because if you compare the two, what you see is that whatever happens in the presidential election has some form of impact on the parliamentary. This is a constituency that votes in the same line or tangent.
They don't do the skirt and blouse.
They don't do skirt and blouse. If they vote for presidential 62, it's likely that parliamentary will also be 62. So watch something in 2016. When President Mahama became very, very unpopular in 2016 and he was leaving office, what you see is that he leaves office with 32.5% in Ablekuma North. And that affected their parliamentary candidate as well, a dip in 2016. Then in 2020, when he came back and there was momentum on his side again, because we all saw how he closed the national election, the gap, he closed the gap. What you see is that he moves from 32.5 to 36. That's why many are saying that, well, if he has won it in 2024, then there's a high likelihood that maybe the NDC also won. Remember that the EC even declared Irregularities as the winner before they started reconsidering their decision.
Yeah.
But the interesting thing is that, I don't know why I keep calling this, but the interesting thing is that if you look at the gap between MPP and NDC, it's been wide.
Yeah.
But one thing that the 2024 election taught us is that whatever the story, whether MPP claiming they have won, it shows that there is a thin difference between NPP and NDC in Ablekuma North. This is a constituency that they used to win with hundreds and thousands of votes gap between NPP and NDC. Now we are talking about just some small number, even below possibly 500. And the EC, per what we are getting is that even with the current over 270 polling stations that have been collated so far, MPP is only leading with about 48 votes, right? And that paints...
It's different from their initial number. They were saying that they'd won by 414 votes. 414
with 3 outstanding.
Right. So this current number, the 40, is with the 19 outstanding polling stations.
With the 18, and then you take away 19. That means that 19 becomes outstanding instead of the 3 that the NPP made their calculations on. So that is it. Whatever that happens in the presidential election in Ablekuma North possibly had an impact on the the parliamentary election. And one thing that we are also getting to notice that I don't know what will happen today, but if NDC wins in Ablekuma North, it is then going to turn Ablekuma North into a skirt and blouse constituency that they have never been before. But if MPP wins, then that will solidify their whether proxy or organic majority that they have in Ablekuma North. But whatever happens, this is a constituency that we will keep our eyes on forever and ever in all.
And you analysts would love to jump on the fact that for the first time, a constituency that is heavily, I don't want to say tribalistic, but it appears they vote along tribal lines because the majority of the constituents there are part of the Akan tribe. And so if they're able to win, I mean, if the NDC is able to win this constituency, and I don't mean just this rerun, I mean at the end of the entire collation of the results that the EC has, plus these 19 polling stations, if the NDC wins, it means that there are interesting days ahead. All right. Let's speak to Professor Kwesi Ening now. He's a security expert. And Prof, thank you for joining us. So, I mean, we're seeing pockets of violence, incidents of violence, beating of women on the floor, yet people want to kick them, the police assaulting journalists, innocent passers-by. I want you to help us make sense of this. And I dare ask, has the Ghana Police Service failed us?
Oh, no. I don't think this has anything to do with police failure at all. You know, when the political class deliberately incites and excites political attacks, irrespective of the Vigilante Act, Act 999, there's very little the police service can do. You see, this is a failure of our political culture. It's unfortunate, but it's not surprising, because violence in our politics has become a currency. If you pay well, you can get the macho men or the vigilantes to do your dirty work. And this almost brings to mind the extreme brutality that experienced at the Ayawaso West Wagon by-election. And it looks to me as if our political class not learned anything. And the tax or the vigilantes themselves have also not learned anything. You know, the allure of public office, access to those in public office, is more than enough to incite people to violence. And let's not deceive ourselves. I think both political parties and some of the actors who have suffered today have used utterances prior to the December 2024 election that sought to incite people to violence. You see, so I think a nation, if we are interested in developing a political culture based on principles and shared norms and values, then we need a different type of political behavior. But from where I sit, we are far from beginning the process of pulling back from the brink. Violence will remain in our politics for a very long time to come.
Prof, I hear you when you say we need a different type of political behavior, but I want to stay on security for a little bit. We know that at the beginning of today, the Ghana Police Service had deployed about 100 police officers to one polling station, which meant that they had enough men to prevent such incidents of violence from happening. But we didn't see that. In one of the videos that I saw, you could see these macho men running around chasing someone. I couldn't tell exactly who. And the police just gave them way to come and pass. I think that that's something we should focus on, whether or not the police did the work that they were sent out there to do today.
So, as you well know, one of the biggest challenges that the Ghana Police Service has faced historically is about riot control. And particularly when you have, macho men who think they are politically connected and protected, deciding deliberately to flout the law and challenge the authority of the police. Then one of the options left to the police would be to use excessive force. And I can tell you, if they had done, you and I were talking about that, right? So for me, the issue of political culture is very, if those who seek to attain power are willing to use violence to incite people to challenge the authority of the state and its legitimate actors. Look, there's very little the Ghana Police Service can do. Yes, they could have marked the place for 300 police officers per polling booth or polling station. But I can assure you also that that would not have solved the problem if you have vigilantes who think they are connected and they will challenge the authority of the police. Then the police will have to use violence, and I can assure you that will lead to even more fulfillment. So I think we should be focusing also on arresting these macho men, interrogating them as who hired, who funded them, and getting their backers in prison or before a court of competent jurisdiction. Because focusing on police criticism alone will not pull us out of the woods. And I can assure you, it's going to get more and more violent, and it's going to escalate and get out of hand. Look, the Ghana Police Service has a lot on its hands already. Let our political class help them to focus on the things that is essential to all of us. We can deal with political violence if our leaders themselves are sincere when they talk about peace. But I get the impression peace is just a word that they use without any sincerity and a desire to ensure that their followership also understands what that word means. Right now, I can bet you any by-election that we will hold or any election in this country will generate considerably more violence than we are seeing today.
That sounds like a prophecy of doom, but I understand that it's backed with intelligence in your expert opinion as a security expert. Now, I want to isolate the Odoko Methodist polling station incident. That was the same place that the issue of violence began. It was a collation center during the election December 2024 election. I don't know so much about security, but I would think that the Ghana Police Service or the security personnel who are deployed to go there ought to have done some sort of assessment to understand that that place was a hotspot. And so deploy the necessary tools, the necessary armory, the necessary, I don't know what you call it, so that they can prevent this from happening. Now, to come back after 6 months, Prof, and see the exact same thing happen at the exact same location, it beats my mind that how did we even assess the situation before we sent out security over there? On what assessment did we do before we sent out security? And mind you, the police officers who were there since morning were not armed. They didn't have any kind of arms. They just went there, and so it was the new badge who were sent as reinforcement. They came in with riot gear. So it beats my mind. I'm trying to help me reconcile this. The exact same place, the exact same incident. And we couldn't have seen this.
If we hold another election in 6 months at the exact same place, you can send all the reinforcements. The same violence will take place.
Prof, that doesn't give me hope at all.
Pardon?
It doesn't inspire hope in me at all, or confidence in our security services.
I'm just telling you the truth, that this is not a failure of policing. It's a failure of our political class to abide by the rules of the game. Look, macho men are hungry, they are unemployed, they are unemployable. They know that if their candidate wins, they will get something to chop small. So they are willing to lay down their lives. It is not the responsibility of the police to deal with such characters. That is the job of the armed forces. And I think it was good assessment not to send the first battalion or the first group of police officers with weapons, because something bad would have happened. And that would have escalated the problem. Look, I like the phrase that you used, is it the prophet of doom?
Yeah.
I am not afraid to speak the truth with people, leaders in Ghana do not like. Electoral violence will get considerably violent because violence pays. Violence gives access to office, political office. It gives access to juicy position. There is a direct positive correlation between those who incite violence and then when their party wins, they get juicy officers. Okay, so it's not going to stop now. Okay, I predicted 5 coup d'etats in West Africa. They have happened. 1 or 2 more are on the way. Okay, solid assessment and boldness in looking at the indices and the variables and drawing conclusions, leads to, characterizations as prophet of doom.
Right.
You are causing fear and panic. But you and I will have this conversation when there's a next election.
Prof, hopefully Ghana is not one of those countries that your assessments show that a coup d'etat might happen here. But I want to move on from these merchants of war and conflict, and let's talk about this political behavior you're speaking about. Yes. Exactly what would it look like? That political behavior that we need to adopt in order to stop seeing incidents of violence mar a simple election like this. What does it look like?
Well, the election is not that simple. Based on where the chips will fall tonight, whether it's the MPP that wins or the NDC, it changes the character of politics for the next 3.5 years. And it has monumental potential impact on the way this country is governed and the way our democracy is. But democracy is about shared principles and shared norms. Okay? And there is no single political party in Ghana that has argued in its manifesto that they believe in violence as a tool to attaining political power. So all the political parties talk about peace. But peace is not a common good. Okay? Peace is not a common good. It's not everyone who says, I want peace, who understands the word and seeks to work towards the attainment of peace. So if as political actors, we all don't want violence, We all don't want the use of vigilante, macho men. We have an act against such practices. Okay, we want to use the strength of our argument, to win the day. Then you will be developing a political culture in which those who are violent, either psychologically or physically, are then excluded from being part of the party. Let me give you a very typical example. When the vice president was candidate, Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, it became routine for opposition politicians to use the most unprintable words against them. Okay?
Yeah.
With the exception of Esla Owusu, who stood up and said, "This is indecent. She's a woman. I'm a woman. I'll stand beside her." Almost every woman in this country was quiet. Okay? Because people perceive the abuse, the disgraceful, the degrading abuse. Even would, to me, had the audacity to insult her. People accepted that as the normal way politics is done. I'm saying that is not the way politics must be done.
Okay.
So let's bring decency back. Let's bring honesty back. Let's bring the making utterances that you can stand by. Don't make promises that even if you win, you will not be able to fulfill those promises. But we are running the politics of deception, of intimidation, of fear, of routinized violence. And that is not how politics must be run. So we need to come back to a political culture where we can debate, argue, discuss without using the tools of violence.
Right.
But the way we are going, I think you have to describe me as a very naive, optimistic person. We are not going together now.
Right. Prof, are there other parts of this world, if you do know, share with us, so we can also learn, where they're able to separate political powers at play and the security agencies or personnel? Because what you are saying is that our political actors are the ones who enable these pugilists and, criminals to be perpetrating the crimes that they do. Are there other parts of Africa, maybe, where they're able to actually separate this sort of toxic mixture of political power and security?
Probably Botswana, Namibia. But I know the Nordic countries do it very well. It's unheard of just to use violence. No, I think Botswana and Namibia have succeeded in running politics in a way that is devoid of the crudities that we see here.
Yeah.
Ablekuma, what is happening today is just extremely unfortunate. It just shows that you and I do not matter. It's just this allure of power and purely for power's sake. It's unfortunate, it's disgraceful, and it just, for me, it does not represent what we are and we can be as Ghanaians. This is just...
I believe that as well. I think we can and we will do better. God give us time to see it happen in this life.
No, this is not God. God has given us free will.
Right.
God has given us free will, and as Ghanaians, we are so happy with that free will that we want to destroy what God has given us.
Right.
I think we should leave God out of this.
Well, Prof, that's our time. Thank you so much. Professor Akwesi Ening is a security expert. Yeah, thank you. So we hear the IGP has arrived at the Ablekuma North at, he is arrived, he's on his way. Right, so what you're seeing is the arrival of the IGP, I believe.
They're just coming silently and then they're just comfortable in that moment.
The streets of Karachi are gearing up for a major change on the mobility front. This is a showroom for...
We saw his entourage enter the premises. What you're trying to do is trying to beef up the security here at the Odoko Methodist church. But he hasn't said a word, and the media, everybody has been asked to move out of the perimeter. So let me just show you the situation here right now. You can see most of us are outside the perimeter. His car made the entrance into the main perimeter there. That was the car over there, if I could get a closer view. So that was the car over there. He hasn't spoken. All we saw was that they are trying to beef up more security. You can see the police there. That's what they're trying to do. So we're hoping that he would address the media on what has been happening so far. We still see a lot more people trooping in here at the Ablekuma North, constituency, to be precise, the Odoko Methodist School. In short, I see Stephen in team here too. He's also making an entrance there. I believe Stephen is trying to engage him as he makes his entry into the main perimeter. As you see, I'm sure that they're not going to allow anybody to enter the premises again. But then, just so you know, voting has still been ongoing amidst all the chaos that has been transpiring. Even though it was halted for some few moments, they still continued with the voting process. Right. Well, Jacqueline and Samaya were there. And of course, now that we know the IGP has arrived, we are standing by to bring you all the details as it unfolds. Isaac Kofi-ATTA is still here. Kofi, looks like our time is up. Yeah, of course. And we'll be ushering in a new team. But let's wrap it up. What's your mind at?
Still on the security issues, and just a point that Professor Kweseni made, that we have successfully made violence a part of our election. It's unfortunate that even primary, we see violence. Yeah. You know, by elections, you see violence, and national election, and in a rerun, you see violence. It tells you where we are. We have a very beautiful democracy, but it's still ugly, right? At a certain point, especially because of the numerous violence we see and all of that. Especially when you knew, especially the Ghana Police Service, you knew that this is a hotspot. Methodist polling station is the main hotspot. Why don't you bring armed policemen, especially, I don't know whether this is going to be the same place that they'll use for the coalition. No, we were told this morning that they've been moved to the original center. It will be important, and going forward, it will be important to see how we collate parliamentary election results, where we have to bus and bring ballot boxes from different polling stations to one point. The electronic means of transmission has been discussed. It will be interesting to see how in the next 3 years we will be able to come to a consensus or a convergence as to how we possibly will bring different election results from different polling stations. Thank you. Our lead data and research analyst there, Isaac Kofi-ATTA. And just to wrap up, I think it's just an information and education gap. We are a result of our limited knowledge and experiences. So this is what we know how to do. If you know better, you will do better. So let's educate everyone and tell them that your power is in your thumb on the ballot paper, not in your fists. I'm Sweetie Abochi. Faustina Safo takes over. We are your election headquarters, and all the action in the Ablekuma North constituency, the rerun of those 19 polling stations, all happening right here on the JoyNews channel. Don't change your channel. Faustina takes over now. See you later. Bye. That is
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent. Emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town. More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life regardless. Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
What's better than your bestie? A bestie with blockbusters and bedtime cartoons. GoTV streams your fave soaps, sports, and the loudest laughs. No extra charge, just internet connection. Your shows, your vibes, your anytime, anywhere bestie. GoTV Stream. Download it now.
Imagine a family without a home. Imagine a song without a voice. Imagine a church without prayers. Imagine a government without citizens. Imagine democracy without journalists. Imagine a world without the media. life is full of issues and stories about people, communities, and governments. Stories that have to be told by well-trained journalists. That's why you can't imagine news without JoyNews.
It's decision day. Over 6,000 voters in Ablekuma North constituency will today decide who will steer the affairs of the constituency for the next 4 years. The constituency has already gone 7 months without representation in Parliament. The NDC's Arabna Obing is going head-to-head with the MPP's Nana Okoye-Free. Power, they say, belongs to the people, and as your election headquarters, we're bringing you comprehensive 360 coverage of the parliamentary election rerun across the 19 polling stations in the Ablekuma North constituency in this special edition of The Pulse. My name, as always, is Fosina Safo, and The Pulse is coming to you live from our studios here at Kokomlemle. We're live on DSTV channel 421, GoTV channel 125, and around the world on myjoyonline.com. Coming up this afternoon, Inspector General of Police arrives in the Ablekuma North constituency as the voting process is marred by pockets of violence, assaults, and alleged vote buying amid the presence of top government officials and former NPP appointees, further fueling security tensions. We'll take you live to the scene for the very latest as journalists come under attack amid escalating tensions at some polling stations. Well, all that is coming up here on The Pulse. My name is Fosina Safo, and as always, you know what to do. It's a good time to take a seat, and please be my guest. Thanks for choosing us. We are your home of independent, fearless, and credible journalism. This afternoon, the Inspector General of Police, Tete Yonu, has arrived at the Odoko Methodist polling station just hours before polls close as tensions escalate and security concerns reach a boiling point. Even though voting has resumed at the Odoko Methodist Church, polling stations after several hours of disruption amid heightened security concerns, the situation remains volatile. We'll bring you a blow-by-blow account of the event as they unfold, beginning with the arrival of the former Member of Parliament for Ewutu Senya East, Hawakumsin, whose presence sparked chaotic scenes at the polling station. We'll bring you that shortly, but let me take you live on the grounds. My colleague James Aveji has been interacting with the former Deputy Education Minister, Reverend Intim Fojo. He is also the Member of Parliament for Asin South. Let's take you there live. Hello, James. Thank you for joining us. What exactly has he been saying so far? We've seen big wigs from the NPP and the NDC on the grounds. What exactly are his concerns?
Well, firstly, so generally the leadership of the New Patriotic Party, as well as the candidate herself, generally have been raising concerns about security situations as well as incidents of missing names in the voters list at some polling stations. Before Reverend Intim Fojo, who is the Deputy Education Minister as well as a member of the Defense and Interior Committee in Parliament, left here just some 5 minutes ago, and coincidentally he came to meet the arrival of the Inspector General of Police, COP Tete Yonu, here on the ground, who also came here briefly to interact with his men on ground, as well as officials of the Electoral Commission. And the IGP would not have any word with the media or give us any assessment of the situation on ground, but we just want to believe that his visit here will give some morale to his officers who would continue to maintain law and order. And so I can say that generally in the last hour or so, there has not been any incident of violence or chaos in the last 1 hour or so. But the party leadership, led by the member of the parliamentary candidate herself, Nana Eke, was here together with the Samuel Uku was here, Miracles Abuaji, as well as Brian Echampon. The four of them led a team here to assess the situation where, in interaction with the media, they've been bemoaning the level of chaos that that's been happening at the various polling stations so far, calling on the police to make sure they maintain law and order at the voting centers, raising a number of allegations, especially against the government, the police, as well as the opposition, their opponents, which is the governing National Democratic Congress. Reverend Intim Fojo, for instance, said in his interaction with the IGP, he raised those concerns and have got some assurance from the IGP that he will put things in order, things in place in order to maintain peace and security. The police have been bringing in volumes of barricades after barricades to demarcate the place for a coalition. We know that this is where the Odoko voting center is the center that will be used for the coalition of the 19 polling stations. And so a number of police officers, dozens of them, are stationed around here ahead of that. So generally, the complaint of the NPP has been intimidation, missing names in the registration, voters register at some polling stations, as well as security concerns. But other government officials have been here, and the CEO of the National Cybersecurity Authority is here. Mr. Divine is here, and we want to briefly interact with him to know what his assessment of the situation has been so far. Sir, thank you for your time. You've been around for a few minutes. What's your own assessment of what is happening so far?
Oh, thank you very much. So far, I think there is calmness at the polling stations. I've visited a few, and there's calmness so far. I think the police are actually manning the post very well. I think everything is going on well, and by the end of the day, there will be a smooth election. So I have not fully assessed the entire situation, but from the time I have arrived, I've seen everything is under control.
Okay. There's been a number of concerns. I'm sure you've heard a number of them from your opponents, alleging intimidation, missing names in the voters register, which they say are deliberate efforts deployed by government to intimidate them, as well as sway victory from their candidates. Any reaction to that?
Well, the truth is, when it comes to elections, sometimes people like to play the victim. So when they see things might not go their way, I'm not saying that the opposition is actually saying something that may not be credible. But what I'm trying to say here is that when they were in government, the registration was done under them. The register was actually gathered under their tenure. So if they are saying that some names are missing, etc., etc., I'll say the NDC has been in government for barely 6 months, 7 months. So on that note, I wouldn't say that something is missing from the register or not. But what I know is that it's the same electoral commissioner who conducted the elections 8 years ago, and last year is the same electoral commissioner that is actually in control of this election. So if they have any situation, I think they should just tender that to the Electoral Commission rather than trying to make a generic allegation to the public.
Okay. Let me just pick your thoughts briefly on cybersecurity issues. I mean, that's your portfolio. In the last update by the communications minister, he mentioned that you've been on the field doing a lot of arrests as well as works, 400 in Accra, some in Sogakope. Any more updates on that so far?
Today we are actually here for the election. We are here to support the election. And so this is not time to talk about what we do as a cybersecurity authority. But at the appropriate time, we can have one-on-one on that.
Thank you. Mr. Divine Aketi is the CEO of the National Cybersecurity Authority, also observing proceedings, and has been speaking to us. Let me just take you to the voting area. And the process so far is almost ending. You see there just one person going through the process to cast his vote. The police, a number of them are on standby. They are not concentrated at the voting area as we speak, but they are on standby for any form of eventuality. So, Faustina, those are the events that's been happening here from the entrance of Honorable Hawa Kumsin, leading to the clash and the fisticuff blow thrown between the supporters of both parties in agitation, calling for her to be taken off the place. And to when we speak now, the Miracles Abuaje, in his encounter with us, indicated that Honorable Hawa Kumsin has been injured and has been sent to the hospital, and they were going to the hospital to visit her to ascertain her condition as we speak. And so that's what's been happening with the coming in of the IGP, as well as both the Interior and the Defense Ministers were also here. The two of them were also here to assess situation. When they left, the Defense Minister, Honorable Dr. Omane Buama, indicated to us that from the briefing they had, they are compelled to beef up security at this particular polling center. And just when they left at about 15 minutes, 30 minutes later, a number of police officers have been brought in batches, a bus full of officers who were fully dressed in their riot control gear with their wooden baton. What I must also indicate is that the police officers dressed in their riot control gears are not with guns. They are carrying their wooden batons, and just a few of them who are stationed outside have their sidearms as well as their long rifles with them. So generally, the situation is under control compared to what we have seen in the last 1 to 2 hours here at the Methodist
a polling center here in Odoko for Sina.
James, I'm glad you're safe, although we cannot say same for other colleagues who have been assaulted. But then we'll come back to you for more updates on the ground. Let me take you now to another polling station in the Ablekuma North constituency. My colleague Stephen Mensah is on the ground just to give us a sense of what is happening. Stephen, what can you report? Stephen Mensah, you have to unmute for me to hear you clearly. Just tell us what is happening on the ground. We're hearing pockets of violence in different polling stations. Tell us what is happening at your end now. Has calm returned? Connection for me, and then I'll come back to you. But
that is what is happening.
Let me bring in Rashid Tanko Computer and have a conversation with him here on the JoyNews channel. We appreciate your time. You're on the ground. It's been chaotic since morning. What's your defense really? Already there are allegations of vote buying on the ground.
Well, Sudi, let me tell you, everything is going on smoothly. But like I told you this morning, as of yesterday, we knew that the MPP is coming into this election not to contest, but to mar the beauty of the rerun, to cause mishap and just mar the whole electoral process. That is what their intention is. Because if you look at all these things they are doing, completely needless. Look, as of yesterday in the evening, less than 12 hours to the election, she mobilized not less than 1 million Ghana cedis. What is she going to use the money for? Your case is as good as mine. When I'm brought in Woodlands, the presidential candidates are using the grounds for campaigning. And then people who have defied their national executive orders are being beaten here and there. Because intelligence that we pick, their own party people are beating them. Some are being beaten because they defy the orders of their national officers. These are the things we are picking.
How Kumsin we're told is currently receiving medical care. The MPP alleged that thugs from the NDC assaulted her. What's your defense to that?
Well, that's why I'm saying that the intelligence we picked, because we have spoken to our party people. All our party people, I can assure you, are disciplined people. They know what is expected of them today, because we are winning the seats. And that is why we have put these things together.
But the NPP cannot attack themselves, can they really?
So I strongly believe, look, those who might have disobeyed the orders of the General Secretary of NPP and decided to come and contest the election might have maybe caused the wrath of the party leadership, and this might have happened at the polling station. But I know the NDC is not involved in this at all.
Security on the grounds is volatile, and at this point, we need every political party to call their base to order. Have you been doing that on the grounds already?
I have told all the places. I said we have spoken to our party supporters and activists. Nobody is involved in this kind of act they are talking about. No. The NDC party people, we are disciplined party activists here. Nobody is involved with that. That's why I'm saying that since yesterday, the presidential candidates of NPP decided to use this runoff as a test case for their popularity. You saw how they were dishing out money to the lady. 200,000 here, 200,000 here, 400,000 here, $6,000 plus. What were they doing?
There are allegations that the NDC has been luring voters by giving them money on the grounds. Is that the case?
Why would the NDC give people money? I'm saying that somebody mobilized.
You didn't give them transportation?
NDC, we are not giving anybody money here. Our good work is showing. The people are saying that the 7 months we have been in office, we have done your man's job. So they are happy. They are coming out in their numbers to vote for NDC. That's what we are doing. For them, less than 12 hours to election, she mobilized 1 million Ghana cedis. What is she going to use the money for? Tell me. Is she going to use the 1 million Ghana cedis to feed 19 party agents? Just 19 party agents? Your case is as good as mine. Who is giving money? They took the money, 1 million Ghana cedis, less than 12 hours. And that one there, nobody's accusing them. We have been here for the past 1 week. We have been campaigning day in, day out. in the constituency, talking to them why they should vote for NDC. Somebody used 12 hours, less than 12 hours, 1 million Ghana cedis, and that person is not giving money. NDC is rather giving money. What is she going to use that money for? That's why they're distributing the money left and right here. And there are people who are mad and they are beating each other. MPP is beating MPP here. We have the intelligence.
And then you want to say on record that you didn't give any of your members transportation to come today?
If you are facilitating somebody movement, I told you this morning, the constituency is a cosmopolitan constituency. People are not residents here, but they vote in the constituency. We manage to engage them. Some of them, we need to give them transportation to come to the constituency. That's why the numbers were low this morning. We started bringing them. That is the support we can extend to our members to come.
And that's not considered vote buying?
No, when you stand at the polling station and you parcel money, when the voters are coming, you are giving them money. You are giving them money. That is vote buying. That is vote buying. That's what has led to some of the problems we are having over there. And that's what they are doing, the MPP.
But as a political party, and you have a stake in this election, there's a need for the process to go on smoothly without violence. And so what's the communication, especially to your base, to ensure that before the polls end, there is no other chaotic scene on the ground?
Well, we are talking to our people, and I can assure you the process is ongoing. It's going to be peaceful. Look, whether MPP they like or not, the process will end today. And our candidate will be elected and announced. That one day, we are sure of it. Their intention is to disrupt the process. Their intention is to make sure that the election doesn't go on well, because they already held a press conference and said the election should not come. And that's why they are playing. But we have confidence in the security service. And we are very sure that this process will come to a successful end.
We know that the IGP is on the grounds currently. Has he been engaging the party members, especially the NDC?
You say who?
The Inspector General of Police, we know he's on the grounds currently at Ablekuma North constituency. Yes. Has he been engaging the political parties?
Oh, yes. He came in. I mean, it's now he engaged leadership of the party.
Okay.
We've spoken together nicely. He's checked all the places. The NDC, we have done our part. We are making sure that the place is peaceful. Look,
when you say you spoke to him, what exactly was the detail of the briefing? Were you giving him details as to what happened earlier as a political party?
No. He will get briefing from his officers on the ground.
So what's the detail of the conversation you had with the IGP?
That, look, the IGP and his team, we assure them that we will make sure that we go by the process, the dictates of their security process they've put in place. We are not going to go outside it.
But that's far from what we're seeing on the ground. So how can you give us that assurance at this point?
That's why I'm saying that we are assuring Ghanaians and assuring everybody that, look, the NDC is a peace-loving political party. We will make sure that nothing untoward happens. The process will go on. It will end at 5, and a Rabiner will be elected. That's what the MPP doesn't want. They started causing trouble, bringing their party presidential candidates campaign into here and beating each other. That is what they are doing, to mar the beauty of our process. We don't want it. We want peace. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama government will not allow anybody to mar the beauty of any by-election. They want to equalize it. It won't happen. That's what they are looking for.
Rashid Tanko Computer, stay with me. Let me bring in security analyst, Dr. Victor Doke. We appreciate your time here on the JoyNews channel. What's your reading, really? We are hearing cases of alleged assaults, attacks on journalists, and this is happening right before our eyes. Doc, you have to unmute for me to hear you clearly. But I also have with me Kwesi Enin, also joined the conversation. Professor Kwesi Enin, we appreciate your time here on the JoyNews channel. You have described this as something that we may be seeing moving forward because of the pockets of violence being recorded in our elections. How do you propose we deal with this from a security standpoint, really?
40. All I can tell you is that because violence is franchised and there's a direct positive correlation between political violence and the positive spin-offs that arise when the political party wins power, that violence has become and will continue to become a part of our politics.
And this is worrying, really. We're seeing journalists on the ground being attacked, and it's just adding to the tall list of assaults on journalists where we're yet to see the perpetrators dealt with by government, by the police and authorities.
Well, it's not only, journalists. I mean, this is so almost Ayawaso's foregone too. I mean, we don't seem to have learned anything from the political violence that mars our electoral processes. I mean, post Ayawaso's foregone, there was a Short commission. It came out with this white paper. It came out with this report. The then government was almost totally dismissive of the report, claiming they didn't understand their terms of reference. We have the Vigilante Act 999. So we really need to ask ourselves, what is it that makes the perpetration of violence during electoral cycles so profitable? What is it that draws those who support political parties to be violent? And what are the incentives for them to do so? Because, if you read and compare all the manifestos, no party has ever stated that they believe in the use of violence, whether psychological violence or physical violence, as a vehicle towards attaining political power. But they don't seem to control their supporters. And I think I agree with you when you say that we also don't seem to see how the perpetrators are punished over time. Now, if punishment is meted out and it's not made clear to the public, then it doesn't serve as a deterrent. What we need are a set of interventions and measures that serves as a deterrent, knowing that if you break the electoral laws and the processes, that the state and the authorities will punish you, because those behaviors are against the law. Okay, but over time, there's this culture of political impunity that says, so far as you are aligned to a political party and you do certain things, you will be protected by your party and you will vote free. We need, as a nation, to come to a point where we say violence as an aspect of our political life and political culture must end.
We seem to have the laws, really, as a country, but then it appears our laws are lacking the backing of implementation. When we're seeing cases of assault repeat itself in every single election, how then do we make sure that our laws on paper are actually being adhered to by the citizens?
Well, I think I come back to my notion of political culture, that as political parties, these parties are driven by certain principles, values, and norms, of which stating that violence is not part of it. So how can political parties and their leadership at least encourage their supporters or their followers not to engage in violent acts? But because violence has become profitable and it is franchised consistently over time, that you can move from point A to point Z to perpetrate acts of violence on behalf of the political party and you go scot-free, parties have almost lost that control. And it's not just domestic perpetrators of violence. If you remember, prior to the 2016 election, mercenaries were brought from South Africa actually to train the supporters of one political party. Now, when you do that, it is not just those who perpetrate the violence, but you are sending a signal to the statutory security services that in your quest for political power, you are willing and prepared to bring mercenaries to challenge those statutory security forces. So there is a reciprocal securitization process going on in which we become each other's enemies. We don't trust the statutory security forces. We bring in our own men, sometimes arm them, and the violence that we are seeing today is what has become the norm. It's unfortunate that after almost 33 years of the Fourth Republic, we cannot use the power of our arguments to win, the vote. And that we need either vigilantes or macho men or whatever we want to describe them to get the job done. This is most unfortunate. Truly unfortunate.
I'm just wondering, really, to what extent do political tensions actually fuel some of these violence we see during the voting process? And how can we deal with that internally, knowing fully well that Ghana, we're running a sort of dual party system? It's either the NDC or the NPP.
Well, look, electorates may be seen to be compliant over a very long time, but electorates also have agency. And at a point in time, electorates will begin to ask themselves some very difficult questions. What is the value of this process to my life? To what extent do I want people who are not violent to represent me either in parliament or to form a government? Okay. What I'm arguing for is that the political parties themselves and their membership must demonstrate a commitment to using the power of the arguments and moving away from insightful behavior. A couple of years ago, my colleagues and I wrote a book in which we were able to prove the positive correlation between those who incite violence, those who actually perpetrate the violence, benefiting when their governments or when their political parties win power. We need to pull back from that brink, because what that brink does is that instead of joining a political party because of your technical skill sets, you join that party because of your brawn. And then we see what we are seeing. This is not just about two parties. This is about the dignity of this country. It is about our self-perception. And it's about how we want the international community to perceive us as a credible, maturing democracy that they can do business with. With this kind of behavior, I think quite a lot of our international partners today will feel very sad and will feel very disappointed.
We know that behind the veil, every political party have their own security detail internally. And from where you sit, isn't that problematic, especially when we should all be relying on state security?
Well, while small, we need to elevate state security and to allow them to perform in a manner that brings trust. I think you and I know that over the past couple of decades, the levels of political interference in the performance of the duties of the statutory security agencies have become so intrusive, okay, that trust, institutional and professional space for them to deliver has become narrower and narrower and narrower as our democracy grows. The end result is that political parties and their leaders, particularly in opposition, feel that they cannot trust the statutory security forces, which is terribly unfortunate. Because when you win power, those are the same men and women that you need to work with. They are those who will lay down their lives for you as an individual, but certainly also for this country. So our political parties and our political elites have a lot of work to do, behaving and acting in ways that ensures sanctity, the professional space for institutions to work, and for those institutions to be as professional and as neutral as possible. Certainly, the statutory security institutions feel hemmed in. They feel infiltrated by politicians and their cronies. And I think the space within which they can work and work independently is becoming narrower by the day.
Should the state consider probably regulating some of the activities of internal security details of political parties?
Well, I mean, the law must be clear that they can only use statutory security services. You know, if you are a confirmed political leader of a party and the statutory agencies assess that you need some protection, the Ghana Police Service is the first point of call. Subsequent to that, if the threat level is considerably higher, some other agencies might be brought in to provide some undercover protection. I think we need to go back to trusting, strengthening, and giving our institutions the leverage and the leeway to deliver the services that they have been mandated by law to deliver. Non-statutory security services can never be trusted. Their allegiance is to money and not to the state. Their allegiance is to who pays best. And therefore, for politicians who think that non-statutory security services provide the best service, mercenaries, gangsters, vigilantes, macho men, they are putting their own lives at risk. We need to trust and support the statutory security services to deliver what they are trained best to do.
Then let me bring in now Kwesi Kwarteng, he's spokesperson for Kennedy Japan, one of the flag bearer hopefuls for the NPP. He's been on the ground all morning. We're picking information that Howard Kumsin is currently in the hospital. Confirm this for me.
I am unable to confirm him, but I'll verify for you. But also that is what I'm hearing, that based on the assaults that was measured to her, which was seen in on all media platforms, the understanding I have is that she has been taken to the hospital. But of course, since I do not have more details, I will want to maybe verify or confirm subsequently.
But I'm sure you've been following the process so far on the grounds. You've been receiving reports, assaults on journalists, a lot of chaotic scenes on the grounds. How is this happening, really?
I think it's obvious for all of us to see. And I mean, you don't necessarily even need any watcher to tell you. We are seeing the scenes on social media. Very unfortunate, very condemnable. And I mean, not to pretend, it looks like within our political jurisprudence, that has been the order of the day, where politicians, some way, somehow, believe that there is a connection between political violence and political benefits. I do not genuinely do not know where this logic is coming from. But I mean, it appears it's been working for politicians. So sometimes when the paradigm shifts or the table turns, people believe that they have the license and autonomy to be violent. And I mean, the reverse has always also been the same. But let me state that is highly condemnable. If we look at the level of violence that we are seeing on the grounds and also seeing on social media, the unprovoked attacks on former parliamentary candidates, Madam Howard Kumsin, and even the candidate herself, Madam Ekwefrie, and other party functionaries. I am of the view that this is unacceptable when we are having a conversation of election and politics within the 21st century, especially in a year like 2025. But then it happened.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, same old story, same script will be repeated. Nobody will be arrested. And even if anybody is arrested, no prosecution will be done. the only thing we'll hear is that it's our party boys, nothing meaningful will be done. So it looks like a cycle. And sometimes when you are called upon to speak about it, you do not even know where to start from, especially when you know that nothing really is going to happen. And sometimes you may also even have to wait for the next 4 years. And if you do not get good leadership, other party may also come in and may want to take vengeance. It's unfortunate why we keep doing this to ourselves. And I don't know why, as at now, we cannot go to the poll, expect free and fair elections, and believe that the mandate of the people ought to be respected. But like I indicated, that is where, at the moment, we find ourselves. Violence. But if you recall, this violence did not start today. Even from the 2024 general elections, during the counting coalition up till now, nothing was done no arrest was made. Party, NDC, full soldiers and supporters, you saw their conduct, burning ties, disrupting coalition processes. Nothing happened. So, I mean, it's just a continuation of what they started from the 2024 general elections. And unfortunately, like how politicians have weakened the police institution and the state security institution, I don't know, expect anything miraculous to happen.
The NDC has blamed the MPP for some of the chaotic scenes we're seeing on the grounds, especially because of your double standards. First, you tell us that you will not run for the election as a political party. Then the candidate comes to tell us less than 24 hours to the election day that she is running for the seat. How do you respond to that?
And you think that is the cause of the violence? What is the correlation between the fact that initially we made a stand and subject to or subsequent to that, our conduct is quite different from the stand? I don't think, I mean, any person reserves the right to change his mind. Even the Supreme Court of the land, as high as and reputable as the members of the panel, at some point can even make a change to the decision that they had already made through review applications. So there is nothing wrong in changing our stance as a party. And I do not get the correlation between the position of the party then and the position of the party now, if we decide to go into the elections, and the fact that today violence has happened. And I'm surprised that they want to suggest that because we change our stand, that is what is causing the violence. You see, so some of these things, I leave it to the jury out there. Ghanaians are not stupid, and Ghanaians are people with conscience. If NDC want to tell us that because we change our stance to contest for the elections, that is why now Madam Hawa Kumsin is beaten, Madam Akwefrie is being beaten, our deputy national organizer is being beaten, and all party faithfuls are being attacked by and unidentified and obviously reasonably believed to be members of the NDC. Fine, we leave it to the people out there. But I mean, it's clear that politicians never learn. It's always been a game of tit for tat. It's always been a game of how to show power, how to misuse power, and how to abuse power. 4 years will come just now, and I'm sure the good people of Ghana will speak. But I think it has to get to a time where both parties, whether MPP or NDC, we need to be tired of these violence and unacceptable behaviors during electioneering process. It is not only an indictment to the process, or it doesn't only indict the credibility of the process, but it's also an insult to the electorate. It appears that the mandate and the sovereignty given to the electorate doesn't matter. It's all about your ability to mobilize metro men, vandalize the process, and steal their verdict. And for me, that is an affront to our democracy. But to suggest that by virtue of the MPP changing its position on whether or not to contest the election is the reason why we are witnessing this chaos, I mean, I leave it to the good people of Ghana to make that determination. They are more wiser. They have conscience to decipher between right and wrong, and who is telling the truth and who is telling the lies. This will not cause Ghana to come to a standstill. 4 years will come, election cycles will come and go. And I mean, Ghana will still be there. But I mean, I just want to use this opportunity to also once again say a word of caution to our friends in the NDC that I am of the view that we have to grow. We have to move on. We have to transit from these political violence and attacks. We are in 21st century, 2025. We can't always be going backward, and such retrogressive and actions always happening in our political circles. We need to grow, we need to mature, we need to move on. For how long are we going to, treat our people in such a way and treat ourselves in such a manner? Today is happening to the NDC. Of course, they were enjoying goodwill. Everything that the MPP had criticized, they said because we had lost the election, we do not have the license to comment about it. Today is not only the MPP that is happening to, it's even moved beyond the MPP. They are beating the media and journalists. I'm sure the next thing will be other people, and there will nobody to speak for them. So I call on all of us to condemn it. It doesn't matter where it's coming from. And to suggest that MPP is behind this is very completely illogical, that we stage the beating of Howard Kumsen, we stage the beating of all the MPP members. Come on, let's raise the conversation.
Kennedy Japan showed up at the election, and we're wondering, the party has boycotted the elections. What is that telling? Why exactly did he decide to support Okoye-Free?
Well, I think we need to move from there. Currently, per the conduct of the party, it doesn't suggest that the party has boycotted the election, because from the base up to the top hierarchy of the party, everybody believes that we have to go into the elections, even if we make decisions which are wrong. Obviously, people should have the liberty and the right to make the such decisions or make changes to their decisions. At the end of the day, party functionaries and all party people, from polling station executives to the top, including the Honorable Kennedy Japan, has gone to the place, of course, to campaign for the candidate, to solidarize with the candidate, to make sure that at the end of the day, the people come out in their numbers to win. And most importantly, to also condemn the pockets of violence and to demonstrate to the NDC that we are not as disunited as they may seem to believe. We are organizing ourselves, we are coming together, and the template that they are setting, obviously, we do not seek to react in a manner that will escalate chaos. But it's also a signal to us that in subsequent elections, we as a party also have to be prepared to protect the sanctity and the credibility of the polls.
But aren't you concerned that you may be sanctioned, especially if you're openly defying the stance of the party?
I don't know why, Faustina, you are so much interested in that part, because the point is that we've moved from there. Party made a decision. The neck of the party made a decision. And I'm suggesting to you that, yes, that decision was made considering a lot of factors. Those factors are not relevant as I speak to you now. What is relevant is that at the end of the day, the party, based on our conduct, believes that we have to go and support Madam Okoye-Free and support the whole constituency and the entire party machinery. Unfortunately, we've been met with pocket of violence, which for us and even your platform, we should ultimately condemn. As to whether or not we violated the party's directives or rules, those are other conversations that we could have at that time. I am not sure the party's position will be that if we win the seat, they will say that we are going to punish everybody that went there. They consider a lot of factors to arrive at that decision. But currently, we've moved beyond those factors. And as of now, what is obvious now is the level of intimidation, is the level of abuse, the high level of attacks, unprovoked attacks that is being measured out to our party faithfuls, and not only our party faithfuls, but also even members of the media, which is very condemnable and is an act which is completely barbaric. It should be condemned in utmost sense and must not be encouraged anyway. It should not find place in a time like the 21st century in 2025, where every country is moving forward. And I'm surprised that the President Mahama, at this time where he's enjoying all the goodwill, people are talking about the good image that he's building, the certain research agenda that he's building, and this is happening under his leadership. We need to hear a statement from him that he must condemn it outright, he himself, the presidency, and of course, also not only condemn it, but the perpetrators must be brought to book.
Appreciate your time here on the Joy News channel. Kwesi Kwarteng, he is spokesperson for Kennedy Japan. Let me bring in now a key member of the NPP, Salam Mustafa, his national youth organizer. We appreciate your time here on the Joy News channel. You're on the grounds. You are a key executive of the NPP. Clearly, you have some explaining to do to Ghanaians. If you say that you're not interested in running in the elections, why then are you on the grounds?
My regards to your viewers and listeners. First and foremost, if you listen to the candidate clearly, she did mention that she was interested in pursuing the seat, even though the National Executive Committee of the party, has, as a matter of principle, taking a stance on the election. As the National Youth Organizer, it is difficult to watch the Honorable Nana Ekuya Efie, undertake such an odious task without any helping hand. So even though the party, has serious issues with the conduct of the Electoral Commission, but nonetheless, once our candidate is a fighter, we thought it necessary to compliment, her stance, the work that she's doing. She's very upbeat and she's very confident about winning. Yesterday, we did house to house, and clearly there is a lot of sympathy for her, what she's been taken through, by the NDC and the EC. So today, we are all witnesses to what is unfolding right before our eyes, that there's some grand coalition to rob her of her deserved victory, which she chalked on the 7th of December, some 7 months or so ago. But be it as it may, we are going through the process, and by close of day, we will end the process and see what results would come out of it. So in short, that's the answer I'll give, you.
So Salam, is it the case that as a political party, you have reviewed your stance and you're now backing Ekuya Efie?
Sorry, can you come again? I didn't get your question.
I'm wondering if as a political party, you have now officially reviewed your initial stance and are now backing Ekuya Efie.
She's a member of the New Patriotic Party, a bona fide member of the party. And as you are aware, she ran on the ticket of the party in the first elections conducted in December. We have a very principled position on this matter of Ablekuma North. The party has the view and still maintains the view that we won the elections on the first account. The figures are clear that she won the elections with some 414 votes. We find it very, very unfortunate that the EC succumbed to pressure and decided to rerun some polling stations. Even if you were to rerun polling stations, we expected that it would have been the 3 that were outstanding. But to select 19 polling stations and ask that we go to rerun is clearly an act of coalition that we see, happen between the EC and the NDC, which is the position of the NDC anyway. Be it as it may, I will repeat, the candidate is a fighter. She believes in the cause, and we support her in this fight, even though we have a very principled position on the matter. Once she feels
so you're going against your principles, that's the case, right?
Some of us still have come to support her.
Okay, so let's look at the pockets of violence we've recorded in different polling stations. You are on the ground. The NDC claims that some of this violence has been perpetuated by the NPP. How do you respond to that?
These are born liars. These are trained liars. These are perpetual liars. These are pathological liars. We haven't orchestrated any violence here. Everybody knows the videos out there are so clear that all the people attacked are NPP people. Honorable Howard Kumsin, our Deputy National Organizer, just dutifully and peacefully going around polling stations to ensure that things are being done in a proper manner without any provocation. People come and attack them. It cannot be that it is the NPP that is orchestrating an attack on its own members. That is an absurd logic. In fact, it smacks of madness to even suggest so. So I can tell you without any doubt, shred of doubt, that these acts of violence have nothing to do with the NPP. It is completely an orchestration of the NDC. And when you come to the constituency here, the remark is that they are coming to do revenge, and that what happened in Ayawaso West Wogon, they are coming to exact their revenge here. And it is the basis upon which we are seeing what is happening now. But I said this days ago to the EC that by-elections in this country have been characterized by violence. This one we all know. How much more just running elections in just 19 polling stations? You are inviting chaos. And it is exactly what has happened. It beats any, imagination why the EC would refuse to understand the electoral system that they ran and understand that this would cause violence. And it was based on that, we kept warning them that you would create chaos in this country if you go ahead with this rerun that you want to do. The NPP won the election. The court says to you, go and collate and declare. In the last mandamus we filed, for them to ignore the court order and come and say we should rerun after their position over the period has been that collation was incomplete with 3 polling stations outstanding. For them to somersault 360 and come back, that we should go and rerun 19 polling stations, tells of their character and the incompetence that the EC has been engulfed in, and the abysmal and messy nature of what is going on at the Electoral Commission. So we are quite clear that we gave the warning signs, they chose to refuse it, they chose to pander to the pressure of the NDC for whatever consideration that they deem fit. But we say it's a big disgrace to the Electoral Commission. And the NDC, as a whole, that they should bow their heads in shame that today we are seeing innocent citizens being attacked. But I can confidently say that we have contained them since we came after the incidents. We have mobilized and we are here. And we will continue to hold the fort until collation is done and the winner of the election is declared.
When you say we have mobilized, Salam, allow me to come in at this point. When you say we have mobilized ourselves, what do you mean by that?
What I mean is that we will protect our ballot. Every ballot that is cast for the NPP, we will protect it. Even at the peril of our lives, we will protect it. People's lives are in danger. We are here with people's children, fathers and mothers, children, all here in the name of building a beautiful democracy for our country. How some people will turn it upside down and make it look this gory really beats imagination. And that's why we are also duty-bound to protect our people. As we speak, Hawa Kumsin has been taken to the hospital. We have sent a team to go and check up on her, but we are making sure that the polling, what happened doesn't, happen again. And since we came here, these bandits, these thugs, these hoodlums, these criminals who were here misbehaving, they've all run out of this place. And we'll continue to ensure that we hold the fort till the process is done.
And wouldn't that be full intentions more, especially to your base, when you tell them that you have to protect the ballot at the time when we're hoping that the violence will cease on the ground?
Well, maybe you should talk to the police. The police are not doing their work. Unfortunately, they are not doing their work. The police have been disappointing. If the IGP is listening, I'm telling him that his men are not helping on the ground. I understand, The IGP himself has come, down to see what's going on. But if you watch the videos clearly, you will see that the state security were outrun. If the state security cannot guarantee our security, we will guarantee our own security. It's as simple as that.
Salam Mustafa is National Youth Organizer of the NPP. He's joining us live from Ablekuma North. Stay with me. We'll just be getting interactions from different individuals on the ground. We'll also touch base with our correspondents on the ground. We have just a few more hours to the close of polls. Dr. Rashid Tanko is still with me. The NPP refutes your claims that they are the one perpetrating violence. So who exactly are the culprits?
I gave you the parameters on which basis I said they are involved in this mess. This is a political party which is not principled. On their own principle, they said they went against the same principle. They started joining the election less than 12 hours. Yeah. Who does election less than 12 hours? Yeah. What kind of election are you going to contest in less than 12 hours? If not, you are coming to unleash violence to mar the beauty of the election. They know what they are doing. If they had come in for the election, they would have started campaigning with us long since from Monday thereabout. But they decided that they were not going to contest until yesterday. These are not principled people. They have an agenda. And the agenda is to come and mess up the place. Interestingly enough, their own presidential candidates, all of them, mess up their supporters to come and beat each other out. So it's just a ground for them to showcase the kind of violence they always involve themselves in. And I'm sure, pretty sure about it, that, look, let me tell you, my good brother, Mustafa, is aware of this. The NDC is not noted for this kind of activities. We are not involved in this violence thing that erupted over there. Yes. Well, we have the intelligence that they came there to slug it out among themselves. That is the situation on the ground. Otherwise, why is it that all the other polling stations, nothing is going on? Nothing. No problem, nothing whatsoever. Every place, all the other places, very peaceful. People are going about voting, and it's so lovely. Why that area? Because they came and crisscrossed the party presidential candidates, their supporters, and that led to these beatings.
Me, I also still have Salam on the line, but then today we have seen reports of violence on the ground, and journalists have also been assaulted. As a practitioner, I am appalled by what we've seen on the ground. Watch this. We'll be back with more. So that's unacceptable. We're told that the Ghana Journalists Association will be addressing the media shortly. We're also calling on all the powers that be here at the JoyNews channel to ensure that the culprits are apprehended. And that's the reason why we keep playing that footage, so that we can get the details of the individual that perpetrated the act. That's the individual on your screens. If you have information as to exactly who he is, please contact us. We'll put in our numbers on our social media platforms as well as on the screen, so that you can call us with information that can lead to the arrest of this individual who assaulted a female journalist. This is unacceptable. Let me get a brief reaction of my guest on Zoom. I have with me Professor Kwesi Enin still on the line, I presume, as well as Rashid Tanko Computer and Salam Mustafa. I'll start with Kwesi Enin. This is happening all over again. It's like deja vu. Journalists assaulted in the line of duty, very little happens at the end. From the security standpoint, how do we deal with this to ensure that the journalists on the ground reporting some of these key cases are protected?
Well, who's going to protect them? Not the political parties. not their hoodlums. And state institutions are infiltrated. They don't have the gumption and the strength to say that, look, we are going to punish these people, to send a clear signal to the people of Ghana that the institutions will protect them and that we will not tolerate vandalism and vigilantism and machoism in our politics. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen. Godfatherism has infiltrated our politics, and I will repeat it. Violence has become a sought-after currency, and all political parties are looking for the most violent people to do their dirty work. So I'm really very sorry. You guys are not going to be protected today or tomorrow.
And how do we ensure we are protected? At this point, do we then have to go with security details when we're doing our jobs on the ground? Because really, how is this happening in modern day Ghana?
Well, it's going to happen because we don't speak up. We don't make our voices heard. I mean, you guys are trying, but we haven't reached a critical mass. So yes, probably you can talk to some of the private security companies, but you will continue to be beaten up because the allure of getting access to power, of being identified as a violent person who went on behalf of a political party that eventually wins power is way too great. So yes, talk to some of the private security companies. I don't think they have the skill sets to be able to protect you, but maybe that will serve as a little bit of a deterrent, but you will continue to be beaten up at every election.
And then we're failing to see culprits apprehended in various cases. The case of Latif Idrisu, for example, we're yet to see the culprits apprehended. And so it makes it quite difficult for, as a journalist, for me to want to even practice.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that is the long-term aim when people seek to create societies of fear. Okay, all political parties are culprits in this. We saw Ayawaso West Wogon, in which a formal commission of inquiry was established. When the report was made, the president then claimed that the commission had misread its terms of reference. I mean, a present Supreme Court judge was on it. The former IGP was on it. The former boss of the Commission for Human Rights and Administrative Justice. The president just made rubbish of the report. So that sends a signal to these hoodlums that we will be protected by people who are at the very highest interstices of power. Okay, so journalists, academics, analysts who seek to do the right thing, we become just ordinary victims, collateral damage. So I am sorry, but you continue being beaten. I mean, it's as simple as that.
Prof, stay with me, and it's worrying that you're telling me that as a journalist practicing, I will still be in harm's way. Let me bring in Rashid Tanko Computer at this point, just to get a brief reaction of the NDC. I'm sure you condemn this. You have seen the individual in the shot. Can you identify if this is an NDC member? Rashid, you have to position rightly for me to hear you. I'll also come to Salam Mustafa as well to get his reaction on that. You're still watching the JoyNews channel. Prof. Kwesi Enim, please stay with me. I'll be coming to you for more on this as we look at security in today's election. Over 6,800 voters are today deciding who will steer the affairs of the Ablekuma North constituency, and we're live on the ground giving you 360 coverage. You can share your thoughts with us on all our social media handles. We're JoyNews on TV. Now, my colleague Kofi AJ will be joining me in the studio shortly as we just break down the numbers, why Ablekuma North is such a big deal, and why this election is high stakes. Please stay with us here on the JoyNews channel.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life regardless.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Have you been to Aqua Safari lately? Let me share my experience with you at the new Aqua Safari Resort. When you arrive, you're greeted by warm smiles to Aqua Safari and introduced to your 24-hour butler who already has your itinerary sorted. Enjoy water sports activities like jet ski rides, kayaking, water sliding, flyboarding, and castanet fishing. You can even have your lunch here on the boat cruise. Experience horseback riding, tennis, and some golfing amongst a host of other activities. Let the tour guides take you through the sceneries of the Volta River, the mangrove forest, the friendliness of the animals, local and exotic birds, while you pet and feed them. You can have this large space for your conferences, corporate retreats, and so many activities as part of the package. We chose to have our breakfast with a beautiful sunrise right in front of our cabin. We had an amazing experience and I can't wait to return for more.
Visit Aqua Safari Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
No matter how far you run away, you always come back to where you started. Tortured, mutilated, fingers cut off.
I'll lend you the money. My boss believes in giving players another chance.
You don't know what to do if you don't have the money to pay back. Come listen to me.
Sir, it's done. Good. 1 week. That's all you got to pay up.
You've been gambling. I can't.
Unfortunately, we're still chasing shadows. It's clearing the board to make way for something bigger.
How could you do this to us, God?
Who's there?
I gotta fix this.
Thanks for staying with us here on the JoyNews channel. This is our special coverage of the Ablekuma North Rerun in 19 polling stations. Today, we're just doing a breakdown of some of the key things you should be looking out for and why exactly Ablekuma North is so important. Why is the NDC and the MPP all vying for that position to take that seat? So we'll be doing a lot of analysis in the studio. Kofi Ajay is with me, and we'll be going to him shortly. But let me just pick my final words from Professor Kwesi as we're about to wrap up the conversation with him when it comes to security. A lot of concerns you have raised, and at the heart of it, you say the politicians can't be blamed for some of the concerns that we're seeing and the issues that have come up. How then do we deal with it moving forward?
No, this is about the political court. Politics is about shared norms, valued and shared principles. And it's a political class who must insist by their behavior and their utterances and actions that we don't want people who behave this way around us. I mean, look, this is not a matter only for the political class. This is also a disgrace to Ghana as a business destination. It's a disgrace to Ghana in terms of our 32, 33 years of democratic, consolidation. These guys have not just appeared from somewhere, okay? There's enough video footage. Let us see them being put before a court of competent jurisdiction latest by tomorrow afternoon. Because, I mean, the judiciary, every time there are elections, sit extra, and they are willing and prepared to deal with these cases. I mean, I think our Kumsen had already gone there with pepper spray. I mean, I saw her spraying something, so all parties went there prepared, ready to act in ways that do not help nor deepen our democracy.
Thank you so much, Prof, for your time here on the JoyNews channel. Well, the NDC parliamentary candidate for Ablekuma North constituency, Irabna Obeng, is about to address the media. Let's take you there live and listen to her. We'll be back in the studio to do some analysis. My colleague James Aveji is on that beat for us. James, has she spoken already? James, you have to unmute for me to hear you clearly. I'm told that Irabna Obeng is about to address the media. She is the NDC parliamentary candidate for Ablekuma North constituency. If you just tuned in, we're bringing you special coverage of the Ablekuma North election rerun. So far, we know that the election is going on in 19 different polling stations. Over 6,800 constituents are expected to exercise their franchise. And this is key because the outcome of today's election will determine who exactly will be representing that constituency in Parliament after more than 7 months, 7 months actually, of no representation in Parliament. And so this is key, as so far we're picking reports of violence, pockets of violence in some polling stations, especially the Methodist Church polling station. My colleague James Aveji is on the ground. We're told Irabna Obeng is about to address the media. James, so far, has she spoken? What exactly is she saying, if she has spoken?
She's yet to address the party supporters, but she has moved into the voting center now in campaigning of the Greater Accra Regional Minister. The two of them arrived here, and they have been interacting with the party supporters who are here cheering her on, singing patriotic songs, as well as assuring her of victory at the end of the polls. And so she's yet to speak to the media, that is if she will, but the two of them, she herself and the Greater Accra Regional Minister, are currently at the polling center interacting with the electoral officials as well as officers of the Ghana Police Service now as we speak. We'll be expecting her to come. I just see there Dr. Hannah Bisio, the CEO of the Minerals Development Fund, also accompanied, just moved in there. And so the three women there exchanging pleasantries as well as exchanging among themselves and the electoral officers, the NDCs and parliamentary candidate for the constituency, Rabna Obing, the Greater Accra Regional Minister, as well as CEO of the Minerals Development Fund, Dr. Hannah Bisiu, the three of them in there interacting with EC officials. You see there, Rabna Obing and the regional minister move away from the voting area and having a tete-a-tete amongst the two of them now. It's unclear what they are discussing, but we're hoping that she will be speaking to us to give us a general assessment of what she's been seeing so far at the various polling stations she's been to. I met her in the morning at the DVLA polling center at Awoshi, but she will not speak to us. She's making her way out of the voting center now, and we're trying to see if it will be possible to get her to give us a word or two on what she's been observing so far. So you see that she herself and the regional minister trying to make their way out of the place. So it doesn't appear that Rabna Obing will be speaking to us. You see the securities there pushing the journalists to make way for her and the crew to get out of the place. It doesn't appear that Rabna will be talking to us anytime soon. And so we'll try and see if we can still get a word from her. That's what we've been trying to do, but she doesn't seem to be ready to do as a word. Let's see. I just wanted to know the assessment of the vote counters. Okay.
Because of the working day. After 3 p.m., and see how.
Assurance. Are you winning the election? Faustina, that's all we can extract from Rabna Obing, as it's been very, very difficult getting her to speak to the media. But her words are that voting turnout at the polling station she's been so far has been a bit slow. But she's hopeful that in the last hours of the voting process, voters may turn out in order to boost the numbers and to give her victory. I asked her if she is positive of winning the elections, and she said, sure, she's positive of winning the elections. Trying to see if we can also position to try and get a word from the CEO of the Minerals Development Fund, Hannah Bisiu, who is also here, also going around to see what is happening on the ground. She came to meet both the NDC parliamentary candidates as well as the Greater Accra Regional Minister here. And just briefly, what Rabna Obing has been able to tell us is that from the checks, the rounds she's made at the various polling stations so far, it has been so far so good, just that the voter turnout has not been encouraging for her. And so, but she's waiting to see if the voters will turn out to beef up the numbers. Let's try and speak to you.
Some polling stations, the number, the turnout is a bit low, 3 p.m. and the NDC agents are going from house to house to bring up people. It's also expected. People might have gone to church and they will want to come. So I feel that maybe getting to the end, a lot of people will come. But we, as a political party, we are out there moving from house to house to make sure that people come. Those we meet in the houses, we ask them to come vote.
Obviously, there was some confusion here where former member of parliament for Senya was attacked. What will be your word to supporters of all the parties in terms of tagging and attacks?
The first place, my word to the very person who was attacked, who brought tax to attack me as a former member of parliament also. During the Ayawasu West of by-election, she came with about 30 tax men straight to me and directed it. I was beaten. When the police managed to put me in the car, they chased me. What saved me from the moving car was my seatbelt. Honorable Amate, the former MC of Teshi, tried to intervene. He was beaten. His wife was beaten. I want to put on record that any form of electoral violence, I condemn it. I want that to be on clear record. But let nobody ask me, a victim of our commission, to sympathize or empathize with it. I don't.
Payback time. Payback time.
No, if it were to be, no, you see, don't ask certain questions. If you say payback time, it means that I should have gone to slap her. I don't think she even deserves my slap. I'll be wasting my hands and my slap. If you say payback time, then it should have been me going after her. No, I'll not do that. But what I'm saying is that I'm a victim of our consent. She danced to it. She smiled, she laughed, and I was being beaten. What about those who were killed as a result of a violence at Kaswa? What will you say to their family members? What about our own member of parliament for Kaswa, what she went through? That's why I'm saying that I condemn any form of electoral violence. As a matter of fact, any form of violence, I condemn it. So I'm not in a position to advise her. She should advise herself and advise her own people. And let nobody point fingers at NDCs, but we didn't do it. We are winning an election. We are very busy moving from house to house. And so, if anything, or not if, because it really happened, she got slaps, I'm told, she was beaten, I didn't see it. Probably she will now rethink and advise her own political party, their followers, that next time she sends them, they should not go. So I don't think I'm the right person for anybody to tell me, oh, I feel sorry for our concern. Did she feel sorry for me when I was beaten? What makes her so special? That if she's been paid by who? Her own party people. That I should start crying. I'm very busy. I'm going around, getting people and talking to people to come out and vote. That is my prime interest here. The other one is that we don't want any violence around me because my own sister Rabna is winning. And we have one more seat in parliament. That is my interest, that is my prime interest, and that is my prime focus, the most important thing. And thank God the place is calm. But I'm a victim of electoral violence and a victim of the violence of our council. I was and still I am a former member of parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that was
So you had Hannah Bisiu, who is both the national women organizer of the National Democratic Congress, as well as the CEO of the Minerals Development Fund, also talking about the issues that's been happening, the violence we had seen earlier here, which generated into chaos and fight between supporters of the two political parties. She's been saying some words on that, which I may not want to repeat, but she indicates that she doesn't sympathize with the former MP based on a reason or the other she's been stating. But generally, her indication has been that
she has been to a number of the polling stations, and per what she's seen, she is confident that the NDC candidate would win this election. Irabna Obin would win the election. And so that's what's been happening here. A number of party faithfuls and party bigwigs thronging the Methodist polling center here in Odoko, one after the other. It's just a couple of hours to the end of voting. I must say about an hour, 15 minutes to end of polls here. And we'll be monitoring to see what the end of polls would be. The prayer of everybody who comes here is that the peace we enjoy as we speak will stay on till end of the coalition process so that no violence degenerates again. Firstly, that's the latest we have here at the Odoko Methodist polling center, where all of the violence had happened some few hours ago.
James, please be safe, and we'll be back to you for more updates, especially when counting begins, and because we want to make sure that we're giving you 360 coverage of what is happening on the grounds for the Ablekuma North Rerun. It's time for us to do our touch screen. Yes, let's talk numbers. We know we have 281 different polling stations in the Ablekuma North constituency, and so far 19 is outstanding. Per our data, Kofi, who's leading?
Well, I mean, we are entering into the rush hour moment, and you see both political parties going around because they know that turnout hasn't really been impressive. So you have about less than 2 hours, or I should say 1 hour, 15 minutes to do your final rallying. And if you're able to get people to the polls to go and vote, that will do a lot of good to what you get after 5 o'clock. Why this is important is that Ablekuma has been one of the constituencies that has suffered low voter turnout, right? And even in the one that happened on the 7th of December, we understand the turnout was somewhere around 62%. And we've been trying to understand the number. And per what we saw yesterday, you can see it on your screens. If you look at who is leading, as far as the 262 constituencies or polling stations that have been verified and collated so far, you can see the NPP in the lead with just a little above 50%. The NDC is in the race with more than 49% of the vote, right? So this means that that is a very, very keen contest. And you see the reason why the Ghana Police Service deployed more than 1,800 men on the ground is because this is a very consequential election that will decide so many things in our parliament and even in our democracy. Come to think of it, we even talk about women representation in our parliament. So this election for me is very, very consequential. But one thing we have failed to learn is how to move from electoral violence. It looks like the slightest chance we get, whether primaries, whether by-election, whether rerun, whether, second round, main election, you see violence across the length and breadth of the country.
And it's quite unfortunate that we're reporting cases of violence, and we'll get into that. But then let's look at what exactly this will mean for Parliament. Should either party win this seat?
Well, firstly, we need to start from this angle where you can see the parliamentary makeup since 1996, how our parliament has looked like. And you can see that right from 1996, it was 132 members as against 62 MPP and NDC. And you can see that most of the time what we see is that MPP and NDC take majority of the seats, leaving less for independent candidates. The first time we had such a high number of independent candidates was in 2024 election, another election. But what I want to show you is how we have moved from a very hung parliament in 2020, 137 now, even talking about which political party, whether MDC will have a super majority or what they call the 2/3 majority.
That was quite a dramatic parliament.
Absolutely. Just look at this. Let's look at how the gap has actually widened. What we saw in 2020, where there was a complete convergence in 2020, where it took an independent candidate to decide which political party was going to form majority in parliament. But this time around, it's not just about who is forming majority, but the entire conversation is around the supermajority or absolute majority and what that can mean to the country's democratic dispensation. And as you can see...
it's going to be the first time, Kofi, should the NDC win the Ablekuma North seat, that the minority is totally powerless in parliament. And that is why this seat is quite important.
Very.
We're seeing big wigs from the party show up at the Ablekuma North constituency, as well as the NPP, because they need a voice. And in parliament, it's really a game of numbers.
Absolutely.
Which, unfortunately, the NDC appears to have more of that numbers.
They do
and
have.
the NPP appears to be lacking behind.
Well, so whatever that happens, it's either the NPP wins this election to stop the NDC from getting absolute majority, or NDC wins and actually controls parliament. So you have the president winning the election by more than 56%, controlling parliament also by more than half. That would simply mean that we have given both the executive and parliamentary power to one political party, and Ghanaians are saying that this is the decision we have made. Come and then do and perform some of the social contracts you sign with us. But the most important thing that I think we also need to focus is, if you look at the gender mix and women representation, very important.
Either way, a woman is in parliament.
Exactly. That's one thing that makes Ablekuma North seat very, very important, because it's one of the seats that just from the word go, it gives you the assurance that a woman will definitely go to parliament. And we've seen a number of women who fail during the 2024 election in the parliamentary election. We've seen, Eslo Usu, Hawa Kumsen herself,
unfortunately,
not coming back and all of that. So you see that women representation was really affected in the 2024 election, where we definitely lost one person. In 2020 was when we recorded the highest 40 women in parliament, in the 8th parliament. That number was reduced to 39 in the 8th parliament. But whatever the outcome today, definitely that number is expected to go back to the 40s we saw in the 2020 election. And if you look at the trajectory so far, how women representation and also the gender mix in parliament, it has been on an upward trajectory. But many have said that, look, it simply means that if you select 10 parliamentarians, the likelihood of getting 5 women or 4 or 3 women out of them is very, very small. Because currently what this means is that if you sample 10 parliamentarians, there's high probability that just 2 out of the 10 will possibly be women. And so that also raises concern about the kind of system we have and how women representation has actually traveled since 1992. But the good news is that although we are not at the level we want to be yet, some of these numbers are encouraging, where we've moved from single digits, even at a point we reached 11% in 2004 and fell in 2008. And since then, we've been on an upward trajectory. But the question is, are we going to see this plateau? Because you can already see this plateauing around 14 to 15%. At what point are we going to get 20, 30% women? All depends on how we run our parliamentary election.
There's also a big concern about our political atmosphere in the country and how hostile it is, especially for women.
I was about to say that.
Looking at Ablekuma North constituency and some of the hostilities we're seeing on the ground, as a woman, would you be encouraged to want to practice even go into politics? That's a question on the minds of women. I'm a woman. I'm not sure I want to do that.
In fact, that simply means that if you're a woman and you want to be in parliament, you need to possibly do the unthinkable, right? You have to be strong, because even Irabna, this is a fight between 2 women, right?
Yeah.
There's a battle between 2 women, Irabna Oben and Ekwefriye. You can see the intensity on ground, and you can see the violence even associated with this kind of election. We're expecting that, since women are involved and they are mothers and all of that, we should actually see some form of some form of calm and all of that. But it looks like it's different. It's also because Ablekuma North sits within a bigger architecture of a more flawed democracy where violence takes place almost every time we have election. And so you can see, whatever that happens today, it will probably give it will definitely give the Greater Accra region as the region with the highest number of women who are members of parliament. Currently, as it stands now, this is the distribution of the women in parliament. In fact, if you look at the 39 women currently in parliament, whatever happens today, that will be 40. Greater Accra is leading with 8 women in parliament. And if either Irabna Oben or Nanekwe Friye joins parliament, that will take this number to 9. That makes, the Greater Accra region a big region when we start talking about women representation and the participation of women in parliament.
It explains why a lot of women are on the ground supporting the candidates. For example, Hannah Bisu was on ground supporting Irabna Obeng, as well as Linda Oklu, the Greater Accra Regional Minister. So it tells a lot about females and how we can come together should we decide to do so.
But firstly, there's one thing we need to put across, that although we are seeing Greater Accra, Ashanti, Central, Western, Eastern, and the Bono East region recording higher numbers, what do you see? What you see is that the more you go upwards in the upper part of the country, women representation is nothing to write home about. Just look at a region as big as the northern region. I don't even see the northern region in the picture. Right?
You only have the Upper East,
exactly.
Savannah region, Western North, Eastern, Western, Central, Ashanti, and Greater Accra region. So no representation from the northern region.
Absolutely. That means that the higher you go in terms of, the northern aspect of the country, the more northern you go, the less likelihood it becomes for a woman to become, a member of parliament in Ghana. That's something or another conversation that we really need to have.
Yeah.
But also,
what is influencing that? Is it finances? Is it lack of the will of the women to be part of politics? It's a conversation we can have.
Yeah, absolutely.
On the joint.
But the Greater Accra region is in the lead and is the same region that is the point of conversation. It's housing Ablekuma North. It's housing one of its constituencies that's 100% urban, where about 60% of that constituency are Khans, 20% who are possibly, from the Gadangbe side, and 10% from the other. So it's a more, diverse constituency. That is why it is interesting to see how that constituency has moved from being an orphan to the NDC now to a constituency that will possibly give them the ticket to become, to have a supermajority in parliament. So Ablekuma North is not just an election happening. It will really change a lot of dynamics and so many things we know about our political history. And so firstly, since morning we've been talking about this graphic, and for me it's so important.
Okay.
The key word or the chorus you get for whoever we speak to is about people coming out to vote. And we are the dying members of the polls, right? We are less than an hour into polls closing. The key question is, how are both political parties convincing people to come out and vote? Because the turnout will determine who will win. Because at the moment, we know how neck and neck the two candidates have actually come. So it means that if you are not able to convince your people to go out to vote,
you're already
losing.
And that is problematic, really, because if I am a voter in the Ablekuma North constituency, seeing the chaos being recorded on social media and on television, I may be discouraged to even come out and vote, and that would, in the end, influence the voter turnout. In
fact, and we have been doing the math, and Tony and I have been working on the data. And we're saying that look at a place like the Methodist polling station, which has about 463 registered voters. Our estimation is that already under a calm circumstance, that polling station has on average about 68 voter turnout. It means that if you take the Methodist area and you sample 10 registered voters in that area, in an election, 7 are likely to come out to come and vote. 3 will not come out to vote. And so with this violence, we are likely to have the voter turnout in such an important polling station being reduced to 60 or 58, looking at what has actually happened in terms of the violence we have seen so far. In fact, if you rank the polling station with the highest number of registered voters, the top 10, you cannot neglect the Methodist polling station. And so what you see is how Ablekuma North, the propensity to vote in that constituency has been dwindling. And when it is your stronghold and propensity to vote is dwindling, it's always playing an advantage in the hands of your main contender. That is why we are seeing possibly power being shifted to the NDC. And we remember that EC even declared the NDC candidate the winner before, whatever the EC has done and the changes we've seen so far. But the MPP believes that, well, this is our stronghold. Although we have lost grounds, we believe we won the election with 414 votes, right? And so it will be interesting to see how, that will turn out. We understand that coalition will begin right after polls close. The numbers will start trickling in already. The MPP is leading with a very, very small margin, just 50 points, at least about 50% versus 49% of the NDC. And we have made a point over and over again that if you look at these scenarios, that puts Ablekuma North, the 19 polling stations, in a very, very tight situation in deciding who goes to parliament. Because already, if you take the average figure and say, look, if we decide to go with the normal average and everything is calm, holding all other factors constant, Ablekuma North has around 68% turnout, right? Okay. That would definitely mean that you have just about over 4,000 people, 4,666 people coming out to vote. Now, in a worst case scenario, and in this case, looking at the number of violence, the pockets of violence we've seen scattered across the length and breadth of the 19 polling stations, we understand from what Ekefriye said that she has visited 16, we can't confirm though, but she says she has visited 16 polling stations. And in fact, almost all of them, aside from two, are actually, calm. Almost, all the others have been marred by, violence. And so definitely, you are looking at this worst case scenario, which is about 57%, and it could be less. We could be talking about a turnout of 50% or a turnout of, let's say, 55%.
How will that impact the final result?
Absolutely. That will mean that you have just a little above 3,000 people going out to go and vote. That will mean, the decision becomes very, very, difficult, because already we understand that the NDC has been in the minority in Ablekuma North since 1996. But there's one thing that the 2024 election taught us, that if that constituency is not your organic stronghold, know that you could be in trouble. Talking about organic strongholds, we talk about places like an organic stronghold being Bekwai for NDC, a place like Bosomefreho, a place like Fomina, and places in the Ashanti region are organic strongholds for the MPP. Campaign or no campaign, there's a high likelihood that they'll win there. For the NDC, for instance, if you go to the Volta region, the Ketus and what have you, these are constituencies that they would definitely vote for the NDC even if they don't campaign, right? But there are strongholds that maybe a political party has never won there or has won there just once amongst, let's say, 8 electoral cycles. Some of these constituencies can be moved from organic strongholds to what we call proxy strongholds. At the point that Ablekuma North is currently, we see it as a proxy stronghold, because you've seen MPP ruling Ablekuma North, but their vote share since 2012 has been dwindling. Ekefriye herself, you see, has never gone above 70%. She got a little above 60% in the last election. And definitely you see the voter turnout also going down. And so that tells you how Ablekuma North has moved from being an organic stronghold of the NPP to now a proxy stronghold, where both political parties, I do not know what went on during the registration process, but it looks like both political parties have been able to bring people from other parts to come and join Ablekuma North in its original status, and that has changed the dynamics. And in the morning, we spoke about Ablekuma North being, 100% urban area and has more youth. And we spoke about 8 million Gen Zs actually participating in the 2024 election. Ablekuma North is one of the constituencies that has a number of youth. So these individuals, what is their direction? Are they going to follow the status quo we've seen since 1996, or they will decide to vote otherwise? This has been the story of Ablekuma North. The stronghold of the NPP that has shifted, and the dynamics seems shaky at the moment. In terms of the fundamentals, and things are a bit diverse. In fact, if you look at the status of Ablekuma North at the moment, it will be difficult to say that this is still a stronghold of the NPP, looking at the current circumstances. Because, NPP used to win the election with more than, tens and thousands of votes. But currently, we are talking about a very small margin between both political parties. So it's interesting. That's the story of Ablekuma North, and that's actually gone through different phases. And here we are at the moment.
And we're looking forward to how today will pan out. Both political parties, both the NDC and the NPP, are all optimistic that they would be winning this seat. But then the power belongs to the people, and that's why we're on the ground to find out what exactly the people will decide by close of state. But let me take you now to the press conference, and just to get a sense of what is happening on the ground, because we're told that the GJ is organizing a news conference, and they would be addressing some of the key issues that have popped up today. The attack on journalists, an attack, an assault on a JoyNews journalist, which you can see on your screens right now. A colleague of mine has been assaulted, Salome Mate. She was attacked by an unidentified man. And we also know that a GH1 reporter was also assaulted by a Ghana Police Service officer captured in a viral video. Now, the police has already told us in a statement that that officer has been removed from duty pending full investigations, as well as to understand the circumstances leading to what exactly happened. But let me take you now live to the press center. The GJ is addressing the media. Let's listen in.
He is the organizing secretary. He's not here at the moment, but he's your new national organizing secretary. His name is Suleimana Mustafa. Next, I have the national treasurer seated there in Kente at the end. Bertha Bedu Eje. A round of applause for her. She'll be handling all your money. So going forward, it's right there. Bertha Bedu Eje, the national treasurer. Next to me, next time, I'm sure you'll not be seeing me here on the podium. We have a young man who will be handling the press conferences and journalists.
Well, we're looking forward to what the GJ would be saying, but currently, when we took you there, we saw that they were just starting the process. Kofi, she's now doing introduction, I guess. So it's fair for us to come back and just have a conversation on why this is important. As a practicing journalist, I am worried by what I'm seeing on the ground. We're seeing assaults on journalists, we're seeing chaotic scenes, and then I'm sure one of the key things I'm hoping the GJ would do, apart from just condemning these acts of violence on journalists, which they would mostly do after the organized press conference, is to see action. Are we going to be blacklisting some of these political parties moving forward, just to ensure that we scoop out these individuals who are perpetrating violence? That way it serves as a deterrent to individuals who are watching, Kofi.
I always say that if you're a journalist and you go out there to cover a story, you don't go out with a gun or a pepper spray or anything. You just go with your camera, your pen and your paper and other things that are not harmful. You are not armed in any way. The only arm you have is your microphone. And so sometimes it's a bit scary when you see some of these things. And we've seen a number of attacks on journalists since the beginning of the year, and most of them have been political actors and their own, associates. And what I just saw, I mean, we've seen this video, that attack on Sally is actually unacceptable. And in fact, if you look at the current GJA that we have, we know that they don't just issue presses and they don't just talk. I mean, they go above that, and we have action. Even Hawa Kumsin herself, who was attacked today, unfortunately, we've seen that the GJA at a point had to blacklist her. So, I mean, you made a very good point. It will be interesting to see the next line of action that the GJA will take after they go ahead to address, the press.
And that would inform how we deal with this moving forward. We need to send a strong warning to everyone watching, especially the political parties, that you cannot touch journalists and go scot-free. And because this is happening at a time where we have an avalanche of cases of assaults on journalists, and we're yet to see concrete action when it comes from government and even the police to ensure that the perpetrators are dealt with. And so this is just another case added to the tall list of other cases. For example, Latif Idrisu, Kofi, we're yet to see any concrete action on that. And for us, really, this is a time for us to speak for ourselves as journalists, and that is what we're doing. And the picture of the unidentified man that assaulted the JoyNews journalist is on our social media handles, as well as coming up on your screens right now. If you have any information that we could use to help identify this individual so that we can get him arrested and then let the police take it up from there, we are not going down without a fight. And when it comes to this case, we're going to ensure that justice is served fair and square. You can share your thoughts with us on all our social media handles. We're your election headquarters. We're bringing you 360 coverage of the Ablekuma North Rerun elections. So far, 19 polling stations is where our eyes are on. Our reporters are on the ground. We're seeing heavy police presence after pockets of violence in different polling stations. Journalists assaulted. Some members of the NPP have been assaulted. So far, the political parties we have spoken to are trading blames as to who exactly is the culprit when it comes to the violence on the ground, Kofi. And then this is quite worrying. They condemn the act, but trading blame. So the GJA president is currently speaking. Let's take you there live.
Ghana Journalists Association vehemently condemns the brutal and unprovoked effort of our colleague, Mr. Ablekuma North, journalist with the EIB network, IEGH1 and Star FM, by a police officer who, our checks reveal that he is a divisional commander, the whole division. I want to tell the division in the name for now. JoyNews reporter of the multimedia group, Salome Nadi, while they were diligently covering the parliamentary election held in the constitution, in a way, while they were discharging their constitutional mandate. This deplorable incident occurred at the moment when the Vice President of Ghana, Excellency Professor Nana Opoku Ademan, and the Minister of State in charge of Government Communications, Honorable Felix Patrick Opusu, were giving assurances of supporting the GJA in the fight against journalists and ensuring a favorable environment for the media to operate at the swearing-in ceremony of the newly elected national executive of the GJA in Accra. This stark contrast between stated commitment and on the ground reality is deeply alarming, unfortunate, and unacceptable. Video circulating clearly captured the uniform officer slapping Mr. Panayero, despite the journalist being visibly identifiable in the branded outfit and performing his duty. According to our colleague Panayero, he was covering activities at the polling area when the officer approached and demanded that he leave the premises, and told him he could not do so because if he leaves, he would not be able to report on the event that unfolded behind him. And let me say that as journalists, one of our core responsibility is to what? Shed light on darkness. This is one of our responsibility. But wherever there is darkness in the media, or the media show up, definitely there's going to be light. We are going to expose the hill. Mr. Boyle narrated, and I quote, suddenly it showed me and slapped me across the face without any provocation. I had not wronged anyone, unquote. He said the force of the slap left his eyes shaking, praying that he would not suffer any long-term damage. This egregious act is a direct assault on press freedom, a fundamental pillar of our democracy, and a blatant disregard for the rule of law. We are told Mr. Banane explicitly identified himself as a journalist and explained why he was present at the polling station. However, the officer reportedly ordered him to vacate the premises before assaulting and injuring him. The GJ is glad that Mr. Banane has filed an official complaint with the police and also visited the hospital in the area for treatment. We understand that he has been discharged and has been given some medicine, but he is still experiencing pains in the eye. The GJA views this incident with the utmost gravity and is appalled that officers in uniform who are expected to know better and protect civilians and journalists against attack are the ones currently attacking journalists. Ladies and gentlemen, journalists play an indispensable role in ensuring transparency, accountability, and public access to information, especially during critical electoral process. Any attempt to intimidate, harass, or physically harm journalists in the line of duty is an affront to democratic principles and must be condemned in the strongest possible terms. This incident is particularly troubling as it involves a member of the Ghana Police Service, an officer for that matter, an institution entrusted with upholding law and order and protecting all civilians or citizens. Such actions by a police officer do not only undermine public trust in the security agencies, but also severely tarnish the image of Ghana as a country that respects human rights and press freedom. We have seen a statement by the police administration which announced the interdiction of the officer involved in the attack. The DJ commends the police administration for the swift action, but we demand an immediate, thorough, and transparent criminal investigation into this matter, since it's a case of assault. Assault is a second-degree felony. We call Inspector General of Police, IGP, Christian Tetenyolu, to act and ensure that swift and decisive disciplinary action is taken to serve as deterrent to others. We want the police to be bold in prosecuting their own officer involved in the disturbing. This time, the food leg is captured. It's captured. Yes, it's captured on camera. Video circulating. We can all see it. Everyone can witness it. Somebody drew my attention that assault is not second-degree felony, but we have said that a premeditated assault is very dangerous because before somebody will attack a journalist, meaning that is something that the person has planned. That this area, since I'm here, I'm not allowing any journalist to come here. And the reason he tried to avoid and try to prevent our colleague from discharging a constitutional duty. So we see it to be premeditated, something that has been planned already. So we cannot treat it as a felony, misdemeanor, sorry. We can't treat it as a mere misdemeanor. Police, I believe that this is a serious issue and cannot be treated as a mere misdemeanor. We know what the police can do. Sometimes they will have to met out weak charges just for the person to get weak sentences. This time around, we are going to follow this matter closely with all seriousness. We are going to follow this matter, monitor it closely with all seriousness with our lawyers involved. Justice must be served for Mr. Banashemi. A clear signal must be sent that such impunity will not be tolerated within the Ghana Police Service. We urge all security agencies to educate their personnel on the critical role of the media in a democratic society and to respect the right of journalists to work without fear or intimidation. The safety and security of journalists are paramount, and any threat to them is a direct threat to our collective freedom of expression and the integrity of our democratic processes. The GJA stands in unwavering solidarity with Mr. Ablekuma and Salome Nati, who was also assaulted by unknown hooligan, and will offer all necessary support to ensure that justice is served. And for fate of terrorists, Ms. Salome Nati is also a reporter with the multimedia group, and I mean JoyNews, the Joy brand, under the multimedia group, who was also attacked by an unknown hooligan, unknown tag. We will continue to monitor the situation closely and engage with relevant stakeholders to prevent future occurrences of this abhorrent practice, especially in light of the renewed assurances from government for a free press. On this, can be rest assured that this is the same Jufort administration who stood and fought for the protection of journalists, who stood to defend press freedom at all times. We are ready. We have come with renewed commitments to consolidate the gains we made during the first administration to do more, to achieve more. And I can tell you that under the first administration, attack on journalists will definitely come to an end. Thank you. Thank you for your audience.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Another round of applause for him. So we'll be taking questions. If you have any questions or clarification, you come up to the podium, mention your name, your media house, and then you ask your question. Yeah.
Yes, my name is Charles Ozu. I work with CTFM and Channel 1 TV. First of all, congratulations.
GJA President Albert Kwabena-Dumfor, they're just addressing the media, condemning the attack on journalists on the ground, covering the Ablekuma North constituency rerun. We just heard him demand that the police should be bold enough to crack the whip on their own. If you just tuned in, there has been several assault cases currently when it comes to the Ablekuma North constituency. First on individuals who were there and also on journalists. And one case involving a JoyNews journalist who was assaulted by an unknown individual, and we are putting his details out there. in terms of his picture, so that if you have information, it could lead to the apprehension of that individual, as well as the assault on the GH1 reporter. We know that the police has since released a report on that because the act was done by police personnel. He has been withdrawn, and they say they have launched investigations into the case. Now, my colleague Stephen Mensah is on the ground, and we're just giving you details as to what exactly is happening. We know we just have a few more hours to the close of polls. Stephen, from where you are, what can you report? You have to unmute for me to hear you clearly. Stephen, I can't. Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, so I'm reporting from the Los Pentecostal Police Station here in Kwasiwo. And from what I gather from the AC officers, there's no voter turnout. As expected, they were expecting about 563 voters. However, as at 3:55 p.m., only 243 voters have turned up. We can also report that about 8 of the officers have been gearing up as the close of polls draw near. I can count about 20 to 30 of the officers so far at the polling station currently, with about 8 of them in the protective gear as the close of polls draw near.
And then so far, how's security situation on the ground from the polling station you have visited? Any chaotic scenes?
Well, so Sina, here at the Los Pentecostal Police Station, there have not been any cases of violence as sharp contrast to the other police stations we've visited, the Methodist police station we visited. There have not been any pockets of violence here at the South Police Station. We also understand that the Rapna Oven has visited here. However, Nana Ikefi have not visited here yet.
Okay. So we'll be back to you, Stephen, once the poll ends by 5 p.m. Just a few more minutes to that time, really. And we know that the government has condemned the assaults on 2 journalists who were covering the Ablekuma North constituency rerun, describing the incident as both regrettable and unacceptable. In an interview with JoyNews at the presidency, the Deputy Minister for Government Communications, Shamima Muslim, praised the Ghana Police Service for its prompt response, including the withdrawal and interdiction of the officer involved in the assault of a GH1 journalist. She's calling for calm and urging the police to take action against anyone who attempts to incite violence.
I'd like to say that it was unfortunate and it is completely unwarranted, and to reiterate the position of government as has been clearly espoused by the Minister of Government Communications, the Honorable Felix Kwachu Ofosu. Government itself takes a very serious stance, especially on security agencies meting out unwarranted violence against, civilians under any circumstance. And what we are happy about is the swift action that the Ghana Police Service itself has taken in interdicting the officer in question and removing the particular officer from the operation that was ongoing. It's 9 polling stations, really, 19 polling stations, I beg your pardon. It shouldn't, we shouldn't be seeing the kinds of visuals that we are seeing, and so we would like to encourage everyone to allow the process to go on smoothly, and anyone found in breach of public order and the safety of civilians, I think that the Ghana Police Service should act accordingly.
Shamima Muslim there condemning the attack on journalists as well as praising the Ghana Police Service for its swift action. My colleague Maxwell Agbawa joins us live from the presidency. I'm sure the president is watching JoyNews, watching the chaos unfold at Ablekuma North constituency. What's his posture?
Well, we have been here at the presidency monitoring events here at the presidency. Earlier today, as part of the president's schedule, he met the Ghana Freight Forwarders Association. That program ended just about, I think, 2 hours or so ago. We did not get any direct comments from the president on the current situation in the Ablekuma North constituency. But indeed, like earlier, we saw the Deputy Government Communications Minister is the one who has been speaking to the issue, condemning the incidents in the Ablekuma North constituency. Indeed, the Minister for Government Communications, Felix Kwachio-Fosu himself, earlier when the incident happened, condemned the incident on his X page. Indeed, he stated that such incidents would not be tolerated. That was on his X page that he condemned the incident and stated that attacks on journalists would not be tolerated. So indeed, we've not had any direct comments coming from the president himself. That we've heard from the Government Communications Minister, Felix Kwachio-Fosu, condemning the incident on his X account, saying that attacks on journalists will not be tolerated. We understand also that he condemned the incident also at the GJA swearing-in ceremony that happened earlier today at the Accra International Conference, Center. So Felix Kwachio-Fosu, we've had that condemnation coming from him, and then also we've had that condemnation also coming from the Deputy Government Communications Minister, Shamima Muslim, who described, the incident as unwarranted, and then urged Ghana Police Service to enforce, the laws.
Thank you, Maxwell Agwagwa, presidential correspondent, join us, which is details. Clearly, government has condemned the acts of violence, especially on assaults on journalists, and they're hoping that the police would ensure that the culprits are apprehended. And you're still watching the JoyNews channel. We're going to be touching base with our correspondents across the 19 different polling stations where the Ablekuma North Rerun election is currently ongoing. We're expecting some over 6,800 voters to come and exercise their franchise. So far, voter turnout has been poor, but then let's see how it pans out. Very soon, voting would end. It would end at 5 p.m., which is just minutes away, and we'll be crossing over to our correspondents once counting begins, because it is indeed decision day. And by the close of today, by all the constituents in that constituency would then have representation in Parliament. And so we're looking forward to how that will pan out. We're your election headquarters. We're on the ground, we're online, on radio, and of course on TV as well. My name is Faustina Safo. Please stay with us. We'll be back after this quick turn.
So, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her.
Syntax pipe, as tough as it can get.
You get so sorry with your back, sorry. Oh, what you was that thing? What the cat never want me with your catch. Hey! Na ampai.
Utina yanka fire yanka bo.
Hey, madam, pipe menu.
Hey, Syntax pipe. Me tono. Omo kacha am say ne ho odem pa. Say ye fie, say ye foam. The pipe we bia eye ne gam.
Syntax pipe.
Why eliki?
Come, madam. From today, Syntax pipe in my pipe. No two ways.
When you know, pipe be na be use.
SINTEX pipe.
Syntax pipe.
Ile carry water. No hala.
You only cough, never cough, syrup. Class go away, class go away. Don't go, oh yeah, we can't get drunk. I'll go better, let me get Nina more. Honey and ginger, licorice and muscle, long pepper and violet. You only cough, never cough, syrup. Effective for relief from cough, sore throat, and throat irritation. New Honey Cough. Class away. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advert is FDA approved.
AI is transforming the world, and Africa is ready to harness its power. On September 23rd to 24th, 2025, Ghana will host the first ever Pan-African AI Summit, bringing together top minds to shape the future. The summit is uniquely positioned to catalyze AI-powered solutions for Africa's most pressing challenges. We aim to foster an ecosystem of innovation and collaboration to drive growth and increase productivity. The summit will champion policies and partnerships that prioritize marginalized communities and promote inclusive development. We believe Africa's digital transformation is key to unlocking the continent's vast potential. This summit will bridge the digital divide, empowering organizations to harness emerging technologies for sustainable development. Join us as experts, policymakers, and innovators explore AI's transformative potential through thought-provoking discussions and collaborations. Don't miss out. Register now at www.panafricanAIsummit.com and be part of Africa's AI revolution.
Are you struggling to own a decent home with your limited earnings? Or are you breaking the bank to construct that commercial or public property? Then Point of Light Construction is your solution. We're your trusted experts in the tried and tested hydroform interlocking block building technology. With a team of highly trained and skilled staff, we undertake design and building contracts. With us, you're assured of decent, affordable, and quality building projects that are fireproof, bulletproof, and earthquake resistant. Our footprints are dotted across Ghana and elsewhere in West Africa. We provide build, operate, and transfer services for communities in need of market buildings, recreational centers, lorry parks, modern public toilets, and more. For your private homes, group housing projects, purchase or lease agreements, and training and consultancy services, contact Point of Light Construction on 020-000-8174 or 024-417-9248. Locate our office in Accra at Pantine near Philpotts Hospital. Point of Light Construction, your hydrofoam experts.
It's not a time in all of our lives when your brilliance and your intelligence and skill is restricted and limited. And it is that day that you will realize the need of the supernatural and spirituality. This is the moment we must come together. Hear me. Enough is enough. It's time for something to give. It's time for something to bow. For the first time, we are bringing it to Ghana. The global prayer works coming from all over the nations of the world to lift up prayer. It's time for the powers of the dark kingdom to bow their knees. When we gather, when we pray together, it gives us the upper hand. The world is in a state of emergency. The church is in a state of emergency. And all we do is to pray 1 or 2 times and think we've made it. No, it's a lifestyle. Praying in the morning, praying in the afternoon, praying in the evening, praying in the night, praying at midnight, and praying consistently. It is time to stop running business as usual. It will not work. The time that God has set aside for you and I. And all you got to do is to show up. This is a divine summons. It's a subpoena. You can't miss it.
And we're your election headquarters. We're bringing you coverage of the Ablekuma North Rerun elections happening in all 19 polling stations. Let me take you live to the grounds. We have just a few minutes to the close of polls. My colleague Nana Boachi Adam is on the ground. He joins us live. So far, how is voter turnout in the polling station you have visited?
Well, for Steve, voter turnout has been realistically very low at the Roman Catholic Busia Junction 1 polling station where I am currently. And the scenes you see here are police officers who've arrived at the polling station with just some few minutes to the close of polls. We are expecting 538 voters to participate in the election, but unfortunately, the turnout so far has been 217 registered voters who've been in to vote. EC officials have confirmed to me that the numbers here are not good enough. The turnout is very poor, but then it has been good so far and peaceful.
And there's heavy security presence there. Let me bring you my colleague James Aveji, also joining us from another polling station in the Ablekuma North constituency. James, so far, no more chaotic scenes at your end, I presume?
Yes, firstly, there's not been any other scene happening here at the Odoko the Methodist Church polling station so far. It's been generally peaceful. The polls are just about closing in a few minutes, and you see there in your shot, the police officers have been marked at the entrance of the polling station. They have been doing this in the last 10 minutes, and with just a little opening there, it is unclear whether the collation or the counting process will be brought here at the forecourt of the polling station at the entrance, the gate to be done, or it will be done inside. But what we can see now is the police was the first layer, they did a second layer, and now they are doing a third layer of the barricades. And so that's the situation here. I want to presume that it is because of the volatile situation we have experienced in the course of today, where there has been chaos after chaos. But the last 2 hours have relatively been calm. And so the police officers are trying to put measures in place in order to safeguard the counting process, bearing in mind what we have seen in the last few hours. So that's the only latest that's happening here at the Odoko Methodist polling station as we speak.
And James, has the IGP left the scene?
Yes, he left the scene. He came to spend about some 15-20 minutes here to use the time to interact with his officers on the ground, as well as the Electoral Commission officers who are on duty following the chaos that's happened. Then the Member of Parliament and also the member of the Defense and Interior Committee, Honorable Tim Forjo, came here to meet him and exchange some pleasantries with him. And the indication we got from Honorable Tim Forjo is that he's really concerned about the security situations, and the promise from the IGP is that they would bring the situation under control. There was, at the back of that, a number of police officers have been deployed to beef up the numbers we've had here. So he's left, he didn't return, and but his officers, a number of them are on the ground. Some of them wearing body cams, others also handling cameras to capture the actions on the ground. So we're waiting for the counting process to begin in just about 19 minutes from now, when the last person casts his vote at 5 p.m., and then we'll see how the counting process will go for Sina.
And James, I'll come to you once the counting process begins. And before I let you go, have you seen any bigwigs in the political parties passing through your polling center?
So just a while ago,
James, hold on for me. That question is actually for Nana Boachi.
So far, for Steve, we have not seen any of the party bigwigs over here. We only have their agents and then party supporters who are seated here. Some of them gearing up for the next 19 minutes to the top of the hour or have the polls being closed.
Have you spotted any residents trying to at least cast their ballots within this few minutes to the close of polls?
Okay, so while you were speaking to James, 2 individuals walked in, and I believe that they are going straight to cast their ballot. From things that I have here, 2 individuals are going to cast their vote.
Thank you, Nana Boachi Adum, live from one of the polling stations in Ablekuma North constituency. We also have James Aveji on the ground. Well, in a matter of few minutes, we know that polls will officially end. And when it ends, we will begin the countdown as to the numbers from all the 19 polling stations. We know we have about 281 different polling stations in the Ablekuma North constituency. So far, that 19 that is outstanding is what we're actually waiting for collation today. And we'll be looking at the numbers. So far, we know that there has been low voter turnout. Chaotic scenes have marred the process, especially at the Methodist Church polling station. The police, we can see on your screens now, which are playback of visuals of actual happening on the ground. As at that time, the police trying to contain the situation. We're told that Hawa Kumsin, former Member of Parliament for Ewutu Senya, is currently in the hospital, having been assaulted, and Miracles Abuaji, who is aide to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, confirmed that to us here at JoyNews. We also know that journalists have been assaulted. We heard from the GJ condemn the act, demanding the police to act and crack the whip on their own. Why they're making that call? Because one of the journalists assaulted was assaulted by a police officer. And we know that the police has since released a statement withdrawing him from service and also withdrawing him from that polling center, and going ahead to say that they are launching investigations to determine what exactly led to what we saw on our screens. And that you can see live visuals, our very own here at JoyNews. Assaulted by an unknown individual, Salome Mate, and it's quite sad. We know that this individual, we're trying to get his details so that we can get the police to arrest him, and we've put his details on all our social media handles. The video is actually viral now. You can go and find out if indeed you know this individual, and let's get him identified and then arrested duly. But then, Kofi, it's decision day. Yeah. We have just a few more days to the close of the polls. What are your expectations?
Well, I mean, it's been almost 10 hours of voting, and we've seen pockets of violence that's actually marred the, an entire electoral process. But my expectation, and I've been stating this, is that, I mean, I am not expecting a voter turnout, which is possibly around 68 or maybe 70%. It's definitely going to be lower than that. But whilst we were in the back room, we've been trying to understand the number of violence so far. And so far, reported violence, we understand is around 4, of which, so you can see the figure on the screens, at least 4 cases of violence reported so far. And in fact, if you look at the distribution, 2 journalists and 2 other persons also involved. And you made mention of Sally's, case, and then also the GH1 reporter who was actually assaulted by a police officer. So what we know currently is that, I mean, in fact, there are currently reported cases of assault where we've been able to count so far at least 4 of them, and 2, being journalists. But I want us to stay on, since, I mean, within a matter of, I think, 30 minutes or so, we'll start counting.
Exactly.
The votes, right?
Less than that, actually. 19 to 17.
It will be good to go through the 19 polling stations again.
Okay.
Right? And then also see which polling station will definitely, be that main point of, interest. And in fact, if you do the math, and we've been trying to rank the 19 polling stations, and we've seen that at the Ateco polling station is the main place that possibly will be a key determinant, determining who will win this election, because it has more than or close about 645 registered voters. And you heard Nana Boachi there. He was around, I think, Pentecost Church, right? It was one of the polling stations. I'm trying to get the name.
Yeah, and he gave us the figures. Quite
exactly.
shocking. He said the Roman Catholic Church, Buzia Junction, or Doko 1, polling station.
That is the polling station we are talking about.
And unfortunately, it says so far only 217 individuals.
So that actually makes the point we are projecting that we could have voter turnout being below 60, right? Or being around 60 if you look at the 19 polling stations that we are looking at. Because this polling station, for instance, that Nana Boachi spoke about, the Roman Catholic Church, the expectation was that some 538 persons should come out and vote, right? But as it stands now, close about, let's say, 217, right? That's less than half, right? Less than half of that. In fact, if we do the math, which Tony has been doing for us, it's around 51%. That is woefully, inadequate in terms of getting people out there to vote. But it actually paints a picture, or it brings back memory of what happened in the presidential election as well, where although President Mahama won in Ablekuma North, for the first time NDC winning in Ablekuma North, they had about 49% in terms of the total turnout, right? So it tells you that even in areas where you expect more people to come out and vote, we could have turnout being very, very low. So we spoke about Teko, even the Methodist Church itself, that has been the main points of discussion as a result of the violence, also recording very, very low turnout. And voters have less than 30 minutes, right, to go out there and vote. And what we see is that
actually
10 minutes, right?
Yes.
So it means that
the countdown
polls will be closing very soon.
And handing over to our next team, because the countdown team will be in the studio as we begin crunching the numbers.
And that's the interesting part of the whole thing, right?
Really, Kofi, because this would then mean that Ablekuma North will finally have representation in Parliament after 7 months. But then we're wondering, will this process be peaceful?
That's the case.
Looking at the scenarios that have played out in the past in Ablekuma North constituency, will the pink sheets be safe? Will the ballots be safe? Will we have to do this all over again?
Well, we understand that security has been beefed up in terms of where the coalition will be. This time around, it will not be at Methodist Church again. It's going to be taken to a safe haven where we possibly are expecting that coalition should be done. But in fact, when we start crunching the numbers and seeing, polling station 1, who got what and all of that, that's when the game becomes very interesting. But as it stands now, the indication we are getting is that turnout has been very low. And our projection was that it could be below 60%, looking at it from the spectrum of the 19, polling station. But as it stands now, what we've been able to get so far, 262 polling station results have been collated by the EC, and the MPP is actually in the lead slightly with about, 50%, and a little above that, with the NDC also chalking some 49%. It will be interesting to see when the figures start trickling in, how the dynamics will change, whether we'll see the gap widening or Irabna or possibly close. As stands, it's just 48 votes between the two candidates. If we add results from the 19 polling station, what will be the outcome? And in fact, definitely turnout will be what will determine who wins this election.
And so the question on our minds really is Ablekuma North turning green, or will it be a blue station? And it's something we're looking at how that will pan out. And we are also making sure that on the grounds we're giving updates from every constituency, every polling station. We are on the ground to give you updates on that. But it will interest you to know that, thankfully, my colleague who was assaulted has been taken to the hospital. She's receiving treatment, and I'm told her condition is stable now. We've heard from the GJA condemn the act. We're still trying to hunt down that unidentified man that actually meted that violence on her. And that is all panning out now. The GJA is also making sure that they address this, because this is not the first time, Kofi, we've had data as to different assault cases and how journalists are always the victim. Unfortunately, when it comes to getting the perpetrators to pay for their action, there's always a slow-paced kind of approach to dealing with it. They say around the world, the wheel of justice grinds slowly, but it appears in our part of the world, it is quite slow. In fact, snail-paced, if you would put it that way. So let's see how that pans out, Kofi. And it's been great. You've been doing this since morning, but it's not yet time for us to go home.
Course, we have to do that. I mean, but I mean, once the results start coming in, be sure that JoyNews will bring you every detail, every result, and we'll be here to do in our own collation to see how this will travel, who will win Ablekuma North, a constituency that has never turned green. I mean, possibly, I mean, after the collation, we'll see the color that that constituency will decide to go. Already, we know that in the presidential election, for the first time in Ghana's history, Ablekuma North decided to vote green. And so, is it going to turn a skirt and blouse constituency for the first time?
Let's see how
or it will remain with the MPP.
And really, the MPP, we're seeing the officials on the ground, Kofi, now probably going against their principles and deciding to back their candidate. For many, they felt it came too little, too late, because barely 24 hours, that was when the candidate declared that she was in the race after the party had held a news conference days before declaring that they're pulling out of the race. And many have said this would actually affect the voter turnout. And this is what we're seeing. If that is the key factor, we're yet to predict that. But yes, indeed, for the party to have delayed for so long to then declare their intention, would that affect their fortunes in that constituency? Let's see how it pans out. But we've seen bigwigs in the party just coming around to mobilize the constituents to get them to the polling station, as well as bigwigs from the NDC as well, all on the grounds. And this is the deciding factor, really. Who exactly would be leading Ablekuma North constituency? That's the question on the minds of many as we are ready to collate the results. Barely 6 minutes, Kofi, left for polls to officially end. And we will be going on the grounds when my colleague comes in the studio for our numbers show to just get a sense of the counting in every polling station. We'll bring you the numbers, we'll bring you the results, and of course, we are your election headquarters. My name is Faustina Safo. I'm doing this with
Isaac Ofeje, and we understand, we have to cross over to Jackie,
And we have to cross over to Jackie. Jackie, you've been on the grounds all morning. I'm glad you are safe, by the way. What can you report? Jackie, you have to unmute for me to hear you clearly. Kofi, our colleague Jacqueline Ansmaye, on the ground since morning. She has interacted with key members of both the NDC and the MPP. Miracles Abuaje, for example, alleging vote buying on the grounds, alleging that some members of the NDC have been trying to induce voters. She's also been interacting with Pusfak Bande, who disputes those claims and says it's rather the NPP that is trying to induce voters. She's been speaking to Linda Oklu, who admits on camera that they give them, some sort of transportation. But it's transportation, not luring voters. That's the conversation we'll be having when our numbers start trickling in, and we'll have our guest in the studio, Kofi. And then she has also been engaging some of the individuals on the ground. She was close with Salome Mate when that unidentified guy actually assaulted her. And I could see her very furious, almost as though she wanted to confront him, but had to withhold herself. Jackie is now joining us live from the ground. Jackie, it's been a long day. I'm glad you're fine. What can you report from where you are?
Firstly, good evening to you and our cherished audience. Currently, I'm live at Odoko North. The exact polling station is Church of Pentecost, Odoko North. It's actually 2 in 1. There's another one on my other side, which is Church of Pentecost, Odoko North 2. Yes. So the Church of Pentecost, Odoko North 4, the expected voters there is 137 voters. That was what they were expecting there. And at the Church of Pentecost, Odoko North 2, they were expecting 67 voters, but with my interaction with the presiding officer, the Electoral Commission officials here, they said only 33 people have been out to cast their vote. It's left with 4 minutes more for polls to close, but you haven't seen anyone enter the perimeter yet, which I'm sure we're about to wrap up now. So if you could pan the camera over there, you could see that the police, everybody is getting ready to count the votes that has been cast so far. But being to other polling stations too. They are all getting ready. But what we are picking out from most of the polling stations inside the Ablekuma North constituency is the fact that there has been a low voter turnout today. And as to the reason why people couldn't come, we don't really know. But then we asked some of the party agents, and their response was that today is a working day, it's not a holiday. So people couldn't come out to also exercise their franchise. So for Steve, that is the situation here. But what you can see is it's 3 minutes more for time to be up. But we don't see anyone coming inside. But we see that on the main street, people are so massing up, getting ready to listen in as the votes would be counted here at these two polling stations that we have here at Odoko North.
Well, Jackie, voter turnout is key for us, and so I want you to go through the figures once again, the number of expected voters and the actual turnout.
So for at Church of Pentecost Odoko North 4, the expected voters there was 137, and with the conversation from the EC officials there, roughly about 57, they turned out to vote.
That's shocking, Kofi.
And also at Church of Pentecost Odoko North 2, it was 66. And also the voter turnout here was 33. I'm not sure anybody has moved in now because time is ticking. In fact, it's just a minute more till polls close here. So they're wrapping up to count the ballot that has been cast there so far.
And I can see heavy security presence behind you. Jackie, please be safe. We'll come to you once voting has officially ended. We know that they will declare that in less than a minute now that voting has ended, because voting ought to end at 5 p.m. And so we'll be back at your end when collation of results begin. But Kofi, shocking numbers.
Yeah.
Church of Pentecost Polling Center 1, 137 residents were expected to cast their ballot. Only 57 showed up.
Way less than half. And I'm not
shocking.
I'm not shocked. That's what we've been talking about since morning. That per what we are seeing, they say data doesn't lie. Per the data we have seen, for instance, I'm not shocked why we are seeing this very low turnout, because the place itself, Ablekuma North itself, is a settlers community where, if you know the area really well, the Odokos and places that are supposed to have the highest number of registered voters are places where people stay and go and trade. Today is Friday. People are looking for their last-minute income for the weekend. You don't expect people to just leave their works and then go out there and vote. Although you have, government workers, they also go to work. Definitely people leave home around 7 a.m. and come back around, let's say, 7 p.m. or 6 p.m. How do you expect these people to also go and vote? So these are all the factors that really affected the polling station and the election. And also we spoke about the violence, right? Where it looks like even our worst case scenario could be very worse, where we were expecting a worst case scenario, it should be around 3,911 people coming out. But it looks like we could have somewhere around 2,800 per the data that I'm looking at firstly.
And we will be doing the countdown here on the JoyNews channel, because officially on your screens, you can see the time is 5:01 and voting has officially ended. It's time now for the collation of results. And my colleague, Blessed Suga, will be in the studio with our guest as we get our numbers trickling in, break down the numbers, and to the final declaration of results, Kofi. Yep. Would be in the studio. And of course, Kofi will be here as well to be breaking down the numbers as the results begin to trickle in. So you want to stick and stay with us here on the JoyNews channel. My name is Faustina Safo, and I'm handing over the baton to Blessed Suga.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. My chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Rent back would be a come on, come see what? Where this guy? My friend, see before.
It's the Telecel Too Much Money promo. Win cash daily, weekly, and a grand prize of 1.2 million Ghana cedis. Just reload or buy a bundle with Telecel Cash to earn points and stand a chance to win big. Dial star 500 hash or visit the Telecel Play app to opt in and start winning in the Telecel Too Much Money promo. Terms and conditions apply. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform.
When is happening? If you're baby, many schedule no. If you know, meto etiaka. Inti ene, uno ba no mpe baby amobeda. Oh, no abeka. You did too much money. No matter.
Telecel, connecting energy.
And at this time, the battle lines are drawn. It is over for whoever may want to make the last-minute changes for this crucial election rerun. Well, the NPP says they have boycotted the exercise, but unfortunately, their candidate was up and tight in the race, leading to this very final moment. But as we speak now, the rerun of 19 polling station results are almost just ending, and it is over for any candidate that will want to make any changes. Welcome to your election headquarters. This is our continuous coverage of the Ablekuma North election rerun. I am Blessed Sogan. Of course, we're just digging into it, that moment that we've all been waiting for, culminating in the end, arguably, of the 2024 elections, which many didn't expect will run 186 days more. Yes, it's running 186 days more because the Ablekuma North seat has not been settled. Who will it go in for? Will it be for the NDC's Rabna Orbin or Akuefre of the New Patriotic Party, who says she is in the race despite her party's position? We'll be hearing from all the actors shortly, but what I want to do now is to give you the action. Acts of hooliganism, and of course, there's some points, attacks on some of our media men, which is very, very, very unfortunate. There you have it. Some other attacks on members of the New Patriotic Party that are being reported, including their stalwarts there, as you can see on the screens, as we understand, is Hawa Kumsin. a former member of parliament for the NPP. Quite a sad spectacle today it has been, but wherever you're joining us from, this is the time that we're going to unpack all of these matters, look at the changes that we need and how we need to reform going forward. But these pictures on your screens now are nothing to write home about. And of course, we as your election headquarters will stand to condemn any of these acts while we wait on the authorities to act now. But speaking about the election itself, the action is on. Polls have closed officially, and we'll be getting to the grounds shortly. Of course, my colleague as well is joining me, Isaac Kufie, data analyst here at JoyNews, for us to equally do that magical analysis for you on the touch screen while we look forward to hearing from our reporters on the grounds to give us more of the action that is happening. Isaac, thank you for your time, and thank you for staying on and breaking down the figures to us. What I see now is the projection about the turnout. And you recall that Global Info Analytics was very key on that. The fact that although many of the residents had seen some economic improvements or improvements in their livelihoods, turnouts for the elections may be low, similar to what the Electoral Commission had then projected at around 64%. But what are we likely to see as part of the fallouts for this election rerun?
Since morning, we've been doing some modeling, trying to see how the Ablekuma North constituency might actually go out to vote in terms of the turnout. And we have actually seen that this is one of the constituencies that have actually been affected by low turnout, moving from 80% somewhere in 2012 to now talking about 62% turnout in the 2020 election and 2024 election, around 62% as well. So if you look at the 19 constituencies, which has about more than 6,800 registered voters, the 19 polling stations, our expectation was that most of the polling stations were going to record, turnout below 60%, and some even being below 50%. And per the data we are getting, it shows that some polling stations, especially looking at them from the angles of the Odoko areas, are recording turnout below 50%.
I see.
And even our projection, we said worst case scenario, if you look at the history of Ablekuma North, when they are not come out to vote, they usually will record a turnout of somewhere around 57%. So give or take, worst case scenario, you should have about 3,911 people coming out to vote. Best case scenario, 80%, 85%, talking about some 5,833. But on the average was around 4,666. But it looks like we could be below the worst case scenario,
that's
which
the fear
is
right
around 3,911 blessed.
But we need to hear from the grounds, know what exactly is happening, and to tell you what the picture is looking like, because up until tallying is done, we'll not be able to tell who the eventual winner is, because it's going to be a long night, trust me. It wasn't easy the first time when we tried it on the night of the December 7 elections, but we're hoping that this will be a smooth exercise, given the fact that there is election fatigue already. We're already tired about how come just a single constituency is holding an entire nation back. But the implication of this election is also far-reaching, because if the NDC grabs this seat, this will mean that for the very first time in our fourth democratic dispensation, we're having a political party with an absolute majority in parliament. And the NPP and some of its assigns have been campaigning on the back of that, asking residents of Ablekuma not to give that power and not to John Mahama, because allegedly they believe that this would lead to some significant changes in the constitution. These are all conspiracy theories going around. We'll dig into it and hear from the stakeholders as well as some experts for you here on your election headquarters. But polling has officially closed. Let me bring in James Aveji, our colleague who's been watching the exercise all throughout the day. James, it is over now. Where are you and what's happening where you are?
I'm currently situated at the Methodist polling station at Odoko, where all of the chaotic actions have been happening in the course of the day. As you just mentioned, the voting has ended and the sorting is currently happening between the Electoral Commission officers and the agents of the two political parties and their candidates. I really wish I could get you a closer shot of what is happening, but the happening here is that the police will not allow us closer to, in fact, into the premises of the church where the voting happened in the course of the day. The explanation we've got from the police, the commander in charge, is that because of the situation, the volatility of the situation, they do not want to allow anyone, even including the media, closer to the coalition point. That may pave the way for other people to also want to get into the inner perimeter. That's the explanation we've gotten from the police, a reason why they have decided to let us stay out of the counting and the sorting and the entire coalition process. We are only monitoring from behind the walls of the church, and as you can see in your shot, a number, I tried to do a head count. I've been able to count only about 80 of police officers who are lined up in the premises, the coalition center of the Methodist Church. And this is not surprising because of what we have seen in the course of the day. Police officers, I see other people in other uniforms looking either like the fire service or the prison service. Also in there, I see a number of immigration officers also around. I want to believe that's a custom officer, about 2 of them also in the midst of the security officials, and the Ghana Ambulance Service officers also around. If you look at the police officers, 3 different kinds of dresses. There are some who are in the police uniform with a plain uniform. There are others who are with wearing their bulletproof jacket. Others also wearing a full violence uniforms, also holding shields and in helmets. And then there are a number of them about crowd control gears also here. There are a number of them positioned at strategic points in holding full long rifles, all in the midst of the security arrangement here, guarding the coalition process at the Methodist Church Coalition Center. And so the sorting is ongoing, as I can see. We cannot get any closer beyond what we have here. And so the sorting is ongoing and the counting should begin. From the point we are, I doubt if we can hear the counting process, but we'll be relying on the Electoral Commission officers, especially the returning officer, to update us on what the outcome of the election has been. So that's the situation. Sorry, we cannot get enough for our viewers get closer, but the police say it is because of the security situation on ground. That is why they cannot get us closer to the place. So I can confirm the last person cast her ballot at about 5:01. She got to the voting area before 5 o'clock, and so she's been allowed to cast her ballots at about 5:01. Polling has closed here at the Methodist Church Polling Center, and we are waiting for the counting to begin. You see there the returning officer showing the empty ballot box there, which means they have emptied it, and they are either doing sorting or have completed sorting and should begin with the counting any moment from now. Blessed.
James Aveji giving us the latest from Ablekuma North. Is just the start of a long night waiting that the process will finally conclude and we'll eventually know who the winner of the Ablekuma North Rerun will be. Will it be Irabna Orbin or Ekwefrie, who's still in the race? Tonight we've got breaking news for you from the New Patriotic Party's camp on whether or not officially they were in the race, which is now winding up. We'll give you some updates shortly, which you need to know about. But I want to take you back to the constituency. We have reporters dotted across various stations, 19 of them at stake now. But if you're taking a look at the numbers, you'd be interested in Pentecost Station 1, and then we have DVLA coming next on top in terms of the numbers. So let's try and get a sense of what's been happening ever since, of course, we left that area. Let's bring in Jacqueline and Suma Yeboah, who is also monitoring developments for us. Jacqueline, what can you report? Where are you now? Jacqueline, I believe you can hear me. What's happening now and where are you?
All right, Blessed. So currently I'm at the Church of Pentecost Odoko North 2. They just finished counting the ballot, and MPP had 15 and NDC had 18 votes. But then let me run you through the number of expected voters here at the Church of Pentecost Odoko North 2. So the expected voters here were 67. Only 33 showed up to vote here. And so the results, as I said, MPP 15 and NDC 18. But there's another polling station around the other side. I'm yet to get the results from the other polling station. I heard that they are done. So I want to get closer to the other side to find out the results at that polling station, which is Church of Pentecost Odoko North 4. Blessed.
And you can see in the shots there, of course, the attempt by Jacqueline just to get through, the crowd who are waiting in earnest to see what the outcome will be. Counting underway in some of the polling centers, as you can see there on your screen. Probably we spend a few minutes to listen in to the counting, because that is the most defining moment of every election, when, of course, you wait with bated breath just to hear what the outcome will be. Jacqueline will be back giving us updates shortly on what the outcome of the counting will be. You can see the EC officials there clearly doing justice to the ballot papers. Earlier, there was that fear that given the violence that had erupted in some of the polling stations, you would expect that the exercise in terms of counting would have been disrupted. But fortunately, everything appears to be intact. That's what we're hoping for, because the last spectacle wasn't the best, right? Because in the same constituency that we're referring to, some ballot papers were bent. So everyone is just on the edge now, hoping that this exercise will be as smooth as it ought to be, in line with our democratic principles. So more and more people watching there, I believe, with some of the party agents also watching closely and monitoring the numbers. I want to believe that that's Dr. Da Costa. I'm not too sure if I'm seeing him well, but of course his party members will know him better. So that's the action happening for you live within the constituency. We are keeping our tabs on that, and we will be getting back into the constituency for you, giving you a sense of what is actually happening in that area. But let me break down the issues for you and also tell you about those helping us to do the conversation for tonight. We're being joined by the Deputy General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, Mustafa I was almost going to say Mustafa Gwande, Haruna Mohammed. His counterpart Mustafa is on the grounds, I believe, so you would want to say hello to him there. And of course, we have Dr. Asa Asante, political scientist at the University of Ghana, joining us as well. And then Musa Dankwa, Haruna's good friend, who is also joining us from Global Info Analytics. The counting is underway, and I must say that we are all waiting eagerly to see what the provisional results will give us a hint of. So, gentlemen, welcome to our studios, and thank you so much for spending some time with us here on the election headquarters. I want to start off with Haruna Mohammed because before coming on air, there was a clear indication from the party, just minutes upon coming onto this program, that indeed they ought to state their position once again on what this election is all about. Haruna, just before I get back to the grounds, I want you to tell us about that story and why the NPP is seeking to bring that out at this moment. Are you still in the race?
Thank you very much, Blessed. I would say good evening to your cherished viewers, my senior colleagues on this particular platform, Prof. and then Honorable Musa Dankwa. I think I will not add that name. to be cited. Yes. Blessed, the party spoke, and we spoke at a press conference, the decision of the National Executive Committee. And for the purposes of clarity, the composition of the National Executive Committee is not a preserve of the General Secretary. Whatever is set by the National Executive Committee is not the decision of the General Secretary. The General Secretary is at duty to publicize and to communicate the decisions of the National Executive Committee, even if he disagrees with the position of the National Executive Committee. The composition, if you permit me, I indicate we have the National Chairman, past presidents. In this case, we have former President Kufuor, former President Akufo-Addo, past Vice President, we have one, which is His Excellency Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. President, if you are in power, the Vice President, if you are in power, former presidential candidate, which is also one, which is Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, former presidential running mate, past presidential candidate, that is if the former ones, we have the first Vice National Chairman, the second Vice National Chairman, the third Vice National Chairman, we have the General Secretary, we have...
In a nutshell...
No, I just want
in a nutshell, what message are you sending across now?
I want the composition... I want the composition, people to know the composition of the National Executive Committee.
Right.
But I want you to know that the position of the National Executive Committee that was taken on Monday and delivered on Tuesday at a press conference by the General Secretary on behalf of the National Executive Committee has not changed.
Which means that the NPP is saying as of now, as of this moment when the election is over, that you never participated in the exercise.
The position of the National Executive Committee is still on, and the NPP has not changed that. We are in court. We believe, and I believe, as I sit here, the elections that has been organized today is not on point of law. The elections that has been organized today is an election that is organized on top of an election that was successfully done and left to be declared.
Okay.
And I believe that our candidate, Nana Akua-Afriyie, won that election, and we don't need to contest an election we have won.
So an update on the decision by Akua-Afriyie to run this election for you. You're hearing it once more, just coming in from the Deputy General Secretary of the NPP, that officially the NPP's position still stands. They are not in this race, as he is telling us, except to say that the candidate says she will proceed with the exercise. In fact, provisional results trickling in, quite a tight one already between Irabna Orbin and Akua-Afriyie, with, of course, the Pentecost Odoko North provisional results out already. Let's get to the grounds and have a sense of what's happening now from more of our reporters joining us at the moment. Stephen Mensah is also on the grounds. Stephen, what can you report? Because already some of the polling stations are just coming up with some of the provisional results. Stephen Mensah, I believe that you can hear me. Give us a sense of what's happening now, where you are, and perhaps if you have some of the provisional results, you could share them with us. Nana Yao-Bochi-Adom is also there for us. Nana, bring us up to speed with where you are, what's happening right now.
I am at the Roman Catholic polling station, where the EC officials just finished counting the votes, and you can see some supporters in a jubilant mood. And the provisional results that we have so far, we have the NPP's candidate polling 81 votes, and then the NDC's Irabna coming up with 154 votes. So these are the provisional results that we have from the Roman Catholic polling station, Odoko 1. And that is what has led to the jubilation that you see among the NDC supporters over here. At this point, security has been beefed up. We're waiting for the EC officials and the polling agents to commit themselves to the pink sheet, and then we can bring you the clear results from that.
Looking at this area you're talking about, what's the voter population? And if you could just go over the provisional results for us again.
So the provisional results, we have Nana Ekuye-Free pulling 81 votes, and then Irabna Obin also pulling 154 votes. So 81 for the MPP candidate and 154 for the NDC's candidate. We should be having 538 registered voters participating in the election, but then the low voter turnout swept through this polling station as well.
No doubt that was projected. It appears it is happening indeed on the ground. That voter turnout is beginning to indicate that, yes, practically it is low. I'm wondering what is motivating that. We'll get to hear from the experts on that shortly. But thank you, Nana Wache-Adom, giving us the very latest from the Ablekuma North constituency. We're still keeping our eyes there, as you can see in your shots. Lots of activities going on, including the counting, and many waiting on to see what the outcome will be. Early lead, if you may want to call it, in terms of that latest provisional results we are receiving from the Roman Catholic Church for Irabna Obin. But let's find out if Stephen Mensah has more for us. Stephen, if you can hear me, where are you now? What's the latest?
Well, Blessed, I'm here at the Lord's Pentecostal Church polling station here in Kwashibu. We reported earlier that there was a low voter turnout. We got information from the EC official that as at 3:55 p.m., only 243 voters had turned up to vote. Currently, we have a lot of the constituents watching in earnest as the voting is underway. So far, we know that only Nana Ekuye-Free has turned up here at the Lord's Pentecostal Church polling station to visit and to check to see how the voting process is done so far. We also understand that as at 3:55, only 243 out of the 563 voters had turned up, indicating a low voter turnout. Voting is currently underway.
Which means that that process is yet to conclude at this polling station that we're talking about. Any special reasons for that? Because we know that 5 p.m. at least, or the action should be over there.
Well, there were few voters who turned up quite late. That's why the counting process is currently underway.
Right. Stephen Mensah giving us the latest from the Lord's Pentecostal Church. If you're checking the records and the album for this constituency, that is an area you don't want to mess with because it has a significant number. If you're looking at the ratings, it's part of the top 3 in terms of the areas with the highest number of voters. Stephen Mensah giving us a sense that, of course, that exercise is yet to conclude at that very polling station. It will bring you the very latest on that, because I believe the rule is that if you're already in the queue, then of course the election officials would have to allow you finish the exercise in terms of casting your ballot. I believe that's why we're experiencing what we're experiencing there. Beyond that, we'll be moving to some more areas, bringing you the latest on what's likely to come. But I just want to pick that off from Musa Dankwa, who's with us, because that projection was made. You indeed indicated that voter turnout was going to be low. Some people were really doubtful about whether or not that would happen.
You know, see, when you understand numbers and the dynamics of turnout, they can safely project lower turnout. Usually, any elections other than general election records lower turnout. But this particular one, the stakes were so low for both parties, just for pride. For NDC, theoretically, maybe an additional number to give them 2/3, but already they are having that 2/3 through their proxies. And MPP winning it would not really change nothing much. Yeah. So the motivation for MPP in particular to go out there and vote would be very difficult. And then that is their stronghold. So if they had come out in their numbers, you'd have seen a higher number. But also in such elections, and I said that in the early mornings of the voting, those who want to change something are the ones who queue and come early. So I was expecting that maybe if we have higher turnout in the morning and MPP were coming, probably we would have seen a bit of close right. But from what we are seeing now, already you can see what is coming from the initial provisional numbers. It looks like it is NDC that went to vote.
And not NPP members?
No, they did, but it will be much, you know.
Traditionally, if you're looking at the figures, Dr. Asante, this is an area that is categorically for the New Patriotic Party. Should we be hard on Equia knowing what's happening now? This is a rerun which the party says they do not side with. As far as they are concerned, they had won that election.
I have a different view. Yesterday, I said on your network that what is going on relative to whether the position of the party saying that they are not contesting, and yet you see the candidate running on the ticket of the party is nothing but strategic. Because yes, MPP want to tell you that they believe in the rule of law, they are in court, they don't want to do anything that would affect the court process. But, you know, I know from where I sit that conversation will go on, that yeah, you can carry on. Because I can't see any human being within the party who will be able to muster courage and say that defy the position or decision of NEC. They cannot. We are here, and our friend, the Deputy General Secretary, was telling us membership of NEC. Who bondog?
But I'm surprised to learn that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia would have been on that list. Interestingly, he's giving a sum of 410,000 Ghana cedis to the candidate.
Oh, it's just, you know, it's a family thing. So whether we are in difficulty or there's a problem, I can still donate something to you. But the party is saying that they are not there. But I know they are there behind the scenes. Because where did the woman get the courage to stand on the ticket of the party? That is most interesting. And then NEC, giving the body and the composition of NEC, who are you to defy the decision of NEC? No. And, you know, so that is it. But because there are a lot of things that are also playing out that we are seeing what we are seeing. For a very long time, if you put your ears and eyes on the ground, you see that it's one of the areas that has been neglected for some time in terms of infrastructure development. And these are things that also move people into voting for political parties. So when, after 8 years, they did not see much, obviously they will react this way.
Okay, let's hear from Haruna. The point about Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia being a member of NEC, yet he's giving official donations to this candidate. You say that you're still not in the race. How do we reconcile the two? Do you intend to sanction all of these presidential aspirants? And we must be clear that the vice president is not, the former vice president is not the only one who's done this. Kennedy Ejapon, I believe, has been there to see the candidate. Brian Echampon is even giving $6,500 to coordinators, I believe. That's what the reportage is saying. Do you intend to punish, sanction all of these people who are supporting the candidate?
Blessed, first and foremost, all that you have mentioned, I believe that they are unofficial records. I cannot validate their contribution.
Really?
Except to say that I read them from the social media. Secondly, when it comes to sanctions, I, as a person, don't sanction. I speak to decisions of sanction. So much as such sanctions have not been issued, I am unable to speak to whether they will be sanctioned or not, because I only participate in decisions of sanction and speaks to decisions of sanction.
Haruna, is your party not doing convenience politicking? You paint a different picture to the nation that we are not in this race. Then you have some of your assigned support the candidates on grounds.
You see, the party have a mouthpiece. The party speaks on official positions. The party did not vary their official position through the same mouthpiece. NEC did not sit again, and no other decision was taken. So you cannot approbate that decision or defiance to the party. Perhaps you can do so with such individuals, for which I may not be able to appreciate the angle on which they're coming from. But the position of the party is maintained on principle, and we believe at any day that we won Ablekuma North, and that seat will certainly come back to us.
How is it coming back?
Because we'll win that matter in court, because we are going to fight it.
So what's the legal status of your candidate now? You haven't written to the Electoral Commission to revoke your sponsorship for this candidate, but the Political Parties Act and looking at what the EC's Act is, as far as it stands now, she's being sponsored by the New Patriotic Party on the ballot.
Let me tell you why we have not written to the Electoral Commission. This is an election that is not completed. The election did not begin yesterday, did not begin when the Electoral Commission announced a rerun. The election did not begin when there was a decision to throw out the injunction application. The election began in 2024 through a due process of the Electoral Commission, opening a nomination. We are fighting the election that we have won, and we have indicated the grounds on which we have won. We have also indicated that the Electoral Commission is not position of law to call for a rerun, and we cited the example that was used in Akwatia election, the 6 polling station. The decision was High Court, it was a Supreme Court decision, not the decision of the Electoral Commission. So you cannot pull out of an election where you are in court fighting the completion of that election. You will die on the dagger, because if you pull out and you are in court and they are to pronounce judgment, it is evident that you pulled out of the election. We said we are not participating in this particular round of not the election.
Last night, coalition was done for some 18 polling stations. You're aware?
I'm not aware. Coalitions were done after there was court ruling and directive to the Electoral Commission on the 4th of January. The Electoral Commission carried out the instructions of the court in part on the 5th of January. 17 of the polling stations were collated. On the 6th of January, 13 of the polling stations were collated. And on the 8th of January, 4 of the polling stations were collated.
And what happened
out
last
of
night?
the 37, 34 were collated. 3 was left. The Electoral Commission reported to us as a political party. They went before the legislature. They went before the court, before Parliament, and reported under oath that they are left with 3. And there is nothing stopping them except security to finish coalition and declare. So we are not aware. We were not invited. There is no letter inviting the MPP to a coalition of any sort in any election.
What I want us
so
to
I
do
cannot
now,
recognize that particular.
What I want us to do now is to just listen in, because looks like some more provisional results are trickling in. Jacqueline and Sumayebo is there for us. Let's listen in.
All right, blessed. So, MPP candidate number 1, Nana Epia Owusu Efriye, had 77. NDC candidate number 2, Erabna Obe, had 130. Valid votes 207. Rejected 0. Total for Methodist Church, Odoko 1 is 207. The time we gave the statement of pull out was 5:34 p.m. NPP agent Michael Sampson has signed and has accepted the result. NDC agent Margaret J. Ayi has also signed and accepted. I am the presiding officer. My name is Nana Majemfua Blanch. God bless you all. Hey!
Thank you. Electoral Commission.
looks like there's an early lead again for the NDC in that very polling station that we've just heard the results from. Jacqueline Ansumayebo is there. Jacqueline, faint voice there, so we could not hear the exact figures, but looking at the gesture from the agent of the NDC rep, you can tell that they're happy they've won. But tell us about the figures and what you have there.
Okay, Blessed. So let me go over the figures again. So just as I was saying, the Church of Pentecost at Odorko, number 2 and 4. I already gave you the number 2. So for the number 4, in all, they were expecting 137 voters. But at the end of the day, MPP had 21 and NDC had 38. That's the results for the Church of Pentecost. That is Church of Pentecost number 4. And I've already given you the Church of Pentecost number 2, the results, which is MPP having 15 and NDC having 18. But earlier I was trying to say that they've already sent away the ballot boxes with heavy security. If you recall, right here in Ablekuma North constituency, during the time of collation, we had news that at Kaneshi cluster of, Kwashiman cluster of schools, there was a fire incident there. That was the school that was housing the ballot materials, but I'm not sure it's being sent there now. We saw them sending the election materials away in a very tight security nature. But then we are moving to other polling stations in the same vicinity to get the result from these stations.
Jacqueline Ansumayebo are there giving us the very latest. Pentecost Church number 4, early lead again for the NDC. The NPP says they are not in the race, by the way, so whatever the outcome, don't be too worried about that. That's according to Haruna Mohammed. Oh, you're not in the race, so you don't really bother about the outcome.
Oh, for me, I don't know there is election running today.
Were you there, by the way?
Why will I be there? I'm a beneficiary of NEC and council. I cannot defy NEC decision because NEC proposes my appointment to council. I'll be the last person to defy the decision of NEC.
What will happen to your general secretary? This is by far, I mean, I don't know if to describe it, the most abysmal performance for AD general secretary within the New Patriotic Party. Your seats are further waning. The hope of making it at least 89 is not the case any longer for you.
I don't think that you can use this to judge the performance of the general secretary because the general secretary has stated the position of the party. And the position of the party communicated by him was taken by NEC. And that was why I was taking the time to give you the composition. I can tell you that many of the people you saw at Ablekuma North sat to take the decision, including the Honorable Minority Leader. He was there. A lot of people. I wanted to give you the composition. And for the benefit of record, the former presidents were not there. Former President Kufuor could not attend. Former President Akufo-Addo could not also attend. But if I had given you the complete record of those who are members of NEC, you would appreciate that the decision that was taken was a thought-through decision, and lawyer Justin Kwadwo Frimpong communicated that. For you to use this election, which we don't recognize, because in his words and the decision of NEC, we don't consider that we contest an election that we have won. And we don't consider it as an election.
Dr. Asante, do you see the leadership of the NPP now having control over the party? Because this is the General Secretary, Chief Scribe of the NPP saying, we're not in the race, and then you would have party members doing otherwise.
Sorry, before he responds, don't say the General Secretary say. NEC says.
No, but the declaration was done by the General Secretary of the party. At
it
least
means that
it
is a decision of General Secretary. It's a decision of NEC. This is where a General Secretary communicates the decision of NEC. I believe that premise it on that way. I don't want to dictate your editorial policy, but I want the sentence.
You invited the media to this event. The General Secretary of the party was the one who made the announcement.
Communicated the decision of NEC.
I see.
Let it be.
Dr. Asante, NEC or General Secretary for you?
I want to go by the structures of the party. So I will take it from NEC.
Right.
But obviously, NEC has a spokesman, the person of the General Secretary. So he speaks the language of NEC. He couldn't have done otherwise.
Do you see any lack of control now over the party?
NPP for this election appears to be in disarray. One, they boycotted the election, yet they are there. I cannot wrap my hand on the issue where NEC has taken a decision and an ordinary member of the party can say, I am disobeying the orders of NEC and I'm going ahead. More so, I am representing the party. Can you imagine? So it's a difficulty. Then it tells you that all is not well. Divisions, internal party interests and all that are playing out now. Right. But I believe that this is a time that the party must put its house in order if they really want to organize themselves for the battle ahead 2028. I can't use this thing to get the whole party, but at least it gives you an inkling as to what is really simmering within the party.
Let's wait and see what that outcome will be. Stephen Mensah is back on with us. Stephen, where are you? What can you report?
I'm still here at the Lord's Pentecostal polling station. It's one out of 4 polling stations in this electoral area which was embattled. Currently, the counting is done. The provisional results we are receiving is that the NPP has 106 votes. The NDC has 147. The total number is 253 out of the expected 563 votes, signifying a low voter turnout. Currently, we can see about 30 of the police officers here, with about 8 of them in protective gear. About 1 hour 30 minutes prior to the close of poll, they started gearing up. We can also see a police vehicle on standby in the case of any violent incident. However, there has not been any violence recorded here at the Lord's Pentecostal polling station.
A lot of churches actually there within the Ablekuma North constituency. Interesting details there, but thank you, Stephen Mensah, giving us the latest from the Lord's Pentecostal church polling station, arguably one of the highest as well, but still the case of low voter turnout. But Irabna Orbin there also leading slightly, 147 plus, I understand. But of course, if you're looking at the results now, it still paints that picture, Musa, about how in spite of the NPP's decision not to partake in these elections or the rerun, she's still polling quite some significant results.
I think she's put up a good fight. And if I truly believe that if the party hadn't officially taken that stance, she could have done better. We're yet to see the final outcome, but the trajectory of the results so far, I've not seen NPP take a single polling station yet, from what we are seeing so far. And that's not a good omen. It's very unfortunate. I mean, we have to get to this point. I believe that if it had been well contested, we would have seen the genuine reflection of what people want. Nevertheless, we are seeing some decisions being taken by the voters, and it is what it is.
What about the NDC candidate? No comment so far from her, but do you feel it's just because there's a wave of support and that's why perhaps people are simply going in for her?
All the dynamics points to people making a reasonable choice of voting for her because her party is in power. That is very, very important. Then secondly, the overall sentiment and feeling of the voters in the constituency cannot be discounted. The polling numbers suggest that it doesn't look rosy for an opposition party to wage an offensive against the party that is perceived to be popular around this time. So all those things are accounting for the numbers he is getting.
Dr. Santi, this area, as I was indicating earlier, is a known NPP area, and the decision alone by NEC, as we were, just having a take or a bite on, could have impacted what we're seeing now, right? Because it's about the psychology going into the polls. The voter then has to make a decision, and now you have a party that has ever since dominated this area saying, we're not in support of our candidate, we're not going for a rerun. Is that why we're seeing what we're seeing today?
Exactly so. Exactly, is a huge factor. You can't discount that because opinions are divided there as to is the party being represented at the polls or not. Yeah, so the officials are saying we are not there. So who is there, actually? Obviously, this will agitate the minds of ordinary voter, and that will not inure to the benefit of the party, and that is why we are seeing what we are seeing. But that is not the only factor. But if you look at the constituency, it has been abandoned for a very long time by the party, and the party is paying dearly for that. A constituency can be a stronghold of your constituency, but if you go by what Dan's theory, that people vote based on the benefit that they get from it, everybody as a rational voter will vote because of certain benefit. And if they don't get it, I'm afraid it doesn't really matter. They will change the game.
There are far-reaching implications in this election, as simplistic as it may look. Because if Irabna Orbin gets to be declared winner after this exercise, that would mean that for the very first time in this constituency, we're going to have the NDC's first parliamentary member of parliament for the area. We'll get to that story shortly. I just want to return to the grounds now and bring in James Aveji, who's also having some new figures coming through. James, where are you now? What can you report?
I am currently still at the Odoko, the Methodist Church, Odoko 1 police station, where I reported from with all of the chaos and the counting process and the counting has just ended here, and provisional results have been given out. The NPP's Nana Ike had 77 votes, and the NDC's Irabna Orbin had 130 votes. There has not been any spot or rejected ballots, and so the total valid votes go to some 200 and over 200 votes that the two parties have gathered so far in this election, which has been marred with blows and fighting, all of that. And so 207 actually has been the total vote cast. Irabna Orbin had 130, and Ekekwe of the NPP had 77 votes. And I must say, these are the provisional results from this particular polling station, Methodist Church, Odoko 1, where all of the chaos have been happening. We'll be leaving here to the other polling stations to see what the situation has been so far.
And James, speaking about this very polling station, many would not have expected that the exercise in terms of coalition would have been that smooth, looking at what was witnessed earlier today. How come there is calm there and everyone appears to be taking the results in good faith?
Exactly, Blessed. In fact, at about 1:30 p.m. in the afternoon, the process was halted for over 30 minutes, and all of us did not expect to come back to continue the process because of the fight that ensued between the NDC and the NPP supporters. A number of party supporters came in here riding on motorbikes, some in helmets, and were fighting amongst each other right at the entrance of the voting center. The Board of Contention has been the NDC supporters demanding that Honorable Howard Kumsen, who was here as part of the monitoring process, should be escorted out of the place. The NPP supporters also objected that, which led to the fight between the two sides. The police have not effected any arrests. It took the party leaders, both leaders on the side of the NDC and the NPP, to actually negotiate with them before they left the scene. Then we had the coming in of the IGP himself, COP Tatayohunu, who came to the scene after that had ensued. We had both the Interior and the Defense Ministers, Honorable Muntaka Mohammed, as well as Dr. Manibuama, all coming to the place, as well as other leading party officials from both sides. The NPP candidate, Nana Ikpe was here herself. The NDC candidate, Irabna Obin, was also here. Ikpe was here in a company of Miracles Abuaji, a champion who is also a contestant. We've heard also Samia Uku was also here, as well as other party members. And just minutes after the Defense and Interior Ministers and the IGP left, calm was restored. About 2 buses of police officers were brought in, all dressed in their riot control.
James Savaji there giving us the latest from Methodist Church Odoko, where the violence actually erupted earlier in the course of the process, but calm has returned. Of course, the verdict is out now. The NDC has also swept that side, giving still an early lead to Rabna Obin. I want us to cross over to Jacqueline and Sumaya Boa, who is also monitoring the exercise. Jacqueline, where are you now?
All right, sure. So, Blessed, I just came back from the Presby Church Odoko 4, where the results that we have, MPP had 31 and NDC had 37 votes at Presby Church Odoko 4.
Well, close shaving there, but how come the numbers are still low? Very low.
Yeah, listen, so earlier, my conversation with the EC officials and even party faithfuls and party agents has been that today is not a holiday, today is a working day. And also, most people earlier, that was yesterday, when we were in the constituency, a few of them were not aware that there was going to be a rerun in the constituency, because they knew that it was still in contention, but they didn't know there was going to be a rerun. And especially when it comes to let me say MPP, most people heard the news quite late. So most people failed to turn out.
Jacqueline and Sumaya Boa, there for us, message quite clear indeed that low voter turnout. And this is what I'll say, Dr. Asante. I've been to the Domeko Abinya constituency, of course, covering the 2024 elections. And if you have in your stronghold a low voter turnout, then it will definitely be the loss of the party that has the base there.
Obviously, you are out because the people who are supposed to give you the votes are not interested. Then what do you expect at the end of the day? And that is what is playing out. It's unfortunate but this should be a learning curve for the political party. That when you win power, whether you win or lose, you should make it a point that at all times you build your base, you support your party, and then when you even win power, you have more responsibility on your shoulders.
This is about the third time you're making this point.
Yes.
Do you have information that we're not aware of?
Oh, but we know the constituency. I drive around, I go there and I see. And why would they, vote this way? It's simply because something has gone, wrong. And people just don't vote for fun. The benefit that they derive from that exercise is what they have on. So if at the end of the day, they don't get it, voters are rational and they will decide what otherwise.
I was going to talk about the implication of this election and how dire that could be. I watched some videos online last night, and I must say that, well, the NPP hasn't said these are our members, because we haven't heard from the NPP as to whether or not these are the members of the NPP. But the campaign messaging was that, well, if you give the votes to Irabna Obin, this will give the NDC absolute majority in parliament. And then they turn their fires on the president, saying the president could do whatever he wants to do with the numbers.
Yeah, a good message, but it came in very late.
Is it realistic, by the way?
Oh, yeah, yes. I mean, if you look at it, aside the independent who have, shown their support for the NPP, sorry, the NDC,
yes.
To the extent that if we should vote today and all things being equal, they should take the position that they are taking now. They will vote in support of the NDC. So for that matter, if they want to test majority, they will get. But this is not the case for the NDC. For them, they want to really have their own members who constitute the 2/3. Yes. So they are not taking this election lightly. People are saying that, why do you have 183 and you're still looking for this? No. They want to have their own 2/3 majority, which is 184. Once they get that, because if somebody is an independent person, the person can change his mind at any time. But now I have my members and all that. So for them, it's very, very critical. And they are moving heaven and earth to get the seat. And if you see the results as they trickle in, you realize that they are in good position to, cause a stir in that area. But even though we are waiting and then waiting for the outcome, but they are showing good signs.
Indeed, good omen for not just the NDC, but the entire constituency. In the last 3 elections, women have held the front for that constituency. So I guess that's a good sign for them, including Equifre, who's had her turn in Parliament at some point. But Musa, I want to pick up your thoughts on the issue of neglect. I don't know if those figures were yours, but we saw the infographics about what people were saying about their livelihoods in the last 6 months alone, leading into this poll. So what did you find there?
From our side, we were very clear that MPP was going to lose this election by what we knew from the polls we did in that constituency about 3 weeks ago. All the matrix was pointing to eventual NDC win. Now, in terms of the approval of the president, he was hitting 87% roughly, higher than the national average in Ablekuma North. Now, let me just go back to what you said about the message.
Yes.
You see, you don't know by data whether people support Mahama going third term or not. You don't have that data. So for you to think that people will be against it and then use that as a campaign message could backfire if the people really want that to happen.
But you've seen the video I'm talking about.
I was shocked. You see, the angle they should have gone was to say that, look, we want to keep them in check. We want to be the guardian of democracy. Like, let us have this seat so that we can prevent them from doing things. Don't nail it to third term.
It was not strategic.
It wasn't strategic. It wasn't. And I think they misread, and probably they didn't know even the sentiment of the people at the time the polls were being held. They may have an idea about the national sentiment, but they didn't have a grip of what is happening in the Ablekuma North. And also in terms of who they send there. In fact, because they pulled out, they couldn't organize it in a very structured way. So they were just running helter-skelter there with Kennedy, Japan, this and that. But you could have sensed who is our best asset to deploy in that place to whip sentiments. And also, I think there was no communication. Probably NCC didn't do much. There could have been maybe a vehicle going around saying there will be elections, educating people that will be elections. That didn't happen. And that's why, you see, when the parties are involved with their machinery, you get to know that things are happening. When that machinery is not there, then you have this kind of, oh, I didn't know. Believe me, if they were officially very, very, very involved in it, would have seen a different kind of turnout. On both MPP and NDC side, both sides would have come to say that we want to be heard.
Well, things are shaping up. What you have on the screens now, obviously, is the Coalition Center. We'll be getting to break down some more numbers for you. But let me take Harun's thoughts on what Musa has just said, the part about neglect and how come you're, for the very first time, about to lose a seat that traditionally was for the NPP. Dominic Kwabinya is gone. Some of your other safe seats are gone. Here's the latest to add to it.
I cannot confirm neglect because...
But you can't deny it as well.
The data that is supposed to inform my analysis is not available to me. I need to have a pre-data, that is the baseline data, to be able to match it against the current data. So I don't know Ablekuma North very well. If you had asked me of any constituency in the North, specifically Northern region, I'll be able to tell you where it was.
You guys don't seem to trust anything from Musa Dankwa, do you?
I did not say. You see, he's a researcher. I'm not distrusting what he's saying. I'm saying that what is available to him is not available to me. The ingredients that he's using to evaluate that is not available to me. I have not initiated a process to make that evaluation. So I don't have the baseline data. Neither do I have the present data. That will inform a neglect. So as a result of that, I am very restrictive to draw a conclusion on that. What I would have to say is that I want to add one other information. When we were taking the decision, Equia was part of the decision takers. She was invited to NEC. She came in the company of 2 other persons. She participated. We all agreed. We did a press conference in her presence. The rest is history.
You feel betrayed as the leaders of the party?
I think the party leadership will look at this conclusively. And the legal representation also look at her presence and participation in the election, because it's open. It cannot be hidden that she did not participate. And the writs that were filed in court was not filed in the name of the MPP. It was filed in her name.
Right.
So if there is a stab, then certainly she has stabbed herself in the back.
Okay.
We pray that she wins.
Well, we are your election headquarters and will definitely get you all of the action if indeed it turns out that Equia will be declared tonight as the eventual winner. But looking at the signs on the wall, you can tell where all of this is heading. But let's get into the figures for you. Coalition still underway. The pictures on your screens right now coming through from the Coalition Center, which will eventually tabulate all of the votes, outstanding ones, and then give us a sense of finally who would be holding onto that seat of Ablekuma North. And Isaac Ofieje, data analyst here at JoyNews, is with us. Isaac, outstanding constituencies 19. And of course, you just had the NPP dispute all of this and talk about the fact that, well, we're not in the race because we're in court. We still believe that just 3 polling stations were outstanding. But let's deal with the 19, because this is what the Electoral Commission is doing now. I want us to first of all get a sense of what's happening at the Coalition Center. We'll dig into the figures shortly for you. Kenneth JC is there for us, giving us all of the action at the Coalition Center. I see that the election officials are readying themselves to tabulate. Ken, take it away. What can you tell us?
The Regional Coalition Center, we have the reps of both the NDC and the MPP all seated here. You see that the results are coming in bit by bit. They are readying it for it to be officially opened so that they can start counting and possibly declare who has won the Ablekuma North constituency. Now, outside this building, though, there's heavy police presence. Security is very tight here. They say they are leaving nothing to chance because of the high stakes in this particular election. You know, we've witnessed a few skirmishes here and there, but it's relatively safe here at the Regional Coalition Center, where the declaration is expected to be done. And the EC officials are here. We have party agents here. We have reps, the executives from the National Democratic Congress. I see Rashid Tanko, computer, and other executives also here. And of course, we're being protected by the men and women in uniform as well. So essentially what's happening here is that we're just waiting for
and this is what I'm interested. This is what I'm interested in, Ken. The presence or otherwise of any rep from the New Patriotic Party, because officially they're telling us they're not in this race.
Yes, so I spoke to the reps from the New Patriotic Party. I asked them, you said you're not in the race, so why are you here? On whose ticket are you here? They say they are here because of the New Patriotic Party. And of course, they wanted an ex parte on this particular election. It didn't happen, so they will have no option than to support the candidate and Equia. So they are here regardless of what their general secretary said on Tuesday, that they had officially boycotted it. They still have reps here, and they say they are supporting the Equia regardless of what happens.
Interesting. Well, so this is what I would say. Tell us about, the security arrangement now. What has changed, and how assured are we that at the end of the exercise we'll not go down the same path?
Well, a lot has changed. I mean, this has been a coalition center for a longer time. The Ablekuma results, they've attempted and failed to collate the results here on a number of occasions since the beginning of this year. But if you come here today, you see security forces, not only policemen and women, but you see from the fire service, you see from the customs division, a lot of them, they are prepping themselves. They've barricaded the entire premise. Even we as accredited journalists, we are scrutinized. Even with your accreditation, you are scrutinized. The barricade is not moved. You are made to squeeze yourself before you can enter the premise. So security is really, really, really tight here. We are hoping that the skirmishes that we witnessed during the day when the elections were happening in the 19 polling stations in the Ablekuma North constituency do not repeat themselves, because the security is really, really heavy here.
Yeah, per the CI, clearly the commissioners are not returning officers in this exercise. But any sight of Jean Mensah, the chairperson, or Dr. Bosman Asare, who then made the confirmation a couple of days ago that this will be a rerun?
Well, none of them has been spotted so far. Neither Jean nor Dr. Bosman has been spotted here. We do not know whether they will be coming here or not, but we've not spotted any of them thus far as we speak. And those are more ballot boxes that are being, brought into the auditorium there. You can see in your shot, a lot of them are just coming in, and they will be unboxed, and then counting will start. So we've not seen Jean Mensah, the EC chair, or any of the deputies as we speak now. But we're seeing a lot of boxes here, and counting is expected to begin any moment from now.
Okay, that's the action we're waiting for. Ken, give me updates on what the Vice President's concern also is, because earlier in the day he's been speaking about, and I mean the former Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, he's been speaking about pockets of violence and the fact that prosecution ought to follow.
So, Your Excellency, what do you make of the violence at Ablekuma North now?
Thank you very much. The reports of what has gone on at Ablekuma North this morning, they're very disturbing. This is not the democracy that we want to see in Ghana. Our supporters are being attacked by thugs in the presence of the police, who have been unable to protect them.
Last time we saw the Vice President, his words there, very unhappy about the pockets of violence. Any more information from the camp of the former Vice President? We may have lost Ken Jesse there, who's at the Coalition Center of the Electoral Commission. You can see there clearly on your screen a lot of activities taking shape now, waiting for the provisional results to trickle in, and then the transmission is done to the Electoral Commission. And the moment we're all waiting for will indeed come. Just before I bring in Kofi J, who's with us in studio, Haruna, are you surprised about the development? We're getting confirmation now that you have reps from the New Patriotic Party in that coalition room.
I cannot confirm because representation.
Haruna, I mean, these are your members. They didn't just show up there.
Every representation of the political party goes with a letter from the national headquarters. It's not signed by constituency or region. We have not officially assigned or signed any letter to representation. There is that option of Madam Ekuya, who has decided to proceed to participate in the elections, of which she has gotten representation for that. So I cannot say that we have representation.
So you have no idea the individuals there in that room right now?
I have not seen any of them in the video, and I cannot identify them. If they were put on the screen for me to identify, I would have gone ahead if I know them to identify, despite the fact that they have defied our directive. I cannot disown them as members of the party if I do identify them. But I'm telling you on record that officially we have not sent anybody there.
Okay.
But however, Blessed,
right.
You see, what is happening there, I think that we need to comment on the violence nature of that particular elections. We've seen what is happening. The NDC has clearly planned this particular violence activity against the persons that they are beating up and in the elections. You see how Akumsin has been treated. You see how the journalist was slapped. Many other journalists have been assaulted in this manner. This is not the kind of democracy that we need to present to the people of Ghana. I think that this is very condemnable. We would want the perpetrators to be brought to book, and I think that this is very distasteful. You cannot allow your hoodlums to be doing what they are doing today. Some of them were arrested in uniform when they were identified as not being policemen. We don't know whether they will proceed to prosecute them. People who have come to open up a barricade and entered into a police station. You see the police standing, doing nothing. The police was helpless. And when I hear your reporter saying that you had to squeeze yourself before you entered the barricade, it was the same barricade they came and opened and entered. It is just fanfu and face. I don't think that the police is prepared to protect anybody.
Okay.
I think that this is a show and telling the new patriotic party that if we are participating in an election and the NDC put up this, certainly it will not end well.
Okay, here's what I'm interested in.
People will go down.
The numbers for now, we'll talk about revising the election security protocol. But if you're watching us, this is your election headquarters. Live pictures now from the Coalition Center in the Greater Accra region, where the Electoral Commission will put it all together for us to make complete sense now as to who will be the eventual winner of the Ablekuma North election rerun. 19 polling stations being considered now by the Electoral Commission to add up to the figures that we already have. Our team has been putting together the provisional results on your screens now. 49.79%, translating to some 33,664 votes for the NPP's candidate, Akuye-Frey, who was one-time member of parliament for the area, making a strong comeback, except to say that she's falling short, just a percentage point behind Arabna Obin, who's now in the lead with some 50.21% of the results. Provisional ones, 279 out of 281. We still have a long way to go because the Electoral Commission will have to certify that. Let's bring in Isaac Ofieje, a data analyst, here with us to make complete sense out of the figures that we're seeing. In the last exercise, we were not able to get a clear sense of who's in the lead because even as of last night, the NDC had considered that the differential was about 48 in terms of who was leading. But now you have the NDC taking the lead now. These are provisional.
Absolutely. In fact, and we have every data coming from the pink sheet we have seen and can verify. And so far, just like you said, 17 out of the 19 polling stations that actually voted today. And I can tell you that based on what we have gathered so far, NDC has been able to win 12 out of the 17 polling stations, with MPP winning only 5. Now, in terms of, the numbers, you mentioned it that currently NDC's candidate is leading today's voting. I'm talking about just the 19 polling stations. Yeah. If you look at the 19 polling stations, she is leading with 56.38%. Yeah. And she has been able to garner 1,489 out of the total vote that has been cast so far, with, Akuye-Frey around 1,152. So you can see that clear difference between the NPP and the NDC. If you add this to what we know so far in terms of the entire 281, we can boldly say that the NDC candidate is currently leading. If you look at it on the summary side, she is leading with 50.21% of the total valid vote cast so far, with MPP trailing with 49.79%. So we have just 2 polling stations more to go. Blessed, 2 polling stations more to go. And I want us to go through this for our viewers to possibly understand what we are trying to communicate. And in fact, if you look at the difference between both the MPP and NDC, you can see a wide difference. Currently, the NDC can be leading with more than 200 votes. And we are just left with 2 polling stations to go. That is the update so far, Blessed.
Isaac Ofeche there, giving us the latest in terms of the figures, but that crucial exercise of tabulation is ongoing, because until that certified result is announced by the Electoral Commission, you cannot officially claim victory in this election. And of course, when it comes to politics, just about anything at all can happen in the dying minutes of the exercise. Security is tight now, as Ken Jesse is pointing out to us at the Electoral Commission's Coalition Center. Also joining the conversation tonight is the Deputy General Secretary of the NDC, Mustafa Gbande, who's just joining us from the Ablekuma North constituency. He was there in the early hours of today. We've brought conversations with him before the violence erupted. But let me bring you in, Mustafa Gbande, and since you've been there yourself, you've seen it firsthand. You're even being accused at some point on social media of instigating the violence that we witnessed within the constituency. Tell us about your own experience there, and how do you react to these claims that are emerging online?
Well, so first of all, good evening to my colleagues who have been here, I guess, for a very long time now. For me,
Haruna has been waiting for you.
Yeah, I mean, he's been campaigning on TV. we went into this election with a commitment in solidarity with the people. We have always believed that campaigns should be issue-based, and the issues are that Ablekuma North has deficits of development. The MPP have held that seat for quite over 28 years. In recent times, 8 years ago, they've been in power. The place is impoverished, deprived of development. Yet again, the candidate they have presented have been an MP before. They've been in government, they've exited government. What would they add to the lives of the people? And so we think that it was going to be a reasonable thing for them to align with the current government so that the MP will be a member of parliament with the government in order to solicit development to the area. So that issue was simple. The MPP style has been that let us mitigate our shame, because they knew they were going to lose this election. Let us mitigate it by dividing our front. Let's say that we are not contesting the election, but in the night, we should be campaigning. So they come and sit on TV, like my brother is doing here. Yes, they are not part of the election, but on the ground, they are campaigning.
But so, he says he wasn't there. Neither was the general secretary.
Why is he a commentator and reviewer of the election you didn't partake? What they did, I was on the ground throughout. What they did was to reduce Ablekuma North to a presidential campaign ground. Baumia have been there, Ken has been there, Brana Champon have been there, the other one, Aduchum, have been there, and all was showcasing of their presidential campaigns. It had nothing to do with the parliamentary election because they knew they were not going to win. And so for me, this victory consolidates the fact that the people of Ghana...
Oh, you're claiming victory already?
No, we have won the election. No, we've won the election. It's clear. We have won the... There was no way MPP could win this election. If you look at even the two candidates, look at their age differences. You have a relatively younger, energetic woman who is running for election. Go and check the statistics of Ablekuma North. Young people are more. How are you going to rally the young generation? And so clearly, I knew that we were going to win. They also knew that they would lose the election. That is how come now they are divided. I hear they are on radio, TV again saying that they didn't participate in the election.
In the last few minutes, Haruna has just confirmed that to us.
In fact, even on Monday, they will now say that they are going to court. That is their plan. But you see, the very sad thing I have just heard this evening was for them to lay a claim, sit in their offices in Accra, for a minority group of parliamentarians who are intellectuals, who I believe that take cognizance of reasoning into whatever they do, will sit in whatever they sat, because I never saw any member of parliament in Ablekuma North to say that I, Mustafa Gbande, was the one fomenting violence is quite unfortunate, and I can say on authority that it's unfounded, it's malicious. I will sue them. I will sue them.
Oh, you feel hurt?
I'm not hurt. We can't allow people who are supposed to be intellectuals to reduce themselves to this level of thinking. You are not there.
Tell us about I'm interested. I'm interested in your personal experience.
How can we have a group of intellectuals who now believe in gossip, conjecture, and hearsay?
So tell us your side of the story. What did you witness? What was your experience there?
I have finished. We had finished setting up the election very early in the morning. So early hours around 10, 11, we moved into monitoring. But I have met Honorable Howard Kumsin at the said polling station. Look, we spoke. Your media, your cameras were there. We did an interview together, teasing ourselves, and I left to another polling station where I met my colleague Sami Auku, Miracle Abwaji, and some 2 other people who were there. We spoke and were laughing. We also granted interviews there together. Your people carried that interview. So when I left that scene, I was headed to another place when I got a call that there was an attack on Honorable Howard Kumsin. Immediately, what I did was to rush to the place. By the time I got there, she was moved to Kaneshi police station. So I followed up. I followed up to check what has happened. I don't know who attacked her, but I met her, we spoke, we ensured that she was moved to the hospital. I was in touch with the MPP leadership, the division of the MPP that were present, led by Samia Oku himself. And then the second one, which involved their deputy organizer. You know the main road, that polling station where these things happen. There were a lot of disagreements there. So I got there to try and calm the tension. In fact, Samia Oku and Co had just left that place. So the deputy national organizer came. I didn't even know him. So he walked to me and I said, Chief, you guys should calm down. Let us be friendly and finish this thing and move on. But then I moved into the yard. By the time I realized they were fighting outside. When I came out, I met a young lady, supposedly was working with him. So I asked what happened. And he says, your brother have just been attacked. And I called him. I personally took his number and called him twice to check how he was doing in good faith. And so for anybody to sit in Accra, in their headquarters, in their offices in Parliament, disingenuously ascribe to the fact that I fomented violence when I have not spoken. I would wait for Honorable Howard Kumsin to speak on this matter. I have heard the deputy organizer say that he was talking to me and I beckoned my guys to attack him. Please, they can't associate these things with me.
Perhaps what's fueling this perception is the fact that till now we haven't seen an official statement from the National Democratic Congress.
We are
distancing yourself or condemning the.
We are not going to condemn what? Condemn what? Condemn what? What are we going to condemn?
The videos
we've just finished an election 10 minutes or 20 minutes ago, right? All these are incidents that occurred during the election process. I have heard my boss condemn these acts, even though we don't know who are the persons behind. At this point, we had to review to identify who and who were behind this violence. And so how did you know that it was perpetuated by NDC supporters?
Yeah, whatever the case, they are Ghanaians.
When the MPP is divided into 6 camps.
I get that. Whatever the case, there was violence. As a political party, you would want to condemn that.
The General Secretary of the party have spoken to the matter. In fact, immediately after the incidents happened, rapidly the Minister for Defense, Dr. Omanibuama, and the Minister of Interior were there. It was followed up by the IGP himself to beef up security and all of that. So why are they asking us?
And speaking about ministers, have you seen the retort from Sam George, communications minister, to the vice president? The vice president is former vice president is also condemning the attacks, the violence, and Sam George doesn't seem to side with the vice president.
Nobody sides with the vice president because it's preposterous for him to make that statement. A vice president who never condemned Ayawasu West Wagon, a vice president whose attaché is the national youth organizer of the MPP. one of his main campaigners, is the national youth organizer of the MPP. He's an ally. Go and check what Mustafa said, that they will prepare themselves and die for the ballot. A national youth organizer make these kind of statements, and Bawumia sit down and condemn what?
You don't think Sam George should apologize to Ghanaians on that?
Apologize to who? He didn't say it to Ghanaians. He said it to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. How is that offensive to Ghanaians? How is that supposed to be offensive to Ghanaians? Have Ghanaians complained to you?
Dr. Santi, are you complaining?
About the violence?
Sam George believes that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia should, well, he says, quote, shatter.
I haven't heard that. But let me tell you that we condemn violence in elections. There is no place for violence in any electoral process. You go and you decide by casting your vote, you go away. There's no point going to attack people and all that. I always say that in political science, you see, when you use violence, you use insult, you are out of touch of political science. You are in a different realm. Because they don't, when you lack argument, you insult. When you lack the support that you need to garner the votes, then you resort to violence. But if you know you are going to win, no violence. So all those who took part must bow their head in shame in, fomenting trouble. Because if you look at it, had it not been this one, it's been a very peaceful exercise. What's the point? Because my worry is that if you look at Ghanaian politics over the years, anytime we go for election, you see violence. And then after election, we sweep it under the carpet. And then it degenerates. So we've been building on violence, from violence to violence. And that is why at the point in that you saw macho men, vigilantes and all that coming
I thought the political parties had signed that they were not going to subscribe to vigilantism any longer.
It is prescribed, even in this country, that, vigilantism is outlawed completely in this country. So we don't want violence. Just go, express yourself, go and wait for the ballot to be counted. If your party wins, hooray. If you lose, accept the defeat and abide by the rules of the game. That's the spirit behind every free and fair election.
Okay.
Violence, no place. I condemn the violence that happened.
We'll be heading into the figures again, then I'll bring Isaac and Musa Dankwa into this. But Haruna, you signed on to, completely doing away with vigilantism.
Did you see our vigilantes there? If we were to operate with vigilantism in 2024, these people wouldn't have been in power. Or you think we are cowards?
No,
we had decided.
Let's not.
No, I'm just asking.
I get it.
We decided not to operate with vigilantes. We did not do that. Did you see us destroy ballot papers? Did you see us go to polling center to destroy? Did you see us go and knock on tables and ask them to declare for our members? Did you see us? When they were parading and the reportage with people going around doing violent activities in Obuasi and what have you, did you see us? Did you have a video of reporting of us parading guns? Did you? No, because we did not have vigilantes, but they operated with vigilante groups. This is telling us that no political party should trust the process. They had the Green Army. They were using them. They were parading guns. They went to even attack Obuasi. Look at what happened.
Speaking
we
about
did not.
Green Army, you created. No, Haruna, just hold on.
Please.
You created the Blue Army, I believe.
Please, I am telling you.
Yesterday.
I'm telling you. During the elections.
Haruna, just hold on for me.
During the elections, did you see us use vigilantes?
Yeah, but you're referring to the Green Army as a vigilante
I cannot
group.
Speak to an election. Let me correct you. I'm not here to even review the elections.
I get the point.
I cannot speak.
Okay, gentlemen,
I
just hold
have
on.
stated my point very clearly here.
Haruna, this is the point.
I am telling you, I've stated our point very clearly. They have participated in vigilantism acts, and you want to justify it.
Yesterday, you're referring to the Green Army. In fact, there was a very beautiful video that I saw last night with the NDC's Green Army and the NPP's Blue Army,
led by Okatache, and he didn't turn up.
Of course, and they were all singing together in the constituency.
Did you see them with weapons?
There was no. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Didn't you hear about NDC's Green Army where they were even arrested? You can't report that.
Yesterday.
I was saying that their Green Army were using guns and I'm referring to 2024.
Okay, not yesterday.
You don't want the truth. Maybe you don't want.
No, I'm asking. Not
but the point is that you should have the collaborative effect that the NDC in the 2024 elections use violence and use their vigilantes. That is a fact.
Well, Codeo hasn't stated that in their observation about the election. The EU,
is a
the
fact.
EU
they were there.
Did not
you
state
saw
that
reports.
in
you saw how they were wielding guns. You saw how they even went masterminded to even attack the Obuasi. The military had to
point me to one election document that states that.
My brother, you cannot bring me here to discuss a matter which a topic has not been properly shaped for me to bring evidence to you.
You're
Please,
talking about
you are a reporter.
You
are a reporter and you are a journalist. I
was just referring you. I was just referring to what you're saying.
Haruna is talked about.
Refer to the CDD report, the report they call the partnership report that they put together. Go and check what happened there. 6 deaths and. When we went for the council meeting, did you participate? You did not participate in that election. You did not participate in that.
When the election
you did not. You were using your vigilante.
Okay, gentlemen.
Army is not a vigilante.
We'll be back to the conversation.
If you don't stop it, it will not augur well for us.
This is your election headquarters, and of course, we're still
you will not be in power forever.
of the Ablekuma North election. The pictures you have on the screens now are giving you a sense of what's happening. Gentlemen, let's let's be quiet now. We'll get back to the conversation. Yes, we'll get back to the conversation, gentlemen. Mustafa, yeah, just a minute. Right. Okay, Haruna, here we go. Haruna, what I want us to do now is to focus on the figures, because that's also another crucial aspect of the exercise. We're arguing. Just a minute, gentlemen. just a minute. Let me finish that. Okay, you will not hijack the show. Let me finish this. Right. Okay. So we just are concluding now that it is too close to call this election because. In spite of the 2 outstanding polling stations that we have, we're doing some permutations. Isaac Kofi is with us. Musa Danko of Global Info Analytics is here with us. Isaac, tell us why we believe that in spite of the figures that we're having, it will be too close to call.
We've done the permutation and the combinations as well. And we are saying that where we stand, it will be very, very too close to call at this point, although we still have 2 outstanding polling stations. And per the data that I'm getting from our database and repository, the NDC's candidate is currently leading with 289 votes. Irabna Oben leading with 289 votes. But the reason why this is too close to call is that you have 2 outstanding polling stations, with the 2 polling stations having a total of registered voters of somewhere around 1,047. 1,047. The Pentecost Church Mount Zion Assembly, Kwashiman, has
one of the highest.
About 635 registered voters. If you look at the Pentecost Church again, Trinidad 412. So if you combine the 2, we are looking at an expected register of somewhere around 1,047. With this number, it becomes too close to call because the NDC's candidate, although she's leading with somewhere around 289.
I see.
We are still monitoring, and
indeed,
the numbers, and indeed will bring you every detail where we get this to.
And that's why, Musa, I was talking about low voter turnout. If you don't have the numbers, it could undermine your gains there. Tell us about what we're hearing now. Too close to call, but you're still confident it will go the way you predicted
from us, if you look at the average margin for the day, if you apply the daily margin that you have, the remaining numbers, you know MPP has lost.
Really?
Yes. I don't need to blink. Because you take the turnout we have today, right? Multiply that turnout by the total register that you have. And on the day to day, what is the average of NDC winning across the constituency? If you apply it, it will just keep, the number will not change. Absolutely not change.
And this brings back to mind what happened in the Dominic Kwabenya case. I recall that was part of the argument of the New Patriotic Party, that it's 50% simple majority, I believe, for the parliamentary, right? Yes. If that's the case, if you don't cross that threshold, you may suffer some hurdles there. So you want as many as possible. You want to have the numbers up so you can statistically meets the 50%.
I understand
yes.
you media people have to be very cautious. But me as a modeler, I can take my chances.
Yeah, so model then.
I can
My goodness. And you speak with so much confidence with your figures.
Yeah, well, look, there's no single day that I don't go into the data and look at the numbers. No single day. Various permutations, various angles, and not just who is leading, but certain metrics that will point to certain direction. That's why I sat here, over the last few days, saying that, look, if you take the current polling numbers from Ablekuma North, what we saw in the approval of the president, direction of the country, standard of living, those don't point to a party that will lose.
The gender dynamics, I'm interested in that because Mustafa was talking about the aspect on age. So blend that for us, the age and the gender, right? You have two women running for an election. Will age become the next most considered factor?
It will be. Ghana is generally a very young population. About 90% of voters are below the age of 44 years. So you must look like them. You must reflect them. So once you look like them, the first hurdle is crossed. Then the next point is convincing that you can address their needs. I think we are getting to a point where certain age...
Right. Now we have a very youthful population. Is that spelling doom for, the older generation in politics?
It's not universal. Constituency specifics come in. There are some constituencies, they don't care a hoot about age. They are looking for certain things. And if you are old or young and you can deliver, why not? So the age is not something that you can say is universal. Some constituencies, of course, they want young people to lead, fine. So you have that mixed type of situation where in some constituency you want old people, some also young, some also don't even care who to anybody. But you see, mostly election in Ghana is driven by the needs of the people. It's so critical. The economy, is it favoring people? Are people getting daily bread? Are they able to make ends meet? What are the infrastructure development of the area? Everybody want to have their fair share, as the Constitution is saying. The fight against corruption, is it on? Can whatever party, if given the opportunity, can they fight corruption? Issue of unemployment, where you have youth, they are asking, are there jobs for them? Who is the best candidate to deliver that and all that? And of course, we have constituency-specific issues. This particular constituency, this is the problem we are facing. How well are you versed to lead us to deal with that problem head on? So it's a mix of factors, yes, but not necessarily that, yes, if we find out that you are a non-performing person and you are young, and there are certain things we need so much dearly to be fixed in that area, we should just consider the age. No, we are considering...
Musa, I guess this will be the first time that the seat will be moving to the NDC if eventually the EC makes that declaration. But should we take it easy on Equia? Because, mind you, some would say all the odds were against that.
I think so. I remember in 2008 when McCain lost against Obama, and they were interviewing the campaign director of John McCain, and he said that it doesn't matter who was running against Obama in that election, they were going to lose. So the environment really doesn't help her. It didn't help her. If there was going to be a surprise, that should have been on the 24th, on the 7th December last time. Once she couldn't do that, the event post that election did not help her at all.
And the possibility of a comeback for her. Look at how she came back. She was then Member of Parliament, lost to the Batel side, and then is now coming back as a candidate. You feel many delegates will not forgive her? The fact that, well, you could have allowed our candidate to continue or our MP to continue, should have made a stronger statement.
No, in fact, the incumbent MP was very unpopular herself. Very, very unpopular. I think MPP replacing her with this lady give them a better chance of retaining that seat. But as to whether she can mount another comeback, I don't know how old she will be at the time. I think there will be new generation of leaders in MPP that will take over the mantle.
Okay, we see how that will happen. And what the chances will be for the NPP going forward. But let's bring in Kenneth Jesse, who's at the Coalition Center for us, because that's where all of the action is now, because 19 in all we're counting down to. And Ken, what's happening? Is security tight? What else do we know?
Well, security is very tight, Pleasant. We just had the returning officer call out a polling station, and the results are MPP getting 112, NDC 120, MPP 112, NDC 120. So you just had one polling station being called. Another one is also being called right now. And so security is very tight. We're getting closer to knowing who won in Ablekuma North constituency there. So in your shots now, you can see the returning officer calling out the figures that they have, the results from the various polling stations in Ablekuma North constituency. And in your shots now, also you can see Dr. Charles Jamina, who is the national treasurer of the New Patriotic Party. He's an agent here today. He's also accompanied by.
Are you saying national treasurer of the NPP?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes, there he is in your shot. Now he's an agent. I spoke to him earlier. He says he's confident that the New Patriotic Party will come out victorious after the results are declared. And now, so some results are being called out by the Electoral Commission, if we can listen in.
Ken just see there giving us the latest from the Coalition Center of the Electoral Commission. This will be the very final moment of drawing the curtains on the 2024 elections. 186 days beyond deadline, election day you'd want to call it, but finally we're getting to that point where, of course, the very last parliamentary seats outstanding, of course, will be declared by the Electoral Commission for us to have a full complement of the House. Ken JC there giving us a sense of what's happening at the Coalition Center. We understand that the National Treasurer of the New Patriotic Party is there representing the NPP's candidate, in spite of what Harun has been telling us. He will have his turn shortly to explain what's happening to us. But a national officer of the NPP in that Coalition Center now as we speak, despite the clear stance of the party that they are not completely not in this election and that they are withdrawing their candidate. We'll get some explanations to that shortly. But Isaac, the figures are now coming in. We have some more indicators giving us a sense of what may be happening in the next few hours.
We are still left with 2 polling stations to go. And the reason why we can't project and call is because these 2 polling stations have a combined total number of registered voters around 1,047. But it's not surprising. We are not surprised at all seeing the turnout so far. In fact, per what we are learning in terms of the data that we have, in terms of who is winning and the turnout average, what we have seen so far, if you take away the 2 polling stations, you have a turnout of 56.38%. It means that out of the over 6,800 registered voters who were expected to go and vote, if you sample 10 of them, only 6 probably actually went out to vote. And this paints a clear picture of what happened in the national election as well. And we're also seeing that in Ablekuma North, this is the first time the NDC actually won in the presidential election, right? Muhammad won in Ablekuma North, and this is the first time NDC is winning there since 2000, right? Yeah. And if you look at the turnout in the presidential result, it was a little close to 50%. Yeah. So we are not surprised that we are seeing this turnout for the parliamentary election, because if you look at what the EC had collated so far with the 19 outstanding, we were looking at a turnout of 62%, which means that that number possibly could drop if we had the 2 and strike the
Just feeding into that analysis we were doing earlier, that each time you have voter turnout low in your stronghold, know that it's almost next to impossible for you to win that. Isaac Ofieje with the figures there. Musa, the point about voter turnout, the implications. The last time we've ever seen voter turnout so low was somewhere around 2000, right? That's what the figures are telling us. 57%. In terms of turnout as of that time. We're seeing something similar to that in this case as well. Is that why the NPP is being affected?
Certainly, yes. If that is happening in your stronghold, certainly, yes. But we are seeing the global decline in participation when it comes to turnout. Right. To a point where I think the EC was even asking for a law to be passed to mandate people to go out and vote, just as they do in Australia. I think if the politicians deliver, if the politicians live up to expectations, I think it will encourage people to participate. Once they stop their abysmal performance, I think people would be engaged. And also, I mean, we have to change the way we engage the youth, because if they are the majority of people who vote now, there must be a different way of reaching out to them and engaging them to take part. Otherwise, this turnout will be lower as we go forward.
Now to the politicians. Haruna, you want to have your take, first of all, on what we're hearing now. Your national treasurer is at the coalition center as we speak.
Partial representation.
Nobody has sent him.
My goodness. Haruna, are you serious about this?
I'm speaking the decision of NEC. NEC said we are not participating.
So what's your treasurer doing there? I mean, who
is it my property? Do I ban him from walking?
No, I mean,
or doing what exercise?
What
you should not expect me. You should not expect me to tell you what he's doing there. I'm saying that there is a directive by the party, and certainly I am telling you that we have not sent anybody there. So if he's there, you should not be asking me what is it doing there.
Are you surprised yourself?
He's not my son, not my wife. Yeah, I cannot be instructed as to why he's there.
He was part of the NEC meeting.
So you should be asking him then when he's out of the place. When you get the opportunity, invite him to sit there and ask him why he's there.
The youth organizer was also there.
You are being unfair to me. When you get the opportunity, invite him.
I'm being unfair to you.
Yes.
But I mean,
invite him. He's not my property.
But you can just text him. Send him a text and say.
Why will I send him a text?
You're a big man in the NPP.
Yes. Why will I send him a text? You said you've seen him there. I've also identified him. He's the one. I'm not a person that is going to. I haven't seen him. They have not shown anything here on my national youth organizer. I haven't seen him.
Sending just a text to him saying.
Why will I send him a text? I didn't send him there, so he's on my property. So I cannot ask him that. Again, you asked me about if any reports, and I referred you to the CDD.
Yes, the CDD report.
Yes, and then it was a joint press release. I referred you to a portion, the violent activity. You said I should show you a report. So it is there. Findings. So far, a total of 76 separate incidents have been recorded relative to the 2024 elections. The breakdown: distraction, seizure, vandalism, and invasion of public facilities. 24 cases. For example, ballot papers and pink sheets were destroyed at various coalition centers. The EC offices in Damangu and Ayansano constituencies were set ablaze. You are aware. Even in Ablekuma North, you saw that a center where you were housing the polling, the ballot papers were set ablaze. So I'm surprised you are asking me to produce a document.
The reason why I was asking was largely because I recall covering this Kodeo Center, and I didn't see any portion referring to the Green Army as a vigilante group. Neither did they refer to the Blue Army for the NPP as a vigilante group. That's the only reason why I was pointing.
It was their vigilantes that went and did these distractions. You saw them. There were reports. Even in police, some police, they were looking for them. They were wielding guns. You never saw our people wielding guns. So it is clear that we, because even the vigilantism law was passed during our era, we did not participate in marshalling forces in terms of vigilantism. But the NDC did. And I'm saying that if it's going to continue, we will lose that fight. We will lose that fight.
Okay. Mustafa Gwande, respond to this for me. If you get the absolute majority in Parliament, what do you intend as a political party, the NDC, to do with such a number?
It is not about absolute majority in Parliament. It's about getting rid of unimpactful political stakeholders. The MPP have demonstrated so clear that they do not have this country at heart. For them, it's about politics every day. Every election that the NDC have won have been democratically organized, and we have won elections. And so when they are now against the mandate given to us by the people of Ghana, I don't understand what that means. Did we sack the MPP from participating in any election? They are sitting here disingenuously telling you that NEC took a decision, and that after that decision, even their hopeful presidential candidates who were part of NEC participated, and they were on the ground campaigning. Your national youth organizer was on the ground campaigning. Your national treasurer was on the ground campaigning. You yourself, you are sitting on this screen reviewing that same election and dishonestly telling everybody that the MPP didn't partake in this. Who are you deceiving? Are we kids in this country? You see, anytime the MPP make an argument, they lose more votes. The confidence the people have in them continue to decline.
And before you enter the studio,
one of their campaigns.
I am not here. I told them.
Before you enter the studio,
who are you deceiving? You are here reviewing the election.
Before you enter the studio, he made it clear that they'll be heading to court once again.
They will go to court. They will go to court.
We are already in court.
Right.
We are already in court.
You see, what their refusal to fully declare their participation is to mitigate their losses. And to say that, oh, okay, MPP didn't participate in that election, so we have not lost the election for the second time, because they knew that this victory only goes to consolidate the goodwill that this government and the NDC has as far as the people of Ghana are concerned. And that is reflected in the Ablekuma North election. And a poster is, if you take a sample size of the goodwill, you can measure it from there. They know. And so for them to be jumping around, and they are now saying that we needed absolute majority for somebody to go for another term. Another thing is that we need absolute majority to do LGBTQ. I mean, how can you make this preposterous
You've heard some of these claims, right? Especially the one about concerning the president.
Yes.
The fact that you in the NDC plan to extend the tenure of the president by an additional term. You've seen some videos like that.
It's a propaganda, again, fueled by Apenyumakins, who have pumped into the heads of my colleague national executives who are failing to stand to lead the party. I expect one thing from the MPP current executives: demonstrate leadership, focus. They don't have it. They don't have it at all. So instead of discussing nationally impactful issues, you are talking about what has not been contemplated, what is not in existence. In which election didn't the MPP partake? You lost. You presented a candidate that is not marketable, all right? And we in the NDC examined your strength in that constituency, presented a more competitive candidate, a more younger candidate, a candidate who have a good public track record, and the person won 2020 election. The difference between NDC and MPP in that constituency was over 20,000. You were in power. Within a span of 4 years, you are now battling to retain that seat that you won with a margin of 20. And you won't bow your head in shame. You are sitting here and saying that NDC used violence. You are quoting Kodio report of 2024 election, which, catalogs various incidents that occurred. In that report, I am putting it to you that Kodio didn't call the MPP's name, NDC's name in it. They chronicle violence. You are sitting here as a lecturer. You are again sitting here as a lecturer saying that Green Army means vigilante. A lecturer. You are calling Green Army.
I'm no more lecturing.
Here's what I want to say.
Green Army as vigilante.
We have some figures.
Do you have evidence? Do you have evidence?
Do you have evidence on tape, my brother? Of what is at stake now for the two candidates?
He has made some comment that I have to.
I'll be coming to you, Haruna.
Which comment do you have?
This is your election. headquarters. It's bringing us to just on top of 7 p.m. We're waiting patiently to see what the final declaration of the Electoral Commission will be. Some few more figures trickling in, and you can see on your screens there to the right where the coalition center has, the footage is live. The tallying is still ongoing. A number of the representatives from both political parties are there. Security is tight, we understand. We'll be bringing all of the action to you here on your election headquarters. We're equally taking a look at some of the voter data for all of the polling stations that are up for grab now, 19 in all. But of course, if you're a candidate going into that election, you may have lost the opportunity now to make any difference or change because, polling has closed officially. So there's no opportunity for anyone at all to make any change as of now.
Just as when you were speaking, we have new results coming in.
Great.
Remember, we told you there are 2 outstanding polling stations. One is in Pentecost Mount Zion Assembly. An MPP has won that polling station. But unfortunately,